Ha, is this the feeling I wanted? I'm going to let you experience the anger I've been holding in all these years. Men, attack! Ouyang Junlin shouted arrogantly. Immediately, there was a commotion all around, as if countless people were moving about in the darkness. Be on guard. No sooner had Su Hao finished speaking than he saw a volley of hidden weapons surging towards him. Even though everyone was on guard, there were simply too many hidden weapons, and many people were still hit directly and fell to the ground as blood began to appear. It suddenly turned into a black mist, which immediately confused those who had been hit. They all stood up and turned to look at their own people, somewhat unable to distinguish friend from foe. At this moment, the Li family was in complete chaos. Before the experts could react, they were killed by their own men. It must be said that the Li Changji brothers had prepared many experts for their power struggle now. With all of them mobilized, they are still suffering a rout in just a few minutes. Over 100 have fallen of the remaining fighters. Apart from a dozen or so celestial realm experts, all are injured. Su Hao's gaze remained fixed on Ouyang Junlin, and he actually sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him. Could this person's strength have surpassed the celestial realm and reached the celestial venerable realm? Oh no! The Li family's calamity was almost inevitable. Regardless of the final outcome, the dead cannot be brought back to life, and they are the biggest losers. Ouyang Junlin has essentially achieved his goal. Even if Li Qingmei and Li Changji survive, they will live out the rest of their lives in great comfort. Who would willingly watch their loved ones fall before their eyes? You're Su Hao? Ouyang Junlin's gaze also turned towards them. I heard you're Qingmei's fiancé. If you want to leave with her, I'll make an exception. Are you out of your mind? Even if Qingmei is your master's granddaughter, what do you think she'll think if you kill her whole family? She'll definitely try every means to wipe out your entire ghost clan. Su Hao said angrily. So what? I've already avenged myself. I have no regrets even if I die. Ouyang Junlin chuckled. What a madman! Su Hao was speechless. Such people are not afraid at all, they live only for hatred. The only option now is to see if we can save Li Changji. People from other sects also hid in the shadows and witnessed all of this. This was something that both Ouyang Junlin and the Immortal Palace knew. The latter didn't have time to care about such things, but the former hoped that more people would watch so that the story would spread and everyone would know what the Immortal Palace had done and how heavy a price it had paid for it. Holy crap, the Celestial Master's cult is actually this powerful? Perhaps it's just Gui Bushan. These are all assassins, completely unafraid of death. Just imagine how terrifying it is when a master doesn't even care about their own life. That's right, nobody has ever heard of the Celestial Master's sect. If they were really that powerful, they would have shown themselves long ago. Ouyang Junlin is a complete madman. It's really tragic to get involved with someone like him. If you ask me, Li Tianzi really didn't do anything wrong. He was definitely wronged, but the truth doesn't matter at all. Wish, haven't you considered one thing? Why didn't Li Qingmei's mother resist? Logically speaking, she was also a woman with a tragic fate. Having lost her entire family, how could she possibly be willing to follow Li Tianzi? The person who said this seemed to be a master from some sect, as he transmitted his voice directly to everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, the people of the Celestial Palace were somewhat frightened. Yes, how did Lu Xian'er manage to submit to Li Tianzi, and even give birth to a daughter? This is completely against human nature. Li Changji frowned, unable to express his bitterness. He had felt that his stepmother, Lu Xian'er, was somewhat strange from the beginning. She seemed lost and erratic every day, almost like she was going crazy. At first, he thought it was just her personality, but now he realized that someone might be secretly using drugs to control her, making her completely devoid of her own will. She's the puppet. He eventually died of illness. His life was a tragedy. Grass. Could my father really be such a despicable person? Li Changji had no choice but to ask Uncle Fu if he wanted to know the truth. Unfortunately, he has also disappeared without a trace. Bang! While he was still distracted, he suddenly realized that the second elder, Zheng Fengyun, had also been killed by Ouyang Junlin with a single punch. This man's strength was unfathomable, several times stronger than the second elder. Li Changji, you must be in a very awkward situation right now. Just keep living. Watching fewer and fewer people around you is also a kind of torment. You're dead, aren't you? You're not entirely satisfied. How about this? I'll give you some hidden weapons first, so you can suffer some pain. I'm going to torture the last of your Li family bloodline. Ouyang Junlin moved with ease in the darkness. He had always practiced ruthless and clandestine martial arts. At this moment, a strange mist emanated from his body, allowing him to blend seamlessly into his surroundings. Suddenly, a hidden weapon flew from the front. Li Changji's bodyguard suddenly threw a punch, trying to knock him away unexpectedly. The hidden weapon turned back halfway and pierced the bodyguard's neck with a whoosh. In this way, the expert at the celestial realm fell to the ground and died. He used the same method to kill several experts in succession. Gradually, only Wu Yao remained by Li Changji's side. Elder Wu, if you can help me through this calamity, I will become the Vice Palace Master of the Immortal Palace. Li Changji shouted. With no other competitors, his becoming the Palace Master is a foregone conclusion. Wu Yao gripped the long sword, his whole body trembling. It wasn't that he refused, but rather that he dared not be distracted. His opponents were so strong that he was filled with despair. The titles of Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master held no appeal for him anymore. All he wanted was to survive. TSK Tisk. Elder Wu, is it? I'll give you a chance. Stab Li Changji with your sword now, and I'll let you go. Remember, it can't be a fatal wound, but it can't be treated carelessly either. Ouyang Junlin's voice was full of allure, captivating and seductive. Wu Yao hesitated for a moment, then hardened his heart, thinking that it was better to die for his friend than for himself, and raised his long sword toward Li Changji. Elder Wu, don't come any closer. Li Changji exclaimed in surprise. 1232, Chapter 1232. A single air. Young master, I'm so sorry. Wu Yao slashed out with his sword, severing Li Changji's right arm at the shoulder against a powerful enemy. He was utterly inadequate. However, Li Changji was no expert, so it was still a relatively easy victory for him. At this moment, Su Hao was also entangled with two people from the ghost department. When he looked back, his face darkened. This was really terrible. Wu Yao, you're being foolish. Li Changji, enduring the excruciating pain, still tried to persuade him. You actually believed in the ghost department? He definitely won't keep his promise. In any case, those connected to the Li family today will find it very difficult to survive. Don't try to sow discord. I believe Senior Ouyang is a master, but he's blinded by hatred to save his own life. Wu Yao couldn't help but offer a false compliment. Finally, he said, Senior, I've done as you asked and severely injured Li Changji. Can you leave now? Leave? Do you want to be a traitor? Ouyang Junlin suddenly said in a cold tone. No. Didn't you just say that as long as I injure Li Changji, I can leave alive? Wu Yao panicked. Was this person going to betray his promise? Oh, so it was me who said it. Then it's alright, you can go now. Ouyang Junlin muttered to himself. Thank you, Senior. Wu Yao was overjoyed and quickly fled. Just as he was about to walk out the door, a hidden weapon pierced his head. The one who made the move was none other than Ouyang Junlin. He said dismissively, at a time like this, there are still people who believe they can leave alive? Ha ha ha, what an idiot. It's ridiculous. I don't know how he became the Grand Elder. Is as naive as an idiot. He's just an elder of the Celestial Palace. How could he have ever seen the cruelty of reality? The disciples of the Ghost Division laughed arrogantly. Su Hao, hurry up and think of a solution. If this continues, our Li family will be wiped out. Li Changji said helplessly. Now, he could only rely on Su Hao. Shut up. Su Hao was furious. Yesterday he locked himself up, and now he's shamelessly begging. What a useless piece of trash. He was only deeply tied to Li Qingmei. If it were for personal reasons, he definitely wouldn't want to talk to her. You can criticize as you please, but you can't just watch this person die. He sighed, repelled two disciples of the Ghost Division, and appeared before Li Changji, saying, Senior Ouyang, let's call it a day. There's no need to continue fighting. Do you think I'm stupid? If we give them a break this time, there will be endless trouble later. He said coldly. In that case, I'll have to offend you. Su Hao hardened his heart and decided to use a forbidden method. This is recorded in the wordless heavenly book, stating that it can elevate one's cultivation level and grant unprecedented power within a short period. However, the price is also clearly stated, a 20-year reduction in lifespan. For ordinary martial artists, this is the most terrifying thing. Who doesn't want to live a few more years? For Su Hao, it was nothing special. After all, he had cultivated the longevity technique, so theoretically his lifespan was infinite, he would just be weak for a period of time. With the activation of the forbidden technique, his aura gradually grew stronger, and suddenly he entered the heavenly venerable realm. When he looked at Ouyang Jun again, he already possessed comparable strength. Young man, you're willing to pay so much for the Li family? Using such methods will surely leave indelible scars. Ouyang Junlin was slightly alarmed. Su Hao is no weakling, he is an exceptionally talented genius. Senior, this is your choice, isn't it? Su Hao smiled coldly, and with a wave of his right hand, countless sword energies followed. The moment it made its move, all laws were annihilated. When Ouyang Junlin's attack clashed with Ouyang Junlin's, he didn't gain the upper hand, instead, he was knocked back several meters. It has to be young Master Su. He was so good to Li Qingmei, he was actually willing to give so much. Let's ignore the aftereffects for now and watch a thrilling showdown between masters. Remember, this isn't a fighting arena, everyone will be using their killing moves. Excited voices came from all around, eager to witness the outcome. He dares to do that? Ouyang Feifei, who was in the hall, was somewhat surprised Su Hao had indeed gone to great lengths to do this. This man is really dedicated. Is it these qualities that attracted Junior Uncle? Ouyang Xingxing smiled, a sense of admiration creeping into her heart. That's hard to say, and it's not something you or I should speculate on. In short, we must be on guard at all times and not let anyone get away with it. Ouyang Feifei was speaking when Li Qingmei suddenly woke up. She was only briefly unconscious. After resting, she slowly regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, she looked around in confusion, and when she discovered that Li Qingji also only had one arm left, her face showed even more sorrow. Hearing that Su Hao had used a forbidden method to forcibly elevate his cultivation level, she stood up and said, "Young Master Su, why did you do this? Even if you had just left, I wouldn't have blamed you. The battles outside are far too dangerous." Two experts from the Ouyang family accompanied them throughout. Strangely, even though the Ghost Clan members saw them make a move, they didn't join in. They still strictly obeyed Ouyang Junlin's orders. Boom! The battle between Su Hao and Ouyang Junlin continued to intensify. This opponent was too strange, his movements were somewhat bizarre, employing many illusions that even Su Hao couldn't completely decipher for the time being. This feeling was truly awful, and he understood now how troublesome his previous clones had been. However, life wasn't so easy for the others in the Celestial Palace. Under the siege of the Ghost Division, the number of fools dwindled. Gradually, only 2 family guards remained, wounded, and retreated to Su Hao's side. Almost all of the demons who had been dispatched showed up, totaling 50 people. Each one looked like a ghost, appearing ferocious and terrifying. Su Hao, you've figured out the situation, haven't you? Can you protect Li Qingji all by yourself? Ouyang Junlin said coldly. We have to protect it even if we can't. Su Hao said coldly. Everyone, listen up, use hidden weapons against Li Qingji and kill him first. Ouyang Junlin's gaze darkened as he coldly ordered. Yes, sir. These people immediately attacked, unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons that was a real headache to watch. Su Hao swung his palm, creating a fan-shaped gust of wind that swept away many hidden weapons. Ouyang Feifei and Ouyang Xingxing also immediately joined the attack, and with the combined strength of the 3, they finally managed to block the first wave of hidden weapons. However, other hidden weapons then surged in uncontrollably. Su Hao himself was also stopped by Ouyang Junlin from dealing with these people. Ouyang Feifei and her companion then found themselves struggling. Several hidden weapons pierced through their defenses and successfully struck Li Qingji. Big brother! Li Qingmei was stunned. She also made a move, but unfortunately, she was not strong enough to fight against so many people. Now, isn't she the only one left in the entire Celestial Palace? Even if I become the master of the Celestial Palace, what good will it do? I have absolutely no one to rely on. 1233, Chapter 1233. The Sword Immortal makes his debut. I'm going to kill him. Li Qingmei gripped the primordial dragon soul sword tightly, glaring angrily at Ouyang Junlin. Her true energy was surging wildly, and the situation seemed to be getting increasingly dire. Li Qingmei, even if I agree to spare you, things will be different if I make a move. After all, you have half Li family blood, so you are still half an enemy. Ouyang Junlin noticed her situation and said coldly. Qingmei, stand there and don't move. Su Hao was also a little anxious. Even if she joined the battle, she couldn't change anything. she would only put herself in danger. But if even you die, how can I have the motivation to live? Li Qingmei said, her voice filled with sorrow. Don't worry, he can't kill me. Su Hao smiled confidently. Li Qingmei thought for a moment and decided to take action. However, Ouyang Feifei and the other woman objected, stopping her and pulling her back into the hall, refusing to let her leave again. If you don't listen, I'll return the goods. Li Qingmei said helplessly. Junior uncle, you don't even know who my master is, so how can you return the goods? Ouyang Xingxing said in a lively and cute manner. Don't worry about that. As long as Rin Xianxian puts her effort into it, she'll find your sex soon. I'll tell my senior sister that you're completely uncooperative and disrespectful, so she'll definitely let you go back. Li Qingmei said. Uncle, young Master Su is right. We need to stay calm. Rashly engaging in battle won't change anything. If we want revenge, we either need to find a master to help us or endure hardship and bide our time to strengthen ourselves before we can completely eradicate the Celestial Masters cult. Ouyang Feifei said calmly. The force deployed now is merely their ghost division. Who knows how much more powerful force lies behind the Celestial Masters cult? Li Qingmei prepared to calm down. It wouldn't be worth dying like this. Who else could avenge the grudge against the Celestial Palace? However, since they didn't go out, Su Hao's situation became quite bad. The Ghost Division doesn't follow any rules of the martial arts world, and the disciples immediately unleashed their hidden weapons at him. Before long, even with Su Hao's agility, he was gradually finding himself in danger as he faced an attack from dozens of people. Is Yanjing the place of my doom? Su Hao frowned. He had encountered danger many times in Yanjing, with all sorts of people always appearing. Oh no, young Master Su is not holding on much longer. It's a challenge that's above your level, and you're outnumbered, so it's really difficult. His strength is astonishing, and it would be a real shame if his career ended here. Is there anyone now who can step in and change the situation? Some people thought of the Shu Mountain sect, but it was thousands of miles away and couldn't keep up at all. The World Alliance is here, but they won't interfere in the affairs of the Immortal Palace. The Sword Sect probably has no idea what happened here, since it's late at night and some people are already asleep. Puff! Su Hao took the blow and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking quite unwell. You can't take it anymore. To be honest, it's already quite impressive that they've managed to stay under my wing for so long. Ouyang Junlin said coldly. Is that so? Su Hao ignored his injuries and continued to stand in place. Just as they were considering how to launch a counterattack, a dazzling light suddenly appeared from afar, like a meteorite from outer space. It passed directly through the body of the first Ghost Division disciple, quickly moved forward, killed several people along the way, and finally reached Ouyang Junlin's back. Who is behind this? Ouyang Junlin scoffed and struck out with a palm, but unexpectedly, the rainbow light was so powerful that it forced him back. Boom! Only at the very end did everyone realize that it was a white long sword, which had landed right at Su Hao's feet. Something has changed. Ouyang Feifei exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, who is this? How can someone so powerful from this distance? Ouyang Xingxing suddenly craned her neck to look outside, trying to see who had drawn the sword. There are such sword masters in Yanjing? Li Qingmei didn't know whether to be happy or worried. If this person came from Su Hao, it would only make things worse. Others were also inquiring about who the visitor was. Indeed, this turn of events exceeded everyone's expectations. Old man, you're not dead yet? Su Hao suddenly said. If you're not dead, how could I be? A deep, resonant voice came from afar. As the man drew closer, they noticed that he had gray hair, bright eyes, a wine gourd hanging from his waist, and a red sword in his right hand, which seemed to be the same style as the white sword. His face exuded an air of dominance over the world. Who is he? She seems to know young Master Su quite well. Holy crap, I think I remember now's one of the 4 guardians of the Su family, the drunken sword immortal who's on par with the sword god Bai Yi. So it was him. His intervention now is just in time. Everyone around was overjoyed. The newcomer was none other than the drunken sword immortal. He arrived in Yanjing quite early and had been secretly handling something he had originally intended to lie low, but upon hearing of the commotion at the Immortal Palace, he rushed over immediately. After all, news of Su Hao's capture by Li Changji yesterday had spread throughout Yanjing. There's a lot of commotion here right now, it's obvious something's happened. He arrived just in time and successfully rescued Su Hao. Is this weapon for me? Su Hao picked up the white sword. It was one of the swords of the drunken sword immortal. Both swords had a great origin, and were said to be the Fushi Biluo sword, each with its own unique uses. You have a divine sword but don't know how to cherish it, so you insist on giving it to the Gu family girl. Now you're even trying to take advantage of this old man? The drunken sword immortal wasn't going to cooperate. With a wave of his right hand, he directly took back the white sword. You deal with Ouyang Junlin, I'll handle the rest. Su Hao was overjoyed. He wasn't happy because he had an ally, but rather because he was pleased to see that the sword immortal was in good condition. Not only had his strength returned to its peak, but it seemed that he had even made a breakthrough. Kill him? The drunken sword immortal asked in confusion. What do you think? People like that deserve to die 1,000 times over. That's not enough. Su Hao said coldly. Good. The sword immortal took out his wine flask, took a hearty sip, and said, I haven't made a move in a long time. Perhaps the martial world has already forgotten that Su Hao is such a person. He still considered himself a protector of the Su family, openly telling everyone that if they didn't have his strength, they should never lay a hand on Su Hao, or they would suffer a terrible fate. You old geezer, don't you often get drunk at night? Why are you here? Ouyang Junlin frowned and said angrily. Drunk? When have I ever been drunk? The drunken sword immortal said arrogantly, since the young master has given the order, you're doomed. If you want to save time, you might as well just slap your head and make it easier. Your sword strike just now was merely a bluff. In a real battle, I might not necessarily lose to you. Ouyang Junlin said calmly. Really, I just used 30% of my strength. How much did you use? Was it 90%? The sword immortal of wine said lightly, his words carrying a hint of disdain. 1234, Chapter 1234 Bonds. Ouyang Junlin's expression was grim, because his opponent was right. He had indeed used 90% of his strength. The key point is that it hasn't been stopped yet. In the end, they were forced to back down and lost all face. Being so close to the sword immortal at this moment, he felt even more that the other party's strength was unfathomable. I refuse to believe that I can lose to you, he said, his words a mix of bravado and fear. By the way, was the Taishan scripture stolen by one of your people? The drunken sword immortal suddenly asked. Li Qingmei's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this matter had already reached Yanjing. What nonsense! What would I need the Taishan scripture for? Ouyang Junlin was clearly stumped by the question and said unhappily. The drunken sword immortal had also heard about the incident in the ancient town of Shu Mountain, where some people were blaming Su Hao for stealing the Taishan scripture, a charge he found hard to accept. However, Ouyang Junlin's words were quite truthful, leaving one wondering, who exactly was responsible for that act? These are things to consider later. When he held the swords with both hands, his aura suddenly changed. It was as if he had become one with the two swords, and his gaze became sharp. Senior Jiao, kill him. Li Qingmei stepped forward excitedly and said. Little girl, are you really Su Hao's fiancée? The sword immortal glanced at the beautiful woman out of the corner of his eye and said with satisfaction. Well, we're friends, but if he agrees, I can marry him right away. Li Qingmei said frankly. Fine, just for saying that, I'll definitely kill him. The sword immortal laughed heartily. Deep down, he was incredibly loyal and always remembered Qin Suzhen's kindness. The life-saving grace she had shown him had earned him a lifetime of gratitude, and he considered Su Hao almost his disciple. Seeing one beautiful woman after another appear around him, he was both delighted and anxious. Why wasn't he winning over any of them? Li Qingmei was definitely the most satisfactory one he had ever met. Careful! Li Qingmei suddenly reminded her. It turned out that Ouyang Junlin had launched a surprise attack while the two were talking. He was hidden in the black smoke, his movements elusive and unpredictable. Even Su Hao was somewhat helpless against his deception. It's just a pity that this time, facing the drunken sword immortal, he smiled disdainfully. With a flick of the white sword, it mysteriously severed the opponent's right arm. As the red sword followed, a flash of blood appeared, and Ouyang Junlin's head fell off, rolling right down the steps below Li Qingmei's house, as if it had been planned. Everyone was shocked. Ouyang Junlin was an extremely powerful expert who almost single-handedly destroyed the entire Immortal Palace. This forced Su Hao to use forbidden methods to forcibly increase his strength, and they even ended up fighting to a draw. Such a powerful person was utterly helpless against the Sword Immortal. This clearly demonstrates just how vast the gap is between the two. Li Qingmei's tears started streaming down her face again. This enemy is finally dead. Father, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth sister, sixth sister, your revenge has finally been achieved. Li Qingmei said in grief and indignation. Even the Sword Immortal was stunned. Damn it, he thought, Ouyang Junlin is so ruthless. Luckily he didn't let him go, or he would have truly regretted it. He was also incredibly angry with the Ghost Division, feeling that these people, following such a leader, were probably stained with blood themselves. Wielding two swords, he moved like a fierce dragon into a flock of sheep, slaughtering them at will and quickly killing all the enemies. Qingmei, don't dwell on your sadness yet, you still have a lot to deal with. Su Hao said as he returned, still injured. Yes. Li Qingmei understood that now that she was the only heir left in the Li family, she did indeed have to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Just then, Ren Xianxian arrived with a group of people. They were also shocked to see the corpses all over the ground. Xianxian, you take some people to settle the bodies of our eldest and second brothers, and then send some others to settle the bodies of our third and fourth brothers. The rest of you, clean this place up. Li Qingmei was not a weak person to begin with, and immediately gave the order. Understood. Ren Xianxian obeyed and began to act. Feifei, Xingxing, could you two please lead Senior Jiu inside for a drink of wine? She had originally intended to mention tea, but upon noticing the wine pot, she immediately changed her mind. No need to trouble them, I'll go in myself. The Sword Immortal, not wanting to be served by girls, felt extremely uncomfortable and went inside with his wine jug on his own. Li Qingmei then walked to the middle of the courtyard, clasped her hands in a fist salute, and said, Today, a major change has occurred in the Immortal Palace, and I apologize to my fellow martial arts practitioners for making a fool of myself. From now on, the Immortal Palace no longer exists, only the Li family of Yanjing remains. I hope everyone will pass this message on. No problem. Ms. Li, please accept my condolences. Don't worry, our sect elders will come to pay their respects tomorrow morning. These people admired Li Qingmei's magnanimity and retreated one after another. Su Hao. Li Qingmei suddenly hooked her arm around his neck and said shyly. There are people around, don't do this. Su Hao blushed. Ouyang Feifei felt a little embarrassed and turned to go inside. Ouyang Xingxing watched with wide eyes, thoroughly enjoying the scene. Such a big change has happened, and I don't have any friends now. I hope you won't look down on me and will be more tolerant of me in the future. Li Qingmei said these words with the implication of entrusting her life to someone. Okay, Su Hao couldn't bear to refuse. Xingxing, turn your head around. Li Qingmei suddenly shouted. Alright, junior uncle, I'll obey. As Ouyang Xingxing turned around, she suddenly heard the sound of something being chewed. She had no experience with this, and she didn't know what they were doing. At 3 a.m, the area outside the Li family's house was deathly silent. The living room was brightly lit, and a table was set with delicious food. Only the Sword Immortal slowly drank his wine, the others remained silent, unsure of what to say. Sigh. Li Qingmei sighed. I decided that after the funeral here, I'll donate the Immortal Palace to the Six Doors Hall and let them do with it as they please from now on. The Li family headquarters will move to my residence. People will also be sent to manage the properties of my eldest and second brothers. Save it. Okay, Su Hao nodded. He couldn't even imagine how much pressure Li Qingmei, who was only 20 years old, was under at this moment. As for the feud with the Celestial Masters sect, it's temporarily put to rest and will have to wait until later, Li Qingmei said. Okay. Su Hao still supported all his decisions, but asked, what about Long Yuan? These words stunned Li Qingmei. Her initial purpose in searching for the 5 dragon essences was to revitalize the Li family and solidify her position as the supreme martial arts master. Now, she was the only one left in the Li family. As long as she was fed, the rest of the family was worry-free. How could she possibly revitalize the family? Most importantly, she is a woman. Unless Su Hao is willing to marry into the family, their lineage will have to be severed. Dragon essence, should we continue searching, not for the Li family, but because collecting it would bring immense benefits? Li Qingmei didn't speak her true feelings. She was worried that without this bond, Su Hao might do other things, and the two of them would drift further and further apart. 1235, Chapter 1235 has major problems. Late at night. Only Su Hao, Li Qingmei, and Zhou Jianxian remained in the living room. Old drunkard, what have you been doing all this time? Su Hao asked seriously. He's been in Yanjing for several months now, and there had been no word from him until today, which is quite worrying also. Why his strength has suddenly increased so dramatically is something worth investigating. Sigh, I never wanted to say this before. The drunken sword immortal took a sip of wine and said helplessly, if I told you, you might laugh at me. Actually, a long time ago, I had an old flame, but for various reasons, we didn't end up together later. As my martial arts grew stronger, my lifespan also increased, and my old flame eventually passed away. Su Hao and Li Qingmei perked up at the juicy gossip. It was one of the more interesting things in the day's troubles. However, the old drunkard was right. Martial artists do indeed have longer lifespans than others, making it difficult for their relationships with ordinary people to last. Upon hearing this, Li Qingmei lay down in Su Hao's arms, partly because she felt it was a very long story, and partly because she wanted to rest. Seeing them like this, the drunken sword immortal was also a little envious. You brat, you must cherish her while she's by your side, lest you regret it later. Why are you dragging us into your story? Su Hao said, instinctively putting his arm around Li Qingmei's waist. Alright, I'll continue. The drunken sword immortal took a sip of his drink. Back when we were still in the eastern province, I received a message one day from a girl who called herself Lu Xiaoxian. She claimed to be the daughter of her old flame, saying she was in trouble and asked me to come and help. I thought to myself, I don't have a daughter myself, so I was a little reluctant, but she said, my mother saved your life back then, how can I just sit idly by? Hearing this, Li Qingmei and Su Hao exchanged a glance. They hadn't expected it to take this turn, and it didn't seem like a happy story. What else could I do? I had no choice but to come. It turned out that this girl had gotten into a lot of trouble. First, she offended the Poison Gu cult, then she was wanted by the Six Doors Hall, and finally she even joined the ghost division of the Celestial Master cult, claiming that she wanted to become a master, so she made various attempts. The Poison Gu cult and the Six Doors were relatively easy to handle, though it took quite a bit of time. But the Celestial Master cult was a bit more difficult. They were extremely secretive, and most people couldn't find their headquarters. At Ali searched for over a month before I accidentally got an opportunity. It turns out they were located in a snow-covered mountain in northeast China, near Tianqi Lake. I disguised myself as a down-on-his-luck martial artist and infiltrated the ghost division. At that time, Ouyang Junlin had already left, probably to set up surveillance in Yanjing. There weren't many people in the ghost division, so I was able to find Lu Xiaoxian easily. The two immediately decided to flee, but were pursued eventually. At the edge of Heavenly Lake, they had some opportunities, obtained the 10,000-year snow lotus, and their strength increased by leaps and bounds. It can be said that they had a good turn of events. The sword immortal smiled and said, wait a minute, after all that talk, you just wanted to help your rival's daughter? Su Hao said bluntly. Li Qingmei wanted to chuckle, but she was afraid of angering the drunken sword immortal, so she had to hold back. Yes, according to his own account, Lu Xiaoxian must be the daughter of his love rival, who has grown up and only thinks of this cheap bodyguard when there is danger. So I advise you to hurry up and have a son or daughter, lest someone else steals your partner away. The drunken sword immortal said angrily. Senior Jiao, you're overthinking it. In this life, I will never consider any other man except Su Hao. Li Qingmei stretched out her hand, as if she were making a vow. Upon hearing this, the sword immortal sighed even more. He loved only one woman his whole life, yet they never married. Su Hao, on the other hand, never expresses his feelings to anyone, but has many female confidants. Does being handsome really guarantee a lot of romantic luck? By the way, you're here now, but where's Lu Xiaoxianren? Su Hao asked in surprise. Of course it's in a safe place. I am here to fight. It's inconvenient to bring her along. The drunken sword immortal smiled. This is just as Su Hao was about to speak, he suddenly heard a noise, his gaze darkened, and he looked sharply out the window. Then a young girl nimbly entered, her agility surprising even Su Hao. He was about to say something when he noticed the sword immortal's displeasure and immediately understood. You're Lu Xiaoxian? Li Qingmei looked her up and down. The newcomer was a girl of about 17 or 18 years old. She looked youthful and lively, with long legs and a beautiful face. Yes. The girl smiled sweetly, seemingly unafraid of strangers with her blue hair. She leaned close to Su Hao and Li Qingmei and asked, "Are you a couple, or husband and wife? Why are you hugging so tightly?" "Guess?" Li Qingmei said calmly. I'm not interested at all." Lu Xiaoxian swayed her slender waist, walked to the table, picked up a jar of wine, and started drinking. "Old drunkard, I was so bored at the hotel that I followed you all the way here." "What, you actually followed me here?" The sword immortal was shocked. He was so worried about Su Hao's safety that he hadn't noticed what was happening behind him. "Yes, you were running so fast, how could you have noticed?" Lu Xiaoxian said with a smile. Su Hao sent out a probing aura and discovered that this woman's strength was actually quite impressive. Reaching the mid-stage of the supreme realm, it was likely due to the influence of the 10,000-year snow lotus, which had greatly enhanced her abilities. Her situation was similar to Li Qingmei's. Her foundation was unstable, and her strength was largely built up through elixirs. No, she was even weaker than Li Qingmei, lacking much experience in the martial world. "Brother Hao, what are you looking at, legs, waist, or?" Lu Xiaoxian blinked, caught his gaze, and asked with a grin. "Of course, it's sensing the strength of your true energy, what else could it be?" Su Hao didn't. "I'm so annoyed," he said. "Ah, so that's how it is. I've often heard the old drunkard talk about you, saying you're the most handsome man in the martial arts world, but seeing you today, you're just a so-so, all dirty and filthy. I don't know why the most beautiful woman in Yanjing likes you," Lu Xiaoxian said innocently. "Old drunkard, how did she survive in the ghost department?" Su Hao was somewhat displeased. This person clearly had no manners and said whatever came to mind, so his first impression of her was not good. "Don't underestimate her. She can talk to anyone and anyone, and she's actually very clever," said the drunken sword immortal. "Yes, this young lady is a seasoned veteran of the martial world," she added smugly. "Let me tell you this, besides the ghost division, there's also the myriad sword sect over at Tianqi. All the senior brothers and sisters there dote on me." "If that's the case, why did you ask the old drunkard for help?" Su Hao certainly didn't believe it. There must be a big problem. 1236, Chapter 1236, Ownership of the Scriptures. Cough cough. Lu Xiaoxian was young after all, and her face immediately turned red after her lie was exposed. She said, "It's because I found that the 10,000 Swords sect is really too terrifying. They actually steal the corpses of martial arts masters to forge weapons. The weapons they make are extremely evil, and they make me unable to eat or sleep." "Is that so?" Su Hao appeared calm. The Poison Gu sect obtained its spirit stones in the same way, and other martial arts sects also engaged in similar practices. It was considered a secret in the martial arts world, but not to the point of being shocking. "Aren't you afraid?" Lu Xiaoxian was stunned. She even noticed that Li Qingmei was very calm. She couldn't help but wonder if she was really just ignorant. "You've been to the Celestial Masters cult. Do you know how many organizations they have?" Li Qingmei asked, seizing the opportunity. "I don't know either," Lu Xiaoxian said. "Over at Tianqi, there are only the Ghost Department and the Myriad Sword sect. The Celestial Master sect seems to be an alliance. It's called a sect, but it only has a nominal leader in various loose departments. The Ghost Department and the Myriad Sword sect are two of them. They're very close to each other, and they also used the name of the Celestial Master sect when I joined. They said they could make me a Valkyrie and even allow me to ascend to the immortal realm. There. All just bragging. I basically didn't learn anything there." It was clear she was very angry. She took another sip of wine, seemingly trying to drown her sorrows. However, both Su Hao and Li Qingmei knew that this wine was prepared for the sword immortal, and it was a strong spirit. Judging from how she drank it like it was cola, she probably had a good alcohol tolerance. This is truly a case of one is influenced by one's company. Of all things to learn, he ended up learning to drink from that old drunkard. "That's right." The sword immortal suddenly tensed up as if he had thought of something, and said, "Something seems wrong at Tianqi recently. All kinds of savage beasts have been running rampant, and some spiritual herbs are growing much faster than before. The snow lotus that was supposed to be 1,000 years old has grown tenfold." Su Hao and Li Qingmei exchanged a glance. It seemed there were also dragon essences over there. In this way, it becomes the third dragon essence. "Really? Oh, once we've finished what we need to do here, we'll go check out Tianqi," Su Hao said. "Going is fine, but don't underestimate the Celestial Masters sect. The Ghost Tribe is no longer powerful, but the myriad sword sect still has many experts. There are also many powerful sects near Tianqi, and none of them will be easy to deal with. The drunken sword immortal was a seasoned veteran. He could easily guess that the strange situation over there was definitely related to something. This meant there were huge benefits, but also huge risks. How about we stir things up a bit? Li Qingmei had an idea. They would need at least 10 more days before they could set off, so they couldn't get there now, but they could spread some word. Oh, what do you plan to do? The drunken sword immortal asked with interest. It's simple, incite conflict in the martial arts world. The Taishan scripture has disappeared, hasn't it? Then just frame the 10,000 Swords sect, saying that their people stole it from the ancient town of Shu Mountain. That's enough to make all the major sects covet it. Li Qingmei said. Great idea. The sword immortal chuckled, surprised that this young girl had such courage. The Taishan scripture? Lu Shaoxian suddenly smiled mysteriously, took out an ancient book, and said, You mean this thing? The group looked closely and, sure enough, found 3 words written on the cover, Taishan Jing. Girl, how did you get this? The drunken sword immortal was shocked. This was a treasure of the martial arts world, the strongest martial art in the hearts of countless people. Who would have thought that it would be in the hands of a teenage girl? Of course, it was given to me by my senior brother from the 10,000 Swords sect. Lu Shaoxian chuckled. He was trying to woo me, so he used this manual to coax me, saying he had kept a copy for himself. I just took it and then slipped out. Su Hao frowned. Sure enough, the drunken sword immortal was right. This woman was no ordinary person. He finally understood why Lu Shaoxian wanted to run away. All her talk about being afraid of the 10,000 Swords sect's weapon forging methods was a lie. The real reason was that she had obtained the Taishan scripture and feared that others would covet it, so she tricked the drunken sword immortal into taking her away from Tianqi and to the safer Yanjing. This is troublesome. The drunken sword immortal frowned. Lu Shaoxian acted carelessly, and it's likely she's already been exposed. Besides, since it was given to her by her senior brother, he would definitely harbor resentment if he didn't get her in person. In short, even bigger trouble is yet to come. He could only hold the wine jug, drink in silence, and think about how to save her. Why aren't you saying anything? Lu Shaoxian seemed to realize that the problem was more serious than she had imagined. Did you know that this Taishan scripture was stolen from a genius disciple trained by the Taishan sect and the Ding family? That person is already dead. Now both of these major forces are investigating the truth. If they find out that you have the Taishan scripture, they will definitely spare no effort to capture you and boil you in oil to avenge Ding Xingyuan. Li Qingmei deliberately scared her. Hey, I didn't kill anyone. What does it have to do with me? Lu Shaoxian was scared. It doesn't matter. There are no so many questions in the martial world. The fact that you have this thing is the original sin. Li Qingmei said calmly. What should we do then? Why don't you guys keep it for me? Lu Shaoxian asked. I don't care. Su Hao possessed a wordless heavenly book, no less powerful than the Taishan scripture, and said calmly. Hey, saying that is irresponsible. The old drunkard said I should be your personal maid, serving you every day, bringing you tea and water, doing your laundry and cooking, making your bed and warming your blankets. How can I be a heartless man? Lu Shaoxian's eyes immediately filled with tears, and she said in a pitiful voice. Su Hao's expression changed, and he questioned the drunken sword immortal. You said all these things? I didn't know things were progressing so quickly between you and Miss Li. I was just thinking of finding you a good wife. The drunken sword immortal felt a little guilty and wished he could run away right now. He said these words not primarily for Su Hao, but for Lu Shaoxian. He felt it was too difficult for her to be alone out there, and that if she found a suitable man to take care of her, her future would be better. After thinking it over, I still think Su Hao is the most suitable. Brother Hao, are you saying that I'm not as good as Miss Li? Lu Shaoxian blinked, tears streaming down her face. Of course. Su Hao nodded. Fine, if that's how it is, I'll go out alone and let the Taishan sect, the Ding family, the Wanjian sect, and other sects come looking for me. They can capture me, torture me severely, skin me alive, and finally throw me into the sewers, and nobody will care. She stood up dejectedly and walked towards the door. Su Hao's face darkened, but he remained unmoved. Li Qingmei sighed, not wanting to cause trouble. The sword immortal continued drinking without stopping him. 1237, Chapter 1237 3 Rules. Hey, are you all so heartless? Aren't you going to stop me? Lu Xiaoxian suddenly turned around and stomped her foot. Several people sighed. How could no one see through such obvious posturing? Anyway, obstructing them would only cause trouble. Why don't you go back to the Yanjing Hotel? Li Qingmei advised. I won't, Sister Qingmei, you're my rival in love, you know that? As soon as someone responded, Lu Xiaoxian immediately had a way out. Her tears seemed to flow freely. She immediately came to Su Hao's side with a grin, opened the Taishan scripture, and said, Brother Hao, you've read this scripture now. You're also an accomplice, so you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Hold on, let's make this clear beforehand. You can stay, but there are 3 rules. First, we're not master and servant, nor are we lovers, we're just friends at best. Second, don't be jealous of Qingmei, and don't do anything malicious. Third, you'd better keep a low profile and don't cause trouble. Su Hao said helplessly. After all, she was the daughter the Sword Immortal had taken in. Could he really drive her away? Given their long-standing friendship, he couldn't possibly ignore it. The Sword Immortal seemed to know as well, which is why he appeared very calm. Okay, we're friends. Lu Xiaoxian said with a smile, but she still gave the Taishan scripture to Su Hao. This woman is very clever. She has long since memorized the Taishan scripture perfectly, but she just can't seem to practice it properly. This is the Taishan Jing? When Su Hao held it in his hand, his first impression was that it was thick. It means there is a lot of content. Even a typical martial arts manual would be quite long, with several thousand words already. The Taishan Jing is completely different, encompassing everything and containing over 100,000 characters. As he perused the text, he found it increasingly miraculous. The scripture and the wordless book actually complemented each other. Some martial arts techniques were extensions of the wordless book by the Taishan sect, while others were the wordless book's observation of the Taishan scripture. Previously, when Su Hao was cultivating the wordless heavenly book, he felt that he only had a superficial understanding of it. Now that I've seen the second manual, I can compare it with the others and understand how to cultivate it. I see. He exclaimed with delight. What did you discover? Li Qingmei asked. This gives me the same feeling. The Taishan scripture and the nameless heavenly book were originally one, but something happened that caused them to separate, with each person receiving a part, making them incomplete. Only by combining the two can one obtain the most profound martial arts. Su Hao said seriously. Consider this, the Taishan scripture has always been kept by the Taishan sect, while the nameless heavenly book is kept by the Shu Mountain sect. Who could possess the top-tier martial arts of both sects simultaneously? Only Su Hao obtained them all by chance. So, the complete Taishan scripture surpasses the longevity technique and the primordial technique? Li Qingmei asked. That's hard to say. The mental cultivation methods of the other 2 martial arts are extremely powerful. The longevity technique can increase lifespan and improve physical constitution. Among other things, the primordial technique can increase the power of moves and is very strong in actual combat. As for the complete Taishan scripture, it is all-encompassing and contains everything, like a summary of thousands of years of martial arts history. Su Hao sighed, wondering who the creator of the Taishan scripture was. He was truly a genius, someone even Su Hao had to admire. Brother Hao, does that mean I can exchange the wordless heavenly book with you? Lu Xiaoxian said sweetly. Bartering is fine, but I must emphasize that your understanding of martial arts is very poor. It will take at least 100 years to master this peerless skill. Don't be reckless. Su Hao stressed. 100 years? Lu Xiaoxian was extremely surprised. She didn't like meditating and cultivating every day, so she hesitated. Girl, don't worry about that for now. Just make that brat write down the complete Taishan scripture. You and Li girl both have to memorize it by force. Whether you can master it or not, we'll talk about that later. The Sword Immortal treated them both fairly, believing that both of them were capable of cultivation. Okay, Lu Xiaoxian said reluctantly. Thank you so much for your kindness, senior. Li Qingmei was overjoyed. She had finally found the best martial arts technique. Su Hao nodded first. Lu Xiaoxian brought the other half of the Taishan scripture, making her qualified to obtain the complete version. Second, Li Qingmei was completely devoted to him, so sharing it was no problem for her. He first read half of the Taishan Jing, and then spent time writing out the whole book. After making a copy, I gave it to the 2 women. They were in the living room, each lost in their own memories. An hour later, Li Qingmei finally memorized it and said with a smile, "This Taishan scripture is truly profound. It takes 100 years to master it, and only someone with exceptional talent can do it." "Perhaps," Su Hao said calmly. "Miss Li, are you more talented than me?" Lu Xiaoxian took 10 minutes to memorize it all. When she looked up, it was already dawn outside. "Alright, hand over the photocopies," Su Hao said sternly. "Give." Li Qingmei and Lu Xiaoxian took them out one by one and placed them in his hands. Su Hao placed the Taishan scripture together, then directly activated his true fire to burn it completely, ensuring that no one else knew about it. "Miss Li, do you have a place to rest here?" Lu Xiaoxian was so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open. "Of course there are." Li Qingmei called out Xian, "Come in, take Miss Lu, young Master Su, and Senior Zhou to the Qianyuan Hall to rest. It's quieter there." "Okay." Ren Xian walked in and said casually, "Miss, a sect has already come to offer condolences and said that you need to go there in person." "Clear." Li Qingmei sighed, today was sure to be a long day. When Su Hao opened his eyes, he realized something was wrong. It was already dark outside, yet he had slept for a whole day? Just as he was about to get up, he felt a heaviness on his body and immediately frowned. There was a person lying on the left, with his hand on his body. It was Lu Xiaoxian. There was another person lying behind them, with long hair reaching their necks. It was Li Qingmei. It turned out that Lu Xiaoxian felt unsafe resting alone in the next room, so she boldly ran over and quietly lay down beside her. Li Qingmei had been busy all day, and after finally seeing off the last group of mourners, she returned to find Lu Xiaoxian there as well, and was a little angry. But seeing that nothing seemed to have happened between the two, she didn't have the energy to argue. She hadn't closed her eyes for nearly 36 hours, and naturally lay down on the other side. Su Hao shifted his body, and Lu Xiaoxian woke up first. The 18-year-old girl's eyes were bright, as if she knew he didn't want to disturb Li Qingmei, and she quickly gave her a kiss. Su Hao frowned. Weren't there 3 rules agreed upon? Why aren't they working at all? Lu Xiaoxian smiled radiantly and slowly stood up, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Li Qingmei woke up soon after, opened her eyes, and looked somewhat listless. She had only rested for half an hour and didn't want to get up. 1238, Chapter 1238. Love turns to hate. "Why don't you rest a little longer?" Su Hao said with a smile, standing beside him. "Brother Hao, I want a sweet kiss," Li Qingmei said coquettishly. "Isn't this inappropriate?" Su Hao blushed. "What's inappropriate?" Li Qingmei stretched out her hands and pulled him over directly. Lu Xiaoxian stood to the side with a smile, tilting her head to watch the show. Su Hao was extremely embarrassed. These two women were too much trouble. Just then, someone knocked on the door, rescuing them from the predicament. "Miss, young Master Su, something's happened." Ren Xuanquan's voice was filled with anxiety. "Wait a minute," Li Qingmei said helplessly. Ren Xianxian always interrupted at crucial moments, which was really annoying. She could only whine, "In that case, help me up." "Okay." Su Hao agreed quickly, supporting her waist and lifting her up. Li Qingmei composed herself and, after making sure there were no flaws, opened the door. "What's wrong?" Li Qingmei asked calmly. "Miss, did I disturb you?" Ren Xianxian asked guiltily. "You still ask?" Li Qingmei glared at him, displeased. Okay, let's get down to business." Ren Xianxian said immediately. "A lot of people have come outside, led by Gao Qingji, the new head of the Six Doors Hall, and together with the other 36 sects, they've all come to cause trouble. They keep saying that they want us to hand over Lu Xiaoxian to give the Taishan sect an explanation. Didn't I instruct you to expose the Taishan scripture and attract everyone to Tianqi?" Li Qingmei said calmly. "Yes, that's what we did, and many people did go there, but someone spread a rumor that we have the Taishan scripture here, and that it's on Miss Lu." Ren Xianxian didn't understand either. She wasn't involved in the conversation that happened later that night and didn't know that it was actually true. Su Hao and the others understood that this was likely a message spread by the senior brother from the 10,000 Swords sect, clearly an act of revenge against Lu Xiaoxian. "Let's go out and take a look," Li Qingmei said. "Okay." Ren Xianxian made way for her. When they went out, the Li family had gathered over 100 people, including Ouyang Feifei, half of whom were experts at the supreme level or above. The sword immortal, meanwhile, was slowly sipping his wine from his wine jug. Lu Shaoxian walked slowly to him with a worried expression and said, "Godfather, something has happened to us." This godfather stunned Su Hao and Li Qingmei. It turned out that she called him godfather when she needed him, and old drunkard at other times. What a clever girl. What's coming will come, there's no escaping this calamity. The drunken sword immortal said calmly. Let's go. This is the Li family home. No one can take you away. Li Qingmei's words can be considered a statement of opinion. She was also somewhat displeased. Even if the immortal palace was gone, it was not their place for the six doors to come and swagger around, was it? Back then, the six doors were their subordinates, and this behavior was tantamount to insubordination. Outside the Li family gate, hundreds of people from dozens of sects gathered together. Master Gao, you must stand up for us and capture Lu Shaoxian. It was Ding Xinghe who spoke. He completely distrusted Su Hao and followed him to Yanjing. Only after new information emerged did he become even more convinced that Su Hao was a wicked man who had committed such shameless acts. Don't worry, as long as it's true, the six doors will definitely give you justice. We may not be able to handle other places, but in Yanjing, you can come to us for any injustice. Gao Qingji said proudly. After this period of reorganization, the Six Doors Hall's position has been stabilized, and it is gradually taking on the shape of the Divine Martial Pavilion. As the current Hall Master, he is also ambitious and wants to build the Six Doors Hall into the Supreme Martial Arts sect in the Yanjing area. To establish authority, the most important thing right now is to take action against the Li family. Firstly, this family has fallen into decline. Secondly, this family once rode roughshod over them, so they must be taught a lesson. Just then, the door opened. The Li family members came out. Li Qingmei, still wearing mourning clothes, fixed her sharp gaze on Gao Qingji and Ding Xinghe. It's already evening. I wonder what brings Master Gao to all this trouble, she said unhappily. Miss Li, we have received reliable information that someone here murdered Ding Xingyuan, a disciple of the Taishan sect, and stole the Taishan scripture. Therefore, we have come here to demand the return of Lu Shaoxian and uphold justice. Gao Qingji directly stated that he had come to see Lu Shaoxian. The others looked past Li Qingmei and, sure enough, saw the timid Lu Shaoxian behind her, and immediately adopted a "let's watch the show" attitude. Without any evidence or proof, how can we hand over Miss Lu? Li Qingmei shouted. Evidence? Gao Qingji smiled and took out a portrait. The image above shows a shadowy figure in the ancient town of Shushan, covered in blood and with a ghostly face, fleeing the scene of Ding Xingyuan's murder. This person has thin arms and legs. They must be either a skinny person or a woman. You call this evidence? Li Qingmei laughed irritably. I can just have someone draw one if I put the mask on Master Gao. Does that mean Master Gao is the real murderer of young Master Ding? That's a witness. Gao Qingji shouted. Besides that, I have another tainted witness. Who? Li Qingmei asked. Come out. As Gao Qingji called out, a tall, thin man stepped forward and faced the Li family. This is Lu Jian, a disciple from the Tianqi sect in the northern region. According to his own account, on the day of the martial arts tournament, he and Lu Shaoxian went to the ancient town after seeing Ding Xingyuan alone. Lu Shaoxian had a sudden idea. In order to obtain the Taishan scripture, she used her beauty to lure young Master Ding to a secluded place and then ruthlessly killed him. Senior brother Lu, why are you doing this to me? Lu Shaoxian was stunned. It really was true, that senior brother from the 10,000 Sword sect. Junior sister, the people from the Taishan sect have come looking for you. Just confess your guilt, okay? One life or another. The sooner you die, the sooner you'll be free. Lu Jian said coldly. A hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. He thought he had given Lu Shaoxian his whole heart, but she didn't realize she didn't take him seriously at all and was just playing with him. They dated for over half a month. But he hadn't even held her hand. Especially after obtaining the Taishan scripture, she left the northern region immediately, which fueled his hatred, leading him to chase her all the way to Yanjing, seeking an opportunity for revenge. Until she met Ding Xinghe, the two hit it off immediately and came up with this plan. Don't listen to his nonsense. I've never been to Shushan ancient town, let alone harm Ding Xingyuan with my strength. How could I possibly be his match? Lu Shaoxian stepped forward and confronted her. She looked pitiful, with tears glistening in her eyes, as if she were more wrong than Doi. 1239, Chapter 1239 Murder to Silence. Are you kidding me? How could you lay a hand on such a delicate beauty? I think Lu Jian looks more suspicious. His name is Ron. Everyone, please be honest, would Miss Lu really do such a thing? Pa, so he's getting revenge because he couldn't win her over. I've seen plenty of people like that. They're just incompetent and only bring trouble upon themselves. Many people couldn't stand it anymore and angrily denounced Lu Jian, feeling that he had serious problems. Lu Xiaoxian was secretly pleased. This was exactly the result she wanted after all. Tears are cheap, and as long as she acted well, many people would still believe her. Lu Jian was a little confused why wasn't everyone following the usual procedure. He even noticed that the deceased's younger brother, Ding Xinghe, was looking at him with a gloomy expression. Ding Xinghe was also a little confused. He thought this woman was a vicious person, but she was only 18 years old and beautiful. Could this kind of person really kill someone? Master Gao, everyone's eyes are sharp. You've trusted the wrong person this time. Li Qingmei said. Since they've come looking for me, I have to give the Taishan sect an explanation. Here's what we'll do, hand her over, and I guarantee I won't torture her. I'll just conduct a friendly interrogation according to the rules of the martial world. Once the investigation is complete, I'll release the results immediately, and I absolutely won't wrong anyone. Gao Qingji said calmly, putting on an image of a good person. Nonsense. Master Gao, are you missing a screw in your head? So, anyone can come and report a crime, then find someone to cooperate, and they can arrest someone? Your so-called evidence is completely unacceptable. Arresting people on trumped-up charges, is it an attempt to demonstrate the power of the six doors? Li Qingmei angrily rebuked. Gao Qingji, feeling offended, retorted angrily, Miss Li, don't be so arrogant. The Immortal Palace is no more, and the Six Doors Hall is the only organization that upholds justice in the martial world. Please abide by the agreements of the martial world. You know the Immortal Palace is gone, so where does the Six Doors Hall's power come from? Seeing how muddle-headed and unable to distinguish right from wrong you are, I suggest you disband the Six Doors Hall starting today, or you could simply change your name and stop upholding justice in the martial world, becoming just an ordinary sect. Li Qingmei hit the nail on the head. After these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. To be honest, this statement really resonated with everyone. Over the years, the Six Doors have done things that are even more evil than the Poison Gu cult. People have suffered for them for a long time, but no one has dared to stand up and express this wish. Li Qingmei was the best candidate. She was a descendant of the Immortal Palace and originally belonged to the Six Doors Hall as their direct superior. Li Qingmei, you are being unreasonable. There are many injustices in the martial arts world. There should be a department that can establish a system for interrogation and arrest, so as to maintain fairness and justice in the martial arts world. Gao Qingji shouted. How will you maintain this, with just your words? Since you speak so righteously and honorably, I'll give you a chance. As everyone knows, our Li family has been unjustly persecuted by the Celestial Masters cult, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Shouldn't the Six Doors send someone to arrest the people from the Celestial Masters sect and interrogate them properly? Li Qingmei's gaze was intense as she spoke coldly. Gao Qingji immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could he possibly dare to bluff his way into the Celestial Masters sect? However, to say that it cannot be done would be tantamount to declaring that the Six Doors Hall is merely a formality. They used to act with impunity because they relied on the Divine Martial Pavilion. Now that their backer has fallen, not only can they not be replaced, but even their own legitimacy is being questioned. What, you can't do it? Li Qingmei sneered. We all feel sorry for what happened to the Celestial Palace, but the Celestial Masters sect is mysterious and unpredictable. No one knows where they are. If they come to Yinjing, our Six Doors will definitely step in to give everyone justice and an explanation to the Li family. Gao Qingji immediately spoke with great conviction. It sounds like they're making a promise. Some people nodded in agreement, thinking there was nothing wrong with what they said. To everyone's surprise, Li Qingmei merely smiled disdainfully. She had only been setting a trap for him. There was more to come. She pointed at Lu Jian and said calmly, do you know his identity? This man is named Lu Jian, 43 years old, a disciple of the Tianqi sword sect in the northern region, and a righteous person. Gao Qingji said directly. Tianqi sword sect? Only a fool would believe such a fake identity. If you investigate thoroughly, you will find out that this person comes from the 10,000 Swords sect of the Celestial Masters sect and is the real culprit who harmed Ding Xingyuan. Li Qingmei said coldly. Everyone was stunned by these words. The turn of events happened so quickly? Holy crap, no wonder he seemed a bit sinister. He's a member of the Celestial Masters cult. So this person is not only Miss Li's enemy, but also someone who has completely outmaneuvered the Six Doors. I've heard that the Celestial Masters cult is vengeful and ruthless. If the Six Doors offends them, they're likely to be wiped out. Some people were talking loudly. Gao Qingji realized he had jumped into a deep pit and was finding it hard to climb out. He was now in a dilemma. On one hand, Lu Shaoxian was accused of murdering Ding Xingyuan, and on the other hand, Lu Jian was accused of being a disciple of the Celestial Masters sect, related to the destruction of the Immortal Palace, and also the murderer who murdered Ding Xingyuan. Who was right and who was wrong? In terms of credibility, Li Qingmei's words are definitely more trustworthy. But Lu Jian is a member of the Celestial Masters cult. Does he really want to arrest him? As a result, everyone noticed that the head of the Six Doors Hall had become taciturn, as if he no longer wanted to speak. Silent? Li Qingmei sneered. I need to weigh things up. This matter is too complicated and cannot be decided by me alone. Gao Qingji said with difficulty. If that's the case, why don't you get lost? Li Qingmei shouted angrily. Miss Li, goodbye. Gao Qingji didn't dare to say anything more and could only slink away. However, this departure will only further cast doubt on the legitimacy of the Six Doors. Then we'll see who takes the lead again and officially brings them down. Li Qingmei's gaze immediately fell on Lu Jian, and she said indifferently, You're quite bold, actually coming to the Li family to cause trouble just to scheme against a woman. Do you really think we can't find out your identity? Miss Li, you can't wrong an innocent person. Lu Jian's eyes flickered, and he was already considering his escape route. Suddenly, he saw a figure flash before his eyes, and Su Hao appeared in front of him like a ghost. His right hand shot out and grabbed his arm, breaking it at the shoulder with a sudden force. Ah! Lu Jian was in so much pain that he saw stars. Who would have thought that Su Hao would either remain silent or explode directly? Su Hao, are you trying to kill me to silence me? Ding Xing has said angrily, still feeling that Su Hao had a problem. 1240, Chapter 1240 Ambitious. I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Now, let everyone see who the real villain is. Su Hao smiled faintly. For some reason, seeing that smile made Lu Jian feel a little scared and incredibly guilty. He tried to escape, but it was too late. A powerful pressure suddenly emanated from Su Hao, rendering him rooted to the spot. Then, he saw Su Hao's hand reach out, and the secret manual in his arms appeared. Look everyone, what is this? Su Hao raised his right hand, revealing the words on the manual, the three characters Tai Xian Jing. Holy crap, so this scripture was on him all along. He always suspected he was framing Lu Shaoxian, and it seems it really was true. As expected of disciples of the Celestial Masters sect, they are indeed despicable. Kill him, and pay for young Master Ding's life. Everyone chose to believe Su Hao, thinking that Lu Jian was simply the epitome of a wicked disciple. Ding Xing's face was extremely grim. He hadn't expected that the person he had chosen as his partner was the real murderer. He kicked Lu Jian, breaking several of his ribs. Now that things have come to this, what else do you have to say? Ding Xing's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his murderous aura palpable. Lu Jian looked around and saw that everyone seemed to want him dead. He was filled with regret. Why had he come looking for trouble with Lu Shaoxian? Now he was in this mess. What good reason could he possibly give to convince everyone of his innocence? Obviously not. When the Tai Xian Jing appeared, he completely lost all chances to turn the tide. Lu Jian never expected that Lu Shaoxian would tell Su Hao and the others about the Tai Xian scripture. If she was the only one who knew, she would be unable to defend herself now. Lu Shaoxian, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Lu Jian suddenly said fiercely. Click. Ding Xing has sent him flying with a single punch. He sighed, feeling that the hunt for the murderer was finally over. Looking at Su Hao again, his face was filled with apology, and he sincerely said, Young Master Su, thank you so much for your magnanimity in not holding it against me and for finding the real culprit for me. Without you, I probably would have remained in the dark my whole life. Being able to admit your mistakes and correct them already makes you better than many others. This is a secret manual of your sect, so you must keep it safe. Su Hao tossed the Taishan scripture with his right hand, and it flew directly towards Ding Xinghe. He smiled and was about to take the sect's secret manual. Actually, he wasn't qualified to cultivate the Taishan scripture, but he was determined to take a good look at it this time. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. A black sword light suddenly shot out from afar, turning Ding Xinghe into a bloody mist. As the Taishan scripture drifted downwards, a figure floated over, grabbed it, and then turned back in midair, disappearing into the distance. The man's movements were incredibly fluid, from killing the victim to stealing the secret manual, it was all done in one smooth motion. Everyone was stunned when they came to their senses. Someone was about to shout chase after him, but then realized that no one seemed to have the authority to support him in doing so. Ding Xinghe came alone after the incident, neither Taishan Jing nor the Ding family could catch up, and everyone was somewhat without a legitimate reason to act. Who is this person? Li Qingmei was somewhat surprised and did not recognize him for a moment. Who cares, it's none of our business anymore. Lu Shaoxian was very happy, feeling relieved. Everyone, let's disperse, Su Hao said calmly. Seeing that there was no excitement to be had, the others had no choice but to leave one by one. Just as Su Hao returned, his expression darkened, and he said, "You should all be familiar with the aura of that person. He is Gao Qingji, the head of the Six Doors Hall." Indeed, although this person's aura was well hidden, Su Hao still sensed it. This person did not leave, instead, they remained hidden in the shadows, seizing the opportunity to obtain the Taishan scripture. Their purpose was clear, to acquire the best secret manual. So it was him. Li Qingmei found it laughable. This man was a hypocrite at heart. He certainly doesn't know that this is only half of the Taishan scripture. Lu Shaoxian said smugly. Yeah. Su Hao didn't care, anyway, it was just trouble for the Taishan sect. Alright, let's go rest. Li Qingmei couldn't hold on any longer and pulled Su Hao away. Lu Shaoxian thought for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to follow, but was immediately stopped by the drunken sword immortal, who glared at her and said, "Why are you getting involved?" Lu Shaoxian thought about it and realized that it made sense. There was no danger now, so she could just find a place to rest. Very good. Inside a villa, Gao Qingji let out a surprised sound. He took the Taishan scripture and began to read it with great excitement. Sure enough, you don't know until you see it, and what you find is astonishing. The cultivation method of the Taishan scripture is something I never dared to imagine before. It is incredibly profound, and even he, an expert, only has a vague understanding of it. Congratulations, Father, you have finally obtained the most advanced martial arts. From now on, you will be the strongest person in Yanjing. A tall young man stepped forward. It was his son, Gao Yuanhang. Ha! As Gao Qingji looked at it, he felt something was wrong. Why were some moves only half finished? Could it be that this manual wasn't complete? Was it Su Hao who did this? Upon reflection, something seemed amiss. Su Hao had simply obtained the manual and handed it over to Ding Xinghe, without ever having looked at it. As for Lu Jian, it's even less likely that he would fabricate anything, since it's a secret manual he kept himself. Therefore, the Taishan sect only has half a scripture. He sighed inwardly. If that was the case, mastering unparalleled martial arts would be quite difficult and would definitely take much longer. He had been hoping to become a top master in a short time, but it seemed that wish would remain unfulfilled. Father, may I take a look? Gao Yuanhang asked. Of course. Gao Qingji threw it over directly. Wow! Gao Yuanhang also let out a slight exclamation of surprise. He couldn't see anything missing, and he thought it was because he hadn't understood it properly, so he hastily memorized the entire manual. At the same time, he secretly thought that perhaps one day he would have the chance to kill Su Hao and become the #1 martial artist in the world. Since winning the martial arts tournament, Su Hao has unknowingly become the enemy of all ambitious young people, who all aim to replace him. Gao Yuanhang was no exception. Xiaohang, there's been a lot of activity around Tianqi lately. It seems like something's about to be unearthed. We need to find a way to go there and try to get some benefits. Gao Qingji said. Alright. Gao Yuanhang nodded. There's no time to lose. I'll set off tonight and make sure I get a clear picture of the situation over there before Su Hao and the others arrive. That's ambitious. Gao Qingji nodded happily. The father and son began studying the scriptures again, becoming more and more excited as they discussed them, feeling as if they had found a treasure. 1241, Chapter 1241 Despised by People. Miss, young Master Su, please get up quickly, we have distinguished guests. Ren Xuanxuan's voice came from outside. It was already the next morning. Li Qingmei had slept soundly when she woke up slowly. She saw Su Hao sitting beside her and smiled sweetly. She stretched and slowly got up, wondering if she should let him sleep a little longer. Unexpectedly, Su Hao also woke up and smiled faintly. Good morning, young Master Su. Li Qingmei said. Hurry up and get on with your business. Su Hao waved his hand and said. Okay. After tidying herself up, Li Qingmei went outside and asked Ren Xianxian, what's wrong, is someone causing trouble? That's not it. 2 distant relatives have come to visit us. Ren Xianxian said solemnly. Li Qingmei was puzzled. The Li family's status had plummeted, and some of the collateral branches didn't want to associate with them, fearing being targeted by the Celestial Masters sect. How could they still have relatives? With a hint of doubt in her eyes, she arrived at the morning hall. At this moment, a middle-aged woman was kneeling, looking at Li Tianzi's memorial tablet and weeping. May I ask who you are? Li Qingmei stepped forward and asked respectfully. This person was so devout, it seemed he had a close relationship with the Li family, but she simply didn't recognize him. Qingmei, is that you? You've grown so beautiful, you're a real beauty. The beautiful woman looked up, glanced at her, and immediately recognized her. Li Qingmei resembled her mother, but surpassed her in beauty. Seeing the woman's continued confusion, she remembered something and introduced herself. I'm Li Qiandai, your father's sister, practically your aunt. Li Qiandai? Li Qingmei immediately realized what was going on. Isn't she Su Hao's stepmother? This relationship is a bit complicated. By some reckoning, she and Su Hao are related. So it's your auntie. Didn't want to bother others, so I didn't tell everyone what was going on here. I am so sorry. Li Qingmei said helplessly. I understand now that the Immortal Palace is in such a state. Many members of the Li family are hiding, but my situation is different. I am your closest relative. Li Qiandai was the one who walked out of the Immortal Palace. When I first met Su Zhentian, I was somewhat reckless, which led to a rather unpleasant falling out with Li Tianzi, but those are all things of the past. Now all that remains is a sigh. She pulled Li Qingmei aside and asked about what had happened here. Upon learning of Ouyang Zhenlin's actions, she sighed and said, actually, back then, my elder brother did like your mother, but he would never have done anything to harm the ghost sect. It was all the fault of the Divine Martial Pavilion. Yes, I understand. Li Qingmei nodded. These grudges were no longer important, everyone was already dead. By the way, where is our eldest son? Why hasn't he come out? Li Qiandai suddenly asked casually. Li Qingmei immediately understood and said, Xian, go quickly and call Senior Jiao and young Master Su over. Okay. Ren Xianxian only learned Li Qiandia's identity now, so she happily went out to look for her. When Su Hao and the Sword Immortal arrived, both of them looked somewhat embarrassed. The Sword Immortal of Wine has always refused to acknowledge Li Qiandia's status as his mistress. To him, only Qin Suzhen is his true mistress. Su Hao's situation is similar, but because they have cooperated somewhat in the western regions, their relationship has eased slightly. Didn't Tianba come? Su Hao said calmly. How could he possibly have time to come? Your father's condition is deteriorating day by day. He's just hanging on by a thread as currently the acting head of the Su family, and he has a lot of things to handle. He's always been saying he wants to go out and make his way in the world, but now he doesn't even have the chance. Li Qiandai sighed. This was a good thing for her, as she felt that her own son had firmly grasped power, and she was also glad that Su Hao had indeed kept his word. He had no intention of returning to the western regions and was completely uninterested in power. This is what he should do. Perhaps when the time is right, we can find him a wife, and he can settle down. Su Hao couldn't believe that he himself was urging him to get married. Since we're on the topic, I have to ask you something. When are you going to marry Qingmei? She's my only remaining relative, and I hope you won't let her down. Li Qiandai said seriously. This is between us. Su Hao said somewhat awkwardly. Auntie, don't worry, young Master Su is a responsible person. Li Qingmei blushed. Su Hao, Qingmei, Sword Immortal, let's find another place to talk about some serious business. Li Qiandai suddenly became serious. At this moment, Su Hao actually felt a trace of anger. He felt strange. Had he done something wrong? When he looked at the drunken sword immortal, he found that the other party was unusually not drinking, but instead looked worried, as if he knew some secret. Li Qingmei also sensed that something was amiss, wondering if something had happened to the Su family, but Li Qiandai didn't ask her to leave, which made her even more confused. They moved to a side hall, where Ring Xianxian served a pot of hot tea, closed the door, and left, leaving only the four of them. Su Hao, what kind of person do you think Su Zhentian is? Li Qiandai asked calmly. He devoted himself to his family, but was irresponsible towards women as a successful but useless coward. Su Hao's assessment was extremely blunt. That's right, you're right. Li Qiandai didn't refute, but agreed. Actually, for so many years, everyone has had a secret that we haven't told you. Should I tell you this, or should the drunken sword immortal tell you? Feeling her sharp gaze, the sword immortal felt a little embarrassed and kept his head down, as if he had already made his stance clear. Humph, you men have no sense of responsibility. Li Qiandai muttered. Su Hao, I have something very serious to say. Actually, Su Zhentian had a girlfriend before he met Qin Suzhen. They had a good relationship, and she even became pregnant and gave birth to a child. However, Su Zhentian was captivated by Qin Suzhen's beauty and chose to abandon his wife and child to marry her. What? Su Hao was shocked, his face changing drastically. He never expected Su Zhentian's lifestyle to be so terrible. Was he just like Li Tianzi? Falling in love with every woman you see is utterly shameful. After he got married, he provided living expenses for the mother and son, but the good times didn't last long. The mother died of cancer, and although the son later got married, a fire left only one child alive. This descendant is currently 12 years old. He has a distant relationship with the Su family and receives little care. His name is Su Changqing. The last time our Su family received information that he had entered Tianqi, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Li Qiandai sighed. 1242, Chapter 1242 has the same idea. Entering Tianqi again, Su Hao felt a headache coming on, realizing that the problem had suddenly become quite serious. This Su Changqing was probably named in memory of Su Zhentian. Strictly speaking, he's his nephew. Su Hao never expected to have such a relative. In fact, Li Qiandai's meaning was quite clear. She hoped he would go to the northern region to find Su Changqing. This was originally Su Zhentian's own troublesome matter, but as the eldest son, the burden suddenly fell on him. This is a recent photo of him. Li Qiandai took out the photo and then left. In the side hall, all three remained silent for a while. In the photo, Su Changqing is also a handsome young man, and he even looks somewhat like Su Hao. Su Zhentian, what a coward he's been all his life. Su Hao said angrily, how can someone not care about their own grandson? Are they even human? Young Master Su, there's no use getting angry now. On the bright side, at least you still have relatives to be angry with, so it's not too bad, is it? Li Qingmei advised. Su Hao was speechless for a moment. That was indeed true. Li Qingmei was in a much worse situation than him. He had no right to say such things in front of her. He could only glance at the drunken sword immortal and say, old drunkard, what other secrets do you have that I don't know? I swear, you know everything. The drunken sword immortal swore. I hope so. Su Hao didn't want another nephew or niece to suddenly appear in a few days. That would be a real headache. Su Changqing was only 12 years old, and he really didn't know how to deal with it. Most importantly, there are many sects in the northern region, and finding a young man is like finding a needle in a haystack, requiring extremely good luck. Young Master Su, how about this? I'll arrange a plane for you, and you can go there this afternoon. I can't be there right now. I'll finish up some things at home and then go to meet you. Li Qingmei said. The Li family is very busy right now. How can I leave? Su Hao asked with some concern. Isn't there Senior Jiao? Li Qingmei forced a smile. I believe Lu Shaoxian definitely doesn't want to go to the northern region anymore, so his staying here is perfect for taking care of us. Yes, I can't leave Yanjing for the time being, the drunken sword immortal said seriously. However, the situation in the northern region is quite complicated. If you go alone, try not to cause too much trouble, otherwise it will be difficult to handle. Am I the kind of person who likes to cause trouble? Su Hao asked with a smile. Absolutely. Li Qingmei and the drunken sword immortal spoke at the same time. Every time he goes out, he causes chaos and uproar. Now that he possesses the complete Taishan scripture, there are probably very few people who can keep him in check. Alright, I'll go first, you can decide based on the situation. Su Hao reluctantly agreed, taking one last look at the photo to firmly memorize Su Changqing's appearance. Northern Territory. That afternoon, Su Hao walked out of the private airport, looking somewhat bewildered. He hadn't actually set foot here, and felt the scenery was completely different. The Li family wasn't what it used to be, they could only arrange the plane, and he'd have to rely on himself to land. He did have some information provided by Ren Xianxian. There were over 1,000 sects, large and small, in the northern region. Who knew which sect Su Changqing would join when he came here to venture into the martial world? How about we find a place to stay? Just as Su Hao was about to leave, his gaze swept across the room and he saw a familiar figure from behind. He then smiled faintly and silently followed. Ahead, there was a beautiful figure pushing a suitcase, seemingly having just gotten off a plane. A car was waiting outside after she stepped out. He had just put down his luggage when he sensed someone behind him. His face immediately darkened, and he said, "Friend, this is the northern region. I hope you won't cause trouble." "If we cause trouble, what can you do about it?" Su Hao said in a low voice. Then, the man suddenly turned around and threw himself into his arms, saying, "Then shall I repay you with my body, young Master Su? I never expected to meet you here. You can recognize my voice?" Su Hao was somewhat surprised. She was Xiao Meinyang, who now held a high position in the Poison Goose sect. He didn't expect her to appear here. "You're wrong, I recognized your scent," Xiao Meinyang said sweetly. "Everyone has a different scent, only those who cultivate poison skills can know that." "Did you come alone, or with Huang Yingying?" Su Hao asked. "Miss Huang is still with the Poison Goose sect for the time being, and some matters have delayed her, preventing her from leaving. I've come to investigate what exactly is wrong with Tianqi." Xiao Meinyang smiled and said, "It seems that young Master Su and I share the same idea. Let's go to the hotel together." "Okay." Su Hao readily agreed. It must be admitted that Xiao Meinyang has become even more charming. If it weren't for Su Hao, probably no man could resist her allure. The car finally stopped at the Bayou Grand Hotel. After the two put their luggage away, Xiao Meinyang excitedly took him out to find something to eat. She had always liked Su Hao, but because her status was lower than Huang Yingying's, she had quietly stayed by his side. Now that they had the chance to be alone together, she was happier than anyone else. Following Su Hao's suggestion, the two ultimately chose a popular restaurant. They sat in the main hall and ordered some food. "What bad luck, why are there so many outsiders in the northern region? Don't you have your own territory? You come here and make a mess of everything." "Some people are probably here for the Taishan scripture. After all, it is a peerless scripture that everyone wants to obtain. The Taishan scripture, even if it's in the 10,000 Swords sect, no one has the ability to snatch it from him." Several martial artists from the northern frontier were discussing something. They seemed unafraid of outsiders, speaking very loudly so that everyone could hear them clearly. "Young Master Su, what brings you here?" Xiao Meinyang looked at his face with some helplessness this time. He actually wore a mask, probably because he was afraid of attracting attention. "Looking for someone," Su Hao said calmly. "Find a child." "Your illegitimate child?" Xiao Meinyang's eyes widened. "Of course not, just an old friend." Su Hao sighed, unable to explain further. "All right." Xiao Meinyang chuckled. Just then, they suddenly heard two people fighting. They seemed to have some kind of conflict, their faces were red, and several chairs were overturned. The other passengers stood up, not wanting to be affected. Su Hao's food had just been served, and he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat happily. Suddenly, a dark shadow came flying towards the table. If it hit, it would definitely overturn the table. He frowned, clearly displeased. With a flick of his right hand, a powerful burst of true energy erupted, sending the man flying back the way he came. "Young Master Su, weren't we supposed to keep a low profile?" Xiao Meinyang chuckled, seemingly admiring Su Hao's actions, knowing that this would definitely blow things up. 1243, Chapter 1243 Invisible Pressure. The two troublemakers were locked in a fierce fight. One of them initially had the upper hand and was about to knock his opponent away unexpectedly. The other immediately flew back and crashed into him as well. Who the hell is causing trouble? Do they not respect the number one sect in the northern region? The man was tall. When he suddenly stood up, he gave off the feeling of a colossal figure, standing at a height of 2 meters. The number one sect in the northern region? Everyone else burst into laughter, even strangers present recognized him. This man calls himself the Northern Region Boxing King, but it's a self-proclaimed title. No one acknowledges it. The Northern Region Boxing King comes from the Divine Fist sect, and he's a fairly strong disciple, with strength at the early stage of the Supreme Realm. What are you laughing at? He's from out of town. How would he know how powerful our Divine Fist sect is? The Northern Region Fist King said unhappily. Alright, go ahead and scare those outsiders. The others chuckled. The man, indeed enraged, rushed up to Su Hao and roared, "Now you're playing dumb, because of what you did just now. I'm going to beat you to a pulp today." Shut up. Su Hao kept eating and didn't even look up. You're fucking asking for death. The Northern Region Boxing King's face darkened, and he swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow. To be honest, his strength is actually quite good, the power of his punch is rather frightening. Without making a sound, Su Hao chose to hold the chopsticks in his left hand and gently thrust his right fist towards the opponent. With a loud bang, a powerful force emanated from his side, directly knocking the Northern Region Boxing King back several meters, causing him to stumble and overturn several tables. Goodness, he does have some skill. The Northern Region Boxing King frowned, realizing this person was no ordinary individual, and tentatively asked, "According to the rules of the martial world, I have already introduced myself, so you must also state your identity." So this is the rule of the Northern Region? Su Hao said indifferently, "I am Duga Hao, from the Vermilion Bird sect in Jiangnan. If you don't want to die, don't bother me while I'm eating." Vermilion Bird Gate? The others exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't this a third-rate sect? The Vermilion Bird sect has gained some renown, having performed admirably at some martial arts tournaments. However, it still lags far behind the major sects. Boy, you're really arrogant. I didn't even use my full strength just now. I was just holding back. Did you really think I wasn't your match? The Northern Region Boxing King said viciously. So noisy. Su Hao used the same 2 words, filled with contempt. So what if he's a martial artist at the Supreme Realm? In his eyes, he's nothing special. That punch just now used less than 10% of his strength. The Northern Region Boxing King looked grim, somewhat embarrassed. Although he seems fierce, he rarely suffers losses in fights. Take the conflict just now, for example. He was dealing with a weaker opponent. To put it bluntly, he prefers to pick on the easy targets and rarely acts rashly when faced with a tough opponent. Now that he had tested him and realized that Su Hao was indeed stronger than him, he wanted to find a way to back down gracefully. Hey, you're not thinking of running away, are you? Stop pretending. Everyone knows you're a coward. If we can't beat the disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect, the Divine Fist sect will lose face as well. I never expected there to be such a cowardly person in the Northern Region. It's laughable. Others blocked his escape route and put constant pressure on him. The Northern Boxing King was somewhat angry. Why were these people so annoying? But he was more angry at himself for knocking Su Hao down earlier. He should have made an excuse to leave then. I never thought that after all this time, I would still be driven by my emotions. Did I just hear someone laughing at the disciples of the Divine Fist sect? Just then, a cold voice came to the rescue of the Northern Region Boxing King. 3 people walked in from the direction of the door. The leader wasn't tall, a head shorter than the Northern Region Boxing King, but his aura was a level above. He was Lu Tianyu, the senior disciple of the Divine Fist sect, nicknamed the Fist Saint. Based on his past fighting experience, he can last 7 moves against any opponent he challenges. The others were somewhat frightened and instinctively shut up. All eyes were on Su Hao, who was eating and drinking. He seemed completely unaffected, engrossed in his own task. Senior brother, this is the person who bullied me. The Northern Region Boxing King complained directly. Young man, have you had enough to eat? Lu Tianyu shouted. Wait a moment, I still need to eat a couple more bites. Su Hao said unhurriedly. His attitude infuriated the other party, who felt deeply disrespected. I don't care who you are or what sect you come from. If you offend a disciple of our Divine Fist sect, you must immediately kneel down and apologize. Lu Tianyu shouted. Really? Su Hao ate another large piece of beef, patted his stomach, and, feeling he had eaten enough, smiled at Xiao Menyang and said, "How many moves do you think he can last against me? If you were to be more serious, young master, it might only take one move." Xiao Menyang said with a smile. "I'll give it a try." Su Hao suddenly stood up, his aura instantly intensifying. This was the aura he naturally possessed after practicing the Tai Xin scripture, which had once frightened Lu Jian so much that he couldn't move. There were many disciples with the surname Lu in the northern frontier, and the two were roughly equal in strength. Lu Tianyu immediately realized that the invisible pressure was making it hard for him to breathe. Su Hao was like a mountain, while he was just a small piece of soil. The difference was enormous. "Do you have anything else to say?" Su Hao asked calmly. "Junior brother, did you just offend this young master? What are you standing there for? I order you to kneel down and kowtow to apologize immediately. Remember, your attitude must be sincere, and you absolutely cannot be perfunctory." Lu Tianyu was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and immediately gave the order. The Northern Boxing King was stunned. He thought his senior brother could avenge him, but he was even more cowardly than him and didn't dare to fight. Everyone was curious, was Su Hao really a disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect? How could he be so strong? Thump! The Northern Boxing Champion knelt down and repeatedly apologized. I don't know who started clapping, but soon other applause followed. Everyone was quite willing to accept that this person bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "Roll," Su Hao said calmly. The members of the Divine Fist sect left looking disheveled. "Young Master Dugu, you've really stood up for us," many people exclaimed happily. "Young Master Dugu, thank you so much for your help just now, otherwise I wouldn't know how I would have ended up like this." An injured martial artist stepped forward. It was the very man Su Hao had just thrown out. He was actually grateful to Su Hao. After all, he was the one who had been bullied, and without a third person's help, he would probably have been severely punished. "You're welcome," Su Hao said calmly. "I am Wang Liang, a disciple of the 100 Beasts sect," the man introduced himself. "The 100 Beasts sect? You can control beasts?" Su Hao couldn't help but be curious. Among the martial arts he practiced was a branch that involved controlling beasts. However, since there weren't any good savage beasts available, he could only choose to control ghosts, which was actually more powerful. 1244, Chapter 1244. Not interested. How could I possibly know how to tame beasts? Only the most gifted members of a sect do. Wang Liang shook his head, then said enthusiastically, "My benefactor, let's have a couple of drinks." "Okay." Su Hao agreed and sat down again. Wang Liang ordered a few more dishes and 2 jugs of wine. The two ate, drank, and chatted animatedly. Suddenly, Wang Liang realized there was a beautiful woman beside him, so he smiled and said, "Young master, is this your junior sister?" "Junior sister?" Su Hao shook his head. "No, I am the young master's servant, and I take care of his daily needs," Xiao Menyang said with a smile. "Really? Really?" Wang Liang was incredibly envious. Her looks were truly stunning. Just then, a man and a woman walked in, both looking somewhat flustered. They were relieved when they saw Wang Liang sitting there drinking, with injuries that, while not serious. "Junior brother, didn't I tell you long ago not to get into a conflict with the people of the Divine Fist sect? How exactly did you two start fighting?" The woman walked over and asked, still shaken. When they heard that Wang Liang had been harassed by the Northern Region Boxing King, they rushed over only to find that the ordeal was over. "It was just a minor skirmish. The other party was being unreasonable, and there was nothing I could do. By the way, let me introduce you all. This is young Master Dugu Hao from the Vermilion Bird sect. His strength is extraordinary. He's the one who defeated the disciples of the Divine Fist sect and avenged me," Wang Liang said excitedly, "and this beautiful lady is Xiao Menyang, your maid." So it was young Master Dugu who made the move on behalf of the 100 Beast sect. "I would like to express my gratitude." This woman was their senior sister, named Lu Bingbing. "Young Master Dugu, are you the closed-door disciple of an elder of the Vermilion Bird sect?" This man was Wang Liang's senior brother, named Lu Tianyang. "I cannot disclose my master's name," Su Hao said mysteriously. Lu Bingbing and Lu Tianyang both expressed their understanding and offered toasts to express their gratitude. Based on the information provided by Rin Xian, Su Hao also gained some initial understanding of them. The 100 Beast sect was originally one of the 4 major sects in the northern frontier, but it was overtaken by others and gradually declined, and is now basically a third-rate sect. However, their martial arts are very strong, and once there is a successor, they may be able to revive. Just imagining someone being able to control dozens, hundreds, or even more savage beasts is quite frightening. Young Master, are you also here because of the strange changes at Tianqi? Lu Bingbing asked curiously. Huh, of course not. Su Hao's heart stirred. They were a local sect. Could they provide some information? He said. I'm here to find someone. This person is called Su Changqing. 12 years old this year. He came to the northern frontier alone without informing his family. His father and I are old friends. I was instructed by his master to capture him and bring him back. Su Changqing? Lu Bingbing clearly found the name unfamiliar, her eyes widening in confusion. It seems he's no longer with your 100 Beasts sect. Su Hao hadn't expected to get this news so easily. Please rest assured, young master, I will definitely help you find out, Wang Liang promised. Yes, my junior brother may not be good at much else, but he has many friends in the martial arts world. Perhaps he can find this person. Lu Tianyang said with a smile. If you have any news, you can come find me at the Bayou Grand Hotel. Su Hao said with a smile. No problem. Several members of the 100 Beasts sect agreed. As evening fell, the temperature outside suddenly dropped. As Su Hao walked back, he was surprised to find snowflakes drifting down from the sky. The weather here was colder than in Yanjing, giving off a desolate feeling. Young Master Su, I will instruct the Poison Goose sect to help find Su Changqing. Xiao Menyang promised. Okay. Su Hao nodded. Xiao Menyang suddenly blushed and leaned in to take his hand, but she saw Su Hao frown, as if he were quite displeased. She was startled. Did young Master Su dislike her? Stop sneaking around and come out. Su Hao suddenly said. I never expected you to notice. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the street corner. This person was rather strange. He seemed to have no fluctuations of true energy, yet his strength was formidable. Su Hao's heart stirred, and a possibility came to mind. Strange, why would something like you appear in the northern frontier? Su Hao muttered to himself. Young master, what is his identity? Xiao Menyang asked in great surprise. He's not human, he's an undead. Su Hao said coldly. These words left Xiao Menyang in disbelief. Weren't the undead supposed to come from the west? How did they suddenly appear out of nowhere? Moreover, it's obvious that they're after Su Hao. I know who you are. But we have no grudge against each other, and we will not expose each other unless necessary. The man stated his purpose directly, even offering, I have a local name, Lu Sanbue. Isn't that nice? What exactly is your purpose? Su Hao remained vigilant and was not easily convinced. I want to cooperate with you. Lu Sangue said directly, I'm currently preparing to infiltrate the 10,000 Swords sect and need someone's help. If we join forces, taking over the sect will be no problem at all. I have no interest in the Myriad Swords sect. Su Hao shook his head. This was not the purpose of his trip. What if I knew Su Changqing's whereabouts? Think it over carefully, and we'll contact you again later. After Lu Sangue finished speaking, he transformed into thousands of black bats and disappeared. Su Hao frowned. This was a threat from this person. If they don't cooperate, then they'll target Su Changqing. He was somewhat puzzled as to why he, having just arrived in the northern frontier, would be targeted by the undead clan. Could it be that? He had a bad feeling and immediately took out his phone to contact Li Qingmei in Yanjing. Young Master Su, you've already started missing me so soon? Li Qingmei joked. Light eyebrows. My identity has been exposed. Su Hao said seriously. You mean Li Qingmei was a smart woman and immediately realized something? Could there be a traitor in our Li family? That's right, the other party is still an undead. It's probably one of the newest people you recruited, some strange individuals mixed in, Su Hao reminded him. Thank you for the reminder. I will take care of these people, Li Qingmei solemnly assured her. She had just been too busy these past 2 days to get away, but knowing there was a mole made all the difference. She could launch a swift and decisive operation. In short, you must be careful, and remember to cultivate more to increase your strength. Su Hao said. Thank you for your concern. Li Qingmei was very happy, and then, whether unintentionally or intentionally, she said, I've found out the identities of the Ouyang sisters. They are actually disciples of the Hundred Beasts sect. The Hundred Beasts sect? Su Hao was also surprised. Was that a sect from the northern region? 1245, Chapter 1245. An old friend is wounded. If I have the chance, I'll go visit the Hundred Beasts sect. Su Hao said calmly. Okay. Li Qingmei was also very interested in the senior sister she had never met. The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up the phone. When it was time to rest that evening, Su Hao felt a little awkward. He discovered that Xiao Menyang had secretly slipped in. He had booked 2 rooms, but she seemed reluctant to leave. Young Master Su, it's a long night, don't you need someone to keep you company? Xiao Menyang had a brave smile on her face. She had already made up her mind. Since this was a rare encounter, she would regret missing this excellent opportunity for the rest of her life. Miss Xiao, isn't this inappropriate? Su Hao smiled. If I think it's good, then it's fine, just don't say anything. Xiao Menyang walked over and lay down fully clothed. Before Su Hao could say anything more, the lights in the room went out. Then he sensed a sound beside him. Ah, he said with a hint of helplessness. Just as things seemed to be heading in an irreversible direction, he suddenly heard a noise outside. He immediately became extremely serious and said, "Be careful, someone's coming." Who would come here at this time? Xiao Menyang asked helplessly, and suddenly sat up. Su Hao cautiously approached the door, appearing extremely wary. Then he sensed the door open from the outside, and a figure walked in, muttering, "Why is it so dark?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar, so Su Hao immediately turned on the light and was shocked to find that it was Huang Yingying who had come, and she was injured and covered in blood. "Yingying, what's wrong with you?" Su Hao asked in surprise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Menyang rushed over immediately, appearing extremely nervous. Huang Yingying looked much worse than usual, and there were dark bloodstains on her shoulder, suggesting that she was not only injured but also poisoned. "So it's you, young master, what are you doing in my room?" Huang Yingying was somewhat surprised, but upon seeing Xiao Menyang, she understood. It turns out that this room actually belonged to her. However, since Huang Yingying hadn't mentioned coming, Xiao Menyang arranged for her to come to Su Hao. "What's wrong with you?" Su Hao pulled her back. "Of course, it's when you lose a match with someone." Huang Yingying sighed. "Someone actually managed to beat you?" Su Hao said as he led her to the bedside. As soon as she sat down, he took off her coat, revealing bloodstains that were heartbreaking to see. Huang Yingying blushed slightly. She wasn't naturally afraid of the cold, and besides her coat, she was only wearing a shirt at this moment. She seemed particularly embarrassed. "Miss, which sect is it? Tell me their name, and I'll help you get revenge." Xiao Menyang said nervously. "Who else could it be but the 10,000 Swords sect? I'm just wondering why their disciples know how to use hidden weapons, and how they managed to catch me off guard." Huang Yingying said helplessly. The Poison Goose sect were originally masters of hidden weapons, so she didn't pay much attention when she faced them. It wasn't until they were injured that they realized it was too late to take precautions. "Let's leave the revenge for later, I'll heal your injuries first," Su Hao said helplessly. "Then thank you, young master." Huang Yingying smiled sweetly, as if she was very happy to see Su Hao and didn't care about being injured. Su Hao took out his acupuncture needles and quickly inserted them into her body. Before long, he forced the poison out. Huang Yingying immediately felt much more comfortable. She said softly, "Sister Menyang, if there's nothing else, you can go out now." "Yes, ma'am." Xiao Menyang was somewhat helpless. It seemed she had truly missed her chance this time. After watching the woman leave and even close the door, Huang Yingying lay down and said, "Young master, you have nowhere else to go, why don't you just stay?" "Nonsense, this hotel doesn't have any other rooms, I'll go out and book one." Su Hao was about to leave. "It's so late, don't bother them, I am not a tigress, I'm not going to eat you up." Huang Yingying was much more formidable than Xiao Menyang. She grabbed Su Hao, waved her hand, and the lights in the room went out again. The following afternoon, Su Hao and Huang Yingying stared ahead, their expressions grave. The 10,000 Swords sect is just ahead. This is a sect that looks magnificent, with palaces everywhere. A simple inquiry with others reveals that this sect is the strongest in the vicinity. Previously, the Ghost Clan was a force of equal strength. Now, things are different. The Ghost Clan has been almost completely wiped out, leaving the Myriad Swords sect as the sole dominant force, with other sects ignoring it. Huang Yingying stated that she originally had no hatred towards the Wanjian sect, but everything changed when she was attacked by these people. As soon as she got off the plane, she was seriously injured and in great pain. "Young master, what do you think? Should we break in?" Huang Yingying asked excitedly. "Of course not, there are many experts here. If I go in rashly, I might not even be able to escape unscathed." Su Hao was still somewhat cautious and did not act recklessly. "Okay." Huang Yingying smiled helplessly. Just then, they suddenly heard some noise nearby, which they found strange, so they rushed over. All that could be seen was a figure being chased in the snow. She was walking ahead, with several enemies behind her. Could it be her? Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, feeling that the figure was somewhat familiar. "Young master, you've only just arrived, and you're already flirting with other women?" Huang Yingying glared at him, her eyes filled with jealousy. The woman running ahead looked quite pretty, and she seemed almost pitiful to behold. "What nonsense are you talking about? I only met her once. Let's not talk about that. Saving lives is the priority." Su Hao took out a mask and put it on. Huang Yingying followed suit, also wearing a mask, and they all rushed in that direction past. "Stop," he said coldly. "Where did this brat come from? This is near the Myriad Swords sect. Do you want to die?" A disciple of the Myriad Swords sect stopped and said coldly. "Young Master Dugu, what are you doing here?" The woman being chased was Lu Bingbing from the 100 Beasts sect. She was seriously injured and was surprised to see Su Hao still wearing the mask from yesterday. "I was just passing by when I heard some noise, so I came to check it out." As Su Hao spoke, his body floated up and he appeared in front of Lu Bingbing with lightning speed, standing right between her and the Wanjian sect disciples, as if he had become an unbreakable wall. "Hey, you'd better think this through. She's an enemy of our 10,000 Swords sect. Are you sure you want to interfere?" "Interfere?" the disciple said coldly. "Yes." Su Hao nodded directly, giving an affirmative answer. "Damn it, kill him." The man didn't bother to say anything more, took out his weapon, and launched an attack. 1246, Chapter 1246. The sect master is missing. "Young master, let me do it." Huang Yingying was furious when she saw these people. They had attacked her for no reason yesterday, and now that she had a chance, she wasn't about to let it slip by. She waved her right hand, and several hidden weapons shot out. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect were originally quite arrogant, thinking that the two newcomers were probably not that strong. Little did they know that their opponent's first move was a deadly attack. Several people were unable to dodge in time, were directly hit, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then died. Huang Yingying got serious and used a deadly move. As a result, only the disciple who had spoken remained. His expression changed drastically. He picked up his weapon and pretended to attack once, but in reality, he had already planned his escape route and turned to run away. However, in Su Hao's view, his actions were all too predictable. With a swift movement, he blocked the man's path, kicked away his weapon, and said calmly, "I didn't give you permission to leave." "Who exactly are you? Do you really want to oppose the Myriad Swords sect?" the man said viciously. "Miss Lu, what do you want to do?" Su Hao handed over the decision-making power to her. "Thank you for your kindness, young master." Lu Bingbing smiled gratefully, walked over, and killed him with a single blow. "Well done." Huang Yingying admired him. He was a decisive person. "It's still daytime. How did you end up being chased?" Su Hao said calmly, his meaning clear. What could be the matter that couldn't be discussed at night? Even if they wanted to break into the Myriad Swords sect, they needed to find a suitable opportunity. "Young master, let's find another place to talk." Lu Bingbing's expression still seemed quite serious. In a villa, Lu Bingbing changed her clothes and came out, looking slightly better. She greeted Su Hao and Huang Yingying in the living room. She first thanked Su Hao again for saving her life, and then expressed her curiosity about who Huang Yingying was. "Here I am," Huang Yingying said with a smile as she took off her mask. "You are." Lu Bingbing's expression suddenly changed drastically. She was actually the holy maiden of the Poison Goose sect. This face had already been circulated among many sects, and everyone felt it was best not to provoke her. "I'm not a bad person, those rumors are all false," Huang Yingying said with a smile. Oh, I see. Lu Bingbing certainly didn't believe that everyone had done the math. Huang Yingying had wiped out 13 sects and 18 families in her quest for revenge. Could a righteous person do that? Her methods must be incredibly powerful. She then thought of another question. Who is Du Guhao? Huang Yingying is wearing a mask. Doesn't that mean this person is also wearing a mask? Wait a minute, the answer to the young master who's close to Huang Yingying is becoming increasingly obvious. Who told you to take off your mask? Su Hao said helplessly. Aren't you two friends? Huang Yingying laughed awkwardly, assuming the two were close now. It seemed they probably had only met once. So you are young Master Su Hao? Lu Bingbing said solemnly, Young Master Su, the conflict between me and the 10,000 Swords sect is actually very simple. They kidnapped my master, Ouyang Wushuang. What exactly happened? Su Hao asked in surprise. I don't know the specific reason either. This morning, we heard a fierce fight coming from Master's room. When we disciples rushed over, we found it covered in blood and empty. The 10,000 Swords sect even wrote a sentence on the ground, borrow your master for a while. After discussing it, we decided to go to the 10,000 Swords sect to demand our return, but when we got there, all the other disciples were killed, and I was the only one who escaped with injuries. Lu Bingbing said with grief and indignation. Su Hao became more and more confused as he listened. Such a thing as kidnapping someone else's master was extremely rare even in the martial arts world. Ouyang Wushuang? Huang Yingying's expression suddenly changed. So you're the disciple of the 100 Beasts sect master. No wonder you're quite strong. Su Hao was shocked again. Didn't that mean Ouyang Wushuang was Li Qingmei's senior sister and the disciple of the former palace master of the Physiognomy Palace? This is a bit of a headache. He originally came looking for Su Changqing, but his whereabouts are still unknown. As a result, another person was lost, and it was still related to the 10,000 Swords sect. Young Master Su, do you know our master? Lu Bingbing asked in surprise. I wouldn't say I know them, but I did know your two disciples before I came here. Their names are Ouyang Feifei and Ouyang Xingxing. Su Hao briefly explained the situation in Yanjing, emphasizing that they had been a great help during the crisis. I see. Lu Bingbing smiled faintly. Those two are our senior sisters, and they are much stronger. Senior sister Ouyang Feifei is even our master's adopted daughter and the successor to the sect leader. I didn't expect them to go to Yanjing. I wonder if they went there for training or to get away from trouble. Su Hao immediately understood, guessing that Ouyang Wushuang also knew that something big might be about to happen. He then used the excuse of protecting Li Qingmei to let Ouyang Feifei and the other woman leave first. She herself is in danger, and her current situation is unclear. In short, from now on, you must not rashly enter the Myriad Swords sect. They are ruthless and could easily put you all in danger. Su Hao warned. Well, that's the only way. Lu Bingbing sighed. As for Senior Ouyang Wushuang's matter, I will try my best to find a solution. Su Hao immediately promised. With Mirza's words, I can rest assured. Lu Bingbing said gratefully. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps were heard coming from outside. Su Hao and Huang Yingying both realized that something was about to happen again, so they both put on masks. Immediately afterward, there was a loud bang, and a person kicked open the living room door and walked in aggressively. Behind him followed dozens of young disciples, including Lu Tianyang. Guards, arrest the traitor Lu Bingbing. That person was none other than By the Beast Gate. Elder spoke angrily. Elder, what's going on? Lu Bingbing was completely bewildered. Why were these people her own? She initially thought that disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect had caught up with them. You're still trying to play dumb? Don't think we don't know, you killed the sect leader. The Grand Elder said angrily. What, didn't you see the bloodstains on the ground? The person who did this is from the Myriad Swords sect. Lu Bingbing said anxiously. Blood writing? You mean this? The elder took out a photo showing a damaged room with the words, "The murderer is Lu Bingbing," written on the floor. There are no other words besides that. Su Hao frowned. How could this be completely different from Lu Bingbing's statement? Could someone be lying? Senior sister, stop making excuses. You did it, Lu Tianyang suddenly said. 1247, Chapter 1247. I'm in trouble with young Master Su. Junior brother, don't make false accusations. Lu Bingbing was furious. Senior sister, everyone knows you've always wanted to become the next sect leader, but your strength wasn't enough, and you couldn't gain master's approval. It wasn't until senior sister Ouyang Feifei appeared that you finally gave up that idea, so you became enraged and, taking advantage of senior sister Ouyang's absence, you ruthlessly tried to kill master. With such strength, who could possibly harm master unless someone close to her intervenes? Lu Tianyang said with grief and indignation. What you're saying doesn't make sense. If I did it, why is there no body? Lu Bingbing panicked, feeling as if she had fallen into a huge conspiracy. That's your own problem. You must have used some method to dissolve your master's body. Lu Tianyang said coldly. Junior brother, I've always treated you well, why did you frame me? Lu Bingbing shouted angrily. Elder, she's the one who did it. Just give the order, and we can all help you take her down. Lu Tianyang volunteered immediately. Let's do it. The Grand Elder sighed and gave the order directly. Led by Lu Tianyang, the other disciples also made their moves, all of which were deadly attacks. Lu Bingbing was completely stunned, unable to believe that these were her fellow disciples. Just as their attacks were about to hit, a golden protective aura suddenly appeared, blocking all the attacks. Su Hao stretched out his right hand, put it around her waist, and stepped aside to block her way, saying, We're all from the same sect, can't we talk things out? Dugi Hao, this is none of your business, get out of here. Lu Tianyang recognized him and shouted angrily. You know what, I'm determined to handle this. I just rescued Lu Bingbing from the 10,000 Swords sect, how can I let her face danger again? Su Hao said coldly, Elder, this matter is very strange. It's obvious that someone wants to harm her. How can you not see that? Young Master Dugu, I cannot agree with what you said. Lu Bingbing is the only suspect now. We can only arrest her and interrogate her properly. We absolutely cannot let her go. The first elder argued forcefully. First of all, I have a question. How can everyone be so sure that sect leader Ouyang is dead, if she was just injured or had to leave in an emergency? Aren't you all wrongly accusing an innocent person? Besides, the words on the ground are obviously fake. Even if Lu Bingbing did something wrong, she wouldn't leave behind such evidence. Su Hao said seriously. The Grand Elder frowned. He too sensed something was amiss. No one had heard of Ouyang Wushuang having any enemies, so why had he suddenly vanished, leaving behind so much blood? Lu Bingbing's strength was only considered second or third rate among the disciples of the 100 Beasts sect. Even with a sneak attack, she couldn't have injured Ouyang Wushuang. However, their sect was currently in complete chaos. The sect leader has gone missing. What should we do next? No one had any ideas, so they decided to take Lu Bingbing back first to give everyone a temporary explanation. So, what should we do now? This elder was somewhat incompetent, still asking Su Hao for his opinion. How about this, leave the task of hunting down sect master Ouyang to me, and let Lu Bingbing go for now. Su Hao said directly. That won't do. What if he runs away? How will you explain that? Besides, you're an outsider, your words carry no weight. Lu Tianyang persisted. Oh, I'm just being polite. If I put it another way, I'll take her away right now and explain things to you later. What can you do about it then? When Su Hao was facing this person, he spoke much more forcefully. Grass. Junior brothers, this guy is too arrogant, let's attack him together and bring him back. Lu Tianyang was somewhat indignant and shouted angrily. The other disciples rushed over and attacked one after another. Su Hao shook his head slightly. He still had the same golden light around him, but the situation was different now. This time, he was empowered by a strong amount of true energy. All attacks were deflected, and those who attacked less fiercely were not seriously injured. Lu Tianyang, who struck the hardest, had his hand bones shattered and was forced to take several steps back in shock. Elder, this person has openly attacked a disciple of the 100 Beasts sect. Please help us get justice. Lu Tianyang said with a bitter face. Nonsense. Young Master Dugu has been more than polite, it's just that your skills are lacking and you can't defeat him. The elder was just and impartial. But he was standing with Lu Bingbing, so it's obvious they were accomplices. Lu Tianyang was very unwilling. In short, the matter hasn't been fully investigated, so we can't make any judgments. Dugu Hao, you must remember your promise and never break it. The Grand Elder waved his hand and led the other disciples away first. In the end, only Lu Tianyang remained, glaring angrily at Su Hao and cursing as he did it. How could it have turned out like this? Lu Bingbing looked grief-stricken now. She couldn't even go back to her sect, and she was even slandered by Lu Tianyang, becoming a traitor for a time. Miss Lu, you're not putting on an act, are you? Huang Yingying asked. Miss Huang, do I really need to do this? If you hadn't been there, I might be dead by now. Lu Bingbing said with a bitter smile. Since that's not the case, then let's leave it to the young master. He'll definitely investigate thoroughly. Huang Yingying comforted him. I'll leave everything to young Master Su. Lu Bingbing was about to say something when suddenly everything went black, and she collapsed forward. It turned out that she was already injured, and being framed made her so angry and upset that she couldn't hold on any longer. Why? Su Hao sighed. He had been framed many times himself and knew how unpleasant that feeling was, but the question now was, where had Ouyang Wuxuan gone? If the words on the ground now were written by someone with ulterior motives, then were the words written before also written by someone with ulterior motives? Is this really related to the 10,000 Swords sect? Ha! When Xiao Mengyang saw Su Hao bring Lu Bingbing back, she felt a headache coming on. How come I can pick up women everywhere? I met Lu Bingbing yesterday. She's pretty good looking, a real beauty. Miss Xiao, how much do you know about the 100 Beasts sect? After settling the people in, Su Hao inquired about their whereabouts. The 100 Beasts sect? Xiao Mengyang pondered seriously. She was an intelligence gatherer for the Poison Goose sect, and her abilities were only slightly inferior to those of the Physiognomy Palace. She cleared her throat and said, this sect is a bit strange. Their original leader was not surnamed Ouyang. Ouyang Wuxuan came here 20 years ago and inexplicably became the leader of the 100 Beasts sect, and also took in Ouyang faith. Illogically speaking, she is not a direct descendant of the 100 Beasts sect, nor does she know how to tame beasts. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat as he considered a possibility. Could it be that the 100 Beasts sect is just a pawn planted in the northern region by the Physiognomy Palace, were all their sect leaders appointed by the Physiognomy Palace? Ouyang Wuxuan is the Palace Master's disciple, so of course he is qualified to be the sect leader here. 1248, Chapter 1248. Don't be a scoundrel. Does the 100 Beasts sect have any enemies? Su Hao asked directly. As far as I know, I haven't had any enemies in the last 20 years. Xiao Mengyang said confidently. That's strange. Why is their sect leader missing? Huang Yingying was also puzzled. Could it be related to the secret of Tianqi Lake? Xiao Mengyang asked in confusion. According to the information we have received so far, many spiritual herbs have appeared near Tianqi, and some people have even obtained the 10,000-year-old snow lotus, which is truly enviable. Su Hao was stunned. Wasn't the one who obtained the 10,000-year snow lotus the old drunkard? It seems he was the luckiest, leaving behind this legend. Are you saying that sect leader Ouyang was ambushed while investigating the secrets of Tianqi? Huang Yingying deduced. That remains to be seen. Someone needs to investigate thoroughly. Young Master Su, you're not going to take responsibility for this, are you? Xiao Mengyang said helplessly. You guessed right. Su Hao smiled. Xiao Wuming had no choice but to turn around and go out to help take care of the injured Lu Bingbing. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Young Master Su, someone is looking for you on the first floor of the hotel. Someone said through the door. Okay, I'll go down right away. Su Hao agreed. I'll go with you. Huang Yingying immediately stuck to him, curious about who exactly was looking for him. In the lobby on the first floor sat an ordinary-looking young man. When he saw Su Hao, he went up to him and said, Young Master Su, I have been entrusted to bring you news about Su Changqing. Please speak. Su Hao said. I'm not entirely sure if he's the person you're looking for, but I do know that a sword-making manor took in an apprentice about 6 months ago, whose name I think was Su Changqing's been out buying materials a few times, and he's very handsome. The man said directly. Thank you for the information. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Since he was handsome, that was obvious evidence. You're welcome. I am just returning a favor to a friend. The man then left. Su Hao sighed silently. If he wasn't mistaken, his friend had been murdered this morning when he went to the 10,000 Swords sect with Lu Bingbing. What was originally a chance encounter yesterday now seems quite poignant. Young master, what is your relationship with Su Chongqing? Huang Yingying's eyes widened just from this surname. One could tell that something was amiss. It's a long story, let's talk about it as we walk. Su Hao pointed outside. His goal was to head straight to the sword forging manor to find out what was going on before making any decisions. Along the way, they talked about Su Chongqing, and Huang Yingying became increasingly silent as she listened. Her opinion differed. She felt Su Hao had perfectly inherited his father's tradition of being a womanizer. However, he was rather restrained and didn't get close to women much. If he had taken every woman he met, he'd probably have children everywhere by now, and if everyone inherited his ability to cause trouble, it would turn the world upside down. What are you thinking about? Su Hao asked with a smile. Young master, I think I'm pregnant. Huang Yingying deliberately scared him. Hey, how is that possible? Nothing happened between us. Su Hao emphasized. You used to live in my house, Huang Yingying said unhappily. That was months ago, how could she be pregnant now? Su Hao said helplessly. Alright, let's get down to business first, don't think about romance. Huang Yingying was very dissatisfied, thinking that for a girl, shouldn't romantic love be the first thing to consider? Unfortunately, he didn't think that way, which was really a headache. The sword forging manor was soon reached. Although it was night, it was brightly lit, and many people were coming and going. This was the most famous weapon forging place in the northern region, and people who wanted weapons would usually come here to purchase them. For martial arts practitioners, a good weapon is extremely important, and they're willing to spend a fortune on it. Therefore, this manor appears quite magnificent in terms of scale. It's similar to the 10,000 Swords sect. It is estimated that the number of disciples and apprentices inside exceeds 10,000. Finding a 12-year-old boy here is like finding a needle in a haystack. You two look unfamiliar. Are you here to visit a friend or to buy weapons? A guard at the door stopped them. Of course, before Su Hao could answer, he suddenly saw someone walking over from the side. Before he could say anything, the person had already thrown themselves into his arms. Huang Yingying was furious. She wondered why she had to run into him here when the world was so vast. The beauty in his arms exuded an intoxicating fragrance. It was Gu Bingyan. She had been quite aloof, but upon seeing Su Hao, she smiled sweetly. Honey, if you need weapons, you can just tell me. Why did you come to a place like this? Husband? Su Hao and Huang Yingying were both stunned. How could she be getting bolder and bolder? I've made up my mind about you, don't even think about going back on your word. Gu Bingyan chuckled, then greeted Huang Yingying, and finally said to the guard, he's mine, you have no right to stop him. So you're Miss Gu's friend, please come in. The guard was filled with envy. The Gu family was one of their biggest partners. This young lady had always been a loner, and he never expected that she would have a husband. Upon entering the sword forging manor, Su Hao chatted briefly with Gu Bingyan, only then realizing that the Gu family was also located in the northern region and was the largest family there. Their family maintained a low profile, focusing primarily on business for the past few centuries, which is why they didn't have much of a reputation in the martial arts world. Their main businesses are selling swords and real estate. The Beiyu Hotel, where Su Hao and his companion stayed, is owned by the Gu family. I didn't know you were so rich. Su Hao exclaimed. Yes. Gu Bingyan said with a smile, if you consider it, you can marry into the family now, and we can get married that very night. Miss Gu, they were just being polite. Su, which of the women you know, young master, doesn't have money? Huang Yingying said, her voice laced with jealousy. Gu Bingyan was taken aback. It seemed that was indeed the case. Huang Yingying was the holy maiden of the Poison Gu sect and also Mo Henshin's granddaughter. Basically, the entire Poison Gu sect belonged to her, and she possessed countless assets. Li Qingmei is the only surviving descendant of the Immortal Palace and the wealthiest family in Yanjing. Their net worth is immeasurable, and they even have private jets for travel. Zhao Hongyu and others were also incredibly wealthy, some even comparable to a nation. Was he just lucky? Of course not. Because he himself was the eldest son of the Su family in the western regions, he belonged to the group of people like him. To them, money was the most useless thing. Young Master Su, speaking of which, if you need anything, you can come to me. Gu Bingyan's demeanor was somewhat different after returning to the northern region, as if she were the master of this place. Since you've asked, Then help me find a man named Su Changqing at the sword forging manor. Su Hao said directly without any politeness. 1249, Chapter 1249 Triumphant. Su Changqing, okay, I'll ask someone. Gu Bingyan indeed had connections. She found the steward of the sword-casting manor and directly asked him for the person. The butler didn't recognize Su Changqing either, but through the internal management system, he quickly led them to the materials warehouse and found the busy young man. Su Changqing, come out here for a moment. The butler shouted. Butler, what did I do wrong? When the boy came out, he seemed a little apprehensive, as if he was afraid of doing something wrong. Whether it was Gu Bingyan or Huang Yingying, the moment they saw him, they knew that this person was Su Hao's nephew. He looked so much like him, like a miniature version of him. Don't worry, not only did you not do anything wrong, but you also had good luck. Someone came looking for you. The butler said with a smile. Is it the Su family? Tell them I don't need their help and I can support myself with my own hands. Unexpectedly, Su Changqing was still stubborn. After saying this, he prepared to go back to work. Gu Bingyan was a little stunned. Was it good to follow Su Hao? He was eating and drinking well, much better than being a slave here. Stop! Su Hao shouted. Who are you? You'd better not interfere in my business. Su Changqing clenched his fists as he saw Su Hao, as if he was ready to fight. You know martial arts? Su Hao could tell at a glance that he had some martial arts skills, but his strength was not very good. Of course I will, believe me or not I can punch you to death. Su Changqing could tell that he was looking for his people, and he clearly wasn't going to be friendly. His situation was completely different from Su Hao, as his father was often ill since he was a child, and his mother was always worried. Finally, one day, the couple burned down their house, and he escaped by staying at school, but from then on, he became an orphan, suffering discrimination everywhere and experiencing the harsh realities of life. By the time Li Chendai sent someone to find him, he had been starving for several days. He was shocked to learn that he had an extremely wealthy grandfather and couldn't understand why his parents were still struggling so much. He had absolutely no goodwill towards the Su family and ran further and further away, all the way to the northern region. If he weren't so young and didn't know how to change his name, he wouldn't even want the surname Su. I never expected that after living peacefully here for half a year, the Su family would still find me. You can give it a try. Su Hao, on the contrary, offered encouragement. Good. You asked for this. Su Changqing's ferocity was clearly feigned. His punch wasn't delivered with much force, but it was easily blocked by Su Hao's immovable king mantra, even forcing him back a step. Huh, what kind of martial arts are you using? Su Changqing rubbed his eyes, and then his eyes lit up. Want to learn? I can teach you. Su Hao said with a smile. TCH, I don't carry, it's just protective chi. I'll definitely have it when I reach the Grandmaster level. Su Changqing said nonchalantly. Grandmaster level? Su Hao muttered to himself, when I was your age, I was already a Grandmaster. Impossible. Su Changqing couldn't believe it. He had only just entered the realm of martial arts and had only cultivated a little bit of true chi. Who would believe that this strange man in front of him was so strong? He couldn't help but ask in surprise, could you be a peerless genius? Kid, don't underestimate your talent. You just lack guidance. As long as you follow a renowned master, I guarantee you'll reach the Grandmaster level within 6 months. Su Hao said seriously. Little friend, you have to believe him, because I was trained by him. Huang Yingying said, offering her own experience as she spoke. She waved her right hand, and a piece of cold iron flew over. She rubbed it with her hand, and it immediately turned into fragments. Su Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He still retained a strong childlike heart, and naturally admired such capable people. Suddenly, Su Hao didn't seem so annoying anymore. The steward of the sword forging manor's expression changed drastically. He was now almost certain that the man before him was Su Hao, a grandmaster in his teens. Who else could it be but him? Furthermore, Su Changqing's surname indicated a connection to the Su family. However, judging from their ages, this young man couldn't possibly be Su Hao's son. He was probably his nephew. The butler, a man of the world, chose to remain silent, thinking that with such a figure present, the northern region was likely to be in turmoil. He even suspected that the woman accompanying Su Hao was Huang Yingying, also a very important person. How about this, you attack with all your might now and test the power of the immovable king mantra? Su Hao encouraged. Alright, then I'll get serious. Su Changqing smiled, took a breath, and charged over aggressively. This time, it certainly seemed like he used all his strength, but surprisingly, he was sent flying backward like a bullet, smashing a hole in the wall and burying himself in the rubble. Young master, you don't need to do this, do you? Huang Yingying said with some concern. It's alright, he won't die. Su Hao walked over, searched around, and pulled him out. Aside from fainting, Su Changqing was unharmed. Su Hao's mastery of the immovable king mantra was enough to astound even the creator of the Yama Pavilion. It could protect not only himself but also his attackers. Okay, that saves trouble. Huang Yingying laughed, and now Su Changqing couldn't struggle or refuse. Butler, I'm sorry, I destroyed your materials warehouse. Su Hao said with a smile. It's alright, it's just a materials warehouse. We really didn't know the identity of the young master of the Su family. If we had known earlier, we would have sent someone to escort him home. The butler said politely. It's alright, as long as we found them. Su Hao's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was temporarily relieved. At least this troublesome matter was temporarily resolved. He then became quite interested. You have so many master swordsmiths, all busy at work. Is some important weapon about to be created? Young Master Su, since you've asked, I have no choice but to tell you. The steward changed his expression and said with some pride, our sword forging manor is currently forging the most powerful weapon in the last 1,000 years. It hasn't been named yet, and we've decided to give this honor to the owner who will acquire it. They're business people, whoever pays the highest price gets the weapon. Oh? Su Hao glanced at Gu Bingyan subconsciously. The most powerful weapon in 1,000 years was the ancient divine sword, which was in her hands. What materials did you use for your weapons? Young Master Su has asked the right question this time. We used millennial-old deep-sea black iron, extraterrestrial meteorite crystal iron, as well as dragon bones, phoenix blood, and all sorts of other rare materials for this weapon. The material cost alone exceeds 100 million. The butler said proudly. 1250, Chapter 1250 Assassin. When will this artifact be unearthed? Su Hao was genuinely tempted. He didn't have a single weapon that he could use right now, which wasn't good. He should try to get one if he had the chance. Tonight at midnight, our sword forging manor will invite everyone in the martial world who can make it here to witness the birth of the strongest divine weapon. The steward said with a smile. If young Master Su is interested, you are welcome to come and witness it. Okay, Su Hao agreed. However, the task at hand is to bring Su Changqing back. They returned to the hotel, found a room, and settled the boy in. Gu Bingyan also fulfilled her duties as a host, taking them to the most luxurious place for a meal. So it's Miss Gui's this your friend? The proprietress came out and asked Su Hao with surprise. At this moment, Su Hao no longer needed to hide his identity. After all, once it was exposed at the sword forging manor, others would gradually find out, as well as handsome appearance would make any woman's heart flutter. I suppose so. Gu Bingyan smiled. Get me the best private room, we want to have a good meal. I'm sorry, that private room is currently occupied. The landlady said helplessly, but the room next door, number 1, is empty. Would you mind making do with that? Let's go with that one. Su Hao didn't care about appearances. Alright, let's go there now. Gu Bingyan seemed to know this place very well, and she led Su Hao there. Although it's a no-one house, the interior is decorated very luxuriously. The landscape paintings on the walls alone are enough to amaze people, and are worth at least tens of millions. As soon as Su Hao sat down, Gu Bingyan smiled and poured him a cup of black tea. Miss Gu, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble by parading me around like this? Su Hao said calmly. What trouble could there be? Gu Bingyan shook her head, unconcerned. Soon, a variety of foods filled the table. Su Hao wanted to say that the two of them couldn't possibly serve so much, but he also knew that Gu Bingyan just wanted to show off, so he didn't say anything more. Come on, try the sweet and sour fish here, it's the most famous local specialty. Gu Bingyan picked up a piece and put it directly to Su Hao's mouth. He smiled and ate it, praising it repeatedly. Gu Bingyan seemed very happy, and also used the same chopsticks to eat a piece. After that, she put a piece of braised beef on Su Hao's plate. They used the same pair of chopsticks for both the first and second rounds. Su Hao didn't say anything since she didn't mind. He figured as a man, there was no need for him to fuss. Ever since he learned about Su Chengqing's mother's fate, his mindset had changed somewhat, and he was no longer so averse to women with whom he got along. Gu Bingyan is a good woman, and he tacitly acknowledges her as a confidant. As the two were eating, a dark figure suddenly flew in through the window, drew a Saiyan longsword, and thrust it fiercely at Gu Bingyan. Upon seeing this move, Su Hao was startled. It was the annihilation of all laws. Wasn't this a move from the longevity sword? Could it be someone from the Gu family who has come? Gu Bingyan seemed to have mentioned before that their family was going through a crisis and needed the ancient divine sword to protect them. Unexpectedly, they encountered trouble from their own people at this time. Gu Bingyan's gaze darkened. She grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the side and threw them, attempting to stop the man's attack. However, the newcomer's target was clear. He shattered the chopsticks with his longsword and continued thrusting at Gu Bingyan, this time aiming for her throat, his intent clearly chilling. Stop! Su Hao, who was watching from the side, could see it clearly. He stretched out two fingers and clamped the other person's longsword between them. This was an extremely dangerous act. If one did not have a thorough understanding of this sword technique, both fingers could be cut off. Su Hao, this is a matter for the Gu family. Why are you interfering? The man said coldly. I can't control what you do to other people, but not Gu Bingyan. Su Hao said coldly. Why? The hostage asked. Because she is my woman. Su Hao said decisively. Upon hearing this, Gu Bingyan's face lit up with a rosy glow. She was truly gratified. This was Su Hao's most direct expression of gratitude. You bastard, Su Hao! The man appeared furious, unleashing a surge of true energy to break free from Su Hao's two fingers, and then launched two more attacks. However, this time it was not an attack, but a block. He finally jumped out of the window and flew away. Who is he? Su Hao asked in surprise. It's not certain yet, but there are at least a dozen people in the family with such strength, Gu Bingyan said. Oh, so you're saying that as the young lady, you're not the strongest? Su Hao said with a smile. Gu Bingyan said helplessly. She was indeed not the strongest among her peers. What happened? Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside, and the proprietress rushed over with a group of people. It's nothing, just encountered an assassin. Gu Bingyan said calmly. Away, take some men and investigate. The proprietress felt she was losing face. To be assassinated while patronizing a restaurant would be a disgrace to them. Just then, some people appeared outside the door. They seemed to be guests from next door. They glanced inside and saw that Gu Bingyan was also there, so they walked in. To everyone's surprise, Gu Bingyan's expression changed immediately upon seeing this person's gaze. Among the 7 or 8 people who arrived, there was a young man with a strong presence, holding a sword in his hand. His expression was not good at the moment, and he kept staring at Su Hao. Who are you? The man said coldly. My name is Su Hao. Someone replied. So it was you. He said with a displeased expression. I am Lu Junwei of the 10,000 Swords Sect. Bingyan and I are childhood sweethearts. Now I'm warning you, stay away from her. A disciple of the 10,000 Swords Sect? Su Hao retorted sharply, what right do you have to demand anything of me? I see you. This sect has committed numerous evils. Sooner or later, someone will come and deal with you. Oh, so you're not convinced? How about this, let's have a match right now, and whoever wins can stay by Bingyan's side. Lu Junwei said coldly. Gu Bingyan's expression was somewhat unpleasant. She didn't actually like Lu Junwei, and she certainly didn't agree with the childhood sweetheart theory. They had only known each other since childhood. The Lu family was a powerful clan in the northern region, and they had studied martial arts together under a local master for a period of time. A few years later, Lu Junwei joined the 10,000 Swords Sect, and they parted ways. However, this person's pursuit was relentless, and he constantly provoked other suitors, which annoyed Gu Bingyan to no end. Now look what's happened. She's got Su Hao all over her again. I have no interest in sparring with you. Su Hao stood up and was about to leave. Just then, a sword light flew over, startling the proprietress and Gu Bingyan. 1251, Chapter 1251. Goodbye. You really want to spar? Su Hao calmly dodged the attack and said coldly. That's right, this restaurant has a martial arts arena, which is perfect for a competition. Lu Junwei said coldly. Alright, then I'll send you away. Su Hao said helplessly. I hope you don't run away and become a clown. As Lu Junwei spoke, he turned to head towards the training ground. What he witnessed next filled him with utter fury. Su Hao had just caught up, and Gu Bingyan was holding his hand, seemingly deliberately asserting her status. Lu Junwei was now certain that the two had a close relationship. Normally, even a smile from Gu Bingyan to another man was enough to excite them. You should know that in everyone's mind, she is the most beautiful woman in the northern region. Who would have thought that she would be so obedient in front of Su Hao? This infuriated him so much that he snorted coldly and quickened his pace in anger. Young Master Su, you'd better be careful. Lu Junwei's strength has recently increased, and he's probably reached the celestial realm. Coupled with the capabilities of the Myriad Swords sect, this man is quite powerful. The proprietress warned. Thank you for your kindness, sister, but I'm not afraid of him. Su Hao simply smiled faintly. I seem to have forgotten, you are the champion of the martial arts tournament. Your strength is definitely no less than that of the celestial realm. The proprietress said belatedly. However, the reputation of the Wanjian sect disciples in the northern region was still too great. It was already evening, yet the competition still attracted hundreds of people. Many more, having heard the news, were on their way. The northern region was far from Shushan ancient town, and although everyone knew Su Hao had won the championship, their true strength was only vaguely understood now. Lu Junwei would give everyone a demonstration, allowing them to see how the strength of the newcomers truly compared. Who do you think will win in this kind of competition? A friendly spar. Look at young Master Lu's face, he probably wants nothing more than to tear Su Hao to pieces. Personally, I think Su Hao's reputation is no less than Lu Junwei's, and he has a chance to win. That's not necessarily true. This is the northern region, where the Myriad Swords sect is the local power. Su Hao came here alone. If he were smart, he should just admit defeat, otherwise, he'll only get himself into endless trouble. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Hao pulled Gu Bingyan inside. Every young man who witnessed this scene was heartbroken, wishing he could rush in and challenge Su Hao as well. The training ground isn't very large, about 100 square meters. Lu Junwei stood in the middle, his weapon already drawn, coldly pointing at Su Hao, and said, I heard you've learned a lot of things, you know a little bit of everything today. I'll see how many moves you can withstand from my sword. Su Hao remained somewhat wary of his weapon. It was likely a divine artifact, superior to the weapon the Gu family disciple had used earlier. It wasn't that the Gu family disciple lacked better weapons, after all, the other party was there to assassinate, and certainly wouldn't dare use a divine artifact, as it would easily expose their identity. Husband, his weapon is the Taishu sword, which is ranked 20th on our northern region's divine weapon ranking. Gu Bingyan said directly. Really? Su Hao nodded, then walked over empty-handed. Hey Su, are you looking down on people? Why don't you bring your weapons? Lu Junwei was still quite arrogant and didn't want to bully unarmed people. I have no weapon. Su Hao shook his head. Even empty-handed, I can deal with you without any problem. I think you're really too arrogant. Lu Junwei said coldly. Young man, what's wrong with being a little arrogant? Su Hao smiled faintly. You're asking for it. Lu Junwei was furious. He brandished his longsword and launched an attack. The first move is quite impressive. Its power seems to rival that of the All Laws Annihilate technique. It is a peerless sword technique of the 10,000 Swords sect, which only inner disciples can cultivate. Su Hao remained calm and composed, his body swaying slightly as he followed the rhythm of the swordplay, perfectly dodging the attack. He was secretly surprised himself. It seemed as if he were acting on instinct. Ever since I acquired the entire Tai Shin scripture, when I encounter this kind of sword technique, it seems as if I automatically generate a way to counter it, just like I have a demon-slaying eye in my mind that can see through everything. Hide? Lu Junwei was very unhappy. I'd like to see how long you can hide. His swordsmanship was as swift as lightning, striking out with lightning speed. The goal was simple, to force Su Hao to take action. This time, Su Hao didn't move. He simply stood still, a golden light emanating from his body, the immovable king mantra. When the opponent's attack came, it was caught in the sword light, unable to get close to Su Hao at all. The second attack failed again. Su Hao's response appeared extremely calm and composed. This kid is a bit strange. Has he ever fought against the disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect before? Why is he so adept at handling this kind of move? He's from the south, so it's impossible for him to have been to the northern regions. Is it because your opponent is stronger that you seem to be able to handle things so easily? At present, Su Hao has a better chance of winning. Even though the others were just bystanders and didn't understand the two men's strengths, they could still see things in some way. But these words angered Lu Junwei, so he launched another attack with even more ferocious moves. Su Hao sighed. It seemed this man wouldn't give up unless he was defeated with overwhelming force. He spotted an opening in the opponent's attack and threw a ball of lightning, instantly numbing the opponent's entire body. Finally, a golden fist descended from the sky, slamming him heavily into the ground. Everyone's expression changed. Gu Bingyan knew that Su Hao was stronger, and she was waiting for him to die, but she didn't expect him to win so easily, as if a college student was beating an elementary school student. The proprietress wore an appreciative expression, thinking how lucky Gu Bingyan was to have such a capable fiancé. But then again, if Su Hao wasn't capable enough, she wouldn't have even considered him. 10,000 Swords. The sect's disciples immediately scrambled to their feet, rushing into the cave and pulling Lu Junwei out. He was no longer the imposing figure he once was. He was severely injured, with multiple fractures throughout his body, and blood was flowing freely. You surnamed Su, this isn't over. Lu Junwei said angrily. Take care, don't bother seeing me out. Su Hao said nonchalantly. Lu Junwei was so angry that he vomited blood. He was now unable to walk and had to be carried by his junior brothers. It was utterly shameful. As they watched these people leave, the others applauded. No one had a good impression of the 10,000 Swords sect. They all felt that Su Hao had given the martial world a hard time, and hoped that the 10,000 Swords sect would restrain itself from then on. Young Master Su, are you going to the sword forging manor tonight? The proprietress asked with a smile as she approached. Yes, I'm going to go and see what's going on. Su Hao said casually. In that case, why don't we travel together? I happen to be short a bodyguard. The proprietress said with a smile. 1252, Chapter 1252 Sword Demon. How should I address you, sister? Su Hao originally thought that the two of them would not have any interaction, so he did not ask her name. Now it seems that she is probably a person in the martial arts world, and she is actually interested in the sword casting manner. My name is Gongsun Fei and Miss Gu and I are like sisters. You can think of me as your sister-in-law. The proprietress was full of charm and had a natural allure. Su Hao simply smiled and didn't respond to the implied remark. Sister Feiyan, if you keep this up, young Master Su and I will take our leave first and won't wait for you. Gu Bingyan smiled. Don't worry, I don't need to prepare anything. We can set off immediately. Gongsun Feiyan said with a smile. When they left, a limousine was already waiting outside. It turned out this proprietress had quite the entourage. The three of them sat in the back, and she deliberately had Su Hao sit in the middle, making it look like she was flanking him on both sides. Sister Feiyun, have you also practiced martial arts? Su Hao sensed some internal energy surging within her, though it didn't seem very strong. But who knew if she was hiding her true strength? I practiced some when I was young, for self-defense, Gongsun Feiyan said with a smile. Young Master Su, since we are friends, I'll responsibly tell you that in the northern region, if you need any information, I'll know a thing or two. Just contact me anytime. As she spoke, she took out a business card and handed it to Su Hao. Okay. Su Hao realized that she was an intelligence agent. These people were all shrewd and difficult to deal with. The weapons from the sword forging manor this time are rather strange. Their master swordsmiths shouldn't be able to create divine weapons, but the materials they used are perfectly fine. Inviting so many people from the martial arts world makes it seem like they have some ulterior motive. Gongsun Feiyan frowned. What do you mean? Su Hao wanted to hear her opinion. Generally speaking, the acquisition of peerless artifacts is a very solemn matter. Who would publicly display them? It's no surprise that everyone here today is here for the artifacts. Even if there's a bidding process, can it really be settled simply by paying money? There will inevitably be a struggle. Aren't they just asking for trouble? Even if we're going to sell it for money, it would be best to do so secretly after the artifact is fully crafted. I don't think the sword-forging manor is capable of controlling today's situation at all. Gongsun Feiyan said calmly. She's prepared about 3 billion and will participate in the auction. However, winning the bid is probably impossible. Getting the artifact would be ideal, but even if she doesn't, she can still enjoy the spectacle. This grand event will definitely attract all the major sects, and she can gather a lot of information from them. According to the sword forging process, the final stage may require some catalysts to bring the weapon to its full potential. Su Hao said, since my sister mentioned that they are not capable of forging a divine weapon, then the final step is even more crucial. They may need the blood of many martial arts masters to awaken the divine weapon. I see. Gongsun Feiyun finally understood. The main figure in this sword forging project is Shangguan Hong, the lord of the sword forging manor, who is known as the Northern Sword Demon. This doesn't mean he's become possessed by demonic cultivation of the sword, but rather that he has already sealed away the demonic influence in his sword forging practices, willing to risk his life to forge a sword that will be remembered for eternity. Gu Bingyan didn't participate in the conversation. She simply leaned against Su Hao, looking worried. The assassination attempt by the Gu family disciple had deeply affected her. She thought the undercurrents within the Gu family were already troublesome enough, but she hadn't expected it to escalate to the point of infighting. She's unsure whether she should investigate this person's identity. If things escalate, the entire Gu family could very well fall apart. Is someone sabotaging us behind the scenes? She asked uncertainly. If the Gu family were being used as pawns, that would be terrible. The vehicle arrived smoothly at Zhujian Manor. After parking, Gu Bingyan got out of the car and breathed in the fresh air, which made her feel a little better. Young Master Su, come, help me out of the carriage. Gongsun Feiyan extended his right hand and said with a smile. All right. Su Hao had no choice but to comply. Gongsun Feiyan seemed to enjoy this treatment, as if she were a queen. She had just gotten off the bus when she felt a cold gaze on her. She turned her head and saw two beautiful women standing at the door, one of whom, a younger woman, was the one with the hostile look. So it's Miss Huang. I never expected to meet you here. It's my great honor. Gongsun Feiyan walked over and extended her hand with a smile. That person is Huang Yingying. As agreed, he brought Xiao Mainyang to the sword forging manor. After learning that Su Hao and his companion hadn't gone in, he waited outside. After half an hour, he saw Su Hao walking down with a beautiful woman, and he immediately became incredibly jealous. Gongsun Feiyan, you'd better have some self-respect and not challenge my bottom line. Huang Yingying did something that sent chills down the other's spine when she shook hands with her. Ah! Gongsun Feiyan was shocked to find a colorful spider in her palm that looked extremely poisonous, which terrified her. Huang Yingying was not someone to be trifled with. She had only given her a warning earlier. After scaring her off, she walked to Su Hao's side, stood on tiptoe, and gave him a sweet kiss. You're being ridiculous. Su Hao pinched her nose and warned her. Hee, let's go in. Huang Yingying smiled at Gu Bingyan. In short, the only people she recognized now were Gu Bingyan and Li Qingmei. Although she would get jealous, she didn't care about anyone else. Watching Su Hao and the others walk inside, Gongsun Feiyan felt a pang of helplessness, but ultimately gritted her teeth and followed. She couldn't possibly miss tonight's excitement. Led by the steward of the sword forging manor, they arrived at the underground sword forging grounds, which were surprisingly spacious enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Su Hao and his companions sat on the eastern viewing platform, looking down at the hundreds of people busily at work. In the very center, a sword with a dragon head hilt appeared, but the blade was still in the furnace and had not yet been revealed. Many people's attention immediately turned to the Northern Sword Demon. He was channeling his true energy, diligently forging a sword. The man was disheveled and looked as if he hadn't bathed in a long time. He had become obsessed with forging the sword. As time passed, it gradually approached midnight. The Northern Sword Demon stopped, looked up at the crowd, and flashed a sharp gaze. I will ask only one question. Who wants to obtain this unborn divine sword? His voice was loud and clear, reaching the ears of everyone present. 1253, Chapter 1253, emphasizing fate. We, Tianqi Manor, have reserved this divine sword. One of the men said proudly as he stood up. What kind of bullshit weather manor is this? You're one of the weakest manors in the northern region. What right do you have to obtain a divine artifact? Someone immediately retorted, our Lu family has a good relationship with sword forging manor. This weapon should belong to us. You all need to give up Yuri nothing in front of our poison Gu sect. An elder stood up and, on behalf of the Poison Gu sect, respectfully nodded to Su Hao and Huang Yingying, expressing his intentions. Upon hearing this, some people who originally wanted to express their opinions held back. The Poison Gu cult is still quite terrifying, although they are not in the northern region. Various legends suggest that this sect is not to be trifled with, and it is best not to have a direct conflict with them. The Poison Gu cult, Don't Scare Us, our Tianxia gang is also very interested in this. It was Xiao Wuming who spoke. He had come over in person with several elders, clearly taking it very seriously. Chief Xiao, we're all competing fairly, so we must be amicable and not get angry. The next speaker was Hung Hing Chao. Could it be that our status in the martial world is insufficient? Are we not qualified to compete for this divine artifact? Immediately, a solemn voice came from the northwest, which was actually Zhang Yuchuan from the Shu Mountain sect. He is Zhang Tianji's junior brother. Although he rarely travels in the martial arts world, he shone brightly at the martial arts tournament now. With only his left arm remaining, he has become even more mysterious. All four major sects were present for this divine artifact. You only bully the weak. What are the four major sects compared to truly powerful sects? Next up was Ding Buwei, the Grand Elder of the Taishan sect, who also carried significant weight. If you ask me, you are all outsiders. The weapons of the northern frontier should remain in the northern frontier. One person said coldly, attracting the attention of many people. He was Lu Shanhe, the second elder of the 10,000 Swords sect, whose status in the northern region was among the highest. Stop arguing, everyone. We're all here for the divine artifact. In the end, it depends on the Sword Demon's decision. I have a good relationship with the Sword Demon, so maybe I can get the better deal? To Gu Bingyan's surprise, the last person to speak was her second uncle, Gu Bo. People from other sects felt that this was another grand martial arts event, with even more masters present than at the last martial arts gathering. TSK, according to your logic, are Western experts not qualified? With a sneer, scarlet bats appeared in the empty space, eventually transforming into undead wearing masks. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, sensed a familiar aura emanating from him, as if it were the same undead clan member who had warned him last time they had unexpectedly met again here. Holy crap, so many experts have arrived, leaving no way for small sects to survive. I thought it was an auction where the highest bidder would win the weapon, but it seems that it's not like that at all. Stop dreaming, even if you bid, you can't beat the major sects. Small sects have no resources and no money, how can they compete with others? Some disciples sighed, understanding the plight of a small sect. They cannot grow their sect without access to quality resources, creating a vicious cycle. That's interesting. Su Hao smiled, wondering if these people would start fighting. Young Master Su, won't you say something and compete for it? Gongsun Feiyan reminded him. Relatively speaking, she still hoped that Su Hao could obtain this divine artifact. I'm all alone, how can I compete with them? Su Hao shook his head and said. He had initially considered competing for the weapon, but seeing so many forces involved, he abandoned the idea. He just watched the show. Who ultimately won the weapon wasn't that important. As the saying goes, possessing a treasure is a crime. Even if the four major sects obtained this divine artifact, whether they could safely take it away was a major question. I am delighted that so many sects have placed their trust in Sword Forging Manor. It is my honor to be honest. This swordsman's tournament is still one final step away. Divine swords are not only deadly weapons, but also sacred objects with divine consciousness. To gain their approval, we must take one last step. Northern Sword Demon Path. What is the final step? A young man asked loudly. That is the recognition of a master. Said the Northern Sword Demon. Any expert present who drips their blood to gain the divine sword's recognition can take it away, and our sword forging manor will only charge 100 million for materials. There will be no other fees. 100 million might sound expensive at first glance, but for the various sects present, it wouldn't even bat an eye. They knew that these materials were indeed very valuable, and with the sword forging manor having invested so much manpower and resources, 100 million was practically a free gift. If that's the case, wouldn't everyone have a chance? The young man said. Yes, divine artifacts are all about fate as long as everyone is willing, anyone can come and have their blood recognized. The Northern Sword Demon said with a smile. In that case, I'll be the guinea pig. The young man was very happy and flew straight down. As he approached the divine sword, a wave of heat washed over him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. The closer he got to the sword, the more he could sense its malevolent aura. Just as he was about to drip his blood to test it, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the sword forging furnace, sending him flying and crashing into the stone wall, turning him into a blood mist, dead beyond any doubt. Ridiculous, how dare you subdue a divine artifact without any real strength? Which sect does he belong to? Is he still half asleep? Everyone saw that, right? If you don't have the strength of a supreme being or higher, you'd better not come near. Others gloated. No one has any goodwill towards such opportunists. Quiet down, everyone. The Northern Sword Demon said calmly, what happened just now was an accident and doesn't violate the rules. I said if anyone tries again, please arrest them. Hurry, this is a golden opportunity. Once the divine sword recognizes its master, no one else will have a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, several more young men volunteered to go over. They all bled, but unfortunately, none of them were recognized. Instead, the rebounding force injured them all. After realizing the divine sword was difficult to subdue, the other young people dared not attempt it. Only when Ding Buwei flew over did everyone's hearts begin to race. Would this master of the Taishan sect subdue the divine artifact directly? So it's Elder Ding. I've long heard of the mysterious and powerful Taishan sect. With you taking action, the chances of success are greatly increased. The Northern Sword Demon said expectantly. He understood one thing, the divine sword possessed pride and would never submit to the weak. Now that a master had arrived, it had attracted everyone's attention. Ding Buwei flew above the divine sword, and a few drops of blood appeared on his right hand, which slid down and dripped into the sword forging furnace. 1254, Chapter 1254. Why not give it a try? Could it be that we're about to succeed? Some people started to feel anxious. Although they were watching the spectacle, they still didn't want anyone else to obtain the divine artifact. As blood dripped down, the divine artifact suddenly emitted a dragon's roar, and an immense pressure swept across the entire space. The surrounding cave walls trembled, and some weaker individuals even worried that the place would collapse, leaving them no time to evacuate. The forging furnace also began to shake, and the divine sword slowly floated into the air. Ha! It's mine now! Ding Buwei said happily. Don't be too happy yet, look more closely. Xiao Wuming said calmly. Elder Ding, you still don't have enough fate. Hong Xingqiao smiled faintly. Ding Buwei's face immediately darkened. The divine sword had actually fallen down and returned to its original position. He was somewhat displeased and said angrily, I refuse to believe that I can't take it with me. He gripped the sword hilt with both hands, feeling intense heat as if it were scorching his skin. As he channeled his inner energy and pulled it outwards, an astonishing scene unfolded. The divine sword remained completely still, showing no reaction whatsoever. His strength was such that even a mountain range blocking his path could be shattered if he unleashed his full power unexpectedly. He was completely helpless against this sword, instead making a complete fool of himself. Ding Buwei snorted coldly, then awkwardly returned to his seat, thinking that if he couldn't handle it, didn't that mean no one present could subdue the divine sword? Following him, others also made their moves, including Xiao Wuming and others. Several top experts exerted their strength one after another, but all of them returned empty-handed. Sword Demon, are you playing us for fools? Ding Buwei said unhappily. I brought off this divine sword with the utmost sincerity. It would be the most regrettable thing if no one could take it away. As if to prove something, he gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. It took a tremendous amount of effort, but the divine sword remained motionless and could not be controlled at all. Could it be that only the younger generation has the opportunity to draw this weapon? Xiao Wuming asked, a thought flashing through his mind when he saw Su Hao. Chief Xiao is right, weary all old fogies, even the divine sword would look down on us, but it's different for young and promising people. I think anyone who has reached the supreme level or above but is under 30 can give it a try. Hong Xingqiao affirmed. That's right, the future ultimately belongs to you young people. Zhang Yuchuan sighed. The three major sects were still quite respectable. Since they realized they had no chance with the divine sword, they didn't persist and instead gave the opportunity to others. Upon hearing this, some young people became eager to try, encouraged by several seniors. A disciple of the 100 Beasts sect floated over and attempted it, only to be immediately defeated. Soon after, others, from the 10,000 Swords sect to the Gu family, including Huang Yingying and Gu Bingyan, also tried it out. Despite absorbing so much blood, the divine sword remained completely still. "It seems you're not even as good as me," Ding Buwei said coldly. "That's true, at least he caused the divine sword to tremble, while the others didn't react at all. Is the sword forging manner playing a trick on us? This is a weapon that can't possibly be taken away. Perhaps it was just a failure. Everyone knows that the sword demon never forged a single divine weapon." Voices of doubt came from all corners. The Northern Sword Demon was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring. He felt that this was his most satisfying work, but now he could not get it certified and was being doubted by everyone. How could he not be angry? "I hereby declare that whoever takes the weapon will not be charged a single penny by the sword forging manner, not even for the materials." The Northern Sword Demon seemed eager to prove himself. "What's the point of saying all this? 100 million isn't a lot. Your work is a failure. Nobody would want it even if it were free," Ding Buwei said disdainfully. "Sword Demon, it's not that I'm not going to speak up for you, but it seems you really blew your mind this time," Lu Shanha also questioned. Seeing everyone getting more and more excited, the Northern Sword Demon grew anxious. He rushed to Su Hao's side and said excitedly, "Young Master Su, you are now our last hope." Me? Su Hao was a little confused. He really didn't want to make a move. "Aren't you lacking a divine sword? As long as you can gain the sword's approval, you'll be a VIP of the sword forging manor, and you can make any requests you have." The Northern Sword Demon was going all out. He was a renowned master swordsmith, yet he was pleading at this moment. "Young Master Su, why don't you give it a try?" Huang Yingying encouraged. "Yes, it only costs 1 drop of blood, it's no big deal." Gu Bingyan had also tried it and felt that nothing was wrong, so she also advised. "Brother Su Hao, this is an opportunity not to be missed," Gongsun Feiyan said with a smile. Su Hao was still hesitating when other voices emerged. "No matter how much you try to persuade him, it's no use. Su Hao is a legend in the martial arts world among the younger generation, and he definitely has to cherish his reputation." "That's right. If he fails too, where will he put his pride? So many senior experts couldn't do it. What's so special about him that he could gain the divine sword's approval? Refusing is the right thing to do, at least it won't be embarrassing or make you a laughingstock." The various voices were quite unfriendly. "Young Master Su, if you succeed, I'm willing to give you my most beautiful granddaughter in marriage." The Northern Sword Demon even increased the stakes. "Absolutely not, absolutely not." Su Hao's expression changed upon hearing this. He was most afraid of getting involved with women. "I understand. If you don't make a move, I'll introduce all 7 of my granddaughters to you." The Northern Sword Demon found a way to threaten him and said in a loud voice. The other young people's eyes lit up, thinking, is this some kind of good thing? But judging from Su Hao's expression, it seemed he wanted to avoid her at all costs, so he had no choice but to. He stood up and said, "Since that's the case, I'll give it a try. If there's no response, that's normal. It's just that the divine sword hasn't found a suitable master yet." His words showed considerable respect for the Sword Demon, revealing the man's pure and simple love for sword forging as for the weapons he crafted, and how many people they killed. That was the user's weapon, not the swordsmith's responsibility. "Thank you for your understanding, young Master Su." The Northern Sword Demon sighed. This recognition was already extremely important. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Hao approached the sword forging furnace. He didn't drip any blood. He simply placed his hand casually on the hilt, intending to pretend to try it out and give the Sword Demon some face. Unexpectedly, a strange change occurred. The divine sword burst forth with 7-colored light, slowly lifting Su Hao up, and the divine sword also detached from the forging furnace. 1255, Chapter 1255, Chaos Slaying Gods. This doesn't make sense. Why is he able to gain the divine sword's approval without doing anything? Was all the hard work of so many senior masters just a stepping stone for him? Could young Master Su truly be the chosen one? I wonder what kind of changes this divine artifact will undergo. It hasn't been named yet. If we really subdue it, can it compare to the ancient divine sword? Everyone present was envious. Su Hao had already received so much amazing talent, endless romantic opportunities, and now he had received a response from the divine sword. That's wonderful, young Master Su should get this weapon. Huang Yingying smiled with satisfaction. Apart from young Master Su, no one else was worthy of the divine sword's response. I don't know what kind of changes will happen. I always feel that it is very different from the ancient divine sword. Gu Bingyan had also tried, but the divine sword rejected her at that time. She placed her hopes on Su Hao, and sure enough, he succeeded. Brother Su didn't have a divine artifact before, but now that he has one of his own, isn't that like adding wings to a tiger? If they cooperate well, who can stand against him in the future? Gongsun Feiyun's eyes darted around, as if he was planning something. Perhaps he could only cooperate with Su Hao and not be his enemy, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Woming wore a faint smile, appearing quite gratified. In truth, as long as the Tianxia gang couldn't obtain this divine artifact, the best outcome would be for Su Hao. They could remain friends on the surface, preventing any major conflict. Moreover, Su Hao was pure of heart, uninterested in any power struggles, solely focused on the Tao. This is the chosen one. Hong Xingqiao had much the same thought. After all, he was Su Hao's uncle, which meant he was practically family. Ding Buwei was displeased, thinking, why is Su Hao able to gain the divine sword's approval? He hasn't done anything. Is this the difference between people? He was now pondering how to snatch the divine sword. Gaining approval was just the beginning. More trouble would follow. Someone like him, without a sect background, was easily targeted. A hint of resentment flashed in Lu Shanhe's eyes. The sword forging manor's craftsmanship far surpassed their sects. Many renowned weapons originated there. Therefore, their disciples would come here to purchase any spiritual artifacts they needed. The Myriad Sword sect was one of the sword forging manor's major customers, believing their previous cooperation would bring good returns. Unexpectedly, Su Hao benefited from it, which was something he couldn't accept. The Northern Sword Demon, his face burning with fervor, said, Young Master Su, this divine sword is extremely special. It is merely responding to you now. Only by completely opening your heart will it be accepted. Su Hao could no longer hear any sounds from the outside world. In his mind, a childish voice asked, Do you want to be my master? What's this? He thought for a moment, then immediately understood. The voice came from the sword spirit within the divine sword. It was newly born and still very young. He nodded and replied, Follow me, and I will make you famous throughout the world, becoming the #1 divine weapon. Okay. The sword spirit seemed very happy and readily agreed. The next moment, the divine sword transformed into a 7-colored ray of light and flew directly into Su Hao's dantian, spinning once as if familiarizing itself with his aura. Then, it emerged again, its color undergoing a dramatic change, turning milky white, as if it were primordial chaos. Its hilt is still shaped like a dragon's head, and its overall length reaches 2 meters. Although it is a long sword, it is more majestic than a typical broadsword. Congratulations, young Master Su, on successfully acquiring this divine sword. I wonder what name you would give it? The Northern Sword Demon said with a smile. This sword possesses its own spirit, gathers the best forging materials in the world, and contains various rare treasures such as dragon souls and phoenix blood combined with my Qiangqi bloodline and its current primordial color. Let it be the Chaos God-slaying sword. Su Hao said proudly. The God-slaying sword? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. His meaning was quite clear. None of the other divine swords were as good as this one. It was as if he wasn't targeting any one person, but everyone. Impressive. The Northern Sword Demon exclaimed happily, I hope that this Chaos God-slaying sword, in young Master Su's hands, can ascend to the divine weapon ranking as soon as possible. As everyone knows, this is a ranking list released by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, and it is frequently updated. The current #1 artifact has once again returned to the ancient divine sword, because Gu Bingyan's appearance has brought this weapon back into the spotlight. Chaos Godslayer sword currently has no battle record, so it's definitely not on the list. However, those who know Su Hao are aware that this kid has never been afraid of any powerful figures, and he will probably do something that will shock the martial arts world soon. Thank you for the divine sword from Sword Forging Manor. If you ever need anything in the future, I can help you out. Su Hao never liked owing favors and immediately made a promise. With young Master Su's words, our Sword Forging Manor will have another layer of treasure. The man said with a smile. Sword Demon, stop talking nonsense. You're in business. Why don't you make money? I'm willing to offer 3 billion for the Chaos God-slaying sword. A wealthy businessman stood up and shouted. He really loved the Chaos God-slaying sword, especially its dragon head design, which he admired immensely. A mere 3 billion, you dare to bid? Our Lu family of the northern region is willing to offer 35 billion. One person said directly. Our Taishan sect is offering 5 billion. Ding Buwei raised the price to a new level. Gentlemen, as I just said, whoever gains the sword's approval becomes its master, and that will not change. The sword forging manor would never break its word. If you have any other purchasing needs, you can go to the weapon pavilion, or you can get them. Give us the best hospitality. The Northern Sword Demon said with a smile. Everyone else sighed, realizing that money couldn't buy it. The divine sword was already Su Hao's, which was truly enviable. Ding Buwei's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He disliked being rejected at this moment. He gave the Northern Sword Demon a fierce look, as if issuing a warning, before leading the Taishan sect members away dejectedly. Senior, it seems you've offended quite a few people this time. Su Hao said with a smile. Actually, by leaving the divine sword behind, I've offended even more people. Now that you have this weapon, you still need to be careful not to let others take it from you. The Northern Sword Demon warned. Don't worry, it's mine, and no one can take it away. Su Hao said calmly. I think you should leave as soon as possible, lest more people hear the news and come to rob us. The Northern Sword Demon urged. Senior, until we meet again. Su Hao nodded, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and then left. 1256, Chapter 1256. The Battle for the Divine Sword. Before leaving the sword forging manor, Su Hao chose to part ways with Gongsun Fei, and Gongsun Fei understood that Su Hao's journey back would be quite dangerous, so he left the car with them and departed under the escort of his driver. Yingying, Bingyan, why don't you break up here too? Su Hao said with a smile. Young master, you mustn't say break up. Huang Yingying was filled with worry, afraid that this was an unlucky word. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Main Yang. She's not suited to fight against experts. Su Hao advised again. Xiao Main Yang was somewhat helpless. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way, otherwise, she would have stayed in the hotel and not come out for the time being. Okay, let's go then. Before leaving, Huang Yingying glanced at Gu Bingyan, seemingly filled with envy. Bingyan, what are your thoughts? Su Hao asked. Now that there's no one in my way, do you think I would give up such a good opportunity to be alone? Of course I'll stay by your side and be with you through thick and thin. Gu Bingyan said with a smile. As the saying goes, true friendship is revealed in times of adversity. Su Hao thought she was quite good, actually willing to face danger together. He didn't say anything, and simply sat in the driver's seat, letting her sit in the more comfortable back seat. The luxury limousine started up and carried the two into the night. After walking a short distance, Su Hao noticed several cars following him, clearly monitoring him. Soon, more and more vehicles joined the chase, as if a new force had joined the fray. Su Hao turned on the navigation and searched around. He found a place called Fingshan Mountain nearby, which looked quite secluded, so he drove there directly. Young Master Su, have you ever been in a similar situation, carrying a supreme treasure? You were hunted down by various powerful forces? Gu Bingyan was wiping the ancient divine sword, as if she herself wanted to go on a killing spree. There was one time, though I was seriously injured that time, and my condition wasn't good. Su Hao had faced countless attacks, but the one in the Tsangu forest was still fresh in his memory at that time. Huang Shihu performed amazingly, but was betrayed by his friend and met a terrible end. Now he has a close female friend by his side, and he has secretly made up his mind that he must not let her suffer any harm. Elder, where is this kid going? A young disciple beside Ding Buwei asked, puzzled. Look at the map. Ding Buwei shouted. When the man unfolded the map, he also spotted Phoenix Mountain and was immediately surprised. From his perspective, he initially thought there was some kind of ambush there. He believed Su Hao was a very cunning person and might have already prepared some experts hiding there, which was why he had lured everyone there. I must say, this kid is far more cunning than the rumors suggest. Contact our people immediately and send a team over to lie in ambush, looking for the best opportunity to strike. Ding Buwei said. Understood. The disciple nodded and immediately agreed. The others also found it strange, having no idea about Su Hao's plan. However, all the vehicles still followed. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at Fengxiang Mountain. Su Hao parked the car by the roadside, took Gu Bingyan's hand, and walked into the darkness. Soon they found a lakeside spot, where the two sat down, snuggling close and whispering secrets. Bingyan, how far is it from here to Tianqi? Su Hao asked with a smile. Go northwest for a few tens of thousands of meters, and you should be there. Gu Bingyan said with a smile. Is that so? Perhaps we should drive forward a bit, but it seems unlikely right now, Su Hao said calmly. That's right, everyone who's supposed to be here has arrived. Gu Bingyan could also sense that many people had appeared behind her. People from the Taishan sect led by Ding Buwei, people from the Wanjian sect led by Lu Shanhe, and other major forces, except for the friendly Tianxia gang and Jin sect, all rushed over. They scrutinized the two with cold eyes. Some of the younger martial artists even looked on with disdain, thinking to themselves, this kid really knows how to enjoy himself's about to die, and he's still having a romantic time with Gu Bingyan. It's infuriating. Su Hao, what the hell am I doing? Why am I in a place like this? Ding Buwei shouted directly. Everyone's here, you have no other choice, either hand over the divine sword or die. Lu Shanhe said coldly. Su Hao slowly stood up, faced everyone, and smiled calmly, saying, you are all people who want the Chaos God-slaying sword, so the question is, if I were to hand it over, who would I give it to? Of course it belongs to our Taishan sect. Ding Buwei said directly, no other forces qualify to possess this divine sword. Nonsense, this is the territory of the 10,000 Swords sect. Who else but us is qualified to possess such a divine artifact? You, surnamed Su, had better think carefully. Offending us in the northern region will make it difficult for you to move an inch. Lu Shanhe said coldly. Really, I think it would be foolish to hand over the weapon. Su Hao said dismissively. So, you're going to challenge all these people here? Ding Buwei shouted. The others nodded in agreement. The number of people who came this time was even greater than at the sword forging manor. Many others had come along the way after hearing the news, all hoping to snag a bargain. If everyone makes a move, I'll have no choice but to become an enemy of everyone. Su Hao said indifferently. Ding Buwei frowned, not expecting Su Hao to be so assertive. Lu Shanhe was overjoyed. This person's choice to confront everyone was the best one. In this way, everyone would have no psychological burden in taking action. Gu Bingyan stood beside him, silently gripping the black sword, as if she had already decided to stand together through thick and thin. Bingyan, what are you doing here? Just then, a loud shout came from the crowd. It was Gu Bo, the second uncle of the Gu family, who looked somewhat anxious. Second uncle, young Master Su and I have already discussed it. This time we will face this challenge together, and no one will back down. Gu Bingyan said resolutely. Nonsense. Gu Bo was furious. To offend the heroes of the world for a man, is this something the future young master of the Gu family should do? How much effort has the family put into raising you? What if something happens to you here? How will you face your elder brother? How will you face our ancestors? Gu Bingyan was a little stunned. She hadn't considered this possibility. Now she was in a dilemma, torn between the man she loved most and her family, and she didn't want to give up either. Bingyan, you can go over there. I don't need your help, and it might actually be easier for me. Su Hao also advised. But with so many experts, can you handle them? Gu Bingyan asked hesitantly. Just watch from the sidelines. Sometimes having a lot of people doesn't make any difference. Su Hao said confidently. 1257, Chapter 1257. Handling with ease. Gu Bingyan felt helpless, but since Su Hao had already said so, she could only leave for the time being. She thought to herself that she should just preserve her strength, in case she had a chance to help at a crucial moment. That's more like it. Gu Bo smiled faintly when he saw her return safely. Gu Bingyan noticed several Gu family disciples beside him, all of whom possessed strength above the supreme level, and her brows furrowed immediately. The assassination attempt had left her with lingering fear, and she had initially avoided investigation to prevent a potential falling out. Now, however, she felt that she had to find the culprit no matter what. Everyone, is anyone willing to lead the charge? Su Hao was quite composed. He had seen far too many grand occasions. Why don't you give it to me? Just then, a figure made a grand entrance. He was Lu Hongfei, a very famous disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect and one of the top 10 geniuses in the area, who volunteered directly. This person has long since broken through to the celestial realm in swordsmanship, and is a representative of the new generation. How can we let you enjoy this all by yourself? Do you think our Taishin sect has no one to rely on? A man with an ordinary appearance walked out from beside Ding Buwei, but his aura was terrifying. This person was none other than the Grand Elder's chief disciple, named Ouyang Jinyu. His strength surpassed Ding Xingyuan's, but unfortunately, he chose to go into seclusion to cultivate during the last martial arts tournament, ultimately reaching the mid-stage of the celestial realm. He pondered that if he emerged from seclusion, Su Hao's championship title would surely change hands. I didn't expect that two young experts would make a move right away. It seems that Su Hao is going to suffer a lot. This is only the first hurdle. Is it really worth risking your life for a divine sword? What is Su Hao compared to these two masters? I'd like to see just how strong the champion chosen by the Shu Mountain sect really is. Some people sneered silently. Ouyang Jinyu and Lu Hongfei approached Su Hao simultaneously, a wary glint in their eyes. They were not allies, but rather common enemies. Bring it on! Su Hao wasn't afraid at all. He tossed the Chaos God-slaying sword in his hand, which transformed into a stream of light and was directly absorbed into his dantian. This action enraged their two opponents even more, as if it were a sign of contempt, clearly telling everyone that the divine sword was unnecessary to deal with these two. You're asking for death. Ouyang Jinyu shouted, and slashed at him with his sword. Prepare to die. Lu Hongfei coldly snorted and slashed forward with his sword. The two were indeed top-tier fighters of the younger generation. Their attacks were imbued with extreme killing intent. Although they didn't coordinate, they blocked all of Su Hao's escape routes, forcing him to face two powerful attacks. Interesting. I'll test your attack first and see if you can break through my defenses. Su Hao remained calm and composed. Without him making any visible movement, a hissing sound was heard, and purple lightning appeared, forming the first lightning defense wall in front. Immediately following, golden light waves and the immovable king mantra formed the second defense. Boom! The powerful offensive caused the wall of lightning to generate tremendous friction. Ouyang Jinyu and Lu Hongfei's attack gained the upper hand and they successfully passed through it, still with about 70% of their strength remaining. How presumptuous of you, you dare to underestimate me in the face of such an attack. Lu Hongfei said disdainfully, feeling that he could have taken down Ouyang Jinyu on his own. You should be glad that it was your junior brother who fought you that day, not me. Ouyang Jinyu shouted. Surprisingly, when their attack struck Su Hao, his opponent didn't turn into a bloody mist as expected. Su Hao merely staggered back a few steps, appearing slightly disadvantaged, but he wasn't injured. The first offensive has come to an end. You're all talk and no action, but your actual strength is just so-so. Now it's my turn to test your defensive capabilities. Su Hao sneered, his aura suddenly surging, and countless sword lights burst forth from his sword finger. It was perfectly fair to divide it in two, and then charge towards the two opponents. Ouyang Jinyu smiled coldly, finding this attack utterly ineffective. He raised his broadsword again, not dodging, but instead choosing offense over defense, meeting the attack head-on. Lu Hongfei was obviously more cautious. He unleashed a series of sword curtains with his longsword to block in front of him, and took a few steps back to create distance so he could react more flexibly. Su Hao had gained a preliminary understanding of their style. He immediately vanished from his spot, reappearing directly beside Lu Hongfei. Wasn't this guy cautious? Wasn't he unwilling to risk his life? Then let's teach him a lesson. Lu Hongfei never expected Su Hao to be so fast, almost like he was teleporting. After awkwardly parrying a few more attacks and catching his breath, he said, Ouyang Jinyu, what are you doing watching the show? Oh, are we allies? Why don't you call me Brother Ouyang, then I'll help you. Ouyang Jinyu said casually. Lu Hongfei, of course, refused. He gripped his longsword tightly and launched a counterattack. Su Hao remained calm, seemingly unconcerned about the man's moves. As the man approached, black smoke billowed from his body. Lu Hongfei then realized that this person's moves were unpredictable, and the black smoke carried a deadly poison, causing him to subconsciously weaken his attacks. However, just as he showed weakness, Su Hao appeared with lightning speed, punching through his dantian and unleashing his true energy, directly blasting Lu Hongfei apart. These are the experts from the Myriad Sword sect? Su Hao said disdainfully. The sarcastic remarks reached the ears of every disciple of the 10,000 Sword sect. They were filled with both fear and anger. They were terrified that their senior brother Hongfei, who was far more powerful than them, had also died in this confrontation. They were angry that someone actually dared to look down on the 10,000 Swords sect. Su Hao was definitely the first person to dare to utter such arrogant words. Lu Shanhe's expression was grim. He had thought that this young disciple was strong enough, but he hadn't expected him to die so easily. Gu Bingyan smiled faintly, as she had already anticipated this situation. Both of his opponents are young. If they could defeat Su Hao, how could he dare to be so arrogant? He just couldn't stand these ugly faces. He wasn't stupid. Not bad, your strength is indeed enough to defeat junior brother Xing Yuan. Ouyang Zhenyu nodded in affirmation, but compared to me, you are still quite a bit inferior. What do you mean? Su Hao asked with interest. It's simple. I only used 30% of my strength just now. Since someone wants to share the credit, how can I let him succeed? Ouyang Zhenyu said happily. I see. So, it seems there might be a fierce battle between us? Su Hao's lips curled up, revealing a faint sneer. Ouyang Zhenyu was startled. Could this person's strength far surpass his own? No, his strength should be at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, so why does he give off such an unfathomable feeling? 1258, Chapter 1258. Completely ignorant. Won't the final result be surprising? Ouyang Zhenyu and Lu Hongfei will both die at Su Hao's hands, right? Didn't he say that he wouldn't let anyone who made a move go? This is definitely just a bluff. There are only two opponents right now. If everyone attacks at once, I don't believe he has the ability to defeat so many people. Why don't Ouyang Zhenyu just admit defeat? It's not like it's a ring match anyway. Give everyone a chance. Many people are discussing it. Bingyan, does Su Hao have some secret? Why is he so much stronger than others at the same level? Gu Bo asked curiously. He could also see that Su Hao's level was actually similar to Lu Hongfei and the others, but the results he displayed were worlds apart. How would I know so much? I only met him a few times at the martial arts tournament. Gu Bingyan shook her head. She truly didn't know that Su Hao had obtained the complete version of the Taishan sect and was currently experiencing a comprehensive improvement. This was still before he had fully mastered it. Given time, he would only become stronger. You've only met a few times, and then he gave you the ancient divine sword, and you two secretly pledged your lives to each other? Gu Hao, standing beside him, didn't believe it at all. The matter of the ancient divine sword is an unexpected surprise. You may not know that this divine sword was given to Su Hao by ancestor Gu Qingmei, who used the phrase returning the item to its rightful owner. If any disciple of the Gu family had approached him back then and explained their purpose, they could have obtained this divine sword. As for matters of the heart, who can say for sure? Love at first sight isn't impossible, is it? Gu Bingyan said sweetly. Sister Bingyan, you're so lucky to have met the right person. Gu Feng said enviously. Well, it's hard to say. Su Hao has many admirers. I wonder who will have the last laugh, Gu Bingyan sighed. This made the other disciples of the Gu family somewhat embarrassed indeed. For a relationship to blossom into marriage, it requires going through many hardships. Su Hao, I'm going to fight to the death. I hope you're prepared. Ouyang Zhenyu had made up his mind. There was no turning back now. After all, his target was also the Chaos God-slaying sword, and retreating would mean losing the right to compete. He believed that with the protection of the Taishan sect's experts after obtaining the weapon, he would still have a chance to escape unscathed. The only problem right now is Su Hao himself. Okay. Su Hao nodded, but he didn't seem to be preparing anything and just waited calmly. He seemed much more relaxed when he had only one opponent left. Take this. One strike can topple a city. 2 swords slay the gods. 3 strikes to destroy the heavens and the earth. Ouyang Zhenyu's moves grew increasingly powerful. Both he and Ding Xingyuan were swordsmen, but their martial arts were different. Without divine intervention, relying solely on the power of their techniques, they astonishingly created an atmosphere of blade energy, carrying a chilling aura, that swept towards Su Hao. It has to be said that his 3 moves were incredibly fluid. Maintaining them must have taken an immense amount of energy. Su Hao revealed a faint look of appreciation. If he had encountered this person at the martial arts tournament, he might have had a tough fight, but now it was different. His standards had risen, and he felt that such martial arts were full of flaws. He floated back and forth in the air like a piece of duckweed. His movements seemed incredibly dangerous, yet he miraculously avoided all attacks. He didn't retaliate with a single move, yet his actions were far more terrifying than any response. What exactly happened just now? Even Gu Bo couldn't understand it. Young Master Su actually saw through the opponent's moves completely. Is this something that martial artists of the same level can do? Gu Hao was very puzzled. What kind of martial arts did he practice? Gu Feng asked in astonishment. Martial arts? Gu Bingyan's heart stirred, and she said, "Everyone, didn't I just mention senior ancestor Gu? It's certain that Su Hao possesses the 9 cauldrons longevity technique, and his attainments in this area far surpass mine." She was smart since everyone had brought this up. She decided to take precautions to avoid a messy situation with Su Hao over this technique. Could it be that the ancestor passed on the cultivation technique to her with the condition that she keep the ancient divine sword safe, and then, when the time is right, hand the sword over to our Gu family? Gu Feng's idea was somewhat romantic as she speculated. How could we possibly fathom the thoughts of our ancestor? But according to Bing Yan, this ancestor is not dead. If the Gu family encounters danger in the future, will she step in to help? Gu Bo seemed to be worried about something. Gu Bingyan shook her head and said, "The ancestor probably won't show up. She lived her whole life for love, and besides, she's not familiar with us. Whether she acknowledges this blood relationship is another matter." Ouyang Jinyu's face was extremely grim. He had come to the northern region hoping to make a name for himself, and he believed his strength was already formidable. He never expected to encounter a monster like Su Hao, who could see through his moves without him even making a single mistake. "How did you do that?" Ouyang Jinyu shouted. "The reason is simple. I've fought far more enemies than you can imagine. Although there are many schools of martial arts, there are always patterns to be found." Ouyang Jinyu didn't understand Su Hao's answer at all. Ding Bue frowned. He felt that this statement was somewhat familiar. Could it match the profound meaning of the Tai Xin scripture? But the question was, Su Hao had not obtained the Tai Xin scripture at all, so where did he get his understanding from? "You're just making a show of things. 3 moves don't mean anything. Next, I'll show you the power of the Tai Xin sect's swordsmanship." Ouyang Jinyu's eyes flickered, and he thought of a solution. Can't he see through the moves? So what if he makes random moves? He kept slashing with his broadsword, looking fierce but actually chaotic. He would just use whatever order of attacks came to mind. For ordinary people, this offensive is still very strong. But in Su Hao's view, it was tantamount to suicide to abandon such superior swordsmanship. And only how much power can it have if it just comes out randomly? He reached out with his right hand, charging forward and grabbing the man's throat, saying, "Trying to use such petty tricks in front of me is simply laughable." You. Ouyang Jinyu was shocked to find that even someone as strong as him was unable to move at this moment. His breathing gradually became sluggish, and he quickly suffocated. "Su Hao, release Ouyang Jinyu, or you will be a member of our Tai Xin sect." Before Ding could finish his threatening words, he saw Ouyang Jinyu's head separate from his body, and he died instantly. "Threats, will they work?" Su Hao said coldly. "You surname Su, I will absolutely not let you leave here alive today." Ouyang Jinyu roared. "Since everyone's here, stop pretending to be nice. Anyone who wants the Chaos God-slaying sword, come at me all at once." Su Hao suddenly flew into the air and publicly challenged everyone. 1259, Chapter 1259. Fushi mending the sky. Is he crazy? Gu Bo was somewhat surprised. There are 70 or 80,000 people here. If everyone makes a move, even a god couldn't stop it. I have to say, his arrogance is unprecedented. Gu Hao said helplessly. "Sister Bingyan, if you like this kind of person, you're going to have a tough time in the future," Gu Feng said with a smile. Okay, it really is a headache." Gu Bingyan shook her head. This was something no one expected. Some even thought they had misheard. Admittedly, everyone wanted to make a move, but they couldn't find a suitable reason. With the Tai Xin sect and the 10,000 Swords sect involved, no one else was allowed to interfere. But now it's different. Su Hao has openly challenged him, and they've become excited. "Su Hao, I admit you are a courageous person, but people like that rarely live long. You're incredibly arrogant. Someone has to step up and teach you a lesson, and that person is me. You're challenging tens of thousands of people. You're trying to fly. What are you all waiting for? Attack. Whoever kills Su Hao will obtain the divine sword." Faced with the allure of the most powerful divine sword, everyone except the Gu family members charged forward. Even Ding Bue and Lu Shanhe were no exception. They all took out their weapons and joined the battle. Facing so many people, Su Hao wore a strange smile and muttered, I don't know if doing this goes against the natural order, but I have to give it a try. The next moment, countless wisps of black smoke emerged from his body, blotting out the sky and obscuring all starlight and moonlight. Taking advantage of this moment, black goo worms, like fireflies, appeared in his hands and flew downwards. This is the most domineering goo worm he cultivated from the Tai Xin scripture, the Fushi mending the heaven goo. This insect possesses the most terrifying devouring ability, somewhat similar to Huang Yingying's cultivation method in the poison goo cult. It can devour not only flowers, plants, and trees, but also spirit beasts and cultivators, and even spiritual veins and elixirs. It will not devour anything that is edible. Most importantly, the Fushi heaven mending goo has an exceptionally high reproductive rate. It started as a single worm, but now it has grown to over 1,000 after he expelled all the worms. It immediately possessed several enemies, infiltrating every crevice and devouring them relentlessly. Before long, these people screamed in the darkness, instantly losing their lives, their souls scattered. Their true energy became the best nourishment, helping the heaven mending goo to grow and expand, increasing from a few to hundreds, a hundredfold increase. In other words, the initial 1,000 goo worms turned into 100,000 in the blink of an eye. These goo worms made little noise and had a weak aura, but they quickly possessed other people, continuing to devour and reproduce. Su Hao could sense the movement of the goo worms, and he felt a chill run down his spine, as if the gates of hell had been opened. From Gu Bingyan's perspective, something felt off. Tens of thousands of enemies seemed to be falling so quickly, everyone screaming in agony, but Su Hao was clearly far away from them, and there was no sign of his inner energy. How did he manage to counterattack? I really can't understand his methods anymore. Gu Bingyan sighed. Ding Buwei also noticed something was wrong. He couldn't help but disperse the poisonous fog. Looking down, he saw that there were countless goo worms on the ground. He was immediately terrified and retreated several meters, as if he was afraid that the worms carried deadly poison. Su Hao, you actually use goo. How is this any different from the poison goo cult? His angry voice was also meant to clarify things for everyone. So that's how it is. No wonder so many people have fallen. It turns out you did something that angered both heaven and man. Lu Shanha exclaimed in surprise. Listen up, disciples of the Myriad Sword sect, retreat, do not attack rashly. The name of the goo worms, along with the existence of the poison goo cult, instilled fear in people throughout the martial arts world. They were considered the most bizarre, evil, and vicious beings. Everyone now understood why Su Hao had used poisonous mist to obscure the sky earlier. It was to provide cover for the goo worms. You surname Su, even if I go to hell, I'll still complain to the king of hell. It hurts like hell, these worms deserve to die. By doing this, aren't you going to make enemies of the righteous path and side with the demonic path? We act with integrity and honesty, always above board. How could we resort to such despicable tactics? Discontent ensued. Su Hao merely sneered. Since he had decided to do it, he didn't care what others thought. These were all hypocrites, doing the most despicable things while portraying themselves as noble. Ever since the battle in the Tsungu forest, he had been utterly disillusioned with the righteous path. Even so, the power of the Fushi heaven mending goo made even him feel a little uneasy. In such a short time, 20 to 30,000 people had already fallen, and the number of his goo worms had reached an astonishing tens of millions. Even if these people discovered him in time and hid at a safe distance, the gains would still be unprecedented. Withdraw troops. He called out softly, and tens of millions of goo worms returned to his side and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the true energy it brings is also incredibly pure. This isn't spiritual energy, but pure true energy that can be directly absorbed. He felt as if he were expanding, and the true energy flowing through his meridians suddenly increased 1,000-fold. So he activated the 9 cauldrons longevity technique within his dantian. The 9 cauldrons spun continuously, bringing a powerful suction force that was rapidly integrating the true energy within his body. The others noticed that Su Hao's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and all sorts of dazzling lights were bursting out from his body, which left everyone confused and quite frightened. Oh no, Su Hao is about to explode and die. Gu Bingyan suddenly shouted in terror. She vaguely understood that Su Hao had absorbed a lot of true energy and was quickly trying to reorganize, but it didn't seem to be going very smoothly. This is the result of his misuse of goo worms. How could he possibly absorb the true energy of tens of thousands of people directly? The final outcome, there are only 2 possible outcomes, either you explode and die, or you become a demon on the spot, your inner energy spiraling out of control, bleeding from all 7 orifices until you die. Ding Bu Wei echoed Gu Bingyan's words. So that's how it is, you reap what you sow. Everyone, stay away from him. If it explodes directly, the energy impact will be extremely strong. Everyone, remember this, the primordial god-slaying sword is inside his dantian. It might escape during the explosion, so be sure to remember the direction the sword left in. Many people shouted out. The Gu family members looked over and saw that Su Hao's aura was indeed fluctuating and constantly getting stronger, which seemed very unreasonable. Even if he was trying to break through to a powerful realm, he certainly couldn't absorb all of this true energy. It would only lead to chaos in the end. Sister Bingyan, is young Master Su really in danger? Gu Fang asked worriedly. He was the future son-in-law of the Gu family, and it would be such a pity if he were to die in a place like this. 1260, Chapter 1260, A Series of Lies. Fang, what are you panicking about? Young Master Su isn't your fiancé, Gu Bingyan suddenly blinked and said. Sister Bingyan, I'm just worried about you. Why are you criticizing me instead? Gu Fang blushed, thinking that if you're willing, that's fine too anyway. Su Hao is the kind of man who wouldn't feel like he'd be at a disadvantage if he got involved with him, since he only glanced at Su Hao once. I'm just fooling everyone, can't you see that? Although I don't know what he's up to, one thing is clear, young Master Su never does anything that puts him at a disadvantage. Just watch, the real show is yet to come. Gu Bingyan said in a relaxed tone. Gu Fang finally felt relieved and smiled as she looked at Su Hao again. The rest of the Gu family were somewhat bewildered. They had assumed Gu Bingyan wouldn't lie, but their teamwork with Su Hao was surprisingly seamless. Everyone also wondered how Su Hao was going to subdue so much true energy. Su Hao, enveloped in a layer of mist, gradually became shrouded in fog, obscuring his surroundings. In reality, he was rapidly absorbing the true energy. This is where the wonders of the Nine Cauldrons longevity technique come into play. With the 9 cauldrons operating simultaneously, the speed at which he absorbs true energy is unmatched by any other martial art. He was actually a little puzzled. If someone launched an attack now, his progress would be constantly delayed, but with his abilities, he could handle it. After all, there was a huge lake behind him. At worst, he could just fall in, which would surely hinder many people's advance. Since no one was bothering him, that was even better. In less than 10 minutes, all the internal energy in his body merged into one. Su Hao's strength also directly entered the peak of the celestial realm. He is only one step away from the celestial venerable realm. He pondered that if everyone hadn't discovered the Fushi heaven mending Gu earlier, perhaps he could have advanced to another level, but his current strength was already enough to make him the envy of all. He slowly put away the 9 cauldrons longevity technique, and when he opened his eyes, it was like a shooting star streaking across the sky, bringing absolute shock to everyone. What, he wasn't hurt at all? So much true energy, and it was all absorbed in such a short time? What kind of martial art could achieve such an effect? Were we being too cautious? We should have launched a sneak attack while he was channeling his energy. Some people found this result unacceptable. Lu Shanha's face darkened. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to look at Gu Bingyan and angrily scolded, "You Gu family girl, you've betrayed your own people, you used lies to buy him time. Elder Lu, you've misunderstood me." Gu Bingyan refused to admit it, instead showing a wronged expression. At the time, I wasn't the only one who thought young Master Su was about to explode. Even the elders of the Taishan sect had the same opinion as a junior. Isn't it only natural that I have no experience? Lu Shanha was trembling with anger. Was she really wronged? Ding Buwei looked somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't thought about it carefully at the time. However, he immediately thought of a possibility and couldn't help but question, "Miss Gu, looking at the martial arts world today, only the Gu family's 9 cauldrons longevity technique can achieve such an effect. Why does this person possess your family's secret martial arts?" "Yes, did you collude with Su Hao to disrupt the martial arts world?" Lu Shanha slapped a heavy accusation on him. "Gentlemen, aren't you all out of touch with reality?" Gu Bingyan started to exaggerate again, proudly introducing with her hands behind her back, "Don't you find it strange that young Master Su had the ancient divine sword before? It's the #1 divine weapon that even the Gu family doesn't have." Some people were stunned. Could such a thing really exist? Most people had never seen the ancient divine sword, let alone knew that it was in Su Hao's hands. However, powerful figures in the martial arts world like Ding Buwei and Lu Shanha knew that Su Hao had possessed this weapon during his time in Jiangnan, but the origins of the ancient divine sword remained a closely guarded secret, and no one mentioned it. "Why?" Lu Shanha finally asked. There's only one reason this divine sword was passed down from Gu family patriarch Gu Putsong to Gu Qingmei, and then it disappeared when it reappeared. It was in young Master Su's hands. Don't you understand that Sangu divine sword is a token given to him by Gu Qingmei's patriarch, allowing him to use this divine artifact to propose marriage to the Gu family. It can be used as a token of love between him and the eldest daughter of the Gu family. As Gu Bingyan spoke, a hint of shyness flashed across her face, as if it were true. Many young people suddenly realized why Gu Bingyan and Su Hao's relationship progressed so quickly. It was all arranged by their ancestor, especially those in the northern martial world, who felt proud when they mentioned Gu Qingmei. She was the strongest martial artist to emerge from the northern region in the last 500 years, unparalleled in the martial world, and the Yihua palace she founded was once the #1 sect. Lu Shanhe was stunned. He was about to say that something was wrong. Gu Qingmei had disappeared for hundreds of years, but then he realized that it seemed to make sense, because no one was certain that Gu Qingmei was dead. Ding Buwei snorted coldly, thinking to himself that there was such a connection. It seemed that Su Hao did have a master, just one who kept it hidden. Su Hao was a little confused. Gu Bingyan's lies were so easy to come by that they actually scared tens of thousands of people. His 9 cauldrons longevity technique had absolutely nothing to do with Senior Gu, it was purely obtained from beyond the Great Wall. Why would Gu Qingmei pass on her family's martial arts skills to an outsider? However, it's good to have such a statement, as it can make people believe it. The world of martial arts is inherently a mix of truth and falsehood, with very little factual information. His gaze locked onto Ding Buwei and Lu Shanhe, and he said, "Gentlemen, after making such a scene just now, isn't it time to settle our score? Su Hao, don't be so naive. Even if you absorb that true energy, you'll still be no match for me." Ding Buwei scoffed away. "That's right." Lu Shanhe said, "Now it's our turn to warn you. If you make a move, you will die, and the divine sword will surely change hands." "Oh, I'm a bit different. I love challenging the strong. I am going to announce that all my grudges with others are temporarily over. Everyone, step back. I am going to fight these 2 elders to the death," he said coldly. Grudges? The others smiled bitterly. Although they had launched an attack, they had not only failed to harm Su Hao in the slightest, but had even lost the lives of many of his relatives and friends. Su Hao now carries the burden of many deep-seated hatreds. It's unbelievable that he could say those words so easily, completely disregarding everyone else. But what could they do? After all, Su Hao was incredibly powerful, and all their resentment could only be swallowed down for the time being, then allowed to fester completely. Revenge was impossible. It was never going to happen in this lifetime. 1261, Chapter 1261, The Crazy Plan. Elder Ding, does this mean we should unite to deal with this young man surnamed Su? Lu Shanhe asked with a self-deprecating smile. It seems that way for now. Ding Buwei said coldly, but the grudges between us will definitely be resolved in the future. This alliance is only temporary. Grievances? A faint smile appeared on Lu Shanhe's face, as if he felt quite innocent. Don't forget, your disciple killed Ding Xingyu, and our Taishan church will remember this grudge forever. Ding Buwei's main purpose in coming here this time was to explore the secrets of Tianqi. His secondary objective was to find an opportunity for revenge. Their Taishan sect was taken away by the disciples of the Wanjian sect, which is a very shameful thing. That's all in the past. Does Elder Ding not know that our disciple has been killed by Su Hao? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and this matter is still related to Su Hao, Lu Shanhe argued. I even think that Su Hao's mysterious Gu worm comes from the Taishan scripture. Impossible, we are righteous, how could we possess such strange martial arts? Ding Buwei naturally refused to admit it and angrily rebuked him on the spot. Lu Shanhe gave a cold laugh. When did the Taishan sect become the righteous path? Isn't this an attempt to whitewash? What they did in the past was even more evil than the Poison Gu cult. They were the most terrifying demonic cult in the martial arts world. Elder Lu, you are right about one thing. My Gu worms did indeed originate from the Taishan scripture. Su Hao suddenly and frankly admitted that he wasn't afraid of having too many lice, and it wasn't a big deal. Elder Ding, did you hear that clearly? The person involved has already admitted it. What else do you have to say? Lu Shanhe said calmly. Impossible. I also practiced the Taishan scripture, and it doesn't contain this kind of Gu worm at all. Ding Buwei was unwilling to admit that while the Taishan scripture did contain some Gu worms, their uses weren't as miraculous as these. and they were very difficult to cultivate. The most difficult step in cultivating gu was the nurturing of the gu worms. Without the original gu, it would be almost impossible to develop and grow strong. It would take a lot of time, at least 30 to 50 years, and sometimes up to 100 years. Is it that you don't have it, or is your Taishan scripture incomplete? Su Hao sneered. Upon hearing this, Ding Buwei was shocked. Throughout the Taishan sect, everyone was pondering the same question: was a part of this scripture missing? Something felt off yet. This scripture was incredibly powerful, even the incomplete techniques were enough to shake the martial arts world, and no one was willing to discard it. Su Hao pointed it out clearly until now. He suddenly realized something and blurted out, "Do you possibly have the complete version of the Taishan scripture?" Taishan Jing, that's just what your sect calls it. It's actually a wordless book. What do you think the Shu Mountain sect's champion reward is? It's the most complete compilation of martial arts. Su Hao subconsciously followed Gu Bingyan's example, spouting nonsense and reversing cause and effect. In fact, the martial arts in the wordless book are generally more powerful than those in the Taishan Jing. However, it is the latter half. Without the foundation of the profound scriptures, it consists of strange and unusual moves. If an ordinary person practices it, they will probably not achieve anything in their entire life. Is the Taishan Jing the wordless heavenly book? Ding Buwei was utterly shocked. He couldn't help but sigh heavily. If Ding Xingyuan had won the championship back then, how perfect it would have been. The Taishan sect would have had a chance to revive. The more he thought about it, the more he resented the Wanzhen sect. Seeing that his expression was gradually changing, Lu Shanhe smiled and said, "Elder Ding, let's not fight amongst ourselves. Let's kill this person and seize the nameless heavenly book." Yes, that's the most urgent thing. Ding Buwei nodded. "Rob, I belonged to no sect or school when I obtained the blank book. I destroyed it immediately. You still want to rob it? Listen up, everyone. Although the Taishan scripture is not complete, it is still one of the strongest martial arts in the world. If you have the chance, I advise you to try every means possible. Even if it costs you your life, you can still rob it. Whether it's a sect or a family, possessing this martial art will allow them to join the ranks of the top." Su Hao, on the contrary, loudly advised him. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, the wordless book is completely incomprehensible to outsiders. The Shu Mountain sect has been researching it for hundreds of years without finding a solution, let alone them. But the Taishan scripture is different. Once they get their hands on it, they can definitely start cultivating it directly. To be honest, the Taishan Jing is still better. Whether it's complete or not, our skills are like incomplete martial arts, we can practice them for a lifetime. In my opinion, Elder Ding definitely possesses the Taishan scripture. As a result, Su Hao's words attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. Everyone was staring at Ding Buwei, as if he were plotting something wicked. The elder's expression was grim. He did indeed possess the Taishan scripture, but his mastery of it was lacking. He had never been able to fully comprehend it. The most terrifying thing would be if this scripture were to slip from his possession. "Elder Ding, on your body." Su Hao's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, "What are you thinking, kid?" Ding Buwei shouted, "The Taishan scripture is useless to you now. Are you going to do all this for someone else? What's wrong with that? I'm a representative of the righteous path, and I have to make a contribution to the martial arts world, right? Why don't you hand over the Taishan scripture, and I'll find a time to publish it?" Su Hao said coldly. Upon hearing this, many people actually began to applaud. They all agreed. Who wouldn't want to acquire the strongest martial arts skills? If everyone had the same resources, more geniuses would surely emerge. "You're dreaming!" Ding Buwei roared. "Is that so? No one can stop me from doing what I want," Su Hao said coldly, and then flew over. With a single punch, the Qin family, the great wilderness, has fallen. At this point, his strength had increased dozens of times. The force of that single punch caused the air to tremble, and many people held their breath. Ding Buwei frowned and couldn't help but counter with his own fist. He figured his opponent's strength was probably insufficient. Boom! The aftershocks of their attacks raged like a tornado, instantly turning dozens of martial artists into a bloody mist, leaving them no time to resist. It's like gods are fighting, and ordinary people are suffering. The others also became serious and retreated, leaving only the three of them within a radius of 1,000 meters. Careful! Just then, Gu Feng couldn't help but tense up. because she saw Lu Shanha seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He also had a divine weapon in his hand, called the Ghostly Ice Soul Sword, which, when swung, carried countless icy wheels in the air. This sword strike is an absolute killing move, a full force attack. Go to hell. Lu Shanha was extremely confident, believing that with his abilities, his opponent would be seriously injured at best, and die at worst. 1262, Chapter 1262 To Save My Life. A sneak attack? Su Hao sensed the sword energy from the other party, revealed a cold smile, and without making any move, he had already rushed to Lu Shanha's side in the blink of an eye, and his right hand reached out like lightning. Lu Shanha was greatly surprised. Su Hao's movement technique was simply too unpredictable. This was a martial art from the complete version of the Tai Xin scripture, called Nine Heavens Phantom Shadow, one of the strongest movement techniques within the range covered by one's will. One could move instantly. Su Hao, being observant and aware of his surroundings, was naturally wary of him. You're courting death. Lu Shanha's change of tactics was quite good. In order to prevent the opponent from snatching it, he had already unleashed several defensive sword moves, thinking that as long as flesh and blood got close, he would definitely be able to sever the opponent's wrist. The result was astonishing. Su Hao's hand still reached out, and it successfully turned into a blood mist. But somehow, his weapon was still taken away. Are you crazy? Lu Shanha was greatly surprised who would use such a suicidal fighting method. Elder Lu, you're not heartbroken, are you? After all, you've lost your weapon. Su Hao said with a smile, a divine sword emanating a chilling aura floating in front of him. Trying to take my weapon is impossible without your right hand. How can you hold it? Lu Shanha God reached out and a powerful suction force erupted, preparing to snatch the weapon back. To his surprise, the ghostly ice soul sword remained completely still. The answer appeared the next moment. Su Hao's right hand is rapidly regenerating. And they look more energetic. In fact, the moment Su Hao lost his hand, the Gu family members all realized that he must have used an immortality technique, his strongest move. They couldn't master it, but they all knew its power. Sister Bingyan, young Master Su is truly capable. Gu Feng exclaimed. Yes, this person has unlimited potential. Who could have imagined that he would improve while fighting? Generally speaking, every fierce battle results in great losses. Once seriously injured, one may never be able to recover for the rest of their life, Gu Bo said with emotion. Is this his talent? The stronger he is, the stronger he becomes. Gu Bingyan exclaimed in admiration. Xiongqi's potential was indeed very strong. Xiongqi was not the strongest divine beast to begin with, but the bloodline that could unleash potential was just too suitable for Su Hao, and he brought it to its fullest potential. Everyone else was stunned. This was only a single encounter, yet Lu Shanha actually lost his divine weapon? Wouldn't that be like losing both your wife and your army? He's probably the one who lost out the most today. The 10,000 Swords sect seems to have some divine artifacts, but the ghostly ice soul sword should rank in the top 3. Even the most powerful sects can't afford to lose a divine weapon. I have only one thought right now. If young Master Su is willing to take me as a disciple and give me the divine sword, I will immediately kowtow and become his disciple. If you don't want to take disciples, you can take adopted sons. I'll definitely shout out loud, Godfather, please accept my bow. You guys are really flexible when it comes to getting this artifact. Let me have this good thing. Everyone was full of fantasies. Lu Shanha looked grim. He had truly lost face today, having been humiliated by a young man. After losing his weapon, his strength was greatly diminished. What difference is there between the Myriad Sword sect and being blind without the divine sword? In the moment of his hesitation, he saw Su Hao grasp the longsword, unleash the annihilation of all laws move, and turn to slash at Ding Buwei. The latter instinctively dodged, but unexpectedly, at that moment, his clothes tore and a secret manual fell to the ground. Not good. Ding Buwei belatedly realized that the opponent's target was not to kill, but to target the Tai Xian scripture. Su Hao reached out with his left hand and obtained the manual. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he said, Everyone, I have obtained the Tai Xian scripture. If you all want me to reveal it, then please clap your hands now. The louder the applause, the faster the reveal will be. The voice reached everyone's ears clearly, and they were immediately overjoyed. They hadn't expected Su Hao to actually do it at first. They thought it was a joke, but now it seemed to be true. When the first person started clapping, everyone else joined in enthusiastically. The applause was deafening, and even the water in the lake rippled. Is he really going to announce it? Gu Feng was a little excited. Yes, he'll definitely keep his word. Gu Bingyan felt that Su Hao didn't care about the Taishan scripture at all. He just wanted to make things worse. When everyone had the Taishan scripture, the Taishan sect's advantage would be greatly diminished. Isn't this the most effective form of revenge? Su Hao, don't do anything reckless. The Taishan scripture is the most advanced martial art. Even if you keep it for yourself, you can't reveal it. Ding Buwei was already subconsciously afraid of his strength and felt that he couldn't possibly take it from him. What right does a dying man have to say such things? The long sword in Su Hao's hand automatically flew out of his hand, turning into a white light that directly shattered Ding Buwei into dust. One of the two experts was already dead. He immediately turned around and stared coldly at Lu Shanhe. The elder from the 10,000 Swords sect was trembling, not with excitement, but with fear. He never imagined that failing to seize the divine sword would cost him his life. Young Master Su, please calm down. Our 10,000 Swords sect is still reasonable. If you are willing to spare my life, I am willing to reveal a secret. Lu Shanhe's eyes darted around as he began to think frantically. Oh, what secrets do you have to offer? Su Hao asked casually. Don't you want to know who assassinated Gu Bingyan today? Lu Shanhe shouted. Although the person was masked, their identity was revealed after they left. If you spare my life, I'm willing to tell you the secret. Su Hao was somewhat surprised. It turned out that the 10,000 Swords sect was actually monitoring the entire northern region and knew about such things. Lu Shanhe knew that Su Hao had been persuaded and was secretly rejoicing when suddenly another white light flashed, and his right arm was also struck by the ghostly ice. The soul sword was severed in two. Not only that, Su Hao unleashed a powerful attack that directly destroyed his dantian. Su Hao, why are you so cruel? You actually crippled my martial arts. Lu Shanhe was shocked. He was now completely useless. If you didn't have that secret, you'd be dead by now. You'd better be grateful. Su Hao said coldly. Lu Shanhe fell silent, daring not to say another word. Better to live a wretched life than die. As long as he could save his own life, he would endure it. Young Master Su, seeing that the battle here was over, a man shamelessly stepped forward, rubbing his hands together, and asked, May I ask when you will release the Taishan scripture? Everyone, come to the North Domain Hotel tomorrow afternoon, and you'll find out then. Now, get as far away as you can. I want some peace and quiet. Su Hao waved his hand and said coldly. These people were overjoyed and left one by one, filled with gratitude. 1263, Chapter 1263. Can't compare to a young man. Only Su Hao, Lu Shanhe, and a few members of the Gu family remained. He looked at Gu Bo and the others and said calmly, Why don't you all leave for the time being? Young Master Su, we are members of the Gu family and have the right to know who is trying to assassinate Miss Gu. Gu Feng said earnestly. I think it's best if no one else knows about this. Su Hao shook his head. The more people who know, the greater the threat. Let's go. Maybe it's better not to know some things. Gu Bo felt that Su Hao was right. Knowing would only be a burden. All right. Gu Feng nodded helplessly and left with the others, led by Gu Bo. At this moment, Gu Bingyan felt a sense of gratitude, never expecting to learn this secret here. Lu Shanhe was sweating profusely. The feeling of losing an arm was truly awful. He just wanted to finish things here as soon as possible and then find a place to heal. Now that there's no one else here, you can speak. Su Hao gestured. Gu Shanyue. Lu Shanhe uttered only 3 words. Really, I have a good relationship with brother Shanyue. Gu Bingyan was a little surprised. This man was the eldest son of her third uncle. The two grew up together and used to spar with each other often. Miss Gu, you're too naive. Think about it. Among your Gu family members, your father only has 2 daughters, your second uncle Gu Bo has no children, and only the third son has 4 sons. The only way they can become the head of the family is to get rid of your brother-in-law. After Lu Shanhe finished speaking, he glanced at Su Hao and said, I've revealed the secret. Can you leave now? Okay. Su Hao didn't make things difficult for him anymore. Lu Shanhe sighed and slowly left. He was now a cripple, and he didn't know what his future held. He could only take things one step at a time. Gu Bingyan's expression was somewhat unpleasant. She had thought it was one of the other disciples of the Gu family, but it turned out to be the closest person to her, so she was a little undecided. If you want revenge but don't want to do it yourself, you can come to me. Su Hao said calmly. Young Master Su, I'm having such a hard time. Gu Bingyan was in a state of turmoil and threw herself into his arms, as if she didn't want to think about anything else and only wanted this moment of peace. Su Hao sighed silently. In fact, such things are all too common in large families, and they should be dealt with decisively, but for those directly involved, it would be incredibly difficult, and they would be tempted by past relationships. Gu Bingyan suddenly blushed and said, Young Master Su, are you willing to protect me for the rest of your life? This Su Hao hesitated, not wanting to make any promises, fearing that the other party might be disappointed one day. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you, Anna Marie. It's already great that we can be together at this moment. She tilted her head back and leaned closer, as if hinting at something. Su Hao's eyes suddenly flickered with wariness, and he shouted, Who's here? Not bad, you're quite alert. It seems that assassinating you will be extremely difficult. Suddenly, a person emerged from the darkness. Gu Bingyan was extremely embarrassed, not expecting there to be another person hiding there, but when she looked over, she discovered that this person was of mixed race, with an Eastern face, but blue eyes and blonde hair, making him look somewhat strange. He also had true energy surging around him, clearly indicating that he had also successfully cultivated. Are you an undead? Su Hao keenly sensed the vibrant life force emanating from him, something that ordinary humans shouldn't possess, and his expression immediately changed. Why are there so many undead in the northern region? Have they settled down here? If that's the case, they must have built a powerful force, but no one has discovered it yet. That's right, you are indeed a smart man. The man said coldly, My name is Li Boming, which means to be indifferent to fame and fortune. What is your purpose? Su Hao asked indifferently, not caring about the meaning of his name. The purpose is very simple, of course, to invite young Master Su to join our organization. Li Boming finally managed to smile and said calmly. Don't you know that I have many grudges with the undead? Su Hao frowned. Isn't it just a grudge with Birmingham and his faction? Don't worry, we've already established ourselves in the Eastern martial arts world, and we're completely separate from the Western undead clan. Our goal is simple, to grow stronger and gather the most promising young people in the martial arts world. Li Boming said proudly. Not interested. Su Hao shook his head. I advise you to think this over carefully, otherwise, taking care of a 12-year-old child in the northern border region will not be an easy task. Li Boming threatened. Su Hao frowned. Was he using Su Chongqing to threaten him? A thought struck him, and he charged forward, his right hand reaching out to strike the man's neck. If he hit him, even if he didn't kill him, he would certainly injure him. Strangely, Li Boming's movement technique was astonishing. He vanished in a flash, becoming a blur. When he reappeared, he was right beside Gu Bingyan, his sharp claws hovering above her head. Gu Bingyan was a master and had achieved good results in the martial arts tournament, yet she couldn't react at all. Even Su Hao couldn't quite see through his movement technique. He vaguely felt that Li Boming was someone who practiced movement techniques and had mastered a martial art to its extreme. This shows that this person is indeed a talented individual. Young Master Li, how can you do this? Young Master Su will definitely respond better to gentle persuasion than force. You must use kind words to convince him. Just then, a beautiful figure emerged from the darkness. She was also an undead, and a beautiful woman at that. She looked about 17 or 18 years old, but it was unknown how long she had actually lived. As she spoke, she revealed two sharp teeth, as if to declare her identity. However, Su Hao's gaze shifted downwards, and something seemed amiss. This woman was shrouded in a layer of. She was dressed in a very alluring way through the sheer fabric. Every move she made seemed to possess the highest level of seductive skills. Even Xiao Mainyang would have to admit defeat. Wang Meili, my method is the most practical. Just watch and see. Li Boming said coldly. Alright, then I'll just watch the show. Wang Meili chuckled, hands on her hips, standing to the side. Su Hao's gaze darkened, and he vanished from his spot. His Phantom 9 Heaven's speed was even greater than Li Boming's. Upon closing in, he unleashed a punch. Holy crap! Li Boming was clearly unprepared and instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, losing a significant amount of energy. When he recovered, he said with some surprise, Young Master Su, I was just joking. You actually went too far? First of all, don't joke around with the people around me. Secondly, I'm only giving you a slight punishment, otherwise you wouldn't have recovered so easily. Su Hao pulled Gu Bingyan over and warned her coldly. Damn it! Li Boming seemed to be angry with himself. Why is it that after cultivating for hundreds of years, I am still no match for this young man in his 20s? 1264, Chapter 1264. Your sister is here to find you. What does that mean? It means you're not very talented. Wang Meili chuckled. If I can't do it, how can I rely on you? Li Boming said irritably. Just keep your eyes peeled and watch. When I make a move, it will be a resounding success. Wang Meili smiled sweetly, walked gracefully to Su Hao's side, leaned in, took his hand and put it on his shoulder, and said, Young Master Su, we fell in love at first sight. As long as you're willing to join our organization, you can do whatever you want in the future. Get lost, I'm not interested. Su Hao subconsciously felt that this person was dissolute and somewhat dirty. Hey, I'm truly sincere towards you, why are you being so heartless? Wang Meili immediately said with tears streaming down her face, to be honest, you are the only man I've ever taken a liking to in my 800 years of life, don't take your good fortune for granted. Ha? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. How about we find a place to verify your identity? Wang Meili leaned closer again, smiling. She switched between crying and smiling with complete ease. Miss Wang, please have some self-respect. A surge of power emanated from Su Hao, directly knocking her back. Humph, you're just a cold-blooded beauty from the undead clan, what do you have to attract young Master Su? Gu Bingyan said hostilely. Of course, it's my unbeatable figure. Wang Meili said, hands on her hips, showing off her assets. When she chose her name, she used the most straightforward word, charm. Doesn't that say it all? If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. Su Hao didn't want to get involved with them, and said indifferently. Alright, let's get down to business. Wang Meili was disappointed, seemingly wondering why Su Hao didn't like beautiful women. She composed herself and said, we're here to give you a warning. Recently, a force in the northern frontier has been stirring up trouble. Their target is all the forces here, whether it's the Myriad Sword Sect, the Sword Forging Manor, or the Gu family, they all have spies among them. These people are everywhere, and they will use any means necessary to disrupt the major powers and seize the opportunity to gain benefits. Their goal is to build another immortal palace in the northern region. Su Hao nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, there had been other forces stirring up recently, but he didn't know who they were. Could it be related to another undead force? Upon hearing this, Gu Bingyan had a different thought. She gave herself a reason. Perhaps Gu Shanyue had been misled by outsiders. This was much better than fratricide. After all this talk, you still haven't mentioned any more information about this force. Su Hao said calmly. More information? Wang Meili immediately asked. This force is currently codenamed Qitian Pavilion, meaning it stands on equal footing with heaven and earth. Among them are 7 or 8 princes of the Undying clan, whose strength is comparable to that of a celestial venerable. Most importantly, these people also harbor many scoundrels of the martial world, one of whom has some connection with young Master Su. Who? Su Hao asked. Li Zixuan, son of the former head of the Divine Martial Pavilion. Wang Meili said. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's expression changed. Li Yuanwu himself was dead, but he hadn't wiped out the rest. Many of his bloodlines remained. Unexpectedly, Li Zixuan, one of them, appeared in the Qitian Pavilion. I have some bad news for you. Qitian Pavilion has some strange pills that can help people improve their strength rapidly. Li Zixuan's strength is now no less than yours. One day, he will come looking for revenge on you. Wang Meili warned. You came here today just to tell this news? Su Hao asked calmly. No, we just want to form a temporary alliance with young Master Su. Our goal is the Qitian Pavilion. Isn't that better? Wang Meili said with a smile. There's no need to form an alliance. Let's just draw a line and leave each other alone. Su Hao still refused. Sure, here's my business card. Call me whenever you miss me, especially on long nights. I'm the best confidant, you know? As she spoke, she blew a kiss to him. Su Hao thought for a moment and then accepted the contact information. Wang Meili winked at Li Boming, and the two disappeared into the darkness again. He looked down and saw some personal information written on it. Miss Wang, Secretary of Tianyuan Pavilion. Hey, you're not obsessed with her, are you? Gu Bingyan asked when she saw him staring blankly into space. You're a local from the northern region, have you ever heard of Tianyuan Pavilion? Su Hao asked. No. Gu Bingyan shook her head firmly. Sex in the northern region don't use the character Gu in their names. It's an old saying. They probably existed for many years and have been operating in the shadows. Su Hao nodded. He suspected that there was a deep-seated grudge between Qitian Pavilion and Tianyuan Pavilion, and they had been secretly competing with each other for a long time until recently. Qitian Pavilion had been making moves everywhere, and Tianyuan Pavilion had also begun to recruit martial arts masters. To put it bluntly, it's still dogs fighting. Su Hao put away the business card and was about to leave with Gu Bingyan. Immediately, a beautiful voice came from the darkness. Little brother Su Hao, where are you? Your sister has come to find you. The voice actually came from Gongsun Xiaoxiao. She had located the car here and rushed over out of concern. Miss Gongsun, we're here. Su Hao was surrounded by lightning, guiding her the way. It's so good to see you're all right. Gongsun Xiaoxiao rushed over, looked you up and down, and said with a smile, I knew those people couldn't do anything to young Master Su. Boss lady, you didn't come here on purpose to find us, did you? Su Hao asked. You're so straightforward. Gongsun Xiaoxiao chuckled. I heard you're going to publish the Taishan scripture. How about we find a business opportunity? You sell me a photocopy first, and I'll sell it all over the country overnight. That way, we can all make a fortune. Oh, how much are you willing to pay? Su Hao asked with a smile. 3 billion. Sun Xiaoxiao said, we can not only cooperate in business, but also provide the best protection for young Master Su Changqing. Su Hao wasn't interested in money. But her last sentence struck a chord with him. He needed to travel extensively, and Su Changqing definitely needed someone to take care of him. During this time the Gu family had many internal problems and couldn't look after Hemas for the poison Gu cult. That was a demonic path. He didn't want to corrupt the child. Therefore, Gongsun Xiaoxiao became the best choice, enough to tempt him. Alright, I can give you the Taishan scripture, but there's one condition, you have to make 100,000 copies. I need them for tomorrow. Su Hao took out the manual and handed it to her. Gongsun Xiaoxiao was somewhat stunned. Was he afraid that she would take it all for herself? Doing business with him was so pleasant. Alright, leave everything to me. She chuckled, holding the scriptures. Then I won't disturb your romantic time any longer. Farewell. 1265, Chapter 1265 is suitable for everyone. Inside a deluxe suite at the Northern Domain Hotel, Su Changqing sat on the sofa, seemingly sulking. He couldn't remember why he had suddenly come here. Wasn't he working at the sword forging manor before? After fighting Su Hao, he was gone? Who is that man? He muttered to himself. At that moment, two men with cold eyes stood in the corner. They were the Poison Gu cult members sent to protect him. After a while, the door opened from the outside, and the proprietress, Gongsun Feiyan, walked in. She said something to the two men, and they left. Following her was a sweet-looking martial artist, also there to act as his bodyguard. Young master, did you sleep well? Gongsun Feiyan asked with a faint smile. Who are you? Su Changqing asked warily. I'm the owner of this hotel. This lady will take care of everything for you here. You can ask her for anything. Just call her Sister Qing. Gongsun Feiyan said gently. Why am I here? Su Changqing asked in surprise. Have you forgotten? After your duel with young Master Su at the sword forging manor, you willingly followed me here. Gongsun Feiyan coaxed. By the way, you're Su Hao's nephew. You should know that, right? Su Hao. Su Changqing felt the name was very familiar, and then he thought of the legends in the martial arts world. He was suddenly surprised and said, is he the man who won the championship in the Shu Mountain sex competition? That's right. Gongsun Feiyan explained, he still has some things to attend to, but he'll come to visit you later. After the introduction, she left happily. Su Changqing looked at Sister Qing with great interest and suddenly asked, do you know martial arts? Yes. Sister Qing's answer was simple. How about we have a spar? Su Changqing said with great interest, seemingly obsessed with martial arts. No, I'm responsible for your safety, not your sparring partner. Sister Qing said bluntly. Su Changqing felt somewhat helpless and had no choice but to stay on the sofa. He waited He waited until 11 or 12 at night, until he was practically moldy from waiting. Before he finally heard footsteps, he jumped up from the sofa and saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman walk in. It was Su Hao and Gu Bingyan. "Hey, you look a little different than before?" Su Changqing had seen Su Hao wearing a mask last time, but now he was showing his true face and looked even more handsome. "My name is Su Hao, as you should already know," he introduced. "From this moment on, you must return to the Su family. Once I've finished my business here, I'll take you straight back to the western regions." "What if I don't agree?" Su Changqing asked hesitantly, his head lowered. "First of all, this isn't something you can refuse. Anyone of the Su family bloodline has to go back. Rest assured, once you reach the western regions, you'll be guaranteed food and clothing, and you'll even have the opportunity to learn powerful martial arts," Su Hao said with a smile. "Then, I have a weapon here. If you're willing to go back, I can give it to you right now." As he spoke, he took out the ghostly Ice Soul sword, and the air in the room immediately seemed to drop in temperature. Sister Qing's eyes lit up with envy, thinking that one's background really is important. How could someone so young be able to obtain a divine sword? Gu Bingyan smiled faintly. Was he using what he had just snatched back to amuse a child? It would be virtually impossible for the 10,000 Swords sect to take it back later. The western regions were the Su family's territory. No outsider, no matter how powerful, could shake their authority. Really? Upon seeing the divine sword, Su Changqing suddenly felt that his principles weren't so important after all. Who would turn down a benefit? Of course. Su Hao nodded and threw the divine sword over directly. After grabbing it, Su Changqing felt a chill run through his body. He wanted to wield it, but his strength was too weak to use it. He sighed and threw it on the sofa, saying, "I'm truly useless. I've disgraced the Su family." "You must not rush your martial arts training." Su Hao, as if he had been prepared, took out another bottle of pills and said, "These pills will help you with your cultivation. Take one every morning and evening, and you will be able to get into the right state of mind more quickly." Su Changqing was overjoyed, but after receiving it, he said with some dissatisfaction, "How about you give me another manual, handsome uncle?" "A secret manual?" Su Hao had actually prepared one. He initially wanted to give him the Tai Shan scripture, but Su Changqing's foundation was too weak, and he probably wouldn't be able to master it. He also couldn't always be by his side to teach him, so that martial art was unsuitable. Therefore, he changed to another martial art, which was the 9 Cauldrons longevity technique. "Although it's the Gu family's martial art, since I've learned it, I might as well consider it a skill of the Su family. The 9 Cauldrons longevity technique is different. It's gentler and suitable for everyone." He came out with the handwritten secret realm in his hand. The moment Gu Bingyan saw it, her expression changed, and she gave him a coquettish glare. "The longevity manual?" Su Changqing seemed somewhat displeased. "I need the strongest secret manual, not this kind of health-preserving martial art." "Don't underestimate this martial art. It's one of the top 3 martial arts techniques in the martial arts world right now," Su Hao said confidently. "Oh, it's that strong?" Su Changqing picked it up and began to study it word by word. He was so engrossed in watching that he seemed to have forgotten about the other people around him. Su Hao nodded slightly. This was how a member of the Su family should behave. This guy was far too weak, barely even a beginner in martial arts. He was a disgrace to the Su family. Anyone who didn't know better would think the Su family had no talent for martial arts. Gu Bingyan grabbed his hand, led him into a room, closed the door, and angrily said, "Su Hao, how could you pass on our family's martial arts to an outsider?" "He's my nephew, so he's not an outsider," Su Hao said calmly. "That won't do either," Gu Bingyan protested, waving her fist. "How about I do something to make it up to you?" Su Hao smiled. Gu Bingyan blushed. Right now it was just the two of them in a hotel. Wouldn't he be thinking of doing that kind of thing? Although she was quite willing, there were still 2 other people outside, and it didn't seem quite right. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly saw Su Hao take out another manual, the complete version of the Tai Shan scripture. "You're going to give it to me?" Gu Bingyan was stunned. This was much better than the longevity formula. Overall, she had made a huge profit. "Remember, this is for you alone, not for the entire Su family from now on. Unless it's your children, no one else can touch it, understand?" Su Hao nodded. This was a kind of exchange. "Okay, I'll burn it after I finish reading it." Gu Bingyan knew very well that this was the complete version, far more valuable than the Tai Shan scripture. It was impossible to obtain without a certain stroke of luck. "Remembering something," she said. "Are you planning to use this as a dowry for your marriage proposal?" Nonsense. Su Hao shook his head, he truly had no such thought. 1266, Chapter 1266 A Family of Geniuses. Gu Bingyan was also in her room, studying the Taishan scripture. Only when she saw the complete version did she realize how complex this manual was. No wonder Su Hao hadn't passed it on to Su Changqing. Changqing immediately she was completely bewildered herself and could only try to memorize it repeatedly. Fortunately, she had always been quite talented, and within an hour, she successfully memorized the tens of thousands of words. She repeated it to herself to make sure she would never forget it, then burned it all and flushed the ashes down the drain. Su Hao, thank you for giving me such a wonderful secret manual, she smiled sweetly and said gratefully. Alright, stop being so sentimental, it's getting late, let's go see how that kid is doing. Su Hao yawned and came out to find Su Changqing holding a chopstick and pretending to be a swordsman. The moves were somewhat complex, and it was the longevity sword technique. He had no true chi, and the moves appeared weak and powerless, but there were no flaws in the techniques themselves. He practiced until all laws were annihilated before stopping. Gu Bingyan's eyes widened, and she said, are all the bloodlines of the Su family this strong? Back then, it took her almost half a year to reach this level. Su Changqing was able to do this entirely through his own comprehension, which shows that he is another genius. Thank you for the compliment. The little guy stopped, turned around and saw them. He stared at them for a long time before finally managing to say something that made Gu Bingyan beam with joy. Pretty auntie, aren't you my auntie? Good boy, you have a good eye for people. Gu Bingyan laughed. Focus on your training and stop thinking about things like this. Su Hao glared at him. Uncle, this aunt is very nice, you should marry her. Su Changqing had a good first impression of Gu Bingyan and advised her instead. You have no manners. This is not something you should be concerned about, Su Hao said. In short, you cannot go out during this period. It's too dangerous outside. Our Su family has many enemies, understand? Uncle, are you going to cause chaos in the northern region? Su Changqing had been here for half a year and knew the dangers better than Su Hao. He immediately understood it wasn't that the Su family had many enemies, but rather that Su Hao was making enemies everywhere. Yes. Su Hao's answer was firm and resolute. Understood, I will definitely not leave the hotel. Su Changqing's attention was now focused on the divine sword, thinking about improving his strength as soon as possible so that he could carry the sword around and look cool. Let's go out. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Honey, let's talk about it. How about I come to your house tomorrow to propose? Gu Bingyan said coquettishly as she walked. The next afternoon, Su Hao slept soundly. When he woke up, he opened the window to get some fresh air, only to find a huge crowd outside the hotel. The hotel staff, under the personal supervision of Gongsun Feiyan, mobilized thousands of guards to firmly hold back the crowd. It should be noted that Gongsun Feiyan is a very powerful person in the northern region, and no one else dares to act recklessly. How come there are so many people? Su Hao was somewhat taken aback for a moment, then realized that he had attracted them all himself. He had announced yesterday that he would be releasing the Taishan scripture, and so many people had come without even hearing the news. Young Master Su, you really are going to change the entire martial arts world. Gu Bingyan, wearing a nightgown, appeared from the side. She refused to go back last night, so Su Hao had no choice but to take her in. Let's go down, Su Hao said with a smile. Wait a minute, let me change my clothes. Gu Bingyan was unwilling to just go like this, so she turned around and went to prepare, quickly changing into a beautiful outfit. Su Hao then grabbed her hand, jumped out of the window, and landed steadily in front of all the martial arts practitioners. Young Master Su, you finally arrived. Wow, a perfect couple has appeared out of nowhere. They're the envy of everyone. It's clear that Miss Gu and Mr. Su are getting closer and closer. Why do I feel envious seeing them so happy? Some sounds came from inside. Su Hao nodded to Gongsun Feiyan and said, Boss lady, go and get those photocopies. Take them all out? Gongsun Feiyan asked in surprise. Yes. Su Hao nodded. Understood. Gongsun Feiyan then led a few people into the hotel and began to get busy. Everyone, please be quiet. Su Hao spoke, his voice soaring through the clouds and drowning out all other sounds. I am not a member of the Taishan sect, but just an ordinary martial artist who was wholeheartedly concerned for the martial arts world. When I obtained the Taishan scripture yesterday, I made a great vow to pass the scripture on to everyone. Here, I want to emphasize that the Taishan scripture is not the complete version and has many flaws. All cultivators should not get bogged down in the details. If you encounter something you don't understand, just skip it. He loudly explained these precautions to everyone. Young Master Su, what are you going to do? One of them asked immediately. It's very simple. Last night I had the shop owner make 100,000 copies, and she also sold the Taishan Jing to other places overnight. Today I'm giving everyone a special offer, a photocopy of the Taishan sect book for 10,000 yuan. Everyone line up, pay to buy, first come first served. Su Hao announced. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, then overjoyed. If it were a regular textbook, and it sold for 10,000 yuan, everyone would be cursing, but since the Taishan Jing only sold for 10,000 yuan, everyone felt they got a bargain. There weren't 100,000 people here yet, so everyone quickly lined up. When Gongsun Feiyan came out, he organized 10 guards. Guards have to distribute the books and have to collect payments at a price of 10,000 per book. Selling them all would amount to 10 billion, a considerable sum. Young Master Su, what are your plans for dealing with this money? Gongsun Feiyan asked. That will require your help. Ma'am, could you please open a card for Chongqing and deposit all the money into it for him? Pocket money, please. Su Hao had already thought of a solution. 10 billion in pocket money? Gongsun Feiyan exclaimed in surprise. Su Hao sighed silently. This was the Su family's compensation. After all, Su Chongqing was a child who had suffered greatly, losing his parents at a young age. As the eldest son of the Su family, how could he bear to see him suffer like this? Suddenly, he thought he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. He went over and saw that it was indeed Wang Meili. Unlike yesterday, she was wearing a smart suit and had a surprisingly heroic air about her. You're actually interested in the Taishan scripture? Su Hao asked in surprise. Even if it's an incomplete version, it's still one of the best secret manuals, Wang Meili said with a smile. Our Tianyuan Pavilion never has too many good secret manuals. Who is your sect leader? Su Hao suddenly asked. Young Master Su, are you starting to get interested? Wang Meili chuckled. Let me tell you, our sect leader is a stunning beauty. 1267, Chapter 1267. Marrying into the family. If there's an opportunity, meeting your sect leader wouldn't be a bad thing. Su Hao emphasized. How about we make an appointment to meet at Tianxian Pavilion at 9 o'clock tonight? Wang Meili was overjoyed. Okay. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Taking advantage of a brief conversation with Su Hao, Wang Meili demonstrated their relationship to Gongsun Feiyan, cut in line, bought the Taishan scripture, and left triumphantly. She's a really strange woman. Su Hao exclaimed. Wang Meili's generation is completely different from the undead in the West. She's like a martial arts figure with special abilities, and every move she makes conforms to the rules here. The position of Secretary of Tianyuan Pavilion is quite qualified. Gu Bingyan roughly understood that Su Hao was indeed more responsive to gentle persuasion than force. He wasn't particularly interested in women, but he did enjoy interacting with beautiful women. Ha, men! She muttered. Just then, a figure rushed over. It was Gu Feng. Her face was filled with sorrow, and when she saw Gu Bingyan, she burst into tears and threw herself into her arms, saying, Sister Bingyan, something has happened to the clan leader. He was assassinated last night and is still clinging to life. What? Gu Bingyan never expected that something like this would happen just because she didn't go back yesterday. Let's hurry back, maybe we can still see each other. Gu Feng said sadly. Let's go. Gu Bingyan pulled her away, but then suddenly remembered something and turned back, saying, Young Master Su, why don't you go too? Okay. Su Hao nodded. The Gu family is the oldest family in the northern region, with a profound foundation, so much so that even the 10,000 Swords sect doesn't dare to provoke them. Only they themselves knew that such a large family had all sorts of serious problems, like an old cruise ship that was at risk of sinking at any moment. Inside the room, several powerful figures from the Su family remained silent. Gu Bingyan's father, Gu Jiawei, lay on the bed, his face pale. A doctor was busy beside him, also covered in sweat and looking somewhat exhausted. Sigh. Gu Bo, as the second in command of the Gu family, sighed heavily. Second brother, now that the eldest brother is in this state, the family cannot be without a leader for a day. Shouldn't we discuss the matter of succession? Gu Mingyuan broke the silence and stood up to speak. Third brother, what are you saying? There's still hope for our eldest brother. How can you say something like this? Gu Bo was very unhappy. Is there any hope? This is already the third renowned doctor we've summoned. He's been stabbed in the heart. His chances of survival are almost non-existent. Gu Mingyuan said, the best course of action now is to convene a meeting of the Gu family elders as soon as possible to elect a new family head. The others present nodded in unison. Having existed for so many years, the Gu family is no longer a family in the conventional sense. It's more like a company or sect. Their only blood relatives are Gu Jiawei, Gu Bo, and Gu Mingyuan, with some collateral relatives and elders from other clans. The three men's positions were unshakable, but the elders' power was not much different. All the elders are present today, totaling 9 people. If an elders' council is convened, a new family head will be elected only if more than half of the elders, or at least 5 votes, are approved. In short, the Gu family is operating perfectly fine right now, but I still have to see what my elder brother wants. Gu Bo said angrily. Second brother, your objections won't make much difference. Eldest brother is currently unconscious. If I propose convening an elders meeting and half of the elders agree, it must be held smoothly. Gu Mingyuan threatened. Even if we choose an heir, we must follow the Gu family rules and give the position to Gu Bingyan. Gu Bo said. Second brother, have you lost your mind? Bingyan is a girl. How can she be the head of the family? What if she gets married in the future? Wouldn't that mean the family will change hands and an outsider will be in charge? Gu Mingyuan was very unhappy. It's simple. Let Bingyan find someone to marry into the family, and their children will also take the surname Gu. What's wrong with that? I think she and Su Hao have a good relationship. If we work on Su Hao's mindset, they might even get married. Gu Bo said. If it were someone else, the elders would object. But upon hearing Su Hao's name, many people began to smile. Looking across the entire cultivation world, there were almost no young people who could compare to him. If Su Hao agrees to marry into the family, it will undoubtedly be a huge boost for the Su family at that time. Either Gu Bingyan or Su Hao will become the head of the family, which is not important to the elders from other clans. What they want is stability. How can stability be achieved? The answer lies in the emergence of a strong leader, capable of deterring internal strife and preventing infighting, as well as external threats, discouraging any rash actions against the Gu family. Only Su Hao could do that. Marry into the family? You must be joking. Su Hao is the eldest son of the Su family. Even if he doesn't become the head of the Su family, he still has a close relationship with Li Qingmei and Yanjing. It's impossible for him to get married here. Gu Mingyuan retorted loudly. Gu Bo frowned. This was indeed a problem. He had met with Su Hao yesterday and felt that Gu Bingyan was willing to get married, while Su Hao didn't seem to share that idea. Arrive! Gu Bingyan brought Su Hao back to the Su family home and was about to head to her father's place when she suddenly caught sight of someone out of the corner of her eye and stopped. Bingyan, what are you doing? This is the Gu family home. How can you bring an outsider back? The speaker was Gu Shanyue, who looked at Su Hao with a hint of anger. He's my fiancé, why can't he come in? Gu Bingyan was furious when she saw him. The assassination attempt yesterday was still fresh in her mind. That won't do. Either the patriarch is on the verge of death. Who knows if he has ulterior motives? Gu Shanyue rebuked. This is my family matter, it has nothing to do with you. Gu Bingyan's face was ugly, and she was on the verge of exploding. Wrong. The safety of the patriarch concerns everyone. Never. This isn't just a matter for one person. Gu Shanyue shook his head. No matter what, I won't allow an outsider in. Gu Bingyan stared at him, growing angrier with each glance. Suddenly, with a whoosh, she drew the ancient divine sword and pointed it at his throat, saying, Gu Shanyue, don't think I don't know I was the one who tried to assassinate you yesterday. I don't have time to settle this score with you right now, but if you dare to cause trouble again, believe me, I'll kill you with one sword. Gu Shanyue was shocked to hear this. How was this exposed? Wasn't he trying to be very secretive? Actually, with Su Hao there yesterday, he might have already succeeded. Gu Bingyan's vigilance was simply not enough. However, he quickly calmed down since the assassination attempt had failed and there was no clear right or wrong. he simply resorted to shamelessness, saying, "Don't frame an innocent person, we are blood relatives, how could we commit an assassination? I think you were instigated by Su Hao. This man is a wolf in sheep's clothing and is a villain who came here to sabotage the Su family's relationship." 1268, Chapter 1268 The Undead. "Have you said enough?" Su Hao glared at him. For some reason, Gu Shangyue felt a little afraid of that look, and a lingering fear gripped him. He said, his voice trembling with fear, "This is the Su family home, get out." "You have no right to say that. From the moment you decided to assassinate Bing Yan, the word traitor was written all over your body. Now I'm giving you a chance, get out of here now, and I'll settle the score with you later," Su Hao said coldly. "Who do you think you are?" Gu Shangyue shouted, "This is my home, how can you leave?" Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt his face burning. Su Hao's slap had landed on him, and he fell to the ground. He was somewhat dazed. Why couldn't he see the other's attack clearly? "Are you crazy?" Gu Shangyue stood up and said angrily. Smack! Su Hao remained silent, then swung his hand again, slapping the other person hard. This was repeated several times, until they were all beaten up. Gu Shangyue felt dizzy and completely helpless. He couldn't understand it. Weren't their strengths roughly equal when they sparred yesterday? How could his opponent be so powerful overnight? Did he hold back his strength yesterday, intending only to protect Gu Bingyan, not to hunt him down? Stop! Hearing the commotion, Gu Mingyuan led several elders out. Seeing his son beaten to a pulp on the ground, he was furious and pointed at Su Hao, shouting, "Who are you? This is the Su family home. What right do you have to cause trouble? You've come at the right time. I am Su Hao. I must emphasize here that there are many people who can testify that Gu Shangyue attempted to assassinate Gu Bingyan at the restaurant yesterday. If you are an elder of the Gu family, how should this matter be handled?" Su Hao said coldly. Gu Mingyuan's expression changed drastically. This was a serious crime. The Gu family rules were very strict, the most important of which was that blood relatives must not kill each other. Otherwise, even if successful, one would face severe punishment according to the family rules, ranging from the lightest punishment of having one's martial arts skills abolished to the most severe punishment of being slowly sliced to death. "Mountain, is this really true?" Gu Mingyuan asked angrily. "It's fake, absolutely fake." Gu Mingyuan was clearly panicked. Everyone was eating at the time and had no idea what was happening. I walked quite a distance before I took off my mask. He fell silent at this point. I let it slip just now, and now it's become my confession. My good days are definitely over. Beast! Beast! Gu Mingyuan walked over and slapped him hard, then ordered, "Men, tie this man up, thread iron chains through his collarbones, and keep a close watch on him." Clear! The two guards dragged the man away. Su Hao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Gu Mingyuan to betray his own family for the greater good. Could it be that Gu Jiaowei's assassination attempt had nothing to do with him? Su Hao, right? Gu Mingyuan asked casually. "Yes, I'm here to see Uncle Gu. Please make way," Su Hao said. "Very well, I'll remember you." Although Gu Mingyuan did not protect his son, it did not mean he was grateful to Su Hao at this moment. He was filled with hatred and was just suppressing his anger. Su Hao didn't care about any of that and rushed into Gu Jiaowei's room. Inside were only Gu Bo and the doctor, who was covered in sweat. After Su Hao walked in, he only glanced at them before leaving the quack doctor aside and standing in front of the bed. Gu Jiaowei was actually a very handsome man, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a heroic air. However, after being attacked, he lost too much blood, making him appear somewhat pale. "Young Master Su, you must save my father," Gu Bingyan cried anxiously. "Don't worry, I will do my best." Su Hao glanced around and said, "No one is allowed to make a sound right now. I need a quiet environment." After he finished speaking, he carefully examined Gu Jiaowei. The patient's condition was quite simple. He had been stabbed in the heart. Even the most skilled ordinary doctor couldn't save him. All they could do was try to prolong Gu Jiahui's life. However, his vitality is gradually fading. He frowned, pondering a solution, and quickly came up with one. He took out silver needles, first sealing several blood vessels, and then made a startling move, piercing a gold needle into his heart. What is he doing? Gu Mingyuan was stunned. Was this murder? Murder? Gu Bingyan's expression changed, somewhat surprised. Such an action was indeed hard to understand. The heart is the most vulnerable part of the body. How could it withstand such an attack when it was already injured? Rise, from the dead, back to life. Su Hao shouted, and then something strange happened. Countless streams of spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged directly on the golden needle. It seemed to have become an antenna for receiving spiritual energy, forcibly prolonging Gu Jiawei's life. The injured heart was also trembling slowly. Just then, Su Hao revealed a relaxed smile. This was essentially a forced activation, bringing spiritual energy to the injured personas. The head of the Gu family, Gu Jiawei, had undoubtedly cultivated the 9 cauldrons longevity technique, and his recovery ability was already dozens of times greater than that of ordinary people. Half an hour later, Gu Jiawei opened his eyes and softly said, "I'm still alive?" "Father, that's wonderful, you're finally awake." Gu Bingyan exclaimed with joy. "Young Master Su, I never expected your acupuncture technique to be so effective." Gu Bo was overjoyed. "It's mainly thanks to the longevity formula, it has little to do with me," Su Hao said modestly, and then put away all the silver and gold needles. Gu Jiawei slowly sat up, still appearing weak, but he had miraculously survived. He looked at Su Hao with a satisfied smile and continued, "Young Master Su, I agree to your marriage." "Father, what are you joking about, young Master Su, and I haven't gotten to that point yet." Gu Bingyan was both surprised and delighted. "Hey, didn't you come back to propose marriage?" Gu Jiawei joked. "Of course not." Gu Bingyan glanced at Su Hao, as if afraid he would be angry. Little did they know, Su Hao had long been accustomed to, even numb to, the pressure. He was unaware of the countless people urging him to get married. He chose to refuse all offers. "By the way, uncle, who was it that tried to assassinate you last night?" Su Hao asked directly. Just then, everyone else in the room instinctively turned their gazes toward Gu Mingyuan. Since Gu Jiawei fell into a coma, Gu Mingyuan had been the most active person there, exchanging benefits with the elders to gain their support, and even directly proposing to convene an elders' meeting. All these actions gave everyone ample reason to be suspicious. "What do you mean? He's my older brother, how could you possibly assassinate him?" Gu Mingyuan rebuked. "It has nothing to do with him." Gu Jiawei's simple 4 words cleared him of suspicion. "Last night, I was working when a bat suddenly flew. I didn't realize anything was wrong at the time, and then I was stabbed in the heart before I passed out. I vaguely saw that the bat seemed to have turned into a man, holding a short sword." "So they're the undead?" Su Hao exclaimed. 1269, Chapter 1269 Slaughter. Everyone has heard of people who can transform into bats. They must be undead. Yes, they're probably undead, but what's strange is that we have no grudge against them, so why would they want to assassinate us? Gu Jiawei couldn't understand. "Father, we heard news yesterday that there are 2 special organizations in the northern region that are related to the undead clan. They are Qitian Pavilion and Tianyuan Pavilion." Gu Bingyan's suspicions immediately became clear. "Really?" Gu Jiawei's eyes lit up. "I don't know about Qitian Pavilion, but Tianyuan Pavilion is actually related to our Gu family." "Huh?" Gu Bingyan was puzzled. The others were also puzzled. What could they possibly have to do with the undead? Su Hao also pricked up his ears and listened attentively. "One thing is certain, Tianyuan Pavilion will not target our Gu family," Gu Jiawei said with a smile. "Why?" Gu Bingyan asked, puzzled. "This is something only the heads of our family have known throughout the generations. Now that Tianyuan Pavilion has come out and there are no outsiders here, I will announce it. The head of Tianyuan Pavilion is named Wang Luofei. She was once the maid of ancestor Gu Qingmei and received much care from her later. Ancestor lost heart and chose to create the Tomb of the Living Dead, so she dismissed Wang Luofei. Having nowhere else to go, she came to the northern region, originally intending to get closer to the Gu family, but somehow she ended up taking in many martial arts practitioners and gradually establishing the Tianyuan Pavilion. As far as Senior Wang Luofei is concerned, she always remembers the kindness of the ancestor. Why would she send someone to assassinate me?" Gu Jiawei said with a smile. The rest of the Gu family were overjoyed. Wasn't this equivalent to them gaining a powerful ally? Su Hao was shocked. For a mere maid of Senior Gu Qingmei could rise to such prominence must demonstrate just how glorious she had been in the past. He made a decision. He would definitely keep his appointment tonight and visit Senior Wang Luofei. "Strange, why is Senior Luofei involved with the undead clan?" Gu Bingyan asked, puzzled. No one knows for sure, and I'm not qualified to see her, Gu Jiawei said. In that case, the assassin is most likely from Qitian Pavilion. We still need to be careful. Don't worry, brother, we will strengthen our defenses and absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen. Gu Bo said. Be on guard, they're too strong, they come and go as they please, who can stop them? Anyway, I've already escaped with my life, every extra moment I live is a bonus, let them be. Gu Jiawei appeared quite magnanimous. He had long since become indifferent to life and death. His primary concern now was Gu Bingyan. In fact, he had sensed something was amiss in the northern region for some time, so he had given his eldest daughter a task, to find the ancient divine sword. He reasoned that this weapon, now in the hands of a master, wouldn't be easy to obtain. In that case, Gu Bingyan would have to stay outside for a long time, perhaps even her entire life, and would have no face to return and report. Who would have thought that Su Hao would hand over the ancient divine sword so readily? It's truly both laughable and pathetic. Second brother, third brother, you all go out. I need to say a few words to young Master Su. Gu Jiawei ordered. Gu Bo and the others left immediately, leaving only Gu Minghui, his daughter, and Su Hao in the room. This scene made the young man a little nervous. Young Master Gu, you once entered the tomb of the living dead of the ancestor. Did you see the ancestor with your own eyes? Gu Jiawei asked. I've seen it. She's alive and well now, she just doesn't want to leave the seclusion. In the end, she even blew up the entire ancient tomb, burying herself alive, but I estimate that she can't really die. Su Hao was almost certain that Gu Qingmei had mastered the 9 cauldrons longevity technique, enabling her to achieve both physical immortality and spiritual immortality. That's good. Gu Jiawei was relieved in everyone's eyes. This patriarch's behavior was still quite rebellious. Disregarding the family for a man was truly unbelievable, but as a member of the Gu family, hearing that she was safe and sound was the most gratifying thing. Gu Jiawei looked at the two of them again, becoming more and more pleased. He said, why don't you stay, young Master Su? We have many rooms, just find one to stay in and get to know Bingyan better. I'm staying at the Bayou Hotel now, it's pretty nice there. Su Hao said. Father, I shared a room with young Master Su last night. You don't need to worry about our relationship. Gu Bingyan said smugly. Gu Jiawei laughed heartily. It turned out his daughter was quite the expert. Shamelessness was her best tactic. He then composed himself and said, let me tell you something serious. The situation at Tianqi has been increasingly strange lately. There are all sorts of disturbances inside. According to the investigation by our Gu family's people, it seems there's a ferocious beast inside, about to be born. No, to be precise, it should be called an ancient ferocious beast. Su Hao's gaze sharpened. This was not what he wanted to see. Ancient ferocious beasts were divine beasts, equivalent to terrestrial immortals. Once awakened, they would cause untold carnage. The crucial point is that with the dragon essence there and such a ferocious beast guarding it, he wasn't confident he could obtain it. Father, how long will it take for him to wake up? Gu Bingyan asked. That's fast. I estimate it will be back to life within half a month. Gu Jiawei said in a deep voice, this is an opportunity for any force who wouldn't want to obtain a ferocious beast. If we can subdue it, we can definitely dominate the northern region, and even the whole country. The Dragon Kingdom has no fewer than 1 million sects, both openly and covertly. However, almost none of them truly possess divine beasts. If an ancient ferocious beast were to fall into the hands of a demonic sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if it were acquired by the righteous path, no one knows whether they would begin waging wars against other factions. Does Father mean that we should kill the ancient beast before its power reaches its peak? Gu Bingyan asked. No, that's not what I meant. Our Gu family doesn't have any missions to kill ferocious beasts. I am just telling you that the northern region is definitely not Taiping. You'd better stay by young Master Su's side, protect his safety, and repay my debt of gratitude. Gu Jiawei said. Su Hao was stunned. The words were quite clear. They were an open invitation to him that it was dangerous here and that he should take good care of Gu Bingyan. Understood. Gu Bingyan replied knowingly. Young Master Su, it seems you'll be getting a beautiful bodyguard by your side from now on? Can I refuse? Su Hao asked with a smile. No way, unless you want to be a scumbag. Gu Bingyan said coquettishly. Hey, you can't just accuse someone like that. Su Hao was all smiles 1 second, but the next his gaze turned cold as he blocked Gu Jiawei's bedside and shouted, come out, your stealth skills are terrible. Huh, you actually managed to notice? Just then, a person walked out from the wall and stared at Su Hao. 1270, Chapter 1270 Meeting. Gu Bingyan and Gu Jiawei were both surprised they had relaxed their guard, but someone still managed to break in at this moment. Su Hao, however, remained calm and said, "There is a martial art in the martial world that has been lost for a long time, called the Ghost Shadow Technique. It absorbs the advantages of various escape techniques and can perfectly adapt to the environment. I never expected to witness such a martial art today. Your knowledge and experience are truly impressive." The newcomer nodded slightly, somewhat approvingly. "However, I am not a bad person. I am just here to remind young Master Su not to forget our agreement tonight." "Are you from Tianyuan Pavilion?" Su Hao asked calmly. "That's right, I am Ouyang Sun from Tianyuan Pavilion, serving as the head of the Ghost Shadow Halley. I'm here to deliver this notice on behalf of Secretary Wang," he said with a smile. "Since you're already here, I need to ask you about someone. Where is Ouyang Wushuang, the leader of the 100 Beast sect?" he asked seriously. This Ouyang Sun frowned. He and Ouyang Wushuang were actually old acquaintances. They weren't from the same family, but just happened to share the same surname. He had even pursued her before, but unfortunately, she didn't reciprocate his feelings. "I've recently heard that something happened to the 100 Beast sect. The sect leader is missing and things are in complete chaos." He had even investigated this matter, but so far there haven't been any good results. "You didn't know?" Su Hao asked in surprise, noticing his predicament. "Young Master Su, we are just a sect with a long history, not that powerful. If you really need someone, I think you can mobilize the disciples of the Physiognomy Palace. They are the best in this field," Ouyang Sun said with a wry smile. Su Hao was well aware of the capabilities of the Physiognomy Palace. However, the Li family was in dire straits. How could he mobilize them? If something else happened in Yanjing, he would regret it. "It seems we have to think of other ways. Go and tell Pavilion Master Wang that I will not be absent from tonight's appointment," Su Hao admitted. "Good." Ouyang Sun was overjoyed, seemingly relieved. He then looked at Su Hao and said, "I've heard that young Master Su has amazing abilities, able to learn any martial art in a very short time. I wonder if you would be interested in learning the Ghost Shadow Technique?" Upon hearing this, Su Hao and the other two were somewhat surprised. They couldn't understand why Ouyang Sun was being so friendly. Isn't this his signature skill? Why would he be willing to teach it to outsiders? Great. Great. Su Hao agreed with delight. With such a good thing happening, why think twice? He'd learn it first. "Let's go somewhere else," Ouyang Sun said. "Bingyan, could you please help me out?" Su Hao said with a smile. "This way, please." Gu Bingyan led the two to an empty room. She sat down on the side and didn't seem to want to leave, as if she was also very interested in this Ghost Shadow Technique. Ouyang Sun didn't chase her away after all. Su Hao and she had a good relationship, and he wasn't afraid that the other would find out if he taught one. He said seriously, "The Ghost Shadow Technique is the most mysterious martial art of our Ghost Shadow Hall. There are very few disciples who have learned this martial art. Now I hope that it can be carried forward by young Master Su." Immediately, he recited the incantation and then demonstrated it directly. He pressed himself against the corner of the wall, quickly blending into his surroundings, making it impossible to see anything strange about him. Gu Bingyan stood up in surprise, walked over, and reached out her hand, as if to test whether he was still in the same spot. "I'm here." Then Ouyang Sun's voice came from the doorway. "How did you do that?" Gu Bingyan asked in surprise. "The secrets within are best left unsaid. Farewell, young Master Su." Ouyang Sun cupped his hands in greeting, then left. Su Hao smiled slightly, understanding the principle behind it. It was indeed quite unremarkable. The so-called Ghost Shadow Technique involved suppressing one's aura, blending into the environment, and moving rapidly. In the case of the wall here, it meant moving directly from the point of invisibility to the doorway. It was like the behavior of a chameleon, but in a martial arts version. This martial art will be exposed when encountering someone stronger. However, it's difficult for someone of the same level to detect, and even less so for someone of lower strength. Overall, it's still quite useful for investigating certain things. "Young Master Su, let me see how well you're learning," Gu Bingyan said curiously. "Okay, watch carefully." Su Hao went even further, concealing his aura on the spot and not clinging to the corner of the wall at all, but instead blending directly into his surroundings. It looked as if he had vanished into thin air. "Where are you?" Gu Bingyan asked, looking around in surprise. Just then, someone grabbed her from behind. It was Su Hao. It turned out he had been following her all along. Truly like a ghost. Gu Bingyan felt his familiar presence, smiled sweetly, and turned around, laughing. Oh, you ambushed me. Don't you like it? Su Hao asked with a handsome smile. Gu Bingyan blushed, nodded slightly, and then subconsciously closed her eyes. 9 o'clock in the evening, at the restaurant. Wang Meili stood guard at the door, somewhat anxious seeing that the time had come. She was afraid that something might go wrong. Just then, Su Hao, holding Gu Bingyan's hand, slowly walked over. The two looked like ordinary tourists, enjoying the scenery. Excellent, you haven't disappointed us. She immediately stepped forward and said, our sect leader has arrived. Let's go up now. You say the pavilion master is beautiful. I'd like to see just how beautiful she is. Su Hao said with a smile. You'll see when you go. Wang Meili said with a smile. The group arrived at a private room on the second floor. Inside, they saw a woman in green pouring tea. Su Hao glanced at her and was immediately surprised. He had seen many beautiful women. Li Qingmei was undoubtedly number one, Gu Bingyan was second, but Wang Luofei's beauty was, well, let's just say it was Gu Bingyan is just as good as her. He couldn't help but marvel at Gu Qingmei's extraordinary talent. She had managed to find such a beautiful maid back then. Consort Wang was even younger and must have been even more beautiful. My name is Su Hao, and I greet Pavilion Master Wang. He said respectfully. This humble woman is Gu Bingyan. Greetings to Pavilion Master Wang. The person beside her also cupped their hands in a respectful manner. Both of them knew the identity of this senior and had great respect for her. Su Hao, I heard you've seen Miss, how is she now? Wang Luofei's voice was regal, with a queenly air, and her aura was even stronger than Gu Qingmei's. When I was in the ancient tomb, I accidentally found the treasure that Senior Gu used to preserve his body. After I took it out, the person vanished into thin air. Senior Gu was greatly surprised, but he didn't go on a killing spree, which allowed me to escape by sheer luck. As far as I can see, Senior Gu is doing well now, but he is still troubled by love. Su Hao said. Chapter 1271. With the world in mind. You actually turned that heartless Han to ashes, ha ha ha, well done. Wang Luofei was very happy. She had always felt that the man was not good enough for Gu Qingmei. She had once tried to persuade him in a subtle way, but after being severely reprimanded by Gu Qingmei, she dared not offer any more advice. Finally, we've heard the best news. It was just an unintentional mistake. Su Hao smiled helplessly. In that case, should I reward you with something? Wang Luofei said with a faint smile. She looked at what she had in her hand, then took out a secret manual and said, how about this, I will pass on to you a cultivation method that can help you stay young forever. Sect Master Wang, is that really necessary? Su Hao shook his head. Wang Luofei asked, somewhat puzzled. Senior, he knows the 9 cauldrons longevity technique. Gu Bingyan hurriedly explained. That's impossible. Miss wouldn't pass on this martial art to an outsider. Could it be that Miss Bingyan gave it to you? Wang Luofei asked in surprise. If she had this martial art, then she wouldn't need anything else. This is another opportunity. Su Hao did not explain, but he was certain that the longevity formula existed. Wang Luofei immediately took out a new item and said, this is a tracking device. As long as you apply a little to your body, it can be found even from thousands of miles away. It's called Life Incense. Such a good thing exists? Su Hao was overjoyed. This item comes in a sandalwood box. It doesn't look very big, but it's very effective. Basically, just light a little bit, and as long as you're not within this distance, finding people becomes very easy. After receiving it, he touched it with his finger and immediately noticed a unique fragrance. Indeed, once you smelled it, you'd remember it forever. He looked at Gu Bingyan, and seeing her expectant expression, he touched it to her nose. Gu Bingyan was overjoyed. Didn't this mean that the two of them would be bound together from now on and would never be separated again? Oh, I really envy you. Wang Luofei exclaimed. Master Wang, you can't speak so soon. He has many female confidants. According to you, he's a heartless man. Gu Bingyan said with a smile. Miss Bingyan, if that's really the case, if he ever wrongs you, I'll kill him for you. Wang Luofei said with utmost seriousness. Gu Bingyan was a descendant of her mistress. How could she be wronged? First of all, I thank you, Senior. Secondly, Su Hao is not easy to deal with. In a while, his strength may even surpass yours. Gu Bingyan said proudly. Wang Luofei immediately looked over and indeed found that Su Hao's strength was somewhat unfathomable. In addition, he possessed the Tai Xian scripture and various other strange martial arts, making his overall strength even more terrifying. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Wang Luofei exclaimed. Senior, did you call me here for something important? Su Hao asked with a smile. That's right, you probably know what's been going on at Tianqi lately. Maybe others don't want to get involved, but for me, the northern region is my most important home, and I absolutely cannot allow the ferocious beasts to cause trouble. Why don't we join forces and nip them in the bud tonight? Wang Luofei said earnestly. Su Hao was somewhat surprised, not expecting Wang Luofei to be so righteous. Her affection for the martial arts world surpassed that of many locals, of course. This was also related to her formidable strength. Even he couldn't discern her opponent's strength, estimating it to be above the heavenly venerable level. This is a bit scary. In terms of strength, consort Wang Luo is currently 100 times stronger than him. Alright, let's go and try our luck at Tianqi. Su Hao readily agreed. There's no time to lose, let's set off immediately. Consort Wang Luo suddenly stood up and left. Tianqi. The most expansive and mysterious natural lake in the northern region is called Heavenly Lake because it is covered with snow all year round. Its water is crystal clear, and it is situated by the strongest spiritual vein, so it is always emitting white smoke. It was already 11 p.m. when Su Hao and his group arrived. There were quite a few people around, probably intelligence agents from various sects, all watching this place. Su Hao glanced around and saw a red flower by the heavenly pool, which looked like a spiritual herb. It was originally only the size of a palm, but after a while, it seemed to have grown a bit larger. He blinked, and the spiritual herb grew even more. He was somewhat surprised. The spiritual energy of Tianqi was truly abundant. With a sudden thought, he took out the Fushi heaven-mending goo and began to spread it outwards, frantically absorbing all kinds of spiritual herbs. He wanted to collect them all, as they were all highly nourishing for him. Perhaps today, I will be able to enter the celestial venerable realm. Young Master Su, your abilities are truly quite strange. Wang Luofei noticed his movements and frowned. Gu techniques are something martial artists dislike most. They're generally considered evil arts, yet this person beside her possesses them. This put her in a difficult position as a leader of the righteous path. Should she stop it? However, Su Hao's identity was not simple. He had a connection with Gu Qingmei and a close relationship with Gu Bingyan, so in the end, they could only turn a blind eye. Su Hao simply smiled, not bothering to explain. What is this thing? As a result, a disciple from another sect, seeing the heaven-mending Gu, was surprised and immediately launched an attack, killing it with a single palm strike. A single Gu worm is not scary at all. Just as the man was secretly rejoicing, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why are there hundreds of thousands of Gu worms all around? They're so densely packed, it's a real headache. He frantically tried to kill them all, managing to take down tens of thousands, but then the other Gu worms swarmed him, overwhelming him with sheer numbers. Before long, the man turned to dust, as if he had never been there. Gu Bingyan was somewhat unsurprised by this scene. It was far less dramatic than last night's. Wang Meili's eyes lit. Upus and undead. She felt this kind of Gu technique wasn't particularly evil, just that its ability to disperse was rather strong. Kill the disciple. Afterwards, the number of Gu worms increased to hundreds of thousands, and even more overall, continuing to expand recklessly in all directions. Withdraw. She suddenly remembered something and sent a signal to the disciples of Tianyuan Pavilion, telling them not to linger, otherwise they would definitely become Su Hao's target. Su Hao, come with me. Ignoring all that, Wang Luofei took to the air. Okay. Su Hao immediately followed. Everyone else saw them take off. Look, isn't that Su Hao? Why is he here? Does he intend to steal the treasures of Tianqi? Are you kidding me? There are ferocious beasts in Tianqi. What can he do even if he goes in? Who is that beautiful woman next to him? I've never seen her before, and she's so strong. Disciples from various sects were curious and sent messages calling for their sect's experts to come and help. Found it. Wang Luofei sensed a powerful aura and immediately became serious. 1272, Chapter 1272 Beast. With a splash, she plunged headfirst into the pool, her powerful true energy enveloping her and parting the surrounding waters as she entered. Su Hao followed suit and went inside as well. Inside Tianqi, the temperature was extremely low. Su Hao shivered all over as soon as he entered. Only after his true energy spread throughout his body did he feel a little better. He looked ahead and saw Wang Luofei moving rapidly, deeper and deeper, like a mermaid. She's so beautiful. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Keep up. Wang Luofei turned around and glared at her, as if to say, what are you doing that distracts you? About 100 meters above the water's surface, strange lights appeared. The two felt a chill run down their spines, realizing they were finally about to encounter the main event. Approaching further, they could see a ball of white light at the bottom of the water, presumably the dragon essence. Many spiritual herbs were growing rapidly nearby, the youngest being at least 1,000 years old, including a 10,000-year-old snow lotus. There's actually a second one of these? The sword immortal of wine greatly increased his strength thanks to this item. Su Hao felt a little regretful because the temperature of the heavenly pool water was too low, and his goo worms couldn't withstand it. Otherwise, he would have definitely cleared out all those spiritual herbs. The most terrifying thing is that a colossal creature is lurking right next to the dragon essence. He looked fierce. It made gurgling sounds, as if warning the two not to come closer, because these treasures belonged to it. Su Hao suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did this ferocious beast seem somewhat familiar? Ha! Wang Luofei recognized it too, saying, isn't that Xiangqi? I didn't expect there to be one that survived. It shouldn't be a true ancient divine beast, but it's still very powerful. Su Hao, aren't you known as the Xiangqi child? Go over and communicate with it, and make it leave now. Senior, are you serious? Su Hao also realized that this was Xiangqi. Its oppressive power was too strong, and it was definitely not easy to deal with. So you have this bloodline, but you can't communicate with the original ferocious beast? Wang Luofei asked. Yes. Su Hao said, bloodline is just a concept after thousands of years of evolution. It doesn't actually have much to do with the original ferocious beasts. Think about it. For example, the phoenix bloodline provides the ability to resurrect, but it can't actually make the phoenix work for you. So that's how it is. In that case, we have no choice but to take action and kill it. Wang Luofei said coldly. As she spoke these words, she felt Xiangqi's gaze become incredibly fierce, as if it had already understood her. It let out a strange cry, suddenly opened its mouth, and emitted an extremely powerful suction force. Before Su Hao could react, he was quickly sucked in. Wang Luofei was far more powerful, and just as she was standing in front of Su Hao, she suddenly transformed into a streak of green light and brought him back. Kid, be serious, or someone will die. Wang Luofei scolded. Senior, you're so fierce. Su Hao was stunned. Even when she was fierce, she was still beautiful and charming. Isn't my young lady much gentler? Wang Luofei blushed slightly afterward. Her personality was indeed much more assertive. Pretty much she didn't care about anything at the time, so she wasn't really angry. Su Hao and Gu Qingmei barely exchanged a few words, but he remembered her very well. Alright, then I'll speak more gently. Wang Luofei adjusted her mindset. However, the ferocious beast's power exceeds my imagination. It's getting stronger every day, and if it swallows the snow lotus, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is already a snow lotus that has lasted for 10,000 years, what is it waiting for? Su Hao asked, puzzled. You're new here, so you probably haven't figured it out yet. The spiritual energy here is incredibly abundant. A day in the water is equivalent to 1,000 years on land. If we give it another 10 days, it will produce a 20,000-year-old snow lotus, and the spiritual energy it provides will double. Our primary goal today is to kill the ferocious beast. If we fail, then we'll destroy the snow lotus. Consort Wang Luo said in a deep voice. Okay. Su Hao agreed, drew the Chaos God-slaying sword, and charged forward. Wang Luofei was a little surprised. Was this kid so fierce? He was supposed to provide cover, but now he's charged straight in. This sword strike was powerful, splitting the pool water as it struck Xiangqi. Boom! Suddenly, countless explosions rang out from all around, and the surging water curtain shot out 1,000 meters above the water, frightening all the martial arts practitioners in the vicinity. Holy crap, what's going on down there? Why is the fighting so intense? Whose skill is this, that mysterious beauty's, or Su Hao himself? That ferocious beast is very strong, so it probably won't have much of an impact. There wasn't a drop of blood, so that attack was definitely blocked. Many people were analyzing it with great seriousness. Gu Bingyan and Wang Meili were both filled with worry. The two people in the water were in great danger, and their chances of winning were extremely slim. What? It's completely unharmed. Su Hao's expression changed when he looked over. His move just now was the strongest move in the longevity sword technique. However, Xiangqi was unharmed. On the contrary, it emitted a brownish-yellow light, protecting the snow lotus as well. It destroyed only other spiritual herbs that were not important to it. Even so, this place is essentially its territory, and it is still very unhappy that someone has trespassed on it. It glared at him sharply, its gaze so intense that Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively vanished from his spot, and the next moment, a dazzling light shot out. Xiangqi breathes. This is far more powerful than his sword techniques. Su Hao broke out in a cold sweat, gripped his divine sword tightly, and charged forward again. You beast! Wang Luofei held a large knife in her hand, the name of which was unknown, but she looked incredibly fierce. That was her personality. Her moves were wide and sweeping, making her appear more like a burly man than a delicate beauty. Boom! Xiangqi's breath struck again, heading straight for Wang Luofei. She slashed with her sword, but the powerful sword energy didn't advance. Instead, they were instantly forced back, completely outmatched by the breath attack. The recoil caused him to bleed from all 7 orifices. This single attack had left him severely injured. Impossible! Wang Luofei believed herself to be quite strong in the northern region, definitely ranking among the top 3. Who would have thought she couldn't even defeat her in a single move? Senior, why don't you retreat and I'll cover the rear? Su Hao volunteered. No, you're a young man, how can I let you do such a dangerous thing? Wang Luofei had just finished speaking when she suddenly realized that Xiangqi had disappeared, and she immediately felt something was wrong. She kept moving her body in the water, but she still couldn't avoid it. Xiangqi, like a mountain, crashed into her, and instantly all the bones in her body cracked, and the blood stained the surrounding pool water red. I'm actually going to die from the attack of a ferocious beast? Wang Luofei was dazed and found it unbelievable. You beast, take this! Su Hao shouted fiercely, disregarding everything else. 1273, Chapter 1273 Immortality. What exactly happened? Why is there no movement at all? Oh no, look at all that blood, it's terrifying. Someone pointed to the surface of the water, and sure enough, a pool of blood appeared, but it quickly disappeared as the water moved. Wang Meili had a bad feeling and murmured, could it be that one of them is injured? Su Hao, you can't be hurt. Gu Bingyan was filled with worry when she didn't see Su Hao come out. At the same time, experts from various sects rushed over, but it seemed to be too late. The battle had already become silent, presumably over. Who is challenging Xiangqi? Just then, someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone who looked over was surprised. The newcomer was none other than Yuan Xiangfei, the sect leader of the 10,000 Sword sect. He was enveloped in a layer of sword energy, and his aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. Sect Master, it seems that the people who went down this time are Su Hao and consort Wang Luo. Their sect's intelligence personnel said directly. Wang Luofei? Yuan Xiangfei didn't pay much attention to Su Hao's name, but Wang Luofei was different. She was the head of Tianyuan Pavilion, and her strength was no less than his. Her whereabouts were now unknown, which showed how powerful the ferocious beasts inside were. However, the others also realized the identity of the ferocious beast in the water. It was actually Xiangqi, a wild and tyrannical creature. Anyone who went in would be courting death. It seemed that the treasures inside were no longer obtainable. Then everyone's eyes were on Yuan Xiangfei, as if they were waiting for him to make a move. What awaited them was that the person turned around and left. For him, what difference was there between fighting Xiangqi and seeking death? Oops. Wang Meili's expression suddenly changed drastically, and she said to Gu Bingyan, Miss Gu, you must leave right now. Has someone arrived? Gu Bingyan asked in surprise. Oh, it's too late now. Wang Meili sighed. Suddenly, a huge scarlet bat appeared beside them. After revealing its true form, it was a man with a hooked nose who looked at them with a cold and indifferent gaze and said, Secretary of Tianyuan Pavilion, this is truly rare. You actually showed up in such a dangerous place. This is our personal grudge, and I hope you will let Miss Gu leave. Wang Meili said solemnly. That won't do. The man shook his head immediately. Since you've joined forces, your allies, how could I let you go? You can rest assured about one thing, you yourself are doomed, but Miss Gu can become an immortal. Such powerful combat strength is something our Qitian pavilion would welcome. This person's words seemed to be a judgment on their fate. Miss Wang, who exactly is he? Gu Bingyan asked, her expression changing. He is Li Qiwei, an elder of Qitian Pavilion, who is also a prince of the Undying Clan and a heavenly venerable expert. Wang Meili said worriedly. I see. Gu Bingyan also realized that the other party was very strong. Li Qiwei made a cold move, which turned out to be a martial arts style from the martial arts world. However, unlike others, it was imbued with scarlet power, making the moves look somewhat bloody. So powerful. Gu Bingyan swung her sword and unleashed the power of the ancient divine sword, annihilating all laws. However, this move was not very effective against a strong opponent. She vanished like a bubble, while her opponent's attack forced her back several meters. This was just a test. So the eldest daughter of the Gu family is this weak? Li Qiwei said coldly. Humans these days are getting worse with each generation. If you all had Gu Qingmei's strength, who would dare to bully the Gu family? The information revealed in those words was enough to surprise Gu Bingyan immensely. It turned out that he was from the same era as the ancestor. He couldn't help but say coldly, tell me the truth, are you her defeated opponent? A defeated opponent? Not at all. We fought once, and it was a draw. Li Qiwei would never admit it, but Gu Qingmei was so fierce that she would challenge any expert she met, and they would fight as soon as they met, leaving everyone speechless. So, does that mean you haven't improved for hundreds of years? I think the potential of the undead clan is just so. Even if you live for another 1,000 years, you'll probably still be at your current strength. Gu Bingyan may have looked cold, but she was actually quick-witted. Her words greatly angered Li Qiwei. This statement was quite broad, and Wang Meili blushed. To be honest, she hadn't improved in several hundred years. The talent of the undead race was indeed limited, almost entirely dependent on birth. If one was the offspring of an undead emperor, one was destined to be no less than a prince, and might even have the opportunity to surpass the emperor and become a god king of the undead race. However, someone as ordinary as Wang Meili could at best reach the level of a prince. To advance further, she would have to rely on martial arts, but for some reason, Wang Meili's progress in martial arts training was not significant. She was currently only at the level of a duke, slightly inferior to a prince. However, this slight deficiency is a bit of a letdown, making him far from being a match for Li Qiwei. Little girl, you're so sharp-tongued. If you keep this up, I'll grind you to dust and not bother turning you into an undead. Li Qiwei said unhappily, clearly offended by her words. Really? Gu Bingyan thought to herself, then thank you. In short, we'll fight and retreat, looking for a way to escape. Wang Meili said. No, we have to stay here. I think Su Hao isn't dead. He'll definitely come back, and then we'll be saved, Gu Bingyan insisted. He's not dead yet? Wang Meili couldn't quite believe it. Young Master Su, I never imagined you had actually achieved immortality. Inside the cave, Wan Luofei looked extremely unwell. Her condition was far from simple, her bones were shattered, and even her internal organs had been destroyed. She was now barely clinging to life. However, Su Hao's performance was somewhat astonishing. In the final moment, he used the technique of immortality, leaving behind a blood mist that left Xiangqi momentarily confused. He seized the opportunity to bring consort Wang out, and they escaped to safety. At the time, Xiangqi certainly had the ability to pursue, but it dared not. Other sects were eyeing it covetously. If it were drawn away by them, how could it protect the 10,000-year snow lotus, that was its most prized treasure, and it absolutely could not be separated from it even for a moment. So he went back cursing and continued his posting. To their astonishment, they discovered that half of the ancient snow lotus was missing. It turned out that Su Hao had simply slashed at it with his sword as he approached, taking it with him. Su Hao was in an illusory state at the time and had no way of noticing. The ancient beast had no choice but to continue its steadfast defense, determined not to let the despicable humans destroy the remaining snow lotus. It reasoned that waiting another 2 or 3 days would provide enough energy for its final needs. Even so, it hated Su Hao to the core and silently memorized his aura. Once it broke through, the first human it would kill would be this person. 1274, Chapter 1274. The King returns. Senior, I have a way to save you. I wonder if the pavilion master would mind? Su Hao smiled helplessly. What method? Wang Luofei was somewhat surprised. Could it be that she could recover? This injury was beyond repair, even with any elixir. In fact, if she hadn't been so powerful, reaching the peak of the heavily venerable realm and about to enter the human emperor realm, she wouldn't have been able to survive. This method, Su Hao blushed slightly, but still said it. The Tai Xian Jing contains a supreme method for saving lives. Heavenly blessing. The name sounds astonishing, but the explanation is even more so. It requires the rescuer to obtain the consent of the recipient, employing a forbidden method to share their true energy and attempt to defy fate. Throughout the process, everyone must be completely honest and open, without any barriers. Wang Luofei blushed deeply upon hearing These's Guqingmei's maid. She had always been arrogant and looked down on men. She never expected to find herself in such a difficult situation. Wouldn't this jeopardize her reputation? If she hadn't done that, she wouldn't have even been able to save her life. As she hesitated, she thought of the man Gu Qingmei liked, who was also incredibly handsome and had many female confidants. She sighed silently, wondering if she would follow in her mistress's footsteps. If you're not happy, I'll think of another way. Su Hao frowned. This was indeed an embarrassing matter. With a thought, he retrieved the heaven-mending goo and slowly increased his strength. If only Wang Luofei knew the 9 cauldrons longevity technique, she too could use the golden needles to change her fate, but she wasn't a member of the Gu family and had never had the opportunity to cultivate it. It was truly a pity. Young Master Su, I know you mean well. Wang Luofei thought for a moment and said, since you are a martial artist recognized by Miss, please use this heavenly blessing. She actually agreed? Without much thought, Su Hao immediately began treatment. He first had consort Wang consume half a 10,000-year-old snow lotus, causing powerful true energy to surge within her body, temporarily protecting her heart meridian. Only then did he perform a heavenly blessing. This was his first attempt, and there were many stringent conditions. The most crucial one was that the opponent's strength could not be weaker than his own. If they were weaker, he would be the one at a disadvantage. After the treatment, the two would share the total true energy equally, and the one with higher strength would experience a slight decline. This is a paradox. Who has the right to save someone who is more powerful? A case like Wang Luofei's is extremely rare, occurring only once in 10,000 years. Su Hao was very serious and silently began to circulate his internal energy. A green aura surged from his body, and he chose the more nourishing longevity technique's true energy. He enveloped the two of them, rapidly performing treatment. Time passed slowly, and Wang Luofei's experience was miraculous. Her broken bones were regenerating, and her internal organs were recovering. The whole process seemed long, but it was actually very rapid. In less than 10 minutes, her complexion returned to normal, and she was as rosy as ever. However, things were a little awkward at this moment. She stood firm and said, Young Master Su, please turn around. How about I just go out? Su Hao said with a smile. No need, it's too cold outside. Wang Luofei said with a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Su Hao turned around. Boom! 2 beautiful and skilled healers landed on the ground. They were Gu Bingyan and Wang Meili. The former was seriously injured, and the latter was even more seriously injured. In her battle against Li Qiwei, Wang Meili endured more hardship and thought that by relying on the undead's regenerative abilities, she should share more of the burden. You've done a great job of holding on until now, but it's a pity that the people of Tianyuan Pavilion deserve to die. Li Qiwei shouted. Wang Meili was filled with despair. Although there were dozens or even hundreds of people watching, she couldn't find anyone who could help. Sai, is this the northern region? Perhaps I shouldn't have come back? Gu Bingyan seemed to understand her father's predicament. There were simply too many hidden masters in the northern region. The others were also heartbroken to see the 2 beautiful women injured. But so what? Li Qiwei is incredibly powerful. It's already a miracle he didn't indiscriminately kill innocent people. Oh dear, that's the most beautiful woman in the northern region, and she's about to fall here. Qi Tian Pavilion is actually this strong? This undead race is too terrifying. Even Yuan Xianfei might not be a match for them. Are we just going to watch them die like this? All around were martial arts practitioners who felt sorry for him, but unfortunately, they were not strong enough and had no way to help. Li Qiwei flicked his right hand, his fingernails transforming into meter-long blades, ready to end their lives. Suddenly, the heavenly pool trembled violently, and the roar of Qiangqi echoed from within, seemingly filled with boundless rage. What's going on? Is it going to protect them? Li Qiwei's expression also changed drastically. His strength was not enough to fight against Qianqi, so he kept a close eye on things and was ready to run away as soon as something seemed wrong. After waiting a while, Qianqi calmed down again, and he thought Qianqi was just acting crazy. Unexpectedly, two figures suddenly flew over from the sky. It was Su Hao and consort Wang Luo. Su Hao looks full of energy, and his strength has reached a new level. Consort Wang Luo was wearing a veil, so her face could not be seen, but her aura was not much weaker, so she was at least safe. Li Qiwei, you deserve to die. Taking advantage of my absence, you attacked Secretary Wang. Wang Luofei was furious. Why have you become weaker? Li Qiwei was also somewhat afraid when he saw her, but he immediately realized something was wrong. Wang Luofei's strength seemed to have regressed to the advanced level of the Heavenly Venerable. In that case, the two were not much different. Wang Luofei was somewhat at a loss for words. Only they themselves knew that after the healing process, Su Hao's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the mid-stage of the Heavenly Venerable realm, even stronger than expected. All of this was due to the 10,000-year Snow Lotus and the Heaven Mending Gu, but most importantly, it was due to the equal distribution of consort Wang Luo's strength. So that's what you were thinking. His name is Li Qiwei. If I were you, I would have already started running away. Su Hao landed directly from the air, blocking Gu and Wang's path. When he looked at Li Qiwei, his eyes were cold, as if he were making a judgment. Li Qiwei found it strange that he couldn't see through Su Hao's strength. The two were actually at the same cultivation level, but Su Hao's ability to conceal his aura was unmatched. It was impossible for someone at the same cultivation level to see through him. Young man, don't talk BGM. A prince of the undead clan. Even the peak level King Luofei cannot kill me, let alone you. Li Qiwei shouted. Just then, the world suddenly changed. The sky, which was full of stars, was now covered with dark clouds. Before we could understand what was happening, streaks of purple lightning descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Before Li Qiwei could make any move, he was struck by 3 thunderbolts in quick succession, leaving him covered in dust, and his breath immediately weakened. 1275, Chapter 1275 became stronger. Indeed, Su Hao's strength has improved to a new level, most notably in the fact that his attack speed has more than doubled. With a mere thought, he can unleash astonishing lightning techniques. This move is extremely lethal to the undead. Li Qiwei's gaze darkened, a hint of anger flashing across his eyes. As an elder of the Qitian Pavilion, how could he tolerate being taught a lesson by a young man? He immediately became arrogant, transforming into countless scarlet bats and launching a wide-ranging attack. This move was his most prized bat storm. Instantly, the surroundings were filled with scarlet bats baring their fangs, as if they could devour everything. Good timing. Su Hao stood rooted to the spot, the Chaos God-slaying sword in his hand, radiating a boundless sword aura, as if he were directly confronting his opponent. You have bats, I have swordlight, who's afraid of whom? Sizzle. Each sword strike could take the lives of hundreds of bats. In less than a minute, Li Qiwei noticed that his blood energy had decreased by 1/3. Realizing the strength of his opponent, he wanted to slip away immediately. Su Hao activated his lightning technique again, and the world was filled with purple lightning, forming a cage. Every bat that tried to break free was stopped. After all this struggle, his strength only grew weaker. Su Hao couldn't help but sneer. The undead's attack methods were really weak. Every time, they would disperse their forces, seemingly launching a fierce attack, but in reality, it was all just pointless attrition. He had killed several undead before and was very familiar with their moves, always able to launch the most direct attacks. My goodness, young Master Su looks much stronger than before he entered the heavenly pool. How much time has passed? How could there be such a big improvement? We still don't understand what exactly happened inside Tianqi Lake. Have you found the ancient Snow Lotus? That doesn't make sense either. It seems the ferocious beast Qianqi is extremely angry, and the two have already become enemies. Perhaps it would be a case of more harm than good. Everyone is speculating. Li Qiwei belatedly realized that after regaining his human form, his complexion was already quite poor. He stared at Su Hao, his brow furrowed, growing increasingly fearful. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he was now finally experiencing the terror of death. It seemed as if this man before him had no intention of letting him go. Do you have any last words? Su Hao asked coldly. Damn it! Li Qiwei sighed. Why are human martial arts so hard to learn? If I knew the same moves as you, I would definitely have the upper hand. Die. Su Hao was too lazy to explain if an undead infiltrated the martial world and was wholeheartedly good, that would be one thing, but someone like him, who committed evil, would definitely be punished. This was divine retribution. The divine sword was swung again, unleashing a 100-foot-long sword aura that pierced through Li Qiwei, leaving a gaping hole. The opponent also exploded, turning into the last few hundred bats. Just then, Su Hao launched his next attack, unleashing the heaven-mending goo. These tiny goo worms were completely unafraid of the bats, which were several times their size. Relying on their numerical advantage, they began a frenzied devouring attack. To everyone's surprise, the heaven-mending goo gained a new ability. It grew a pair of small wings, which turned scarlet and gave it a more menacing look. The number of these sky-mending goo also reached as many as 1,000,000. This is what you call a heaven-mending goo? Su Hao exclaimed as he recalled the Air Force units. Everyone could see this scene after discovering that he could use goo techniques. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They thought that the Taishan scripture was truly all-encompassing, and that it could actually contain such powerful goo worms. Young Master Su, thank you so much for saving my life. Wang Meili slowly stood up, her wounds gradually healing. However, this injury had severely depleted her vitality, and it would take her at least 20 or 30 years to recover. I knew you would come back safely. Gu Bingyan was full of trust when she stood up. She vomited blood and became a sickly beauty. Thank goodness we arrived just in time. I am only injured, but with a little rest, I'll be fine. Su Hao said thankfully. By the way, what exactly happened between you and Pavilion Master Wang in Tianqi? Gu Bingyan asked curiously. Su Hao briefly recounted how he dealt with Xiangqi, but glossed over the details of his injuries and treatment. Wang Luofei, veiled and filled with shame, was relieved that they didn't press for detail. She seemed somewhat pleased with Gu Bingyan and barely spoke on the way back. It wasn't until they parted that she composed herself and said, Young Master Su, let me go back and think of a way to find another opportunity to cooperate with you. Okay, no problem. Su Hao agreed. He had already offended the ferocious beast, so he definitely had to find a way to deal with it and not let it ever emerge from seclusion. After that, he took Gu Bingyan back to the Bayou Grand Hotel to help her recover from her injuries. What? Su Hao didn't die. In fact, he's become even stronger. When Yuan Xiangfei heard the news, he couldn't sit still. When he arrived, Su Hao was already injured and missing. Not long after he left, this man reappeared and fought a fierce battle with the elder of Qitian Pavilion, even managing to kill him. Doesn't this mean that this person's strength is almost catching up with his own? Judging from the current conflicts between Su Hao and the 10,000 Swords sect, the stronger the opponent is, the greater the threat to him. Sect Master, he's currently at the Northern Region Hotel. Should we send someone to assassinate him? An elder asked seriously. Fool, do you really think this is a good idea? She and consort Wang are very close, and nobody knows what kind of alliance they have with our strength. If we really go against Tianyuan Pavilion, it will likely end up being a lose-lose situation. Yuan Xiongfei didn't dare to agree at all. He was still quite wary of consort Wang Luo. Currently, the three strongest forces in the northern region were the Qitian Pavilion, the 10,000 Swords sect, and others. It's a stalemate with Tianyuan Pavilion. Neither side has an absolute advantage, and neither dares to make a rash move. What should we do according to the sect leader's opinion? The elder pondered. Su Hao was a big problem and had to be eliminated. The best solution is to cooperate with Qitian Pavilion, but we can't rush this. It would be a waste to end up doing all the work for someone else. Currently, Tianyuan Pavilion has a deeper grudge against them, so let's wait and see. Furthermore, Su Hao has offended Xiangqi and will likely try to re-enter Tianqi. We must keep a close eye on him next time he makes a move. Wanjian sect must organize enough manpower to ensure he doesn't get away with it again. Yuan Xiongfei remained calm. He made a decision. On the one hand, he sent someone to contact Tianyuan Pavilion to sound out their opinion. On the other hand, they monitored the area around Tianqi Lake to prevent Su Hao from sneaking in. Meanwhile, other major powers were also devising countermeasures, preparing to take advantage of the chaos in the Battle of Tianqi. 1276, Chapter 1276. Peerless Divine Artifact. Uncle, open the door quickly. Early in the morning, Su Changqing's excited voice could already be heard. Su Hao opened his eyes, somewhat helpless actually. After returning last night, he helped Gu Bingyan heal her injuries and was busy until about 5 in the morning. It was now exactly 6:30, so he really hadn't rested much. On one hand, he marveled at how energetic the little kid was, and on the other hand, he glanced to the side and found that Gu Bingyan had woken up and was staring at him with her beautiful big eyes. Su Hao, tell me honestly, did something happen between you and Senior Luo Fei yesterday? She had been holding back for a long time, but she still asked. While they were outside, she only felt something was off about the senior's aura, but after returning, she noticed a strange fragrance emanating from him. Wasn't that the same fragrance she'd been wearing? The two must have had some contact, but it's inconvenient to talk about it to outsiders. It's just to help heal the wounds, don't misunderstand. Su Hao remained calm and showed no panic. He then stood up and said, hurry up and get ready, Changqing will be coming in soon. Humph. Gu Bingyan was somewhat dissatisfied. She had already been discovered, yet she was still being stubborn. Su Hao opened the door, and Su Changqing walked in, saying, Uncle, I heard you have a very powerful gu worm, could you teach me how to use it? It turned out that he had heard about the heaven-mending gu from yesterday, so he rushed in, extremely excited and eager to cultivate it. Gu worms, these are no good things. You're not qualified to cultivate them right now. If you don't handle them properly, you'll be directly attacked and won't even be able to save your life. Su Hao immediately shook his head. The heaven-mending gu is not something that is easy to control. These gu worms have an extremely strong ability to split. If you are only controlling one or two, it's not a big problem, but controlling tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of them will require a huge amount of divine sense. With Su Changqing's abilities, he simply couldn't do it. Let me put it another way, give me a harmless gu worm. Su Changqing was very clever and immediately changed his words. A harmless gu worm? Su Hao thought seriously for a moment, then a black gu worm appeared in his palm. He said solemnly, this is the longevity gu. It needs to be cultivated with the true energy of the longevity technique. You can treat it as a pet, cultivate diligently every day, communicate with it often, and eventually it can be turned into your own. What does it need to eat? Su Changqing asked with a smile. Blood, your blood. Su Hao said calmly. He had always started cultivating the gu worms himself, the simplest method being to use their own blood. As the gu worms grew larger, they required more and more blood. Therefore, the longer the gu worms were raised, the more control they exerted over their master. All right. Su Changqing took the gu worm and left happily. Gu Bingyan was a little confused. What kind of immortality gu was there? Isn't this just fooling children? Actually, it's a gu worm used for healing, it's harmless. Su Hao explained with a smile. You're so cunning. Gu Bingyan sighed. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and Gongsun Feiyan walked in, saying in an envious tone, Miss Gu, did I disturb you? In her opinion, the two of them had been staying there for 2 days, and she guessed that everything that should have happened or shouldn't have happened had already happened. I'm sorry to bother you, Sister Feiyan, why don't you go out first? Gu Bingyan said with a charming smile. That won't do. Gongsun Feiyan said, I'm here to report that the photocopies of the Taishan Jing are selling very well in various cities, with nearly 10 million copies sold, generating substantial profits. I've already decided to add 1 billion to our young master Changqing's living expenses, and it's already been transferred to his account. Really, you've worked hard. Su Hao nodded. This money should last Su Changqing a long time. Besides that, I also have something to report. In the hotel lobby, there are 2 beautiful women with tears streaming down their faces, clamoring to find young master Su. Gongsun Feiyan's expression was somewhat strange, as if to say, how could he possibly know so many beautiful women? 2. For a moment, Su Hao couldn't recall any other friends he had in the northern region. Let's go down and take a look. Gu Bingyan was also very curious. Who could it be? Young Master Su. Unexpectedly, as soon as Su Hao came downstairs, before he could even see who it was, he saw a figure rush into his arms, and tears welled up in his eyes. There was another person standing next to her, also crying uncontrollably. It was Ouyang Xingxing. She instantly realized that the other person was Ouyang Feifei. Upon learning of the incident at the 100 Beasts sect, the two rushed over from Yanjing. Returning home, they discovered their master, Ouyang Wushuang, had indeed vanished, and were frantic with worry. Ouyang Feifei, being Ouyang Wushuang's adopted daughter, was even more anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. They understood that the 100 Beasts sect was unable to find their master's whereabouts, so they all thought of Su Hao and regarded him as their only lifeline. Miss Ouyang, don't worry, I've already started looking for your master's whereabouts. Su Hao patted her shoulder and comforted her. Really? Ouyang Feifei asked in surprise. Young Master Su, is there any result yet? Ouyang Xingxing asked hurriedly. This Su Hao was a little embarrassed. Do you know if she has any enemies? He has indeed started searching, but he doesn't even know what's going on yet, and there are absolutely no results. We don't know much about Master's situation yet, but before she left, Ren Xianxian said something like, go and check on the sword forging manor. Ouyang Feifei seemed to remember something and said, Sword forging manor? Su Hao was a little stunned. What did this have to do with their side? The Northern Sword Demon is just a martial artist obsessed with sword forging. Could he have some grudge against Ouyang Wushuang? By the way, how is the Li family doing now? Su Hao asked. There are no problems with Junior Uncle for the time being, Yanjing. Overall, things are still quite peaceful right now. They're mainly busy with the funeral arrangements and the abolition of the 6 doors. Ouyang Feifei said. Su Hao frowned. Abolishing the 6 doors hall wouldn't be so easy. It would involve too many people. He estimated that Li Qingmei wouldn't be able to extricate herself for the time being, and she wouldn't be able to participate in the northern region's affairs this time. However, the most urgent task at present is to find Ouyang Wushuang. The leader of the 100 Beasts sect is a very important figure in the Physiognomy Palace, and it's impossible to leave him unattended. Su Hao intended to let Ouyang Feifei and the other woman stay at the hotel to rest, but they were worried about their master's safety and refused to stay, insisting on following him. So the group headed straight to the sword forging manor. Upon arrival, they discovered the Northern Sword Demon wasn't there at all. He'd said he was out searching for inspiration to create his next peerless weapon. Since successfully forging a divine sword, he'd become even more ambitious, preparing to forge a legendary artifact for the sword forging manor to be passed down through generations. 1277, Chapter 1277. So it was you all along. Their lord isn't here? Su Hao frowned. Ren Xianxian definitely wouldn't lie. What could have gone wrong? Young Master Su, I'm going to talk to their steward about something. Why don't you take a look around? Gu Bingyan's heart stirred. The manor was so big, perhaps even the Northern Sword Demon didn't know many things. Great! Su Hao thought it was a good idea, so he let Ouyang Feifei and the other girl follow Gu Bingyan. It would definitely be safer for them to be in the open. He then began searching the sword forging manor alone. Thanks to the ghost shadow technique, he concealed his presence, making him undetectable even during the day. To be honest, he wasn't familiar with the sword forging manor at all, so he had to use the simplest method, a step-by-step investigation. Starting from the materials warehouse, he walked all the way to a certain building, but something felt off. After searching for a while, he discovered a basement. There were 7 or 8 guards at the entrance, and it seemed like they were keeping a close watch on things. Su Hao frowned, wondering if there was some secret here. Suddenly, a heavy footstep approached from afar, so he chose to stay close to the corner of the wall, blending in with his surroundings. Have the interrogation results come out yet? A man dressed in a black robe with a hood, looking extremely mysterious, asked in a low voice. No, she's very tight-lipped and won't say anything, the head guard said. Open the door and let me in to interrogate you myself. The man said coldly. All right. The guard leader nodded, and the heavy door opened directly. The man in black robes immediately went inside. Just as the door was about to close, it seemed to be stopped by something. Pausing for a moment before finally closing, the group found this strange. Had a gust of wind just passed by? However, they didn't see any other people, so they didn't take it seriously. After entering, there was a dark passageway inside. We walked down for about 100 meters before reaching a damp space that looked like several dungeons. With a splash, as the man in black robes stepped over, he could hear the sound of flowing water. It turned out there was still water up to half a person's height in the dungeon. After a moment of observation, the man in black robes walked directly into the middle of the dungeon. Sect leader Ouyang, why are you being so dishonest? Keeping your mouth so tight doesn't do you any good, does it? The man in black robes said coldly. What exactly do you want to know? Inside was a beautiful middle-aged woman, chained up, especially the collarbone area, which prevented her from using her powers. She looked as if she had been subjected to severe torture. There wasn't a single part of her body that was unharmed. Even though he was disheveled and dirty, he showed no sign of letting up, his eyes filled with anger. Our goal is simple. where exactly is the treasure of Panglai Immortal Palace? As long as the sect leader speaks up, you will regain your freedom. The man said in a low voice. Are you kidding me? Even if I didn't know the secrets of the Celestial Palace, I wouldn't tell you. Besides, I'm just a disciple of the former master of the Physiognomy Palace. I know absolutely nothing about this secret. The one who was arrested was Ouyang Wuxuan. She had said it many times, but it seemed that no one believed her and they were still interrogating her. Oh, you can't blame me for that. The man in black robes took out a black box. When he opened it, there were more than a dozen black goo worms inside. They looked extremely ugly, even disgusting. These are the most important goo worms I have cultivated. I call them soul-devouring goo. Once they enter the body, they can make the host lose their senses and become a puppet. At that time, you can ask them anything you want. This is what happens when you refuse a polite offer. After saying that, he threw the goo worm over. As the black goo worms flew through the air and were about to approach, Ouyang Wuxuan finally panicked. She was a genius disciple from the Physiognomy Palace, and her status in the northern region was quite good. She never expected to be treated like this. Before her death she was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she was helpless. It's over. She stared at the goo worm in despair. However, just before the goo worms got close, they suddenly stopped in midair, and then a large hand appeared and grabbed them all. Both Ouyang Wuxuan and the man in black robes were surprised. Why did a young man suddenly appear between them? The person who arrived was none other than Su Hao. His shadow manipulation technique was so masterful that he immediately rendered meritorious service and overheard some of the most mysterious information. His eyes were cold as he glanced at them and asked, "Who are you? What is your identity?" "Boy, how dare you ruin my plans. Today I'll make sure you stay here and suffer the agony of being gnawed by 10,000 insects." As he spoke, the man flicked his right hand, and dozens more insects appeared. Su Hao frowned, his expression turning grim. The black-robed man's understanding of goo worms was so profound. Could he be a member of the Poison Goo sect? Several bolts of lightning erupted from his body, instantly reducing the goo worms to ashes. Simultaneously, he launched a counterattack, striking the man squarely against the dungeon wall, causing the entire building to tremble violently. The man in black robes was greatly surprised. He was already a supreme high-level martial artist, yet he was no match for him. He then remembered someone and exclaimed in astonishment, "So you are Su Hao? Now that you know my name, why don't you tell the truth?" Su Hao said in a deep voice. "So what? I want to kill Ouyang Wuxuan. Can you stop me?" The black-robed man flashed a cold light and pounced on Ouyang Wuxuan like a mad dog. Su Hao frowned, raised his hand, and struck him dead with a single blow. He knew this person was courting death, but he had no other choice. After all, Ouyang Wuxuan was unable to move, so he had to use swift and decisive methods. When he looked back at the 100 Beast sect master, he felt somewhat embarrassed. She appeared to be in dire straits, her clothes torn and tattered, so he had to take off his own clothes to wrap her up before cutting all the chains. "Young Master Su, you've arrived just in time." After Ouyang Wuxuan finished speaking, she fainted. Just as Su Hao and his men were about to leave, the entire passageway suddenly exploded from the outside. The entire building collapsed with a deafening roar. It seems that those outside knew what was happening inside and initiated countermeasures, attempting to bury everyone deep underground. Su Hao activated the immovable king mantra to block the rubble. Only after everything calmed down did he realize that it was pitch black all around, and he could see almost nothing. The only sound he could hear now was the faint sound of flowing water. "Sect leader Ouyang, how are you?" He used his internal energy to heal Ouyang Wuxuan, and she finally slowly regained consciousness. "Young Master Su, I only have some superficial injuries, nothing serious. It's just a pity that I dragged you down with me, causing us to perish." Ouyang Wuxuan felt regretful. She was already injured and her death was not a pity, but it was really wrong of her to drag Su Hao down with her. 1278, Chapter 1278. Once you enter the martial world, it's like falling into a deep sea. "Do you know who the man you just questioned was?" Su Hao asked. "They're probably from the Celestial Masters sect. They don't belong to the Myriad Swords sect. They come from the 100 Goo sect and have intricate connections with the Poison Goo sect," Ouyang Wuxuan said angrily. Su Hao breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing the first half of the sentence. However, the second half complicated matters again. Indeed, this person's Goo technique was so exquisite that it was impossible for him to be unrelated to the Poison Goo sect. "The thing I feared most has happened." He didn't have much affection for the Poison Goo cult, but if Huang Yingying were involved, things would get really bad. Young Master Su, the situation of the Poison Gu sect is very complicated. They are a loose alliance on the surface. Mo Hentian is the sect leader, and the sect rules are strict in reality. He can't control those elders at all. Is basically just a general manager. Everyone is only polite to him on the surface. Besides the elders on the surface, there is a powerful force behind the Poison Gu sect, and there are even several grand elders. As if understanding something, Ouyang Wushuang immediately offered words of comfort. It seems that the sect leader is indeed from the Physiognomy Palace, and knows some things that outsiders cannot know. Su Hao exclaimed. Young Master Su, what brings you here? Ouyang Wushuang knew Su Hao. After all, he was her junior sister's lover, but she couldn't be sure why he had found his way here. It's all because of Ouyang Fei Shi and Xingxing rushed over from Yanjing, and Rin Xianxian mentioned that there was a problem with the sword casting manor. So I came to investigate. I never expected to end up in this water dungeon, and even be temporarily trapped here. Su Hao explained calmly. I see, as long as they're alright, I'm much relieved. Ouyang Wushuang felt a little awkward. The two of them were pressed together by the rubble, almost touching, and could hear each other's heartbeat. She had never been separated from a man for so long, and her heart couldn't help but race. The more she felt this way, the more awkward she became. After all, Su Hao could hear her heartbeat. She just wanted to find a topic to distract herself, but her mind went blank for a moment and she couldn't think of anything. By the way, didn't that person just say they were looking for the secrets of the Immortal Palace? What's going on here? Su Hao's words came just in time to clear the air. That's right. Ouyang Wushuang composed himself and said, when people mention Panglai Immortal Palace, do they think it's just a superficial power cultivated by the Divine Martial Pavilion? Actually, that's not the case. 2,000 years ago, someone from the Li family did indeed attain immortality and was a true descendant of the Immortal Palace. Their ancestor left behind an immortal technique for cultivating martial arts, but its whereabouts are currently unknown, and many ancient forces want to find it. Such a thing actually happened? Su Hao was utterly astonished. I thought Panglai Immortal Palace was just a joke, but it turns out it's real. Yes, it's absolutely true, but there aren't many people who know this anymore. My master knows a little about it, but no one else knows it for the time being. Ouyang Wushuang said with certainty. So, you don't know the secrets of the Celestial Palace either? Su Hao couldn't help but ask. Ouyang Wushuang fell silent immediately and did not answer. Su Hao realized that this secret was too shocking, and she probably didn't intend to tell anyone outside the family. Even though he and Li Qingmei had a close relationship, he coughed lightly and didn't ask any more questions, but tightened his grip on her arm and reminded her, Sect Leader Ouyang, let's find a way out. Young Master Su, you are Qingmei's friend, so you can just call me senior sister. It will make us feel closer. Besides, are we even able to get out of here? Ouyang Wushuang was greatly surprised. It seemed that she could barely even turn over. Can a few pebbles really stop us? Su Hao said confidently. As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, causing the surrounding rubble to explode. The next moment, sunlight shone brightly, and they were back on the ground. Ouyang Wushuang was greatly surprised. Su Hao's strength was beyond her imagination. He was much stronger than her and could control his power at will. He had reached a level that ordinary martial artists could not even imagine. After escaping, Su Hao looked around and saw that Gu Bingyan and the other two had arrived, along with the guards and the head steward of the sword casting manor. Bingyan, please look after senior sister Ouyang. Su Hao turned around and handed the sect leader in his arms to Gu Bingyan. Then, when he looked at the guards, his eyes were icy. Young Master Su, what exactly happened? Why did you come out from underground? The head steward looked extremely surprised. You'll have to ask your guards about this. They captured sect leader Ouyang and subjected him to inhumane interrogation. This matter must be settled. Su Hao said coldly. Hey, how could you do such a thing? Isn't this ruining the reputation of Sword Forging Manor? The head steward said angrily. What is Sword Forging Manor? Without our support, could you have reached your current scale? With the incompetent manor lord, what else can he do besides forging swords? Unexpectedly, the guard leader was extremely disdainful. He was a disciple of the 100 Poisons sect and considered himself the master of Sword Forging Manor, not a servant. The head steward was trembling with anger, but he was not a martial artist, but a merchant. He was about to call other guards to help, but then he thought that there was probably no one of his own in the manor, so he just stayed where he was. Su Hao, you have some nerve. How dare you interfere in our affairs? After the guard leader finished speaking, he waved his hand, and they heard more and more footsteps all around. Before long, thousands of guards surrounded them. These were all elites from the sword-forging manor, completely obedient to this person, and ignoring the head steward. Seeing her master being tortured like this, Ouyang Feifei was already furious and prepared to take action. However, after realizing she was surrounded, her complexion turned sour. Now, there are only 5 of them on their side, including Su Hao and Gu Bingyan, while the enemy has more than 1,000 people. Is there any hope of them surviving? Are you a disciple of the 100 Gu sect? Su Hao asked coldly. So what if it is? No one can refuse the information. We want to tell you the truth. At this moment, the 100 Ghost sect has already begun its operation, and I believe there is no survivor among the 100 Beast sect. This is not our fault. The only one to blame is Ouyang Wuxuan. She should never have left Yinjing to take over the sect in the northern region. The leader said coldly. Ouyang Wuxuan was both shocked and delighted. The 100 Beast sect had over 1,000 disciples. Was it really going to be wiped out? If so, she would truly become a sinner against this sect. Her master's decision back then wasn't actually wrong. She was currently the only one who knew the secret of the Panglai Immortal Palace, and staying in Yanjing was too dangerous. She had to stay away from this place of trouble. I didn't expect that even after arriving in the northern region, it would still be unsafe. Once you enter the world of martial arts, it's like entering a deep sea. Unless you die, you can never stay out of it. 1279, Chapter 1279. A place of trouble. The actions of the 100 Gu sect are truly deserving of death. Su Hao said coldly. Damn it, ha 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 ha. The leader sneered incessantly. Do you know that all the Gu techniques of the poison Gu sect were spread by us? Even your Gu worms came from our sect. Everyone looks out for themselves. What wrong have we done? Now you're betraying your own sect and want to join forces with outsiders to turn against your master. Shut up, I have nothing to do with you today. I will act on behalf of heaven and avenge senior sister Ouyang. Su Hao shouted, not wanting to have anything to do with the 100 Gu sect. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for being impolite. Set up the formation. Eternal Soul Annihilation, activate. The leader gave the order. Each of them took out about 10 Gu worms, and together with thousands of people, there were tens of thousands of black Gu worms, which swarmed towards Su Hao and his group of 5 and launched an attack. Wherever it went, it left behind black marks, clearly indicating that it was highly poisonous. Ouyang Wuxuan and the other 2 felt their scalps tingle. Was this the Gu technique? They had heard of its extreme evil before, but only after seeing it with their own eyes did they realize that the rumors were true. Gu Bingyan held the ancient divine sword, but dared not act rashly, fearing that a single strike would not only fail to eliminate all the Gu worms, but might even result in her being entangled by them. In her experience, if even 1 or 2 poisonous Gu worms got close, a person would be completely ruined. You want to compete with me in using Gu worms? Let me show you what it means for the student to surpass the master. Su Hao sneered. With a thought, the crimson Gu worms of the heaven mending Gu were unleashed, flapping their wings and launching attacks in all directions. His Gu worms outnumbered his opponents by 10 times, and were more than twice as fast. Then, everyone witnessed an astonishing scene. Before the black Gu worms even got close, they were snatched up by the scarlet Gu worms and swallowed whole with their mouths wide open. As a result, the scarlet worm split in 2, and before long, it actually doubled in size. The guard commander stared wide-eyed, completely unable to comprehend that Su Hao's control over the Gu worms had reached such a level. Each of them controlled 10 Gu worms. Su Hao controlled at least 100,000. Damn, is he even human? The man muttered under his breath. You brought this on yourselves. Su Hao gave the order, and the Gu worms swarmed back at the guards. Screams rose and fell in waves, never ceasing. In just a few breaths, the guards also transformed into new Gu worms, strengthening Su Hao's power. The guard leader looked around and, realizing he was alone, his legs trembled with fear. He then took out a black pill and said, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill myself right now." Trying to scare me? Su Hao sneered, flipping his right hand to reveal a soul-devouring Gu, which he had obtained from the man earlier. Upon seeing the Gu worm, the leader slumped to the ground, sinking into utter despair. The Gu worm in Su Hao's hand was one of the most evil Gu worms in their sect. Even in death, its soul could be extracted to obtain valuable information. The situation is incredibly bad. It's a living hell. You'd better be able to reveal some useful information, or you'll definitely be subjected to the soul-devouring goose attack. Su Hao threatened. Young Master Su, please ask me anything, I will answer everything I know. He no longer dared to show off and answered honestly. My first question is, where is the headquarters of the Celestial Masters sect? Su Hao asked in a deep voice. It's not that I'm unwilling to tell you, but that I simply don't know. The Celestial Masters sect is extremely mysterious, and our 100 Poisons sect is only a peripheral organization, just like the Myriad Swords sect and the Ghost sect. But there is one thing I can say, the Celestial Masters sect's goal is to pursue the ultimate in martial arts, and their ultimate aim has always been to ascend to the immortal realm. The leader said tremblingly. Su Hao frowned. So, they were just pawns too, which was both pitiful and hateful. My second question is, where is your 100 Gu sect located? Su Hao asked again. Well, this is a bit awkward. I am just an outer disciple of the 100 Gu sect. If I can make a contribution this time, I can become a core disciple. According to the information I have, the 100 Gu sect should be located in the deep mountains of the southeast, but I don't know the exact location. This person was in an awkward situation, as he was completely ignorant of any of the core issues involved. My third question is, how many allies do you have in the northern region? Su Hao continued. Sword Forging Manor is a stronghold, the Lu family is a stronghold, the Gu family also has some informants, and there are also the Myriad Swords sect and others. There are more than a dozen of them, big and small. I am in charge of Sword Forging Manor, and I don't know much about the others, the man said helplessly. Everyone could see that the 100 Poisons sect was very mysterious and had no faith in themselves. This person wasn't even a disciple of the 100 Ghosts sect, he was just a bunch of lackeys. The true core disciple of the 100 Ghosts sect was still the black-robed man from before. Alright, you can take the poison now, Su Hao said coldly. The man sighed, ultimately unable to escape his fate. He swallowed the pill, and soon blood flowed from his 7 orifices as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Even so, Su Hao still smashed his head with a palm strike to prevent him from exploding. After doing all this, looking back, he found that the Sword Forging Manor was dilapidated, no longer possessing its former glory. They lost 1,000 guards, significantly reducing their strength. Young Master Su, sect leader Ouyang, this is all our manor's fault. We caused you all trouble, the head steward apologized. Strictly speaking, it has nothing to do with you. Su Hao shook his head. I have a lot to do today, go ahead and get busy. The head steward sighed. He had practically no one left to rely on without these guards. Should he resort to the swordsmiths, or the students? Or rather those young masters of the family? This head steward has it so tough. With the master of the manor away, everything falls on his shoulders. When Lu Bingbing saw Ouyang Wushuang again, she seemed very happy, but when she heard that the 100 Beast sect had been destroyed, she was overwhelmed with grief and fainted. After settling her in, Su Hao began to treat Ouyang Wushuang's injuries. Just as previously deduced, she only suffered minor injuries, which were not difficult to treat. By evening, the sect leader had returned to her beautiful self. However, she couldn't feel happy at all. The thought of the 100 Beast sect's demise because of her made her feel like a sinner. Senior sister, what are your plans? Su Hao asked. I plan to dismiss Ouyang Xingxing and Lu Bingbing, leaving only Fei Fei behind, and send her back to Yanjing to temporarily leave this place of trouble. Ouyang Wushuang sighed. As a result, she found herself all alone. Moreover, when Ouyang Fei Fei went to Yanjing, wasn't she also entering another place of trouble? What about senior sister herself? Su Hao continued to ask. 1280, Chapter 1280, The Secret of Gu Technique. I want to stay and assist you. Ouyang Wushuang blinked and said. Well, that won't be necessary, will it? Su Hao said with a faint smile. Aren't you lacking in intelligence? Don't worry, I know more than Rin Xianxian, and I can definitely help. She said confidently. Whether you're dealing with Qitian Pavilion or the Tianqi monster, you'll need someone to help you. Since you put it that way, I really will have to keep you here. Su Hao immediately changed his mind. These were the 2 points he cared about most. Senior sister, tell me, what exactly is going on with Qitian Pavilion? The situation of Qitian Pavilion is rather complicated. Their first pavilion master was a member of our martial arts world, but he couldn't withstand the passage of time and eventually died of old age. The second pavilion master was a prince of the Undying clan. This person's talent is astonishing, much stronger than Li Qiwei, as he not only brought the abilities of the Undying clan to their fullest potential, but he can even cultivate martial arts. This is Li Langt, and his current strength is the strongest in the northern region. Ouyang Wuxuang sighed. Even in the northern region, she didn't want to provoke this force, it was simply too powerful, but that's how the martial world is, if you don't provoke them, they'll come after you. What's the deal with Tianyuan Pavilion, what grudges do they have against each other? Su Hao continued to ask. The Tianyuan Pavilion actually appeared later than the Qitian Pavilion. It was around the time that their second-generation pavilion master stabilized the situation that Wang Luofei came to the northern region and gradually became the pavilion master. They had many frictions when they were vying for the power of the undead clan. The grudges accumulated year after year and have now become an irreconcilable conflict. Qitian Pavilion has a total of 7 undying clan princes, and Tianyuan Pavilion has 3 more. In terms of strength, Li Langt is slightly stronger than Wang Luofei, but not by much. Overall, the two forces are evenly matched. Ouyang Wuxuang continued her introduction. Su Hao sighed silently. The situation had been disrupted, Wang Luofei's strength had regressed, and it would be almost impossible for her to return to her former state. Someone as strong as her couldn't accept a decline in strength, but because of her previous injury, it had become an unavoidable reality. There's also the Tianqi monster, which is actually the Qiangqi, one of the ancient ferocious beasts. It should be a weakened version of a divine beast, and it's very strong in both defense and offense. Su Hao still felt lingering fear when he thought about the scene of fighting Qiangqi. A direct attack would be futile. So that's it, this is troublesome. Ouyang Wuxuang seemed to have seen Qiangqi's weakness in some ancient book, but he couldn't remember it for a moment, and he looked a little worried. Su Hao was also interested in the Celestial Masters cult, but surprisingly, even Ouyang Wuxuang knew very little about this force, especially the 100 Poisons sect, which was virtually unknown to him. A thought struck him, should he ask the Poison Gu cult for information? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Huang Yingying, accompanied by Xiao Meinyang, rushed over upon hearing the news. They had all heard that Su Hao had encountered trouble at the sword forging manor, and they all came to check on him. Only after confirming that Su Hao was safe and sound did they breathe a sigh of relief. You've come at the right time. I have something I need to verify with you. Su Hao's expression was serious. Huang Yingying felt a chill run down her spine. Had she done something wrong and angered the young master? What is the relationship between the Poison Gu sect and the 100 Gu sect? He asked in a deep voice. Huang Yingying's expression changed, as if she hadn't expected him to mention this sect, and she hesitated for a moment. How about I excuse myself for a moment? Ouyang Wuxuang suggested. If the young master trusts you, there's no need to avoid him. Huang Yingying shook her head. Alas, this is the hidden pain of our Poison Gu sect. The 100 Gu sect is actually our Gu master, who controls almost all the elders, the sect leader, and the holy maiden. What do you mean? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the situation of the Poison Gu cult was worse than he had imagined. Under the guise of teaching Gu techniques, they provided those who needed them with a mother-child Gu system for control. If we showed any sign of disobedience, they would manipulate us to kill us instantly. Huang Yingying said helplessly. You've been poisoned by a Gu curse? Su Hao was stunned. If he hadn't kept it himself, who would have believed it? It turned out that all the important figures in the Poison Gu cult had been controlled by Gu techniques. This was simply unbelievable. Yes, this Gu is very strong. It spread to almost every corner of the meridians. The 100 Gu sect calls this Gu the Heavenly Prince Mother Gu. Huang Yingying sighed. What outsiders don't know is that they need to take the antidote every month, otherwise they will suffer a relapse and experience a living hell. In this way, they are essentially under the strict control of the 100 Beast sect. The Heavenly Prince Mother Gu? Su Hao couldn't help but feel quite interested and said, Yingying, come here for a moment, let me take a look at it for you. Could it be that you, young master, have the ability to drive it away? Huang Yingying was overjoyed, as this had been a sore spot that had troubled her for a long time. You can give it a try. Su Hao nodded. Huang Yingying obediently sat down beside him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, filled with endless admiration in her eyes. The young master was an omnipotent god who had brought her so much help. Su Hao grasped her wrist and released a probe of his true energy. Sure enough, he discovered tens of thousands of Gu worms within Huang Yingying's body that didn't belong to him. These were the Heavenly Prince's Mother Gu. These Gu worms were extremely active, with a particularly strong ability to divide, making them virtually impossible to expel. If this trend continues, I believe that in another 6 months, the number will reach at least 20,000, doubling the total. The longer it goes on, the more goo worms there are, until finally they are completely taken over and the body becomes an empty shell. Huang Yingying's symptoms are relatively mild. It's unimaginable what Mo Henshin's situation is now. Perhaps she has already become. This person is a goo worm. Every part of their body is covered in these goo worms. Young master, is there any hope for me? Huang Yingying asked tremblingly when he remained silent for a long time. Of course there's hope, leave it to me. Su Hao smiled faintly. I can use the method of fighting one goo with another, using other goo worms to devour all the Heavenly Prince Mother goo, which will naturally resolve the current crisis. The whole process will definitely be quite painful, so I hope you can endure it. Young master, I believe you. Huang Yingying said earnestly. Without further ado, let's begin the treatment. Su Hao said, summoning the Fushi, mending the heaven goo. This was not the most primitive goo worm in goo arts, but it was the strongest goo after the development of goo arts. As the goo worm slowly entered his meridians, Su Hao became serious this time. The battlefield was Huang Yingying's meridians, and there could be absolutely no mistakes. 1281, Chapter 1281 Purgatory. Huang Yingying immediately felt unprecedented pain, as if thousands of silver needles were pricking her body. The Heavenly Prince's mother, Gu Fei, possessed a strong ability to split, and had no intention of relinquishing control of her body. However, the Fushi Heaven Mending Goo is extremely domineering, devouring anything it sees. To Xiao Mainyang and Ouyang Wushuang, the fine beads of sweat on Su Hao's forehead suggested he was working with unprecedented seriousness. Huang Yingying, similarly, was drenched in sweat from the pain. Both were clearly exhausted. The two people next to him immediately dared not breathe. Time passed slowly, and finally, as evening approached, Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The last Heavenly Prince Mother goo was driven out of him. This is a blue goo worm that looks harmless, but once it grows to a large scale, it brings endless pressure to people. Yingying, I'm going to keep this goo worm. If I ever encounter someone who uses goo on you again, I'll repay them in kind. Su Hao promised. Okay. Huang Yingying seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness and was still very weak. Are there any members of the 100 Poisons sect around you right now? Su Hao asked. Yes, my left protector, Li Xiaoyun, is from that sect. She keeps a close watch on me and is currently near the Beiyu Hotel. Huang Yingying said angrily. Oh no, we can't let her escape. Su Hao's expression changed. The Heavenly Prince Mother goo must be connected to something. She probably already knows that the goo worms on Huang Yingying's side have been removed. Inside the restaurant, an elderly woman with white hair was sipping tea. Her face was wrinkled, making her look like she was in her 70s or 80s, but she was actually only 50 years old because of her cultivation of goo worms. She looked much older than ordinary people. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Why did the contact with Huang Yingying suddenly stop? That's impossible. No one can drive away the Heavenly Prince Mother goo. Could it be that a powerful expert has appeared by the Holy Maiden's side and subdued it? That is Li Xiaoyun. Realizing the danger of the place, he immediately jumped out of the window and left. The streetlights were already on outside, and night had fallen. She walked in the darkness, gradually becoming more and more secluded, until she arrived at an old house, knocked on the door, and went inside. Elder, something terrible has happened. Li Xiaoyun said solemnly, looking at the people inside. In the courtyard of the old house sat a gaunt old man, the seventh elder of the 100 Ghost sect, Li Xiaoyun's direct supervisor. What he was doing was truly frightening. A beautiful corpse appeared before him, slowly absorbing the other's soul, looking like a vengeful ghost. He merely glanced at Li Xiaoyun and said, "What happened that made you so flustered?" Elder, just now, someone destroyed the Heavenly Prince Mother goo in Huang Yingying's body. Li Xiaoyun said nervously. Such a thing is true. The third elder frowned, completely baffled. They had used this method to control the Poison Goo sect for over 100 years. And even Mo Hentian and the others were helpless against it. How could someone now be able to do it? He suddenly realized something and said, could it be Su Hao's doing? Su Hao, how could someone so young have such a deep understanding of goo techniques? Li Xiaoyun was skeptical. You don't understand. Yesterday, someone reported that when he was at Tianqi, he used a strange goo technique that seemed to be able to devour everything. The third elder analyzed. Everyone thinks that that the Gu techniques in the martial arts world originated from our 100 Gu sect, but that's not the case. Long before us, the ancient Wu clan had magical Gu techniques that were not from our school and had completely different abilities. Besides these, the Tai Xian Jing also records Gu techniques. He stopped what he was doing, took out a secret manual, which was the Tai Xian scripture that Su Hao had recently sold. It contained records of several Gu techniques, and the most mysterious one was the mention of Fushi mending the sky. This is the first half, consisting of only these 4 words, yet it already has a tremendous impact. Is the elder saying that this person possesses the complete version of the Tai Xian scripture? Li Xiaoyun asked in astonishment. Nonsense, your understanding of the martial arts world is far too outdated. He himself has already admitted it. How could he be wrong? Go and bring him back now. I want to savor his soul and absorb his memories from his life. The third elder uttered a startling statement. It turns out that the martial art he practiced was extremely evil, called the Nine Nether Soul Devouring Technique, which could successfully absorb some memories within 24 hours of death in a peculiar way. What he just did was practice this martial art. Li Xiaoyun stood there, somewhat troubled. Su Hao was not easy to deal with now that the other party already knew about the existence of the Heavenly Prince's Mother Gu. He must have already set his sights on her. Going to find Su Hao now would be no different from courting death. You dare disobey me? The third elder said coldly. I dare not. I will act immediately. Li Xiaoyun was shocked. She had also been infected with the mother-child Gu by the third elder and had no power to resist. She had no choice but to turn around and prepare to go out through the front door to look for Su Hao. Unexpectedly, the moment the door opened, a look of horror appeared on his face, and then his head fell to the ground. It turned out that Su Hao was leading Huang Yingying in, walking in aggressively. Strange old man, so you're actually Protector Li's superior. Huang Yingying walked in, her brows furrowing at the smell of blood. The 100 Gu sect's martial arts were terrifying. Compared to them, the Poison Gu sect was utterly insignificant. Miss Huang, we shouldn't have met in the first place. The elder slowly stood up, kicked the corpse to pieces, and wrote cruelty on his face. You are not qualified to meet with the elders of the 100 Ghost sect. Now that things have come to this, I will have to re-implant the Heavenly Prince Mother Gu into you. You're dreaming. With young Master Su around, none of this could ever happen again. Huang Yingying said angrily. Hey young man, why do you think Su Hao is my match? Let me first. He kills you, then controls you. Is that acceptable? The third elder's gaze suddenly turned cold, and a black light emanated from his body, instantly absorbing all the surrounding light. Huang Yingying's vision went black, and she couldn't see anything at all. Su Hao was also startled. This person was quite strong, probably no less than Wang Luofei. It seemed he had to take this seriously. Just then, a faint golden light appeared in front of him. The immovable king mantra was actively protecting him. The opponent's attack had already begun. It was like a ghostly claw appearing in the darkness, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Not bad, your defense is somewhat strong, but that's about it. The third elder sneered. Let me show you what a true master is. Howling Purgatory. His attacks grew stronger, the black mist thickened, and the air was filled with mournful wails. It was as if his techniques didn't belong to the mortal realm, but rather to the underworld. 1282, Chapter 1282. Nine Nether Soul Devouring. You're actually scared? Su Hao felt Huang Yingying trembling in his arms and teasingly pinched her cheek. Hey, this is ghostly wailing, okay? I'm a girl, how can I not be scared? Huang Yingying said helplessly. It's very simple, I'll light up the surroundings for you. Su Hao said calmly. With a thought, purple lightning illuminated the entire ancient house, and the ghostly figures vanished instantly. Upon seeing the lightning at the same time, the elder's shadow was also dispelled. Stop using these fancy tricks, rely on real skills, understand? Su Hao said coldly. Damn the Shu Mountain sect, why did they teach him thunder magic? The third elder cursed on the spot. His offensive methods were by no means weak, and anyone who lost their composure would be in endless trouble. The number of opponents he defeated, in total, exceeded 1,000. However, against Su Hao, his skills were somewhat useless. Thunder magic was absolutely the nemesis of all evil, leaving him quite helpless. He had no choice but to heed the other's advice, take out a short sword, and begin to exchange blows. Su Hao looked much more dashing than this man. He had Huang Yingying on his left arm and held the Chaos God-slaying sword in his right, countering each other with various wondrous moves. The two fought more and more fiercely, and the ancient house was the first to suffer. A section on the east side was destroyed, and another section on the right side collapsed, turning it into ruins in no time. Other forces, curious, approached. Upon seeing the third elder, they turned pale with fright and retreated in unison. Trying to run? No way. This man was incredibly ruthless, abandoning Su Hao and slaughtering all the innocent bystanders. The stench of blood wafted through the air, making everyone want to vomit. This man truly deserved to die. Su Hao frowned. Young master, don't you have any stronger methods? Huang Yingying asked expectantly. Of course. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he thought of a combined offensive strategy. The first move, Great Wilderness Fall, was unparalleled in its power. The second move, All Laws Annihilate, was agile and flexible. The third move was the Primordial Chaos Sword, which Huang Yingying was familiar with, using swift speed to force the opponent into revealing an opening. Finally, a goo worm flew over and attached itself to the third elder's body, then began to bite wildly, entering his meridians. The Heavenly Prince's mother goo? The third elder was stunned. To his utter surprise, his use of these goo worms to control dozens of people backfired. He immediately stopped, threw down his weapons, and tried to drive the mother-child goo worms away. After all, there is only one goo worm, which is not many and is relatively easy to deal with. Unexpectedly, Su Hao's control over the goo worms was even more refined than his. In just the time it takes to breathe, the mother-child goo split into a second one, which then multiplied into 4, and so on, endlessly. It's over. The more the third elder struggled, the more goo worms appeared. He gradually slumped to the ground, looking at Su Hao with terrified eyes. Young man, aren't you afraid of retribution for learning this goo technique that goes against the laws of nature? Are you talking about yourself? Su Hao said dismissively. Speak, what is your purpose? The third elder sighed, having no other choice but to lower his head. First, hand over your martial arts skills. Su Hao said coldly. I knew you were interested in this evil martial art. Once you learn it, you can read Sulsats, one of the most mysterious martial arts. He was still somewhat smug, but under the pressure of the Heavenly Prince Mother Goo, he still handed over the 9 nether soul devouring technique. After receiving it, Su Hao began to examine it with great interest. The cultivation of this martial art was more difficult than he had imagined, requiring the assistance of a dead object. His gaze then fell upon the third elder. If he killed him and then used the soul-devouring technique, could he obtain all his memories? He decided to give it a try, and immediately stood still and began to deduce the martial art. Seeing that he didn't take any action, the third elder continued to ponder how to dispel the Heavenly Prince's goo. However, after much thought, he couldn't find a solution. Their initial purpose in creating this goo was to control others. There was simply no way to break it. It's done. Half an hour later, Su Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Having already mastered the new martial art, he stared at the third elder with a playful expression and said, "You'd better tell the truth about all my questions, or you'll regret it." Don't worry, young Master Su, I am now your servant, and I will answer any questions you may have. The third elder said with a fawning smile. My first question is, where exactly is your 100 Ghost sect? Su Hao asked. Young Master Su, our sect is located in the 9 nether mountains in the southeast. You only need to go there to find it. The third elder replied decisively. My second question is, what is your purpose in coming to northern Xinjiang? Su Hao continued. Young Master Su, our goal is to annex the Myriad Swords sect, strive to become the #1 power in the Celestial Masters sect, and then rule the entire martial arts world. The third elder said honestly. Su Hao was taken aback upon hearing this. This was something he hadn't considered. It turned out that their target wasn't other sects, but the 10,000 Swords sect. He asked several more questions, and the third elder answered them all politely, but he hesitated when it came to the last question. Where exactly is the Celestial Masters cult? Su Hao asked. Young Master Su, you might not believe it, but I myself don't know where the Celestial Masters sect is. It seems to be everywhere, yet it has no fixed location. The third elder said. You're not telling the truth. Su Hao immediately rebuked. Young Master Su, I swear to God, if I have told a single lie, may I die a horrible death. The man said nervously. Unexpectedly, Su Hao revealed a mocking smile at this moment, walked over, and struck him on the top of the head with a palm. Only in his last moments did the third elder realize that Su Hao had no intention of letting him go, and no matter what he said, he had no excuse to attack. Su Hao only used his power after the man had completely collapsed. He unleashed the soul-devouring technique. Before long, a remnant of a soul entered Su Hao's mind. The third elder's life experiences flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. This was the power of the soul-devouring technique, to relive someone else's memories in an irreversible way. It must be said that the third elder's answer was entirely true. Their target for this trip was the Myriad Sword sect, and since they already had Huang Yingying under control with the Heavenly Prince Mother Gu, they didn't need to target the Poison Gu sect at all. Unexpectedly, Su Hao's appearance disrupted all their plans. Furthermore, he had very few memories of the Celestial Masters sect, as if he truly knew very little about this sect. Rather than saying that the 100 Ghosts sect was part of the Celestial Masters sect, it would be more accurate to say that it was a puppet of the Celestial Masters sect and could not be considered a core entity at all. Young Master, you have avenged me. I am truly grateful, Huang Yingying said with emotion. If we want to completely eliminate the 100 Ghosts sect, we can't do it yet. We've only taken the first step, Su Hao promised. 1283, Chapter 1283. The traitor reveals himself. Is there anything else on him? Su Hao's heart stirred, and he began to search the third elder's body. He had a feeling that this man might have many secrets. Sure enough, he found a sandalwood box. Upon opening it, a strange fragrance wafted out. He immediately trembled. Was this the legendary Fushi Chaos Pill? Young Master, what is this good thing? Huang Yingying asked with a smile. Yes, this is definitely a treasure. This pill can change one's physique, cleanse the marrow and purify the meridians, transform ordinary people into geniuses, and geniuses into unparalleled geniuses. It is the most heaven-defying pill to change one's fate, Su Hao introduced. Such a treasure exists? Huang Yingying was somewhat incredulous. After careful consideration, Su Hao understood that the third elder's talent was quite good, but his long-term practice of Gu techniques had caused a lot of toxins to accumulate in his body. He wanted to take this pill at an appropriate time to improve his physique. Perhaps he can transform himself into a handsome man. What exactly is the right time? Su Hao searched his memories and smiled. It turned out that this person was ambitious and wanted to become the leader of the Celestial Masters sect. And the day he officially took over the sect, he would use this pill to change himself and fantasize about living a comfortable life afterward. It was as if, for him, the hardships he was enduring now were all for the sake of enjoying happiness later. Su Hao couldn't help but smile wryly, actually experiencing a sense of inspiration from him. Young Master. Huang Yingying suddenly blushed and said, why don't you give me this pill to help me improve my constitution and expel toxins from my body? Huang Yingying was terrified when she saw the appearance of the third elder, fearing that one day she would also be poisoned by the Gu and turn into an ugly monster. Don't be too greedy. This pill won't be of much use to you. Su Hao shook his head. Don't forget, you have the phoenix physique. What toxin could make you ugly? In terms of talent, you're already quite good. You'd be wasting the pill's effect. I really forgot. Huang Yingying smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. She thought to herself, no wonder she hadn't felt anything was wrong. It turned out it was related to her phoenix bloodline. Su Hao put the pills away, unable to think of anyone to give them to for the time being. Has young Master Su returned? Wang Meili rushed to the Bayou Hotel with a serious expression. What's wrong? Gongsun Feiyan asked in surprise. Something's happened at Tianyuan Pavilion. There must be a traitor among us. Someone has learned that the Pavilion Master's strength has weakened now. Qitian Pavilion Master Li Lang is leading a large force and is launching a fierce attack on Tianyuan Pavilion. We urgently need strong external assistance, and the only one who can help us right now is Su Hao. Wang Meili was getting anxious. He and Miss Huang went out, and they probably won't be back for a while. Gongsun Feiyan was also surprised. He didn't expect Qitian Pavilion to do something so outrageous at this time. It was simply outrageous. Gu Bingyan was also anxious. She and Wang Meili had faced life-or-death battles together and forged a deep friendship. Before long, Su Hao and Huang Yingying arrived, chatting and laughing, as if they had already achieved their goal. Upon seeing Wang Meili, he immediately had a bold idea. If this woman took the Fushi Hunyuan pill, could it change her physique, thus allowing her to better cultivate martial arts? Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Wang Meili was in a bad mood. so he said in a deep voice, Secretary Wang, has something happened? Young Master Su, Qitian Pavilion is under attack, we must hurry over there. Wang Meili cried anxiously. Such a thing is true, everyone else stay here, Secretary Wang and I will go. Su Hao gave the order with a serious expression. We want to go too. Gu Bingyan said, still worried. Yes, we might need more manpower over there. Huang Yingying said seriously. No, this opponent is no ordinary foe, not someone you can handle. Su Hao absolutely refused to allow it. The opponent was an elite of Qitian Pavilion, how could they be so easy to deal with? He had no time to say anything more, and pulled Wang Meili along, heading straight to Tianyuan Pavilion. On the way, he took out the Fushi Chaos Pill and said, Miss Wang, try this and see if it can improve your constitution. Young Master Su, why are you so kind to me? Wang Meili was touched. After all, I'd been through thick and thin with Pavilion Master Wang, so it's only right that I treat her subordinates well. Su Hao said since he'd picked up the pill anyway, he figured he might as well do her a favor. He was very interested in the Undying clan. He wondered if, after improving her physique, she could break through to the strongest ancestor realm. Really, I thought you were captivated by my charm. Wang Meili said with a smile. Don't be so narcissistic. Su Hao shook his head and smiled wryly. Tianyuan Pavilion. Wang Luofei, leading several elders, is engaged in a fierce battle. Everyone was injured and didn't look well. Her opponent was Li Langt, whose gaze was fierce and whose attacks grew increasingly ferocious. This man's fighting style was a blend of East and West. With an undead claw in his left hand and a divine sword in his right, he displayed the abilities of the undead and Eastern martial arts to the fullest. Wang Luofei fought very hard after returning yesterday. She was on high alert and summoned all the experts from Tianyuan Pavilion back, just in case Li Langt made trouble. Wang Luofei, why has your strength suddenly decreased? Li Langt asked, puzzled. What does this have to do with you? Wang Luofei said coldly. Now that things have come to this, are you really not going to seriously consider my proposal? If our two sects unite, we will definitely be able to rule the entire martial arts world, instead of being hostile to each other like this. Li Langt said ambitiously. Keep dreaming, you're no good person. Wang Luofei rebuked angrily. Sigh, I meant well, but no one is cooperating. Are you just going to stand by and watch Tianyuan Pavilion be destroyed? Li Langt sighed. Don't worry, as long as we, Tianyuan Pavilion, work together, you won't be able to take it down anytime soon. When the time comes, someone will definitely come and deal with you. Wang Luofei knew that Wang Meili had already gone to get reinforcements. As long as they persevered, they would definitely be able to turn things around. You're asking for it, but don't drag everyone else down with you, Li Langt suddenly said. This seems to be a reminder of something. Wang Luofei was a seasoned veteran, and a sense of vigilance crept into her heart. She then sensed an attack coming from beside her. She immediately moved away and saw that the attacker was none other than the Grand Elder of the Tianyuan Pavilion, also an undead. You're the traitor of Tianyuan Pavilion? Wang Luofei roared in fury. This man had been hunted down and was seriously injured when she came to his aid. She never expected him to become a traitor. It was utterly heartbreaking. Traitor, I was only doing this for the good of Tianyuan Pavilion. The Grand Elder sneered. Your strength is gone forever. Who would be willing to die with you? 1284, Chapter 1284. Cleansing up traitors. Who is willing to abandon darkness and join the Qitian Pavilion with me? The elder asked with a grin. Sect Master, I'm sorry. Just then, the second elder also stepped forward. Sect Master, no one is willing to go down the same path as you. The third elder also walked over. These are three undead, all of whom possess the strength of a prince. They chose to endorse Li Langt and ally with their companions. After losing 3 elders, Tianyuan Pavilion's power was directly halved. At the same time, Qitian Pavilion's strength increased significantly. Li Langt looked at the others and said, "Are you still stubbornly clinging to your delusions? As long as you are willing to submit, I will treat you all the same and will never mistreat any expert." After these words were spoken, no one moved any further in that direction. Bah, the undead are a bunch of ingrates. You all received the Pavilion Master's favor, yet you don't know how to be grateful and instead betray us. Rest assured, Lord, we will stand with you through thick and thin. They're just undead, right? Let's fight them to the death. Killing one is enough, killing two is a bonus. The other elders spoke solemnly. Wang Luofei was in a bad mood, which made their chances of winning even lower. Pavilion Master Wang, I'm actually curious now, what other reinforcements do you have up your sleeve? Li Lang noticed Wang Meilei's absence and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Oh no, if Su Hao comes now, he'll only get himself killed. Wang Luofei's expression was grim now that things had come to this. She actually hoped that Su Hao would stay out of it and not come to his death. The opposing side now has 10 undead princes, whose strength is enough to make them the undisputed rulers of the entire northern region. Just then, she sensed a familiar presence, and her expression turned somewhat troubled. She only sensed Wang Meilei's presence, but two people actually arrived. Su Hao flew over from a distance, landing between Wang Luofei and Li Lang. Sect Master, it seems I've come at the wrong time. Su Hao could tell that the current situation was unfavorable for Tianyuan Pavilion. If they were just outmatched, it wouldn't be so bad, but being betrayed was really too painful. Young Master Su, I cannot implicate you here. You should leave with Miss Wang. Wang Luofei advised. Sect Master, no, I absolutely cannot be a traitor. I will stand with Tianyuan Pavilion for life. Wang Meili was very loyal and refused to back down. Secretary Wang, your abilities are completely inadequate. I hope you won't court death. The elder said hypocritically. Even so, I'm not like you three ungrateful stray dogs. You lick the boots of Qitian Pavilion just because they gave you a bone. Do you have any shame at all? Wang Meili scolded. Grass. We already sought refuge with humans to survive. That's true forbearance. She's just a human. What right does she have to lead us? The elder's expression changed drastically, and he blushed. Wang Luofei was heartbroken. So that's what they were thinking. Is this what they mean by those who are not of our kind must have different hearts? She suddenly felt so tired. Being the pavilion master was really too difficult. Fortunately, Wang Meili was still on her side, which was somewhat comforting. Stop spouting nonsense. You three step forward. I'll clean house for Pavilion Master Wang first. Su Hao said coldly. Did you hear that? This person actually dares to challenge 3 undead princes. Who gave him the courage? The Grand Elder sneered. Human arrogance is sometimes incomprehensible. Even the peak Wang Luofei is no match for the 3 of us. What can you do? The second elder said, young man, you'd better cherish your life. It's not easy to have such cultivation. Why do you have to seek death? The third elder said. Su Hao didn't say anything more, but expressed his decision with swift moves. He transformed into a blur, his god-slaying sword first attacking the first elder. Then, his moves shifted, striking the second and third elders. A series of attacks directly targeted the 3 masters. Li Lang frowned, ultimately choosing to observe from the sidelines. He didn't quite understand Su Hao's strength and planned to let the 3 of them wear each other down. The 3 elders also wanted to make a name for themselves, so they joined forces and launched a powerful attack. Sect leader, should we help? The other elders asked in deep voices. Not for now, young Master Su can hold on for a while. Wang Luofei's heart stirred, trying to understand Su Hao. Despite his current arrogance, his goal is clear, to take advantage of the chaos and eliminate the 3 experts. They are recent defectors and haven't yet become familiar with the Qitian Pavilion members, so the other elders certainly won't help them. Li Lang also used them as pawns, and so the 3 became test subjects. Both sides will make further tactical adjustments based on the results of these individuals' battles. Die! The elder's sharp claws struck towards Su Hao's back. Dream on! Su Hao reacted quickly, slashing his sword with his backhand and severing the claw, sending up a cloud of blood mist. At the same time, the 2 elders launched a frenzied attack, each delivering a fatal blow to Su Hao. Little did he know, a wisp of black mist remained behind, from which the sound of ghostly wailing could be heard. The martial art he used at that moment was the 9-nether soul-devouring technique he had just learned. Strangely enough, even the undead felt a sense of oppression when facing the ghosts of the east. Taking advantage of their distraction, Su Hao launched a powerful counterattack, cleaving each man in 2 with a single sword strike. However, these were undead, and they were rapidly regenerating. It's no use, just give up. You are alone, no matter how you attack, it will be in vain. You don't really think that an undead prince is so easy to kill, do you? The three men's cold laughter kept coming from Su Hao's ears. Su Hao glanced at them and saw one of them transformed into a bat, seemingly preparing to fight using his most proficient method. He immediately knew his opportunity had come, and mobilized his true energy, transforming it into an extremely powerful thunder technique as the opponent approached. Amidst a series of shattering sounds, the elder lost over 90% of his blood energy, becoming increasingly weak. Su Hao flashed forward, unleashing several more thunderous attacks, instantly dispatching the man. Second elder, you're confused. How can we expose our weaknesses? This person is least afraid of bat attacks. The other two elders were grieved. Now that they had lost an ally, their alliance was in jeopardy. Su Hao wouldn't stop there. He swung the god-slaying sword again, first causing the great wilderness to fall, then all laws to perish, and then the cycle of reincarnation to annihilate. With several combo moves, he sent his two opponents into the 6 paths of reincarnation. When the two finally reappeared, their auras were weak, and their remaining strength was even less than Wang Meilei's. Su Hao's cold smile became their final nightmare. Bang, bang. The two traitors, the first elder and the third elder, died one after another, and the scene was deathly silent. 1285, Chapter 1285. Reaching the end. That's wonderful, young Master Su, I love you. Wang Meili shouted wildly, expressing her joy. The other elders felt some relief, but more so a deep sorrow. They had worked with these three for decades, only to end up like this. Wang Luofei felt a flicker of helplessness, but at the same time, she saw a glimmer of hope. Losing 3 traitors but gaining Su Hao, it's not a loss no matter what, right? It seems one has to accept fate in the face of genius. Effort is utterly useless. Wang Luofei sighed. Back then, she thought Gu Qingmei's training was just a so-so, not taking much time each day, and she had secretly been cultivating her into a peerless genius until now. After meeting Su Hao, she discovered that this kid's various opportunities were simply enviable. Now, the strength he has shown is in no way inferior to her own peak. Sect Master, young Master Su gave me a pill that can change my destiny. Wang Meili said, seizing the opportunity to show off. Congratulations! Wang Luofei said enviously. By the way, from now on, you should stick with him like a leech. If he tries to kick you out, just start crying. He can't stand seeing a woman cry, so he'll definitely take you in. Okay. Wang Meili then realized something was wrong. Sect Master, I don't want to leave Tianyuan Pavilion. This isn't leaving, it's going out to gain experience. When you become stronger, you'll have the opportunity to come back and become the pavilion master. At that time, everyone will have to rely on you and wait for you to revitalize Tianyuan Pavilion. Wang Luofei casually found a reason to comfort her. Alright. Wang Meili nodded, then scratched her head. Sect leader, should I change my name? It seems too common. Upon hearing this, the other elders all laughed. Actually, many people have always felt that she didn't understand Eastern culture when she chose her name. Perhaps she thought beautiful was a very good word, but using it in a name is indeed somewhat incomprehensible. Okay, let's discuss changing the name after today's business is over. Wang Luofei agreed. They seemed much more relaxed, while the people from Qitian Pavilion appeared rather solemn. They gathered together, as if discussing something. Sect Master, should we retreat? Their Grand Elder asked solemnly. Yes, if we keep fighting like this, we'll definitely both be severely injured. Su Hao is too strong. He can defeat at least 4 of our elders by himself, and he does it with ease. Their second elder was also somewhat intimidated. Retreat is fine, but I want to test his true strength. Li Langt agreed, knowing they were right. Okay. The others could only nod in agreement. Li Langt switched to his strongest weapon, the 9 Heavens Opening Up axe, which looked incredibly imposing. He said in a respectful tone, Su Hao, I'd like to see just how strong you really are. Bring it on. Su Hao's gaze darkened. He was also wary of Li Langt. The man's aura was very strong from him. One could also see just how much potential the undead race possessed. Take this. The 8 wastelands are shattered. The 9 Heavens Opening axe possessed an overwhelming aura. As it slashed out, a dazzling light shot directly towards them. Its objective was clear. If Su Hao dodged, it would cleave Tianyuan Pavilion in 2. Anyway, this is enemy territory, so we can fight it no matter what. Good timing. Su Hao saw through his plan. and with a swift thrust of his sword, unleashed the move, shattering mountains and rivers. The two techniques clashed directly, and the surging aura around them was incredibly powerful, creating whirlwinds that nearly destroyed everything. The Akala Mantra. Su Hao shouted suddenly, and his internal energy surged wildly, forming a golden light screen that blocked the scattered air currents. Wang Luofei was somewhat moved. This was an unnecessary move, made to protect Tianyuan Pavilion. If this continued, it might not work. He was essentially having to deal with Li Lang's attacks while also attending to others. The more effort he put in, the less chance of victory he had. Young Master Su, the fate of Tianyuan Pavilion is sealed, you don't need to worry about it anymore. Wang Luofei reminded him. Sect Master, how could you say that? Wang Meili exclaimed in shock. Sect Master, we're just injured, we'll stay. The other elders were also bewildered. I understand everyone's feelings. Tianyuan Pavilion was originally meant to provide a haven for wanderers in the martial world. Now everyone is going through a tough time, and if we stay, we don't know how many more attacks we'll face. Young Master Su can only save us temporarily, not forever. Let's leave here and settle down somewhere else. Everyone will have a better future. Wang Luofei sighed. She was tired and didn't want to be betrayed again. The others remained silent, understanding that Consort Wang's words made perfect sense. If Qitian Pavilion retreated today and then launched another attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. The main force of these people is the undead, and no one can stop them at all. Only then did Wang Meili realize why the pavilion master had asked her to follow Su Hao. It turned out she was planning to disband the Tianyuan Pavilion. The martial world was truly cruel. In just a few days, not only was the Tianyuan Pavilion about to disappear, but the 100 Beasts sect was also gone. At this moment, she felt even more that the Qitian Pavilion and the 100 Ghosts sect were incredibly hateful. If it weren't for these ambitious people, the martial world would have been peaceful. Boom boom boom. Su Hao had no worries about the rear and didn't expend much true energy to protect Tianyuan Pavilion. As a result, the place was directly battered and bruised by the two men's attacks, and was basically destroyed in a short time. Su Hao's next sword strike only managed to repel Li Lang, without achieving any real result. As the strongest warrior and undead in the northern region, Li Lang's strength was indeed enough to fight him to a draw. Good lad, you've improved so quickly. Li Lang frowned. If he couldn't defeat him today, it would be even more difficult in the future. Thank you for the compliment. Su Hao said calmly. Don't be too happy yet, the world is dangerous, we'll meet again. He left these threatening words and led the Qitian Pavilion experts away in a dashing manner. Everyone could only watch them leave in anger, feeling helpless. Vomit. Just as these people were leaving, Consort Wang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. It turned out she was already injured, but she had been putting on a brave face. Master, are you all right? Wang Meili asked anxiously. Su Hao went over and took her pulse, his brows furrowing. It turned out that Wang Luofei's internal energy was disordered. She had already been injured yesterday, and was injured again today. Even if she recovered, it would be difficult for her to improve her skills in the future. It's alright, I can heal this injury on my own. Wang Luofei remained optimistic, saying, Elders, disciples of Tianyuan Pavilion, this is where we must go. Everyone, please disperse from now on. Tianyuan Pavilion will no longer exist in the martial world. 1286, Chapter 1286. The God of the South China Sea. After everyone else left, Su Hao continued to treat Wang Luofei's injuries. It was 3 in the morning, and all was quiet when Su Hao finished work. He didn't know how to comfort Wang Luofei. Tianyuan Pavilion was once glorious, but now it no longer exists for Wang Luofei, who had poured so much effort into it. The sense of loss is unimaginable. Sect leader, what should we do next? Wang Meili asked blankly, holding her hand. Wang Luofei glanced at the ruins of Tianyuan Pavilion again and said, the past is gone, what's the point of going back and venturing into the martial world? Young Master Su, is Miss in the Tsungu forest? Sect Master, do you mean? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. Yes, I want to go there and stay with Miss. If I can't find her, I'll find a place in the Tsungu forest to live in seclusion anyway. With my current strength, I can go wherever I want as long as I don't cause trouble. I can live for many years. Wang Luofei was completely at peace with the situation. Su Hao nodded. Let alone many years, Consort Wang Luo's lifespan should be over 200 years. She has a long life ahead of her. Her relationship with Gu Qingmei must be very good, after wandering around, she's decided to go back. Secretary Wang, didn't you want to change your name? From now on, you will be called Wang Luofei, inherit my name, stay by young Master Su's side, and repay my kindness. Wang Luofei grabbed her hand and placed it in Su Hao's hand, saying, she's had a hard life, coming all the way to the Eastern martial arts world alone. You have to promise me that you will take good care of her from now on. Master, isn't this inappropriate? I'm all alone, wandering around in the wind and rain, with no fixed abode. How can I take care of someone? Su Hao said somewhat awkwardly. Nonsense, this is a classic case of shirking responsibility. She's a girl, she doesn't ask for much, she just wants someone to take care of her, Wang Luofei scolded. Su Hao felt a little embarrassed. Nothing had happened between her and Wang Meili, so how could she be considered irresponsible? But he also understood that this was Wang Luofei's own feeling. They couldn't be together, so she found a substitute. Young Master Su, I promise I will obey, please don't send me away. Wang Meili said. Immediately she saw Wang Luofei blink and immediately understood. After gathering her emotions, she burst into loud sobs. Puff! Wang Luofei burst into laughter. Wang Meili had clearly overdone it this time, failing to control the situation. Stop crying, don't cry, I'm afraid of this. Su Hao said immediately. So, is young Master Su willing to take me in? Wang Meili asked with a smile. Yes. Su Hao had no choice but to agree and accept this beautiful woman. Wang Luofei breathed a sigh of relief and said finally, young Master Su, I can no longer help with that ferocious beast in Tianqi. You'll have to rely on yourself. It's alright, I'll figure something out. Su Hao said. Wang Luofei stared at him for a while, then suddenly rushed over, gave him a tight hug, and left with a farewell kiss before turning away without looking back. Wang Meili was completely stunned. It turned out that there was a romantic connection between them. When exactly did this happen? Let's go back. Su Hao sighed. Wang Luofei's whereabouts were basically confirmed. If fate allowed, he would go find her again. If not, he hoped she was doing well. Yes, sir. Wang Meili said with a smile. She had her eye on Su Hao from the beginning, and now she could finally stay by his side. By the way, from now on, she could also be called Wang Luofei. Changing her name seemed to have instantly elevated her aura. Feifei, why are you back? In the Li family of Yanjing, Li Qingmei was still busy with the funeral arrangements when she unexpectedly saw Ouyang Feifei in the hall. Junior uncle, master has sent me back. Ouyang Feifei was also very aggrieved. She had been traveling for the past few days and was exhausted both physically and mentally. She rushed to Li Qingmei's side and told her about what had happened to the 100 Beasts sect. Li Qingmei couldn't help but sigh. She never expected that this catastrophe in the martial arts world would cause so many forces to be reshuffled, and everyone's lives would be unstable. Then you can stay here. I happen to be short-handed, so from now on, you will be the head steward of the Li family. Li Qingmei also needed someone she could trust, and Ouyang Feifei's return was a fortunate coincidence. Alright. Ouyang Feifei had no choice but to nod. How is he? Li Qingmei asked excitedly. Are you talking about young Master Su? He's doing quite well over there. His relationship with Miss Gu is getting better and better, and he's also getting close to Miss Huang. There seem to be other beauties around him too, Ouyang Feifei said to herself, then suddenly realized that this was not the news Li Qingmei wanted to hear, so she said, in short, young Master Su's strength has improved, and he's doing quite well for the time being. Su Hao has it tough too. The situation in the northern region is getting more and more complicated. Li Qingmei sighed. Yes, I heard there's a ferocious beast called Xiongqi near Tianqi Lake, and it's now eyeing young Master Su is under a lot of pressure. Ouyang Feifei remembered. I hope he can get it smoothly. Li Qingmei swallowed the rest of her sentence. Long Yuan was still very mysterious and she didn't want others to know about it. The Li family's situation is actually slightly better than before. With the help of the Physiognomy Palace, they managed to take in some experts, and after a few days of reorganization, they are now undoubtedly the most powerful family in Yanjing. Even without the name of the Immortal Palace, a fallen camel is still bigger than a horse. She herself began cultivating the Tai Xian scripture, and with the help of 2 dragon essences, her strength improved. However, she was still somewhat unaccustomed to this method of gaining strength through her own cultivation. No matter what, it was still slower than taking pills. Miss, an old man claims to be from the South China Sea and wishes to meet you. Ren Xianxian said as she walked in, puzzled. South China Sea? Li Qingmei was somewhat surprised was that her hometown. She hurriedly took Ouyang Feifei and quickly walked out. Standing outside the door was an elderly woman with white hair whose age was impossible to discern. She was holding the man with the whisk looked somewhat otherworldly, with deep, penetrating eyes that seemed to see through all thoughts with just a glance. I am Li Qingmei, the sole heir of the Li family in Yanjing. I greet you, senior, she said respectfully. Although the old man's identity is unknown, he is clearly unfathomable. Excellent, excellent, you are truly a fine daughter of the Li family. You managed to support such a large family all by yourself and remain so composed, the old man said with satisfaction. How should I address you, senior? Li Qingmei asked hurriedly. 500 years ago, everyone called me the Divine Nun of the South Sea. I wonder if that title is still valid now, the old man said with a smile. Where is the god of the South China Sea? Everyone else was a little confused, but Ren Xianxian was terrified, as if she had seen a figure from mythology. Li Qingmei quickly calmed down, led her directly to the inner hall, and served her a cup of tea, treating her with great hospitality. 1287, Chapter 1287. Another unexpected turn of events. Xianxian, wasn't the South Sea goddess very famous before? Ouyang Feifei walked behind and quietly pulled Ren Xianxian aside. More than just famous. She and Gu Qingmei used to be masters of the same level, one in the south and one in the north, dominating the martial arts world, and no one could beat them. However, it seems the two haven't fought each other. They probably couldn't find a suitable reason, Ren Xianxian said excitedly. Ouyang Feifei was also stunned. Everyone knew Gu Qingmei's reputation. She was the strongest member of the Gu family in the last 500 years, undefeated. For the South Sea Divine Nun to be on par with her was also a terrifying level of strength. There are actually many legends about the South Sea goddess. Some say that she was originally a servant of the Celestial Palace, and later became stronger and stronger after receiving guidance from her master. Some people also say that she knows a little magic and is a high-ranking disciple of Buddhism. Anyway, I wonder what they'll talk about. Ren Xianxian was very interested in all of these things and stood guard at the outer door, eager to go in immediately. Ouyang Feifei was also about to push the door open and go in when she realized that Li Qingmei was the head of the family and they were not qualified to go in, so she stood guard outside the door. Senior, we don't seem to know each other very well, do we? Li Qingmei said with a smile. As long as you have the blood of the Li family, that's enough. The South Sea Divine Nun said directly, I owe my current strength to the kindness of the Li family, and I will continue to repay this debt of gratitude. Senior, our Li family has suffered a great misfortune, and now I am the only one left. Li Qingmei briefly recounted what had happened during this period. The South Sea Divine Nun's expression changed drastically. She came from the South Sea, but her information was outdated. She only knew that something had happened to the descendants of the Li family there, so she came to Yanjing to see what was going on and prepare to provide protection. As a result of the changes in the Li family, she was filled with regret. Don't worry, miss, from now on, I will stay in Yanjing and guarantee that no one will dare to bully you, the South Sea Divine Nun said proudly. Senior, if I may ask, what is your current cultivation level? Li Qingqing knew she was very strong, so he asked respectfully. A terrestrial deity. The South Sea goddess simply uttered 4 words. Li Qingqing was shocked. This wasn't the strongest realm in the martial world. Above that was ascension to the immortal realm. She was somewhat relieved. Now she was indeed safe. Young miss, your strength isn't quite up to par. Before the joy could last long, the South Sea Divine Nun simply glanced at her and bluntly stated. Our Li family doesn't practice martial arts much anymore. Li Qingqing was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that her strength was bad, she was currently at the mid-stage of the Supreme Realm. Not learning martial arts, or are you cultivating immortality? Asked the South Sea Divine Nun. Cultivating immortality is impossible for me, I just don't have any talent, Li Qingmei said. Nonsense, you are descendants of immortals, how could you lack talent? The South Sea Divine Nun said with a hint of exasperation, don't you remember, the Panglai Immortal Palace once produced an immortal who has already reached the immortal realm. Such a thing really happened? Li Qingmei was stunned. She had always thought that Panglai Immortal Palace was a name that Shenwu Pavilion had given randomly, but she never expected that it was actually real. Well, that happened more than 1,000 years ago, so it's understandable that you don't know about it. The South Sea Divine Nun thought for a moment, then suddenly said seriously, your ancestor left behind a martial art in the South Sea. When the time comes, I will escort you to retrieve it. Great! Li Qingmei was overjoyed, thinking that it must be a divine martial art, and that after mastering it, she would be able to stand on her own. Young miss, what is your relationship with Su Hao now? The South Sea Divine Nun suddenly asked. It's more of a cooperative relationship. We're doing everything we can to find the dragon essence. Li Qingmei said. If it's just cooperation, that's fine, but remember not to develop any feelings for each other. Your top priority right now is to practice your skills and stabilize the Li family. If the Li family disappears in your hands, you will be a sinner for all time. The South Sea Divine Nun reprimanded her like a strict elder. Oh, I understand. Li Qingmei had no choice but to agree for the time being. The two had just finished talking when Ren Xianxian knocked on the door from outside. Miss, something new has happened in Yanjing that requires your personal attention. Tell me, who's causing trouble this time? Li Qingmei asked, puzzled. A message just came from the Six Doors. A martial arts conference will be held in Yanjing today to elect a new martial arts leader. Ren Xianxian said. Isn't this ridiculous? In the entire Yanjing, besides the Li family, who else is qualified to be the leader of the alliance? The South Sea Goddess was furious in her impression. The Li family had always been very strong. She never expected that after hundreds of years of seclusion, they would fall to such a state. She simply couldn't accept it. Senior, please calm down. Things are different now. We are just an ordinary family now, and we are far from being the leaders of the martial arts world. Besides, I don't have the energy to deal with those things. Li Qingmei said helplessly, Xian, let's go take a look over there. Fine. Ren Xianxian said helplessly. In the suburbs of Yanjing, a huge villa was surrounded by luxury cars, and all the major families and forces were present. When Li Qingmei's extended luxury car stopped, it was already packed with people. Their group was quite large. Li Qingmei was accompanied by Ouyang Feifei, Ren Xianxian, as well as the South Sea Divine Nun, the Drunken Sword Immortal, and Lu Shaoxian. Miss Li has arrived. Upon seeing them, the greeters immediately greeted them respectfully. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned to look. This was the first time Li Qingmei had appeared before everyone since the incident involving the Li family, surprising countless people. Miss Qingmei, you've finally come out for some fresh air. Zhao Hongyu was the first to walk over and greet her politely. Miss Zhao, it's been a long time. Li Qingmei said with a smile. Miss Li, something strange happened today. It seems like you'd better be prepared, since this is from your family. Zhao Hongyu whispered. What do you mean? Li Qingmei glanced at Ren Xuanxuan. Their physiognomy palace had not received any news, so why was the Zhao family warning them? I also know the deduction that the previous head of the Six Doors Hall is dead, and the current head is named Li Yuanhai, who is Li Yuanwu's younger brother. Zhao Hongyu reminded her. Li Yuanwu's younger brother? Li Qingmei trembled. Their family was truly thriving, yet another member had appeared. Why, then, was she the only one left in the entire Li family? Then I'll just have to improvise. Li Qingmei said. Zhao Hongyu affectionately pulled her along and asked her some more questions about Su Hao. Upon arriving at the council hall, Li Qingmei saw many familiar faces. All the major families of Yanjing were present. Besides the Li and Zhao families, there were also the Su and Lin families, among others. The most surprising thing is the Su family. They have already retreated to the western regions, and now Li Qiandai is attending. 1288, Chapter 1288 is different from what was predicted. Miss Li, you look so haggard lately, it really breaks my heart. Xiao Shuwen got up and sat down over here, her face showing concern. I'm just a lonely man, so it's nothing to look a little haggard. Li Qingmei said with a smile. You can't say that, someone must be heartbroken in the northern region. Xiao Shuemeng said with a smile. That's hard to say. Surrounded by beautiful women, he might have already forgotten about me. Li Qingmei complained she wouldn't say these things to Ouyang Feifei, but she couldn't help but speak her mind to these friends. There's nothing we can do about it, that's just the kind of person he is. Yang Rushuang and her sister also arrived. with Hong Mingxian following behind them. They nodded from afar, which was considered a greeting. In addition to Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Qianjun, these people are well-known martial artists in Yanjing. Elsewhere, some newly emerging forces were seated. Ren Xianxian stood beside her, introducing everything one by one. The backgrounds of several sects in Yanjing recently have become quite complex. For example, there's the witchcraft sect, which seems to have some connection with the poisonous Gukultan axe rather frighteningly. Then there's the Myriad Beast sect, which inevitably brings to mind the 100 Beasts Gate, evoking a sense of melancholy. What's most surprising is the masked man directly opposite them, who actually comes from the Undying Pavilion. Judging from the name, it's hard not to suspect that they are some kind of undead. He's coming. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle walked out aggressively. He was the protagonist of the day, Li Yuanhai, the younger brother of Li Yuanwu. Upon closer inspection, the two brothers appear to have absolutely no resemblance. Therefore, some people suspect that he is actually Li Yuanwu's younger brother, merely using this identity. This person must have a powerful force supporting him, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the previous leader and take his place as soon as he returned to Yanjing. Thank you all for coming here to discuss important matters of the martial arts world. Many of those present today are prominent figures in Yanjing, which is a testament to the trust that Six Doors has placed in us. Li Yuanhai said politely. Master Li, we're all pressed for time, let's get straight to the point. An elder from one of the sects said impatiently. Please don't be anxious, everyone. After all, this is a very important matter, and we still need to explain the whole story clearly. A sharp, cold glint flashed in Li Yuanhai's eyes, making the elder feel a chill down his spine, and he dared not disturb him any further. He continued, as we all know, some tragic things have happened in Yanjing recently, namely the attack on the Li family. This made me, who also has the surname Li, feel a surge of anger, and at the same time, I wondered if I could do something for the Li family and for the entire martial arts world. With this thought in mind, I acted quickly and finally did something that the martial arts world should remember. Li Qingmei frowned. What was he talking about? When will he be able to identify himself as a member of the Li family? Li Yuanhai, what exactly are you beating around the bush with? Xiao Wuming said calmly. Alright, let's get down to business. The martial arts world of Yanjing cannot be without a leader for even a day today. I propose that we elect a new leader. Does everyone agree? Li Yuanhai said solemnly. Agree. Many forces immediately agreed. Everyone could tell that these were all puppets he had hired. However, neither the Tianxia gang nor the sword sect could openly oppose it. This was an unspoken agreement between them. In the martial arts world of Yanjing, there had always been a martial arts alliance leader. Regardless of whether this leader actually did anything, they would at least outwardly command respect. Miss Li, do you agree? Seeing that no one objected, Li Yuanhai asked Li Qingmei directly. If someone can truly uphold justice, of course I won't object. Li Qingmei nodded. Excellent, it seems no one objects. Our progress today has been very good. Li Yuanhai was pleased and continued, then the next question is simple. Who can be the leader of the martial arts alliance in Yanjing? I think, in terms of seniority, the most suitable candidates are none other than Xiao Wuming, the leader of the Tianxia gang, Hong Xingqiao, the leader of the sword sect, Zhao Hongjun, the head of the Zhao family, or Su Zhentian, the head of the Su family. What's strange is that he actually nominated these four people? I want to clarify that the Su family is no longer part of the Yanjing martial arts world. I am only here to attend my elder brother's funeral and do not represent Su Zhentian. Besides, Su Zhentian is currently on the verge of death. How could he be qualified to be any kind of alliance leader? Li Chendai stated on the spot. Our Zhao family is just a small clan. We are fortunate to have the respect of everyone, so we can sometimes have a say, but we have absolutely no interest in the position of martial arts alliance leader. Our goal is to make money. Zhao Hongjun refused on the spot. Everyone's attention immediately fell on Xiao Wuming and Hong Xingqiao, both of whom were considered important figures in the martial arts world. The Tianxia gang is not qualified to be the leader of the martial arts world. I think the Li family is the most suitable. Xiao Wuming said directly, not daring to say anything. That's right, Miss Li Qingmei has surpassed her parents and is more capable than her three brothers. I'll vote for her too. Hong Xingqiao said directly. Those two old foxes didn't want to take the lead themselves, nor did they want the Six Doors to be in power, so they pushed Li Qingmei forward. Li Qingmei frowned, she had no such idea. It seems everyone thinks the same way. They all believe that only a descendant of the Li family from Panglai Immortal Palace is qualified to be the new leader of the alliance, right? Li Yuanhai said with a smile. That's right. Xiao Wuming nodded. That's the rule all along, the name of the Immortal Palace must be inherited. Hong Xingqiao agreed wholeheartedly. They wondered if Li Yuanhai was really so kind as to hand over the power to Li Qingmei. Li Qingmei herself also found it difficult. If that were the case, wouldn't she be unable to leave Yinjing forever? As the leader of the martial arts alliance, how could she possibly travel around like that, okay? Tun tun tun. The sword immortal took a sip of his old wine and felt that something was wrong. It was as if there was a conspiracy ahead, and everyone was being led by the nose by Li Yuanhai. The South Sea nun smiled. She seemed to have little experience in the martial world and thought Li Yuanhai was a kind-hearted person who actually worked for the Li family. Someone, bring out the new alliance leader. Just then, Li Yuanhai clapped his hands. Many people were curious and immediately made way for them. Who will emerge from here? Could it be that Li Yuanwu has been resurrected? Unexpectedly, to everyone's surprise, a woman with a tattoo on her neck, wearing glamorous makeup, and holding the hand of a 3-year-old child walked out. Who is he? Isn't it to elect a descendant of the Celestial Palace? This woman has a dirty, shabby look about her. She's utterly repulsive. TSK, this is going to be good. People whispered among themselves, feeling that things had gotten out of hand and were not going as expected. 1289, Chapter 1289 Farce. Li Yuanhai, what exactly are you doing? Xiao Wuming shouted. Is there any custom associated with finding a woman and a child? Hong Xingqiao was also somewhat puzzled. Wait a minute, everyone, I'll reveal their identities right away. Li Yuanhai walked over with a smile, holding the woman's hand with his left and the child's hand with his right, and walked to the center. All eyes were on the three of them. Li Qingmei had a bad feeling. Zhao Hongyu had said before that this conspiracy was aimed at her, and now this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. This lady is Zhang Qingqing. She was originally a hostess. One day, she gained the favor of the third young master of the Li family and gave birth to a son, who was the child next to her. Li Yuanhai said with a smile, this young master is named Li Xiaoshui. He is of pure Li family blood. He is the grandson of the third young master born to Li Tian's legal wife and is currently the only male heir of the Panglai Immortal Palace in the South China Sea. Is this real or fake? Xiao Wuming was somewhat surprised. It turned out that the Li family still had descendants. What evidence do you have? Li Qingqing blurted out. Evidence, of course there is, otherwise why would you be convinced? Li Yuanhai smiled faintly and took out a bank statement, which was full of transfer records from Li Qingqing's third brother. Next, he took out a stack of photos, all of which showed heartwarming scenes of the third young master accompanying Li Xiaoshui and her daughter. Not only that, there are also photos of him registering Li Xiaoshui's household registration. All of this is enough to prove that the child is of the Li family bloodline. Li Qingmei's face was grim. Her third brother was somewhat of a good-for-nothing when he was alive, often causing trouble for the family. She never expected that he would dig such a huge pit for himself afterward. Things have suddenly become complicated. Even though Li Xiaoshui is only 3 years old and still a child, his bloodline is there, and his qualifications as heir are even purer than Li Qingmei's. Oops. Zhao Hongyu had only heard some rumors, but she never expected things to turn out this way. Li Xiaoshui's appearance ruined everyone's plans. The other factions understood that their plan was to have Li Qingmei step forward and claim the title of Martial Arts Alliance leader, thereby suppressing Li Yuanhai. They hadn't expected the opponent's preparations to be so thorough. Some people are already complaining that the Ghost Division didn't find Li Xiaoshui back then, leaving this source of trouble behind. It's really too much of a hassle. Everyone, does anyone have any further comments? Vote now. Those who want to support Li Xiaoshui as the leader of the martial arts world, please raise your hands. If you don't agree, then name someone who can replace him. Li Yuanhai smiled faintly. At that moment, he appeared very confident, feeling that victory was within his grasp. Xiao Wuming and Hong Xingqiao both regretted it. If they had been willing to stand up earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Young miss, I think their goal is not just to become the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, but to take the Li family's treasure. The South Sea divine nun transmitted her voice. Li Qingmei was shocked. If it was true, then it would be terrible if Li Xiaoshui got his hands on the Li family's martial arts. Wouldn't it fall into the hands of the ambitious Li Yuanhai, whose power would probably be even greater than Li Yuanwu's? I agree. Voting has begun, and many people have already raised their hands in agreement. As more and more people agree, things seem to be heading in an irreversible direction. Many people's eyes fell on Li Qingmei, wanting to see what other tricks she had up her sleeve. Junior uncle, should we kill him? Ouyang Feifei whispered. Nonsense. Nonsense, he's my nephew. When Li Qingmei said this, she couldn't help but think of Su Hao, feeling that he was luckier, at least Su Changqing hadn't caused such a big problem. Ouyang Feifei curled her lips. Keeping such a menace around would bring no good to the Li family. Just then, the masked man suddenly rushed towards Li Xiaoshui, holding a black dagger that seemed to be covered in poison gas. Be careful. Li Qingmei frowned and couldn't help but warn her. As if he had already noticed this person, Li Yuanhai suddenly threw a punch at his back, trying to stop him unexpectedly. The opponent was an undead, and immediately transformed into countless bloodbaths. The dagger was still heading towards Li Xiaoshui, and it seemed too late for the others to stop it. My child, Zhang Qingqing's expression changed drastically. Just at the critical moment, a white light appeared in front of the dagger, forming an impenetrable wall that blocked the attack. Then, a figure flashed past, bringing Li Xiaoshui back. The one who made the move was none other than the divine nun of the South Sea. Senior, well done. Li Qingmei was overjoyed. This made things much simpler. Ah! Unexpectedly, in the chaos, the undead actually killed Zhang Qingqing. Taking her away. After doing this, he reverted to his masked human form, leaped up, and left. Li Qingmei, was this person someone you prepared? Li Yuanhai asked angrily, turning around. It seemed he was about to create a puppet to emulate his elder brother, but things turned out this way, and now he's become a clown after Zhang Qingqing's death. He has no right to raise Li Xiaoshui. Li Qingmei is his only elder. First of all, this person has nothing to do with me, and I don't even know him. Secondly, the child is still in a state of confusion and cannot adapt to the current situation, nor is he capable of being the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Let's end today's gathering here. Li Qingqing announced. That's right, this is just a farce, it's time to end it, Xiao Woming said, stepping forward. Yes. Hong Xingqiu was also very pleased. This turning point was crucial. Everyone, let's disperse. Regarding future proposals for the election of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, I believe the power should still be entrusted to the Li family unless Miss Li Qingmei has such an idea. Any other person or force that proposes it is completely unqualified and will not be recognized. He also vetoed the power of the 6 doors to propose the idea. That makes sense. Fortunately, there are 2 experts in Yanjing who can stabilize the situation. We still prefer to believe Miss Li Qingmei children shouldn't get involved. Everyone else switched sides, and no one spoke up for Li Yuanhai anymore. Xian, have someone take Zhang Qingqing back immediately and give her a proper burial. After giving the order, Li Qingmei quickly left this place of trouble with Li Xiaoshui. After everyone else had left, Li Yuanhai roared in fury. He had never imagined that an undead would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Just who was this guy, and why was he helping the Li family? 1290, Chapter 1290. Sharing the same misfortune. Do you know what the identity of that undead is? Li Yuanhai roared madly at his subordinates. Reporting to the Hall Master, I estimate that this person has no connection with the Li family. He's just here to cause trouble. They're afraid that our 6 doors hall will gain power, so they sent a master. One of them said, flattering the Hall Master. I need intelligence, not your deductions. Li Yuanhai roared. What kind of time is this to need this kind of pointless analysis? Master, according to the information we received, a group of undead recently arrived in Yanjing. They seem to be related to the Qitian Pavilion in the northern region, and they are being led by one of their 3rd elders, someone said seriously. Qitian Pavilion? Li Yuanhai frowned. Weren't they one of the 3 major powers in the northern region? Why would they come to Yanjing to cause trouble? Could it be that they couldn't stay there any longer? He immediately ordered that the sect be closely monitored and that an opportunity be sought to exact revenge. What do we do now? After Li Qingmei brought Li Xiaoshui back, the aunt and nephew stared at each other, momentarily frozen in place. She had no experience with children and was completely at a loss when faced with a 3-year-old. Moreover, Ouyang Feifei, Ren Xianxian, and the others around them were all young women who didn't know how to take care of children. They looked at the South Sea goddess with pleading eyes, only to find that she was also shaking her head. "Kid, do you like drinking?" The drunken sword immortal walked over, shaking his head as he asked. "Senior Jiao, you can't say things like that carelessly, lest you corrupt him." Li Qingmei immediately stopped her. "Then what are you going to do, lock him up?" The drunken sword immortal scratched his head. He had never taken care of such a young child before and was at a loss. "Why don't we ask young Master Su for some advice?" Ouyang Feifei's eyes lit up. Wasn't there a young master over there? Perhaps the two of them could exchange some insights. "Alright, you guys keep an eye on things for me for now, I'm going to make a phone call." Li Qingmei had no choice but to go out and contact Su Hao. "Has something happened in Yanjing?" When Su Hao received her call, his heart skipped a beat, thinking something serious had happened. Li Qingmei briefly explained the situation today. According to her, although something had happened, it wasn't a big problem. The deceased was Zhang Qingqing, whom she didn't know at all, so it wouldn't affect anything. "You actually have a nephew, it seems we're in the same boat." Su Hao chuckled. He could imagine that Li Qingmei must be looking miserable right now. "You're still laughing," Li Qingmei said coquettishly. "None of us here have experience taking care of children, so everyone asked me to come and ask for advice. Why don't you come back and be a stay-at-home dad?" I don't have any experience either," Su Hao said with a smile. "Changqing is already a teenager and doesn't need much supervision. I think you should find a younger, trustworthy nanny and hire a tutor for the child anyway. The Li family is a martial arts family, so we need to start cultivating him from a young age and let him practice his skills." This last idea actually stemmed from his own experience. Su Changqing failed to lay a good foundation in the early stages, and now he is far behind other young masters from wealthy families. Li Qingmei gradually calmed down and realized that Su Hao's words were correct, so she smiled calmly. In fact, she trusted Su Hao a lot. No matter how bad the situation was, he could quickly stabilize it. By the way, the undead have also appeared in Yanjing. If they hadn't caused trouble today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Qingmei sighed. Once Li Yuanhai controls Li Xiaoshui and his mother, the situation will inevitably repeat itself, just like the previous Panglai Immortal Palace, where they will once again become puppets, obeying whatever the other party says. As Li Xiaoshui grows up, Li Yuanhai's people will start drugging him. Isn't this the same path his father followed? It's terrifying to even think about. Fortunately, they were rescued now, so at least we can keep them with us and provide some positive guidance. The undead clan, there are some in the northern region as well. They are very strong, so it's best not to provoke them easily, Su Hao warned. "Su Hao, there's something else I need to tell you." Li Qingmei was still willing to share with him, and told him about the South Sea Divine Nun. Su Hao was greatly surprised. He hadn't realized the Li family possessed such a master. It seemed there was no need to worry about Li Qingmei's safety. When she mentioned the Li family's ancestral martial arts, it aligned with Ouyang Wushuang's words. The predecessor of Panglai Immortal Palace indeed had many secrets. A trip to Hainan was already on their agenda. In short, it's a good thing that we can hold on for now, Su Hao said with emotion. "Yes, I hope we can meet soon." Li Qingmei's longing was like a surging river, impossible to suppress. "I'll contact you again if anything comes up." Su Hao chose to avoid the question and ended the call. Li Qingmei sighed silently, then cheered herself up and began to take action. First, she asked the Physiognomy Palace to find a qualified nanny, and then she discussed with the South Sea Divine Nun, asking her to guide Li Xiaoshui. This expert readily agreed, seemingly feeling it was an honor to help the Li family cultivate a future heir. "Miss, he is your biggest competitor. He's just too young to know that now in 10 years or so, he'll stand up and demand the Li family's power from you," Ren Xianxian reminded her. "As long as he can grow up healthy, let him be." Li Qingmei felt relieved. If the Li family really had no offspring, she would be bound to them for life and wouldn't be able to do anything. Tianqi, Heavenly Lake. Su Hao arrived with Ouyang Wushuang and the undead Queen Luofei, surveying the waters and considering whether to re-enter unexpectedly. His appearance caused a great commotion. "Is that young Master Su? Why is he at Tianqi again? Damn it. He's definitely after the spiritual herbs in the heavenly pool." That ancient snow lotus is too tempting, no one wants to let it go. We should report it as soon as possible, he's not someone anyone can handle. Although the murmurs were hushed, Su Hao could still hear them. He didn't care, he was only there to investigate. He had narrowly escaped when dealing with Qiangqi last time. Could he use the same method a second time? If he could, he was confident he could steal the ancient snow lotus. At that time, his strength will be able to improve to another level. Just then, another person appeared beside him. It was Yuan Xiangfei, the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect. He was dressed very casually and had rushed over as soon as he received the news. What's up? Su Hao asked casually. Young Master Su, aren't you being a bit too hostile? I'm not one to hold grudges, we can put aside past grievances for now. Yuan Xiangfei revealed a sly smile. My goal today is simple, to seek cooperation. Oh, how exactly will we cooperate? Su Hao asked, showing some interest. 1291, Chapter 1291 Tripartite Alliance. It's very simple, we'll join forces to deal with the Qiangqi inside, and then divide the treasures inside equally. Yuan Xiangfei said calmly, his attitude still arrogant, as if to say, you have to accept this proposal, after all, it's this sect leader's charity to you. In his view, Su Hao no longer has the support of the previous queen consort Luo, and has no way to deal with Qiangqi. Good suggestion, let me think about it. Su Hao thought about it seriously. Yuan Xiangfei revealed a smug smile, thinking that this kid was definitely going to fall for it. He had no good intentions in choosing to cooperate with Su Hao, he simply wanted to use him as a target to attract Qiangqi's attention and then take the opportunity to seize the treasure. Unexpectedly, after a short time, Su Hao replied directly, no interest, I prefer to act alone and disdain cooperating with anyone. Good lad, you'd better think this through, you won't find another expert willing to cooperate with you besides me. Yuan Xiangfei threatened. Is that so? Su Hao revealed a mysterious smile. Just then, another powerful aura appeared, none other than Li Lang. Since his encounter with Su Hao, Li Lang's opinion of Su Hao had risen sharply, regarding him as an equal expert. Consequently, he also had the same idea, to cooperate with Su Hao to deal with Qiangqi. Young Master Su, cooperating with him is a dead end. Why don't we join forces and take down Qiangqi together? Li Lang said calmly. Oh, tell me your thoughts. Su Hao said with a smile. First of all, Qiangqi is a scourge of the martial arts world. Once it emerges from seclusion, it will definitely pose a huge threat to all forces. Secondly, it contains all kinds of treasure. It's time to go down and divide the spoils. Li Lang said frankly. Su Hao was somewhat surprised that he actually brought up the topic of dividing the spoils himself, which meant he had absolute confidence in this trip. It seems that Pavilion Master Li has a broader vision, our cooperation has some common goals. Su Hao nodded in affirmation. Hey, the three of us are about the same strength, how can you team up with him? Yuan Xiangfei was a little flustered. If these two experts didn't take him along, the situation would be different. Wouldn't it make the 10,000 Swords sect seem isolated? Who knows what good things they might get from it? No matter what, he will find a way to get a share of the pie. Meanwhile, others noticed that they were discussing something, as if they were plotting something. No way, these three people can get together? That's how the martial arts world is, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. If they really do break into Tianqi Lake, should we follow them in? We have to give it a shot, no matter what, otherwise we'll have no chance at all. Others chimed in, and many prepared their weapons, ready to follow the three inside as soon as they reached an agreement. Look, so many people are trying to seize profits. The situation is no longer something we can control. We either give up or cooperate, there are no other options. Yuan Xiangfei said with a smile. Young Master Su, with the combined strength of the three of us, we should be able to defeat Qiangqi. Li Lang said. Su Hao found it strange. Why did he feel that Li Lang was more obsessed with Qiangqi? It seemed that he really thought the martial arts world of the northern region was his territory, so he wanted to get rid of this trouble. In that case, let's set a goal and work together to take down Qiangqi. Su Hao said calmly. Okay. Yuan Xiangfei agreed. No problem. Li Lang agreed. After the three of them made their decision, they all jumped into the water. Immediately following were the sounds of splashing and thumping, as if thousands of people were making the same risky move for them. If someone took the lead, they wanted a share of the spoils. The lake was still as cold as ever. As a result, some of the weaker individuals couldn't withstand the pressure and shakily made their way to the edge of the pool, complaining in their hearts that they were truly useless and couldn't even take advantage of the chaos. Su Hao smiled coldly. This was all normal. The temperature at the bottom of the pool is even lower. Only those with supreme strength can withstand it. This dividing line actually has very high requirements. Sure enough, of those who were near the bottom of the pool, only 1/10 remained in the end. When Su Hao saw Qiangqi again, he sensed its fierce aura before he could regain his footing. He saw a powerful breath rushing towards him. Damn it! Su Hao frowned, realizing that this guy held a grudge, so he took out the Chaos God-slaying sword and launched an attack to meet the attack. Boom! The pool exploded, and some martial artists who were nearby were unable to dodge in time, instantly turning into a bloody mist that dissipated continuously. Few could withstand such a single attack. Sect leader Yuan, make your move. Li Lang lunged at Qiangqi, black claws appearing on his left hand, his target being the opponent's neck. With a clang, when he struck, he discovered that the opponent's defense was astonishing. There was no injury whatsoever. He exclaimed in amazement as he quickly moved away, not daring to linger. At the same time, Yuan Xiangfei's attack followed, successfully hitting Qiangqi, but the situation was similar, with little trace left. The situation for the three of them has gradually become clear. Su Hao remained Qiangqi's target, while the two of them launched attacks from the side, which put them under much less pressure. The other martial artists were somewhat bewildered seeing several experts locked in combat in the pool. They could only watch, completely unable to intervene. Moreover, they had to stay far away, otherwise any attack from them would pose a fatal threat. Everyone's attention shifted from the battle to the vicinity of Qiangqi, and they were astonished to find that there was indeed a 10,000-year-old snow lotus there, as well as various other spiritual herbs. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of treasure chest behind them, which appeared extremely valuable. There was even some kind of spiritual energy fluctuation underground, but it was unknown what it was buried in. What is it? Boom, boom, boom. As the three experts' attacks intensified, the sand at the bottom of the pool was affected, churning and creating chaos, blurring the view. Excellent! Yuan Xiangfei was overjoyed upon seeing this. His goal wasn't to kill Qiangqi, but merely to gain some benefit. So, taking advantage of this moment, he quietly approached the 10,000-year snow lotus and suddenly reached out. Sigh. Su Hao sighed. Isn't this just being an opportunist? Doing this usually doesn't end well. Just as Yuan Xiangfei was about to succeed, a roar suddenly came. Qiangqi would not allow anyone to touch the 10,000-year snow lotus, and became frenzied, changing its target from Su Hao to him. Even at this point, he still didn't understand why Su Hao had become a thorn in Qiangqi's side. Was it because he had tainted the 10,000-year snow lotus? 1292, Chapter 1292. The Death of the Ferocious Beast. Damn it! Yuan Xiangfei belatedly realized the danger approaching, but it was already too late. In the moment of crisis, he unleashed all his true energy, making it seem as if he was preparing for a mutually destructive fight. The moves were stronger than ever before, all aimed at Qiangqi. Surprisingly, this move worked somewhat, successfully leaving a wound on Qiangqi, from which blood gushed out. However, the price paid was also high. It was directly bitten to pieces by Qiangqi and swallowed whole. A great opportunity. Li Lang was overjoyed. He suddenly transformed into hundreds of thousands of bats, opening their mouths wide to quickly absorb the blood from Qiangqi's wounds. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Only now did he realize that this person's target was Qiangqi. He might have reached a critical point in his breakthrough, and other factors were unlikely to provide the necessary energy. However, absorbing the blood of an ancient ferocious beast was a different story. For them, blood energy is similar to spiritual energy. Roar! Qiangqi let out a terrifying scream, appearing to be in immense pain. It must be said that Li Lang is a ruthless and capable man. With hundreds of thousands of bats around, he can both increase speed and distract the enemy, preventing them from being wiped out by one person at a time. As expected of the master of Qitian Pavilion, he has such abilities. As one gains at the expense of the other, even a second more can weaken Qiangqi. If this monster disappears, our threat will be gone. Now that the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect is dead, the Qitian Pavilion will be in charge of the martial world from now on. Many people began to encourage him, as if they were afraid that Liland would stop. Little did he know, Li Lang was overjoyed. He was receiving powerful surges of blood energy, and his strength was advancing by leaps and bounds, propelling him towards the next realm. He had already reached the great perfection of the heavenly venerable realm, and with each step forward, he would have the opportunity to enter the realm of a terrestrial immortal. At that time, he will become the first and only immortal emperor in the Eastern martial arts world. The future is bright. Su Hao frowned, caught in a dilemma. Should he take this opportunity to attack Li Lang? He didn't know whether Li Lang's increased strength would be a good thing or a bad thing for the martial arts world. Fine, let's take some benefits first. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Hao approached Xiangqi and first took the 10,000-year snow lotus. Then he searched the ground and found the dragon essence, which he also put away. As for the other treasures, just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly saw Xiangqi attack, seemingly with the intention of taking everyone down with it, and unleashed its strongest breath attack. But this one move carried an aura of world-destroying power. As a result, all the treasures around them exploded. Not only that, half of Li Lang's bats also disappeared instantly. Other martial artists in the distance were also affected, with over 90% turning into blood mist. Su Hao was at the center of the explosion and was thrown hundreds of meters away, sustaining numerous wounds and barely clinging to life. In the chaos, Su Hao spotted a flash of crimson and promptly left. Relatively speaking, Li Lang gained far more than he paid. Now he will find a place to go into seclusion and digest this blood energy. After everything calmed down, Su Hao glanced at Xiangqi, which had also become extremely weak, lying at the bottom of the pool, facing Su Hao, its mouth opening and closing as if in utter despair. You're still too greedy, trying to get rich quick. Su Hao activated his true energy, and the longevity technique's power was working, his wounds healing rapidly. He slowly descended to the bottom of the pool, right next to Xiangqi. Xiangqi's condition doesn't look good. Yuan Xiangfei's last move was too fatal under Li Lang's frenzy devouring. It has damaged his heart and now he doesn't have long to live. Roar! Its roar was also weak, lacking its former power. Su Hao's heart stirred. If Li Lang could benefit from Xiangqi, could he do the same? He immediately took out the Fushi heaven-mending goo, wrapped it in his true energy, and placed it on the Xiangqi. The goo worms, as if encountering something delicious, immediately sprang into action. As the number of heaven-mending goo increased, the Xiangqi gradually disappeared. Before it died, this ancient ferocious beast could never have imagined that it would become food for both Li Lang and Su Hao. When Su Hao looked around again, he found that there was only some yellow sand left at the bottom of the pool. It was really strange. All the treasures from before had vanished into nothingness, as if they had never appeared at all. Ashore. Wang Luofei and Ouyang Wushuang were utterly astonished. They saw Li Lang quickly disappear into the distance, seemingly carrying away a huge gain, while Su Hao remained nowhere to be seen, his fate unknown. The other martial artists, who had barely escaped death, stood on the shore, still shaken. They initially sent in thousands of people, but in the end only a few came out alive. Looking back on what happened at the bottom of the pool, it all feels like a lifetime ago. Whether it was Su Hao and his two companions, or Xiangqi's fighting, they were all incredibly fierce, unlike anything they could possibly contend with. How is young Master Su? Someone asked with concern as they approached. The last thing I saw was that he seemed to be seriously injured, covered in blood, and hasn't shown up since. I am afraid he's in grave danger. One person said, trembling. Xiangqi's last breath was too powerful, and we were at the bottom of the pool at the time. No one could withstand its attack head-on. The most regrettable one is probably Li Lang. If he had absorbed all of Xiangqi's energy, he would probably have reached the strongest level. Someone else sighed. The conversation between these people made Wang Luofei and her companion widen their eyes in disbelief. Young Master Su is dead? Consort Wang murmured to herself, tears welling in her eyes, clearly heartbroken. Don't jump to conclusions. He has various powerful survival abilities, and he might still be seizing the last of his advantages. Ouyang Wushuang comforted him. What last bit of benefit is left? Now all that's left is Xiangqi's corpse. What use is that thing? Someone lamented. Yes, all that blood energy was absorbed by Li Lang. Took it, the rest of the stuff is worthless. The others agreed. Ouyang Wushuang had only some doubts at first, but upon hearing this news, she immediately became certain. Su Hao is definitely not dead. The ancient ferocious beast is a treasure from head to toe. How could it be useless? These people lack both ability and discernment, so it's normal that they don't know. Miss Wang, let's wait a little longer. Ouyang Wushuan blinked and said. Alright. Wang Luofei wondered to herself, was this an implication? With this in mind, the two continued to remain in place. The others left one after another for them. Tianqi was no longer of any value, and staying would mean starving. Time passed very slowly, and the days of waiting felt like an unbearable ordeal. 2 hours later, the pool water stirred again, and a handsome figure slowly emerged from the water. It was Su Hao. 1293, Chapter 1293 Challenge. That's wonderful, young Master Su, you're completely unharmed. Wang Luofei excitedly arrived at the poolside and was pleasantly surprised to see Su Hao's rosy complexion and no injuries whatsoever. Injured, if it happened at the end of the battle, there would be some injuries, but it's not a big problem. Su Hao said with a smile. Junior brother, what benefits did you gain? Ouyang Wushuang asked with a smile. Su Hao pointed in the direction they were going back, talking as they walked, and the two of them listened with amazement. First, it must be acknowledged that Li Lang was indeed a winner, but Su Hao gained just as much. The biggest loser was Yuan Qiangfei. This man was completely courting death, rushing in to seize benefits before Qiangqi was even injured, ultimately ruining himself. As for Su Hao, not only did he obtain the 10,000-year snow lotus, he also successfully obtained the dragon essence. And, at the last moment, he successfully devoured the Qiangqi's corpse completely. He gained the regenerative abilities of the ferocious beast, which further advanced his longevity technique. Even the remaining blood energy transformed into true qi, helping him steadily advance to the late stage of the heavenly venerable realm, advancing him to the next level. If he absorbs the 10,000-year-old snow lotus, he might be able to break through to the great perfection of the heavenly venerable realm. It was already evening when I got back to the hotel. Su Hao separated from the others and went into seclusion alone. The moment he took out the 10,000-year snow lotus, he thought it was really good with the dragon essence. It was able to grow 2 plants. One was obtained by the drunken sword immortal, and the other was obtained by him. Start absorbing like crazy. Su Hao revealed a faint smile. Meanwhile, Li Lang also went into seclusion at Qitian Pavilion. Powerful blood energy surged within him, being absorbed at an astonishing rate. His aura was also gradually getting stronger. It seemed that he once had the chance to become a terrestrial deity, but he failed time and time again. He felt it was a pity. If Qiangqi hadn't chosen to perish together with him in the end, he could have succeeded. Even so, his strength remained stable, at least reaching the great perfection of the heavenly venerable realm, which was at least 10 times greater than before. Several elders were guarding the door closely. For them, any breakthrough by the pavilion master would be a good thing. Then we will be able to unify the martial arts world of the northern region. The next morning, Gu Bingyan stayed at Su Hao's sect, already sporting dark circles under her eyes, but still refused to leave. Miss Gu, would you like to switch shifts? It's my turn to keep watch now. Wang Luofei walked over and said with a smile. Her complexion was much better than before. The pill Su Hao gave her had been a great help, improving her constitution. This allowed her to gradually move from being an undead to becoming more like a human. Their talents improved and gradually balanced, evolving them into a race of half-human, half-undead. Luofei, are you going to stay by Su Hao's side forever? Forever? Gu Bingyan asked with some surprise. Yes, the pavilion master has already made it clear that I should follow young Master Su from now on and never be separated again. Wang Luofei said with a smile. Gu Bingyan was filled with envy. She felt that it was best for Wang Luofei to be free of burdens, while she, as the eldest daughter of the Gu family, had the mission of revitalizing the family and could not roam freely. Come to think of it, aside from attending the martial arts tournament last time, she seems to have never left the northern region. Now that her father is still recovering from his injuries, she can't afford to leave. Why are you all outside? Su Hao asked with a smile as he opened the door. Young master, how are you now? Consort Wang asked expectantly. You haven't broken through to the highest level yet. You're a little short. No, a lot short. Su Hao thought for a moment and corrected himself. The realm of terrestrial immortals is probably the strongest realm. It seems like there's only one step between them, but there's a huge gap between them. Anyway, Xiangqi has been eliminated, and the martial world is about to stabilize. Gu Bingyan said. I hope so. Su Hao smiled. Bingyan, since things are calm now, why don't you accompany me for a stroll around the northern region? Okay. Gu Bingyan roughly understood that Su Hao was probably preparing to leave. This also meant that the two were about to part ways. Her eyes reddened slightly. Filled with reluctance, she took Su Hao out for a meal and drinks. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the city lights were coming on. Gu Bingyan murmured, if only you could stay. If we are destined to meet again, we will meet again. Su Hao comforted him. I hope so. Gu Bingyan nodded, then leaned closer, wanting to remember the sound of his heartbeat. Just then, Gu Feng rushed over, covered in sweat, as if she had searched many places before finally finding the two of them. Feng, has something happened to the family? Gu Bingyan was startled. That's right. Gu Feng said worriedly, taking out a challenge letter with the words, tonight at 9 o'clock, massacre the Gu family in Qitian Pavilion. Such menacing words are indeed surprising. We don't have much of a grudge with Qitian Pavilion, and the assassination attempt we suffered last time was not thoroughly investigated. Why would they do this? Gu Bingyan asked in surprise. I think, Gu Feng glanced at Su Hao, then hesitated. Speak freely, Su Hao said calmly. They are most likely after young Master Su. The pavilion master of Qitian Pavilion must have broken through and his strength has greatly increased. They hope to use this to coerce young Master Su into not leaving the northern region and fight him to the death. Gu Feng analyzed. Is there really such a crazy person? What makes him so confident that he can beat young Master Su? Gu Bingyan said helplessly. In that case, I'll go there too. After I've resolved this matter, I should head back to Yanjing. Su Hao said solemnly. Gu Bingyan was sullen, worried about the Gu family on one hand, and reluctant to part with him on the other. No matter what, we still have to get through this crisis first. We can deal with other things later. After saying that, Gu Feng grabbed Su Hao's hand and rushed towards the Gu family. The Gu family home looked rather lifeless at night. Since the incident at Tianyuan Pavilion, they have lost a major backer and no longer have any advantage over Qitian Pavilion. Even survival is difficult for them. This challenge is practically a declaration of death for them. Where did Gu Feng go? Gu Bo realized that two people were missing from their side. It seems she went to ask young Master Su for help. A disciple said she said that only young Master Su can help the Gu family right now, and she's determined to trick him into coming back. This girl is so smart, I hope she succeeds. Gu Bo sighed. Gu Jiawei was still sickly and hadn't fully recovered. Gu Mingyuan remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. As it approached 9 o'clock, he finally stood up and said seriously, eldest brother, third brother, Qitian Pavilion is very strong. Perhaps you should leave as soon as possible. Leave things here to me. 1294, Chapter 1294. The Majesty of the Strong. Give it to you? Gu Jiawei shook his head. You are not the head of the Gu family. Now is a time of life and death for the Gu family. You can leave with your third brother as soon as possible to preserve the Gu family bloodline. Stop talking, I will not leave the Gu family. Gu Bo shook his head. The three men usually harbored their own thoughts, but when truly facing an external enemy, they would unite as one. The other disciples of the Gu family shared this sentiment. Their ancestors had once been glorious, and now being so scorned filled them with anger. Just then, a series of cackling sounds came from all around, as if the people from Qitian Pavilion had arrived. The first to appear was their first elder, followed by the third elder and the fourth elder. Strangely, the remaining four elders, all of whom were princes of the undead race, did not seem to be here. Finally, a man walked in through the door. It was Li Lang today. He was dressed in scarlet armor, looking like a majestic undead emperor. Sect Master Li, you've really put on such a grand show just to deal with the Gu family? Gu Jiawei was a little confused. This seemed a bit unnecessary. Are you the only ones here at this time? Li Lang glanced around but didn't see Su Hao, and was somewhat disappointed. Damn it, has that kid already left the northern region and returned to Yanjing? That kid? The three Gu brothers immediately realized that he had indeed come for Su Hao, but unfortunately, Su Hao wasn't there at all. He's a coward. How could he possibly live and die with the Gu family? The Grand Elder of Chitian Pavilion said disdainfully. Gu Jiawei, your daughter has terrible taste in people. How could she choose such a cowardly person? The second elder said sarcastically. I noticed that Gu Bingyan isn't here either. Could it be that the young couple ran away, leaving you all behind at the old house? TSK, that's really too tragic. The third elder said indifferently. Don't talk nonsense, young Master Su was not a coward, he just didn't know you would attack tonight. Gu Bo rebuked angrily. Here, I'm giving you a chance. Within half an hour, either Su Hao arrives, or the Gu family is wiped out. Li Lang made no secret of his intentions. His target was Su Hao. Yesterday, when he was absorbing blood energy, he saw that Su Hao had obtained the 10,000-year snow lotus and some other treasure. He was very interested in both and definitely didn't want this person to take them away. Once he obtains one of these treasures, he will have the opportunity to reach the highest realm and become a terrestrial immortal, the emperor of the undead race. Therefore, he felt that the best threat was to attack the Gu family. This might be the only thing Su Hao can't let go of here. He also found it strange that humans were so foolish to be so sentimental, which led to their current fatal weakness. Half an hour? The northern region is so vast, where are we supposed to find him? A disciple of the Gu family said nervously. You have no right to speak here. Li Lang waved his hand, and a streak of black light drifted past. Before the others could even see what was happening, the disciple's head was severed from his body. The next moment, the gushing blood, summoned by him, came to his mouth, and he swallowed it all in one gulp. It's really delicious. Li Lang's eyes were bloodshot, like an angry lion, and the others were terrified. Gu Jiawei stood up angrily. Li Lang, you've been in the Eastern martial arts world for hundreds of years, how come you still haven't changed your barbarian temperament? What, are you angry? Why don't you take a sword and swing it at me? Li Lang laughed arrogantly. The laughter shook the entire Gu family. This person's strength is truly terrifying. The entire Gu family was completely silent. Everyone felt as if they were being crushed by a giant boulder, struggling to breathe. Damn it! Gu Bo clenched his fists in anger, looking like he wanted to retaliate but didn't dare. Li Lang glanced around, seemingly regarding the Gu family disciples as prey, and was considering who to deal with next. The next moment, he heard light footsteps at the door. He turned around and saw that it was Gu Feng who walked in. Why is it you? Where is Su Hao? Li Lang said angrily. This was not the result he wanted. Guess? Gu Feng said coldly, having already seen her clansmen fall. Court death. Li Lang angrily waved her hand, and a scarlet power appeared in front of her, as if it was about to take her away directly. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared. The immovable king mantra arrived from afar. It was Su Hao who had made his move. Li Lang frowned, then relaxed, revealing a satisfied smile, and said, You, surnamed Su, actually dare to come to your death. That courage is enough for me to respect. Sect leader Li, we were allies yesterday, and now things have turned out like this. This is not appropriate. Su Hao gracefully flew down from the sky with Gu Bingyan and stood in front of Gu Feng. He's finally here. Gu Jiawei breathed a sigh of relief. This is going to be difficult to resolve. Gu Bo sighed. Is this kid really willing to face such a strong opponent for a woman? Gu Mingyuan sighed. When Gu Bingyan saw the fallen man, her expression changed drastically, and she said angrily, Young Master Su, kill him for me. No problem, I accept your request. Su Hao said calmly. Su Hao, if you want to save your life and the Gu family, you only have one choice, hand over the 10,000-year snow lotus and that treasure. Li Lang said in a deep voice. The 10,000-year snow lotus, I've already consumed that. Su Hao smiled faintly. As for the other treasure you mentioned, it originally belonged to the Li family of Yanjing. How could I possibly hand it over to you? In Su Hao's hand, there was now a dazzling dragon essence. At that moment, everyone's eyes instinctively turned towards them. Only now did Gu Bingyan realize that this was Su Hao's biggest goal in coming here. For some reason, she felt a pang of envy for Li Qingmei. Dragon essence? Gu Bo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this is what separated out after the dragon vein of Longquan Mountain exploded? That's right, exactly. The changes in Tianqi are related to it. We have to thank sect leader Yuan for enabling us to obtain the dragon essence this time, Su Hao said with a smile. That's true. Li Lang also had to thank that man, but since Su Hao was unwilling to hand over the treasure, then there was no choice but to fight to the death. He stomped his foot, and a powerful scarlet force surged outwards. Seeing this, Su Hao put his right arm around Gu Feng and disappeared from the spot, then stood in front of Gu Bingyan. Boom! This terrifying power instantly destroyed half of the Gu family's property, while Su Hao blocked the remaining half. Sect leader Li, is it really necessary for you to choose this place as the battlefield? Su Hao frowned. Everyone in the Gu family was stunned. Was this Li Lang's strength? Before the fight even started, his strength was already enough to make people despair. He could destroy the Gu family with a stomp of his foot. 1295, Chapter 1295 Soul Seizing Technique. You've actually become this strong? Su Hao's expression changed. It seemed this was Li Lang's source of confidence. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for yesterday. If the three of us hadn't joined forces, we wouldn't have been able to gain such strength, the man said proudly. Immediately, a layer of blood energy appeared on his body, bursting into flames with a whoosh, making him look like a fire god. Most importantly, he beckoned to Su Hao with his finger, and suddenly a powerful suction force pulled him towards him from a distance. When he gained power approaching that of an emperor, his powerful undead abilities were also activated, and now he possesses holy flames and telekinesis. Su Hao activated his true energy and immediately broke free. His condition seemed similar to before, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position when facing Li Lang. These are two formidable opponents, we can only watch from the sidelines, Gu Bo remarked. It's a good thing that young Master Su has become stronger, but Li Lang's strength is a bit too terrifying. Gu Jiawei frowned. This man will surely bring bloodshed to the martial world. If we can destroy him here today, that would be great. Gu Mingyuan placed his hopes on Su Hao. So the abilities of the undead can become this powerful. Wang Luofei's eyes lit up with anticipation. Perhaps one day she could also gain such strength? Gu Bingyan's palms were sweating a bit. No matter what, she was still worried for Su Hao. Holy flame, explode! Li Lang roared, and countless scarlet flames gathered in front of Su Hao, then suddenly exploded. The immense power swept over the remaining half of the Gu family compound, turning it into a sea of fire. Su Hao also channeled his true energy to directly counter. His technique still came from the Tai Xin scripture, combined with lightning magic. On one side was flames, on the other lightning. The two seemed quite evenly matched. Holy flame, devour the heavens! Lilan's offensive style has undergone a new change. Flames suddenly enveloped Su Hao from all sides, burning fiercely and forming a huge fireball. This scene was horrifying, and no one was sure what Su Hao had gone through. Is this battle about to end? As long as Su Hao dies, the Pavilion Master will obtain the Dragon Essence, and our Qitian Pavilion will be invincible. Human beings are nothing but mortals, not worth mourning their deaths. The disciples of Qitian Pavilion were overjoyed. Miss Bingyan, do you think young Master Su has a chance of winning? Wang Luofei was still somewhat calm and felt that Su Hao could continue to fight. It's hard to say. Their strength has already surpassed mine, and this move they're using is indeed very powerful, Gu Bingyan sighed. Just then, the holy flame fireball exploded from within, and Su Hao appeared unharmed. He glanced at Li Lang and, seeing that his aura hadn't diminished much, understood that this man's attack method had changed. He no longer needed to use scattered bats to attack, but instead employ techniques to counter. This shows that the person has optimized their offensive strategy and become even more difficult to deal with. Young man, your strength has truly broadened my horizons. You actually managed to fight me to a standstill. Li Lang said calmly. You're not the only one who benefited from yesterday's battle. Su Hao said proudly. That's right, it's certainly something to be happy about to have such an opponent, but it's a pity that you're not to my use, so I can only destroy you. Li Lang shouted suddenly, his scarlet eyes fixed on Su Hao. Immediately, Su Hao felt somewhat dazed, as if his soul was about to leave his body. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately realized that the other party had awakened a new ability, soul seduction. Eye contact can have a profound impact on the soul. Against anyone else, this move might be enough to destroy their soul, but against Su Hao, this ability is almost useless. His soul power has long since become very strong. Even back in Yanjing, he was not afraid of soul attacks. Now, he wanted to see if this person had any further offensive tactics. From other people's perspective, Su Hao seemed completely frozen, losing all ability to move. He has already lost. The Grand Elder of Qitian Pavilion was overjoyed and laughed heartily. He's already proud enough to have exchanged a few blows with the Pavilion Master, the second Elder said disdainfully. Faced with the abilities of our undead clan, all the various martial arts techniques in the martial world seem utterly inadequate. The third Elder said with a chuckle. Sweat beaded on Wang Luofei's forehead. He realized things were going to get really bad, and he even shouted, "Young Master Su, please wake up." But no matter how loudly she spoke, the other party did not respond. Damn it, just how many unique abilities does the undead have? Gu Bingyan frowned. This kind of move, used suddenly, was indeed a killing move, making it impossible to defend against. Li Lang laughed heartily, thinking he had seen a glimmer of hope for victory, and then nodded to Su Hao, saying, "Listen to me, punch yourself." In his view, Su Hao's mind was completely under his control, and he could deal with this person at will. Why would you hit yourself? To everyone's surprise, Su Hao suddenly blinked and asked in return. You're not under my control? Li Lang asked instinctively, his face showing shock. It's just a soul-capturing technique, such a petty trick isn't enough. Su Hao said coldly, since you want to play with psychological horror, then I'll show you the power of Eastern martial arts. As soon as these words were spoken, black mist suddenly appeared around them, enveloping the two of them. Others couldn't see clearly, but they could hear the constant wails of vengeful ghosts from within, sending chills down their spines. Li Lang suddenly realized that he was surrounded by ferocious ghosts, as if this was Su Hao's way of retaliating. He sneered, and holy flames rose from his body, attempting to burn away all the approaching monsters. Unexpectedly, these were all spirits, rendering the flame attacks ineffective. Furthermore, the sound of weeping. The sound became even more terrifying. Gradually, the person developed empathy for the mind, and went completely insane. Su Hao coldly observed the changes in his opponent, realizing that the man had used the soul-seizing technique himself, causing his soul to become unstable and resulting in serious harm. The most direct manifestation of this was that the holy flames became chaotic, sometimes surging and sometimes extinguishing, gradually becoming somewhat out of control. You're still a bit lacking when it comes to playing psychological warfare with me. Su Hao said disdainfully, throwing a punch from a distance. With a loud thud, Li Lang instinctively went to defend, and a golden light shield appeared, blocking the attack. At that moment, Su Hao suddenly had a thought, a terrifying idea flashing through his mind. He waved his hand, sending out thousands upon thousands of flying goo worms that hovered in the air. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent's holy flames disappeared, he launched a biting attack. Li Lang's blood energy became a nourishing substance for the heaven-mending goo. 1296, Chapter 1296. Human greed is insatiable. Listen carefully, it sounds like someone is roaring inside. Has someone suffered a great loss? I think it's definitely not young Master Su who's at a disadvantage. His voice isn't that unpleasant. So, the black mist was all created by young Master Su? I remember that young Master Su learned this kind of soul-based attack method a long time ago, and he used it when he was in the Shu Mountain sect. The Gu family disciples knew a bit about Su. However, since they learned that Gu Bingyan had a close relationship with him, they had been collecting all sorts of rumors about him. The most widely circulated one was about the battle with the Shu Mountain sect, where Su Hao's ghostly soul technique was amazing in his fight against various masters. So, young Master Su was now in the lead? Wang Luofei's anxiety subsided for the time being. If that's really the case, then that would be wonderful, Gu Bingyan murmured to herself. The elders of Qitian Pavilion looked rather grim, each with a furrowed brow and harboring entirely different thoughts. Their eldest elder, in particular, subconsciously took 2 steps back, as if already considering his escape route. For the undead, loyal people are still a minority. Most are opportunists who will change course as soon as things turn against them and run away as fast as they can. Li Lang gradually regained consciousness amidst the black fog. It's mainly because of the excruciating pain. When he came to his senses, he found his body covered in tiny goo worms, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. An idea struck him, and with a whoosh, he instantly ignited his holy flame again, thinking that such small creatures would surely be burned to ashes by the flame. Surprisingly, the current Heaven-Mending Goo is completely unafraid of these. The evolutionary ability of the Heaven-Mending Goo is absolutely invincible. They have acquired all of Lyrant's abilities, and their bodies are also covered in flames. The power of the same origin is not enough to cause any harm. You surnamed Su, are you even human? Li Lang asked in horror, feeling that the other party's abilities were even more terrifying than his own. Now you know fear? Su Hao had no intention of letting him go. He slashed at him with his sword, splitting him in two. He continued to attack, and after a few moves, Li Lang was torn to pieces. He was an undead who had reverted to his bat form. However, at every point of division, the Heaven-Mending Goo would become entangled. As the bats differentiated and shrank in size, the attacks they could withstand only grew stronger. His arrogance was fading. Like a headless fly, he kept colliding within the domain of the ghostly arts, unable to find a way out. Li Lang immediately thought of the most terrifying thing. Was he going to die at Su Hao's hands today? This was something he had never considered before, and he felt he had more advantages in this battle. As the fight progressed, this advantage was gradually erased by the opponent. Are you really going to kill me? Li Lang asked in terror. Is that not allowed? Su Hao said coldly, ever since you launched your attack on the Gu family, you have been destined for a path of no return. You have dominated the Eastern martial arts world for so many years, and you must have caused a lot of bloodshed. Today is just a belated revenge. Even if I don't represent myself, but the Northern martial arts world, I will not let you go. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Li Lang's mood suddenly changed. Su Hao frowned, and with a thought, the Heaven-Mending Goo, unable to be retrieved in time, flew rapidly in all directions. The next moment, he saw Li Lang transform into a fireball, rushing to his side without regard for anything else, and then suddenly exploding. In their final moments, the two chose to perish together. The immense explosive force shattered the ghostly techniques domain, and everyone immediately saw Su Hao engulfed in the sea of fire. They died together? Everyone was shocked. No one could have imagined that this would be the outcome. Alas! The Grand Elder of Qitian Pavilion sighed. Such an outcome was indeed regrettable. However, he immediately realized that since the Pavilion Master was dead and Su Hao no longer existed, did this mean that he would be able to take up the banner of Qitian Pavilion? Thinking of this, he didn't want to leave. Instead, he glanced at the Gu family with cold eyes and said in a sinister tone, listen up. The death of the Pavilion Master is all your fault. You will all be buried with him. That's right, we'll massacre the Gu family tonight. Not a single one can be left alive. The other elders said arrogantly. The Gu family members snapped out of their shock and noticed that Qitian Pavilion's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and they were preparing to launch a new attack. They immediately frowned. Was today the day their family would be destroyed? Don't worry, everyone, young Master Su is definitely not dead. Gu Bingyan said directly at this moment. That's right, he mastered the longevity sword. How could he die in an explosion of this magnitude? Wang Luofei also realized that their family's last resort was rebirth, and the explosion just now could not bring about the most terrible result. Impossible. He's dead. You're all dead too. The Grand Elder of Qitian Pavilion didn't care about any of that. He transformed into a terrifying swarm of bats and charged straight over. Just then, a wall of sky-mending goo suddenly appeared in the air, densely packed with goo worms resembling bats, ready to bite. Judging from their numbers, there were tens of millions of sky-mending goo, far exceeding the number of bats. Ah! Ah! The Grand Elder's screams reached everyone's ears. The entire Gu family was overjoyed and looked up at the sky. As expected, Su Hao was recovering rapidly, using his immortality technique to its fullest extent. At this moment, he looked at the Grand Elder with cold eyes. The Qitian Pavilion has truly committed countless evils, they all deserve to die. With that, he swung his sword and charged directly at the remaining two elders. These people began to regret their actions. Why hadn't they fled immediately? Now, facing Su Hao, they were doomed. If not killed, they ultimately transformed into bats and scattered in all directions. Even so, during their escape, Su Hao had shot down over 90% of their bats. Those who had miraculously survived were considered lucky. They will eventually become second or third-rate goods and will never be able to cause any more trouble. Receive. After winning, Su Hao said softly. All the goo worms returned, and his true energy rapidly increased. Before long, crimson holy flames appeared on his body, completely identical to Li Lang's abilities. With a thought, he looked at Gu Bingyan, and at that moment, he could clearly hear her thoughts, as if she also possessed the ability to see souls. However, it only lasted for a moment before disappearing again. Congratulations, young Master Su, on reaching a new level of strength. Gu Bingyan said, moved. Sigh, why is it so hard to break through to the final realm? Su Hao suddenly sighed. Even though he had absorbed so much of Li Lang's blood energy, he was still only at the great perfection of the heavenly venerable realm, and there was still a huge gap between him and the realm of the land immortal. The others were dumbfounded. What was he saying? None of them had even reached the heavenly venerable realm. 1297, Chapter 1297. Returning to Yanjing. The remaining members of Qitian Pavilion didn't escape either. Su Hao easily wiped them all out. Looking back, he found the Gu family completely reduced to ruins. This battle had a profound impact on them. The family's centuries-old foundation was almost entirely destroyed. Brother, is this a good thing or a bad thing for us? Gu Bo sighed heavily. The good news today is that Su Hao arrived in time and basically wiped out Qitian Pavilion. The bad news is that the Gu family also suffered a major blow. It's better to survive a great calamity than to have your entire clan wiped out. Gu Jiawei said with a bitter smile. It's just that some buildings were destroyed. There will definitely be ways to rebuild them in the future. Gu Mingyuan also seemed quite open-minded. Father, second uncle, third uncle, young Master Su has decided to set off back to Yanjing tomorrow, Gu Bingyan suddenly said. Is that so? Gu Jiawei's heart stirred. Understanding his daughter's meaning, he forced a smile and said, Young Master Su, Bingyan, and you are destined to be together now that the Gu family is in a mess. There's no point in her staying. Why don't you two go out and make your way in the world together? She rarely leaves the northern region, and I'll feel at ease with her following you. Su Hao was a little confused. This was not part of the plan. He was already entangled with Wang Luofei, so taking Gu Bingyan back with him wouldn't be a good idea, would it? But looking at Gu Bingyan's reluctant eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse, so he said helplessly, Miss Gu, following me might still lead to suffering. Please think it over. I'm not afraid of hardship. Gu Bingyan said with a firm look in her eyes. In that case, I respect your decision. Su Hao smiled helplessly. The rest of the Gu family were also very happy, feeling that Gu Bingyan had finally found a good home. Wang Luofei was equally pleased. After all, Miss Gu came from the northern region, and she was quite familiar with her, so they could look after each other in the future. The airport was quite lively with Su Hao and his group. From Su Changqing to Ouyang Wushuang, from Gu Bingyan to Wang Luofei, as well as Huang Yingying and Xiao Meinyang, everyone chattered away as they boarded the plane back to Yanjing. After taking their seats, Su Changqing, who was sitting opposite Su Hao, was still playing with the ghostly ice soul sword, and he liked it more and more as he looked at it. Changqing, after we return to Yanjing, I will have Li Qiandai take you back to the western regions. He announced. All right. Su Changqing respected him greatly and did not refuse. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He was obedient enough, which would save him a lot of trouble. Just then, he suddenly noticed that Xiao Meinyang and Huang Yingying seemed to be discussing something, and neither of them looked too happy. Has something happened? Su Hao asked. Huang Yingying glanced at the others, seemingly reluctant to share the news, but whispered it in his ear. It turns out that something happened to the Poison Gu cult this morning. The cult's grand elder made a shocking proposal to convene an elders meeting to elect the next cult leader. This made Huang Yingying and Xiao Meinyang very uneasy. They knew that the position of sect leader was for life, so how could they possibly elect a new one at the last minute? At the same time, they couldn't contact Mo Hentian, and they couldn't help but suspect that something had happened to the Poison Gu sect. According to the rules of the Poison Gu sect, the Holy Maiden is the next sect leader. Now that Huang Yingying is still outside, the sect's selection process is about to begin. Does this mean they should simply let her off the hook? Yingying, you can't go back for now. Su Hao said seriously. There might be a major problem within the Poison Gu sect, and if Huang Yingying went back, she would be walking into a trap. But my grandmother's fate is unknown. How can I sit idly by? Huang Yingying was a little anxious. Mo Hentian was her only relative now, and she couldn't possibly ignore him no matter what. This is their scheme. Once you two return, you will definitely be controlled. At best, you'll become their puppets, and the next leader at worst, you'll both be killed. With you outside, the other members of the Poison Gu sect will still have some reservations and may be able to save the life of sect leader Mo Hentian. Su Hao reminded him. Now, Mo Hentian's only use is to threaten Huang Yingying. These things are very likely the work of the 100 Poisons sect. Huang Yingying said anxiously. Don't worry, once I return to Yanjing, I'll go with you to confront the 100 Gu sect. Su Hao promised the threat posed by the 100 Gu sect wasn't just related to Huang Yingying, it also had a significant impact on him. He had killed one of their elders, the feud was already established and couldn't be resolved so easily. Alright. Huang Yingying could only reluctantly agree. That evening, everyone returned to the Li family home in Yanjing. The funeral had just ended that day, and the Li family was still busy when Li Qingmei saw Su Hao. She ignored everyone else and rushed over to hug him tightly. Miss, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Everyone's watching. Su Hao said indulgently. Hee, let them be envious. Li Qingmei smiled shyly, looked him up and down, and finding that he didn't lack anything, she happily let him inside. Su Hao briefly introduced Ouyang Wushuang and Wang Luofei to her, and at the same time, he also saw another legendary figure in the martial arts world, the South Sea Divine Nun. The moment their eyes met, Su Hao suddenly felt as if he was lagging behind in every way. The power of terrestrial immortals is truly unfathomable. I heard you've met Gu Qingmei? The South Sea Divine Nun asked casually. Yes, I met Senior Gu once before. Su Hao nodded. Who do you think is stronger between me and her right now? The South Sea Goddess had never fought her and always felt it was a regret. The two seniors are incredibly powerful, how could I possibly comment on them? Su Hao had a feeling that Gu Qingmei was even stronger, her indifferent aura was something the South Sea Divine Nun could not match. The power gap among celestial venerables is already significant, and the gap between earthly immortals is even greater. Young man, the power within you is incredibly complex, containing a great deal of evil energy. Nancy Agad and I frowned, realizing that Su Hao had learned a wide variety of things, basically everything that could be used. Su Hao used to know all kinds of martial arts, and now he has cultivated the Fushi Mending Heaven Gu, making his true energy source even more complex. It not only contains the aura of ferocious beasts, but also the aura of the undead clan, which is something that other martial artists dare not even imagine. As long as I'm on the righteous path, nothing else matters, right? Su Hao emphasized. That statement is correct. The South Sea Divine Nun nodded. By the way, I'm taking Qingmei and Xiushui back to the South Sea soon. Would you like to come along? Senior, the trip to the South China Sea is a secret of the Li family. It's not appropriate for an outsider like me to get involved, is it? Su Hao said with a frown. Li Qingmei's eyes widened, thinking, you're not an outsider, why are you being so formal? But she was very clever and noticed that Huang Yingying and Xiao Menyang looked worried, and immediately guessed that something serious might have happened to the Poison Gu sect. 1298, Chapter 1298 Cowardice. Senior, young Master Su has his own schedule, so we won't make things difficult for him. Li Qingmei said considerately. Girl, this won't do, he's the Li family's son-in-law, he has to go with them. The South Sea Divine Nun was anxious. Can't you see he has other women with him? If you don't hurry, someone else will beat you to it. Li Qingmei was both amused and exasperated. The South Sea Divine Nun had previously asked her to focus solely on cultivation and not to think about matters between men and women, but now, seeing Su Hao's astonishing strength, she had actually agreed to it. Actually, she was wrong. It was because of Li Xiushui's appearance that the South Sea Goddess felt that the Li family had a successor. Now that Li Qingmei did not need to take on the responsibility of revitalizing the Li family, she directly relaxed her requirements. Senior, young Master Su has agreed to act with us, so there's no way we can go to the South China Sea for the time being. Xiao Menyang said frankly. Is that so? The South Sea Divine Nun shifted her gaze, glancing at Xiao Menyang and Huang Yingying before suddenly sighing. Your Poison Gu sect has done so many evil deeds, you've finally been punished by heaven, haven't you? Could it be that you received some news, Senior? Huang Yingying asked in astonishment. She hadn't mentioned the Poison Gu sect. I've heard some rumors. The South Sea Divine Nun nodded. In short, the the Poison Goo sect is a very troublesome matter. You must remember one thing, there is more than one terrestrial immortal in the world. It's just that you weren't strong enough to make contact with them before. Even Su Hao, if he gets involved, might not be able to protect himself. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Is the Poison Goo cult really that murky? On the surface, don't they only have experts like Mo Hentian? Behind the scenes, there's actually a powerful figure of godlike stature? A smile flashed across Su Hao's face. In that case, he really would have to get involved. He wanted to see what the other terrestrial immortals were really like. Alright, since you've made up your minds, I won't make things difficult for you. Su Hao, come with me, let's have a spar, said the South Sea Divine Nun, and led Su Hao away. Others who wanted to follow suit were also firmly rejected. An hour later, Su Hao returned looking disheveled, as if he had been severely beaten. The others were terrified with Su Hao's current strength. No one below the heavenly venerable level could harm him. Even so, facing a martial arts legend, he seemed powerless to fight back. Young Master Su, what do you mean? Xiao Meinyang asked nervously. Let's set off first and head to the Poison Goo sect to take a look. Once Su Hao made a decision, he would never delay. Okay. Huang Yingying was very happy. They said goodbye to everyone and took the high-speed train directly to the martial arts world of Southeast China. The location of the Poison Goo cult has always been shrouded in mystery. Li Yuanwu once led various sects to besiege him, but ultimately suffered a crushing defeat. At the time, everyone felt that this sect was not to be trifled with. Now, after they got off the bus, they walked into the 10,000 mountains. The Poison Goo cult was located there, making it difficult for outsiders to find its way in. Following Huang Yingying and her companion, the journey was relatively smooth, and the three soon arrived at a small town. Young Master Su, let's rest here for the night. We can discuss other matters tomorrow, Xiao Meinyang said seriously. Yes, we need to understand the current situation of the Poison Goo cult. We can't go in rashly. Huang Yingying also became cautious. The words of the South Sea Divine Nun had greatly affected her. Since this place might involve terrestrial immortals, we certainly couldn't let Su Hao take unnecessary risks. Let's go out and get something to eat. Su Hao felt they were too nervous. I know a good place. Xiao Meinyang smiled. In the small town, there was a historic tea house where one could enjoy snacks and listen to music. They went in and found a table to sit at. Xiao Meinyang recommended the black tea and snacks, which were indeed excellent, and the three of them ate to their heart's content. Just then, something unpleasant happened. Three people walked in, causing Huang Yingying and her companion to frown. The three men seemed to have come specifically for them, walking straight to their table and sitting down with smiles. One of them, a long-haired man, twirled a strand of hair between his fingers and spoke in a soft, effeminate voice. Oh my, isn't this Miss Holy Maiden? What are you doing here? Are you too scared to go back to the Poison Goo sect? Xian Yuan Pinghai, do I need to report to you what I do? Huang Yingying was very unhappy. This person was the chief disciple of the Grand Elder, and the two people beside him were his junior sister and junior brother. Their relationship had always been bad. Miss Saintess, you should already know that the Elders' Council has ended, and my master is now the acting leader, right? Xian Yuan Penghai said with a smile. That's right, our master is the most powerful person in the sect now. If you had come back earlier, there would have been some explanation. His junior brother said. What do you have to do with a stray dog these days? You don't even belong to the Poison Goo sect. You just got the title of Holy Maiden because of blood ties. Do you really think you're some kind of young lady? His junior sister said disdainfully. Huang Yingying's expression changed drastically. It seemed they had come to show off. Her eyes flickered, and she said, Are you talking about the acting leader? Doesn't that mean things aren't completely settled yet? Even if you were the acting cult leader, you'd be better off than you are now. I have another piece of news for you. The church is currently electing a new Holy Maiden. If nothing unexpected happens, you will soon lose your title of Holy Maiden, and then you will be completely severed from the Poison Goo sect. You won't be able to go back. Xian Yuan Pinghai smiled coldly. Su Hao frowned. It seemed Huang Yingying's situation was worse than he had imagined. In that case, Huang Shihu's approach back then was better, to prevent Huang Yingying from participating in the Poison Goo cult's affairs from the start. Now she was getting deeper and deeper into trouble. The situation of the Poison Goo cult is probably much more complicated than that of any other sect. Now, Mo Hentian is in a state of uncertainty. If Huang Yingying only had Xiao Meinyang by her side, she would be able to handle anything. I can't help. You people completely disregard the rules of the church. Are you planning a rebellion? Huang Yingying was furious. Do you even have the right to say such things? The Holy Maiden is the future symbol of the Poison Gu cult. People like you are most likely to be labeled as traitors. After all, who would bring an outsider into the territory of the Poison Gu cult? Xian Yuan Penghai's gaze immediately fell on Su Hao. He certainly knew of this legendary genius, but he seemed quite disdainful. Young Master Xian Yuan, we have no grudges against each other, so it's best if we keep to ourselves. Su Hao said, picking up his teacup and slowly taking a sip of black tea. So you're this cowardly? Are you already afraid of my imposing presence? Xian Yuan Penghai also took a sip of black tea and said calmly, unfortunately, this is the territory of the Poison Gu sect. It's too late for you to regret it now. 1299, Chapter 1299 Enemy. Oh, what do you mean? Su Hao said with a faint smile. Do you know the true value of the name Poison Gu sect? Coming to a place like this, you still dare to drink something recklessly. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Xian Yuan Penghai's gaze darkened, and he said coldly. You mean the black tea I just drank was poisoned? Su Hao continued, smiling. That's right, my poisoning skills are superb. Huang Yingying can't compare to me in that respect. Xian Yuan Penghai said confidently. Huang Yingying's expression changed. She really hadn't noticed. She poured the tea herself, so how could there be a problem? Just then, a layer of black mist suddenly covered Su Hao's face, as if he had been poisoned. He seemed to be about to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of black, foul blood, which was unbearably pungent just from smelling it. See that? This is the advantage of the Poison Gu sect. My 10,000 insects devouring heart poison has no antidote. Anyone who gets hit will surely die. This person said arrogantly. Xian Yuan Penghai, don't go too far, produce the antidote right now, or you'll face the consequences. Huang Yingying said sternly. Didn't I say there's no antidote for this poison? The man said with a sneer, this is the highest level of skill in using poison. I've only just arrived in this town, why are you targeting me like this? Su Hao sighed. Just because you're close to Huang Yingying, you've committed a capital offense. The man said coldly. Is that so? Su Hao continued to sigh. In that case, I have no more psychological burden. Since you say there is no antidote for this poison, I can't help but ask, what would happen if you drank it yourself? Xian Yuan Penghai's expression changed drastically. His words were so subtle that even Huang Yingying couldn't understand them had the other party still seen through him. Just then, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if he had been poisoned. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out black blood. He knew this poison very well and was shocked to discover that it was indeed the heart-eating poison of 10,000 insects. You actually want to die with me? At this point, it was no longer important to consider what methods the other party would use, Xian Yuan Penghai said in horror. Wrong, this little bit of poison won't kill me. Su Hao suddenly channeled his energy, forcing out all the poisoned blood, and his complexion returned to normal. Xian Yuan Penghai's expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something, but he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Su Hao, how could you kill our senior brother? The junior brother said angrily. This is a declaration of war against our Poison Gu cult. You're finished. The junior sister shouted angrily. First of all, I don't think you can represent the entire Poison Gu sect. Secondly, while I'm in a good mood right now, get out of here immediately, or I'll poison you all. Su Hao said disdainfully. The two men were trembling with anger, but dared not make a move. They had no choice but to drag Xian Yuan Penghai's corpse away in a sorry state. Seeing this, the others in the tea house applauded, all agreeing that Su Hao's methods were quite effective. Everyone disliked the head disciple and was very happy to see him fall. Young Master Su, the Grand Elder is a very petty person. If you kill Xian Yuan Penghai, you'll definitely be in big trouble. Xiao Meinyang warned. It's all right. Su Hao shook his head. Since he had come here, trouble was bound to come his way. He couldn't care less about such things, he would just retaliate in kind. After saying that, his gaze fell on an old man beside him, and he nodded in a friendly manner, saying, Old man, why don't you come over and have a chat? Your tea is poisoned, isn't that inappropriate? Why don't you move to another table and come to my place for some flower tea? The man said casually. Huang Yingying and Su Hao found it strange that Su Hao had taken the initiative to greet them. Could it be that they knew each other? Little did Su Hao know that he had never met him before. He only noticed that the man showed no fear when facing Xian Yuan Peng Hai, which suggested that his identity was not simple. The three moved to the next table. Su Hao picked up his teacup and started drinking, while Huang Yingying and the other two seemed very cautious and didn't touch anything. Young Master Su, the people here all know how to use poison to some extent. Aren't you afraid? The old man said with a smile. Ordinary poisons can't hurt me at all. Su Hao smiled faintly. This was truly a humble statement. He had long been able to become immune to all poisons, and now that he had mastered the 9 cauldrons longevity technique, virtually no poison could harm him in the slightest. It seems that young Master Su's strength is indeed admirable. The old man nodded and said appreciatively. Old man, you are the true master. Su Hao said respectfully. This was the only martial artist among everyone present whom he couldn't see through. His strength was at least at the great perfection of the heavenly venerable realm, which was no small feat. Another point is that, judging from the reactions of Huang Yingying and the other person, they seem to not know him at all. This is interesting. This person's identity is definitely questionable. I wouldn't call myself a master, I'm just an old man who enjoys tea. The old man smiled faintly. The recent events surrounding the Poison Goose sect are indeed thought-provoking. Personally, I think Mo Hentian was a very good leader. Under her leadership, the Poison Goose sect was thriving and still largely adhered to the rules of the martial world. Now that someone else has taken over, the situation is completely different. What do you mean? Su Hao asked. You'll have to see for yourself to know the truth. The Poisonous Gu Church is attacking the Azure Lotus Sword sect tonight. Go and see for yourselves. The old man said mysteriously. The Azure Lotus Sword sect. Su Hao felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the sect that appeared at the Shu Mountain Martial Arts Tournament, the one that knew sword control techniques? Could it be that they were also in the 100,000 Mountains? Before he could say anything more, the old man drew a map on the table with tea, marking the location of the Qinglian Sword sect, and then wiped it dry. All of this exuded mystery, making Su Hao even more curious about his identity. But the conversation ended there. The old man didn't continue, and simply drank his tea as he left. He smiled and said, Young Master Su, could you please settle the bill, until we meet again? Okay. Su Hao nodded. The three of them weren't in a hurry to leave since they were going to the Azure Lotus Sword sect that evening anyway. They figured they might as well kill some time here. Just as night fell, they heard a lot of noise around them, as if someone had already surrounded the tea house. Just then, the junior brother who had left earlier appeared, leading an elder from the Poison Goose sect, walking out menacingly. Su Hao vaguely remembered having met this elder once before. Unexpectedly, when they met again, they became enemies. Su Hao, how dare you kill a disciple of the Poison Gu cult? The man shouted. Upon hearing this, the other guests sensed something was wrong and quickly moved away from the table. Su Hao glanced at it slowly and said, Xian Yuanpeng died by his own poison. What does that have to do with me? This is what they call reaping what you sow. 1300, Chapter 1300 Night Raid on the Demonic Cult. Stop making excuses. This is the territory of the Poison Goose sect. It's not a place for outsiders like you to provoke. Don't think that just because you're a big shot in the martial arts world elsewhere, you can be a hero here. Once you're in the 10,000 mountains, everyone has to obey our rules. The elder said coldly. Oh, that's interesting. What are your rules? Su Hao asked casually. It's very simple. Offending the Poison Gu cult means death. The elder announced proudly. Such a thing is true. In that case, shouldn't those who offend Miss Huang Yingying also die? Su Hao retorted. The elder's expression changed, and he suddenly felt that this statement made a lot of sense. After all, Huang Yingying was still the most influential figure in the Poison Gu sect, and no one else could compare to her. He immediately said with a stern face, Don't make trouble. Let's keep things separate anyway. You are the one who killed Xian Yuan Peng Hai, and you must pay with your life. Just you guys? Su Hao glanced around. There were about 30 people who came this time, each holding some hidden weapons. At first glance, they seemed very strong. However, these people posed little threat to Su Hao. Su Hao, I must say, you are indeed quite confident. Just then, a person suddenly walked in. This person wore a mask and had a deep voice. Just one glance was enough to sense that his eyes were full of resentment and he looked extremely dangerous. Who is he? Su Hao frowned and turned to ask Huang Yingying. Strange, I've never seen this person in the sect. Huang Yingying shook her head. Xiao Meinyang stared at it for a while, but finally shook her head. Su Hao turned around, looked at the man indifferently, and said, I don't care who you are, this is a matter of the Poison Gu sect, and it has nothing to do with you. The Poison Gu cult? The man immediately revealed a disdainful smile, and said arrogantly, I suppose you all don't know yet, but the name Poison Gu cult is about to become history. We are discussing the establishment of a new sect. From now on, we will no longer be a demonic force, but will strive to emulate the righteous path. For so many years, everyone has been targeting us, which is something no one can accept. Does the Poison Gu cult want to become legitimate? This sounds like nothing short of a fantasy. The others exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if this person was joking. Su Hao understood that this was merely a rhetoric they were using. What they said wasn't important, but what they did was. As long as the Poison Gu cult members didn't change, they would continue to use poison and goo, remaining a force to be reckoned with. But for those within the Poison Gu cult, this was tantamount to a complete upheaval. For Huang Yingying, this means her identity is becoming increasingly marginalized. No wonder they're going to hold the selection of the new Holy Maiden starting tomorrow. Isn't it to skip her and choose someone else? At that time, both Huang Yingying and Mo Hentian will be directly removed from the list. So what is the purpose of your visit here today? Su Hao stared at him and asked directly. Don't worry, I'm not here for revenge. Xin Yuan Peng Hai's death is insignificant. Nobody cares. My goal is simple, to invite young Master Su to participate in tomorrow's sect competition. If you can win, you will become the new young sect leader. The man said directly. Upon hearing this, the elder was clearly displeased. Would he have no way to explain this to the grand elder? However, he seemed very afraid of the masked man and remained silent. I'm not a member of the Poison Gu cult, so how can I participate in this competition? Su Hao frowned. Have you forgotten, this is to establish a new force, and anyone can participate. The man said, even if you win, if you want to withdraw later, no one will stop you. You can treat it as a martial arts tournament in Jiangnan, and we will invite disciples from various sects to participate. As the man spoke, a golden invitation flew over, bearing formal invitation language and signed, Celestial Masters Sect. Su Hao was shocked when he saw this. The information we received earlier indicated that the 100 Poisons sect existed here. Unexpectedly, the Celestial Masters cult has stopped pretending. They wanted to directly absorb the Poison Gu sect and make their official debut in the martial arts world. Okay, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Su Hao had no choice but to nod. Fall back. The masked man said nothing more, simply waved his hand, and led everyone away. Su Hao and his group didn't linger. After paying the bill, they went straight back to their hotel room, closed the door, and began their discussion. Young Master Su, what should we do? The Celestial Masters sect is much stronger than the Poison Gu sect. If they want to leave the mountain, we have no way to stop them. Huang Yingying paced anxiously. Why don't you tell me about the Poison Gu sect disciples, and I'll go in and investigate first, and try to bring your grandmother out. Su Hao's heart stirred right now. The Celestial Master sect is busy with tomorrow's competition. What if the security inside is lax? Wouldn't that be an opportunity to take advantage of them? Isn't this a bad idea? It's too dangerous. Xiao Meinyang shook her head. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Su Hao emphasized. Okay, let's give it a try. Huang Yingying chose to trust Su Hao. It was midnight, and darkness enveloped everything around us. Outside the Poison Gu sect, a figure approached. It was Su Hao. Following Huang Yingying's instructions, he planned to sneak in through the back door unexpectedly. As soon as he got close, he sensed a patrol of guards inside. The vigilance was not only not relaxed, but even stricter than usual. He frowned, knowing full well that it was dangerous inside. But since we've already come all this way, it wouldn't be right to leave empty-handed. So he used the ghost shadow technique to gradually blend into his surroundings and disappear into the darkness. Hey, did you hear anything? One of the guards asked in surprise. Don't scare yourself. At night there's not a ghost here, so how could there be any noise? Another guard shook his head and chose to continue patrolling. Little did Su Hao know, he passed right next to the wall, and the slight sound he had made was ignored by them. He couldn't help but sigh. This kind of martial art was really useful, especially at night. He determined his location and headed towards the Poison Gu cult's dungeon. Upon approaching, he found it heavily guarded, with at least 20 or 30 fully armed men standing watch. Is Master Mo inside? Su Hao frowned. According to Huang Yingying, the Poison Gu sect had many places to imprison people, with more than a dozen secret rooms, and the dungeon was where serious criminals were imprisoned. Unfortunately, the area was vast, and he didn't have time to investigate everything. He could only focus on dealing with the dungeon, so he slowly approached, taking down the guards one by one. Finally, he smashed down the gate and stormed inside. The room was dimly lit and seemed to contain a dozen or so low-ceilinged rooms. He looked around and was surprised to find that some elders from other sects were being imprisoned there. 1301, Chapter 1301 Miss Dong. Su Hao had actually seen one or two elders at the Shu Mountain martial arts tournament, which made people wonder if the Celestial Masters sect wanted to annex them, so they had captured so many people. He went to the last room and looked inside. He saw a dark figure being held captive. It looked like a woman, but her back was to the door, so he couldn't see her face. Senior Mo? Su Hao called out towards the inside. The person inside made a soft sound, as if they were in great pain. Su Hao wasn't actually very familiar with Mo Hentian. He'd only met her a few times and didn't know much about her voice. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to break down the door and go inside. The person inside was tightly bound by chains, which he quickly tore off. He then grabbed the person's waist, turned them around, and looked down. Upon seeing that it was Mo Hentian, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Senior Mo, don't worry, I'll take you out right away, Su Hao said gently. Who are you? To everyone's surprise, the other party asked in a deep voice. Aren't you Mo Hentian? Su Hao subconsciously let go. The person fell quickly, landing on the ground with a thud. Hey, why did you let me go? Were you trying to scare me to death? The other person immediately changed their voice, becoming sweet and delicate, like a young girl instead of an old woman. Ahem, sorry. Su Hao felt a little embarrassed and could only ask seriously, who exactly is Miss? Are you playing a prank? Judging from her strong voice just now, it can be deduced that this person was not injured at all. Thinking back, the chains on her body were just binding her, not piercing through her body, and there wasn't even a drop of blood. Who's playing a prank on you? I was waiting here for other people to take the bait, but you just showed up. The man stood up again and said angrily. When she took off her mask, Su Hao's breath hitched. What appeared before him was an absolutely beautiful face, looking only 17 or 18 years old, with youthful energy radiating from her brows. You want to go after Huang Yingying? Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly grabbed her wrist and shouted. Yes, she's the holy maiden of the Poison Gu sect. Everyone says she's an exceptional person. I refuse to believe this young lady, would lose to her. The girl nodded, readily admitting it. Then, without warning, she swayed and slipped away from him, pressing herself against the wall, saying, Could it be that you are Su Hao? TSK, truly a handsome man, possessing both strength and good looks. Su Hao was somewhat surprised she was actually able to break free from his control. You, surnamed Su, do you think I'm a weakling? If it weren't for your good looks, I would have had you arrested long ago. The girl deliberately put on a stern face and said fiercely. But she doesn't seem to have any hostility. This kind of makeup only makes her look cute and innocent. Su Hao sighed, guessing that she held a high position in the Celestial Masters sect. As long as she didn't make a move, he couldn't act recklessly, so he turned around and left. Hey, wait for me. The girl was very interested in him and immediately chased after him. Along the way, Su Hao opened every room he saw and rescued all the other prisoners. The girl watched all this with amusement, neither minding nor stopping him, seemingly unconcerned. When they emerged from the dungeon, they found hundreds of people standing outside. The leader was none other than the Grand Elder of the Poison Gu sect. He was visibly furious when he saw Su Hao emerge. However, upon seeing the young woman, his expression turned strange, and he bowed respectfully from afar, saying, Huang Yu Dao greets Miss Tong-san. No need for formalities. The young woman said calmly, Elder Huang, since Su Hao released so many people, shouldn't you show some respect by arresting them all? That's exactly what I'm thinking. None of these people will leave the Poison Gu sect today. Huang Yu Dao said viciously, his anger especially evident in his gaze at Su Hao. Shen Yuan Peng Hai was his eldest disciple, and he couldn't swallow this insult, having died at this man's hands. Su Hao, beat him up. Miss Tong suddenly rushed to Su Hao's ear and urged him. Isn't he your subordinate? Su Hao frowned. The Poison Gu sect can have as many of these dogs as they want, so it's no big deal if one dies. Miss Tong said nonchalantly. These words were spoken in front of everyone, and Huang Yudeo's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Su Hao wanted to say something more, but suddenly realized that the two of them were cheek to cheek, and this Miss Tong seemed particularly interested in him, so he felt somewhat helpless. He could only say to the elders of the other sects, Seniors, my abilities are limited in the upcoming battle, you can only try to save yourselves. Young Master Su, you've already done a great deed by rescuing us from the dungeon. Life and death are predestined, and wealth and honor are determined by fate. The rest depends on individual abilities. Yes, I didn't expect to get out of here alive. If I can take a few people with me today, it's a win. The Poison Gu cult has gone too far, let's fight them. These people were injured and knew the situation was bad, but no one was afraid. No one wanted to go back to the dark and gloomy dungeon. Miss Tong, please step aside to avoid our people accidentally injuring you. Huang Yudao said respectfully. Are you kidding me? Your men can't hurt me. Miss Tong didn't care at all, waving her hand and saying, quickly give the order to attack, don't let Su Hao get away. Huang Yudao frowned. From his perspective, Su Hao and she were chatting and laughing, clearly not enemies. Was it really appropriate for them to take such drastic measures? With things having come to this point, he had no choice but to nod. Instantly, members of the Poison Gu sect unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons, indiscriminately striking the area ahead. The wounded sect elders, cooperating with each other, struggled to cope. Su Hao tapped his right foot, too lazy to fight these people, and flew dozens of meters away, dodging all the hidden weapons of the Poison Gu sect, heading towards the exit. His move angered Huang Yudao, who then led his men in a menacing pursuit. Unexpectedly, Su Hao was much stronger than him. As he chased after him, Su Hao's figure became increasingly invisible. Su Hao retraced his steps, but suddenly felt something was amiss. He turned around and discovered that Miss Tong was with him. He was startled. His agility was unmatched in the martial arts world. How could such a young woman keep up? Hey, why are you following me? Su Hao shouted. Su Hao, you're much more interesting than the others, Miss Tong said with a smile. She stretched out her slender hand, tilted her head, and looked at him. My name is Tong Qinjiwan. It's a pleasure to meet you. 1302, Chapter 1302. Genius Girl. This is ridiculous. Su Hao had no good feelings towards the people of the Celestial Masters sect and turned to leave. Hey, I'm genuinely trying to be your friend, don't you dare refuse. Tong Qingyuan said, hands on her hips and pouting. How can you make friends like this? Don't you know that we might become enemies? Su Hao scolded. Really, what if I told you that I know where Mohenshin passes? Tong Qingyuan said smugly. Come on, take me there. Su Hao turned around and said seriously. You're so fierce, I'm not going to tell you. Tong Qingyuan said. If you don't tell me, I'm going to get physical. Su Hao frowned and threatened. Alright, let's fight. As Tong Qingyuan spoke, she assumed a fighting stance. Su Hao felt somewhat helpless. The other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions, so attacking directly didn't seem like a good idea. Unexpectedly, Tong Qingyuan smiled and struck out with her palm. He hadn't paid much attention at first, but when the palm strike approached, he realized it was surging and incredibly powerful. He instinctively used the immovable king mantra to try and block the attack. As a result, the opponent's attack passed through his protective aura and struck him directly. An overwhelming force sent him flying dozens of meters. With a loud crash, it smashed a large tree that would take 3 people to encircle to pieces. Su Hao's expression changed drastically. This girl was actually a peerless master. Not bad, you are indeed very strong. This move actually didn't kill you. Tong Qingyuan was very happy and gave a thumbs up. You've already reached the great perfection of the heavenly venerable realm? Su Hao carefully examined the other party's aura, and his expression changed. Who would have thought that such a young girl would have a strength similar to his? Oh, you could tell that. My grandfather said to let me out to relax a bit, that constantly cultivating isn't a good thing. If I go into seclusion again, I'm sure I can break through to the final realm. Tong Qingyuan nodded. Su Hao was stunned. Is she just naturally gifted, or does she have access to more cultivation resources? From any perspective, this is an incredibly terrifying thing. Everyone says Su Hao is a once-in-a-millennium genius, but now it seems that Tong Qingyuan is clearly even more formidable. At this moment, a competitive spirit arose within him, and he wanted to see just how powerful she was, so he quickly approached, drew his fingers like a sword, and unleashed a devastating attack. The sharp sword energy reached Tong Qingyuan's side in an instant. She followed Su Hao's example, raising a protective aura of cyan energy to block the attack, and then unleashed another palm strike. The barrage of palm prints forced even Su Hao to be cautious. The only expert he had recently faced at the great perfection of the heavenly venerable realm was Li Lang. Compared to him, Tong Qingyuan's aura was even stronger. Her foundation was too solid, and her true energy was vast, like a great river, continuous and endless. Su Hao was increasingly surprised as the fight progressed, but apart from underestimating his opponent in the first move, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position again. Tong Qingyuan was even more surprised. She was astonished to find that Su Hao's response was incredibly flexible, and the sheer number of his moves dazzled her. As the fight progressed, a dozen afterimages suddenly appeared before her eyes, each seemingly real yet also appearing illusory. She had no choice but to increase her speed, shattering them all with her palm strikes. Just then, Su Hao's Chaos God-slaying sword drifted in from an unexpected angle, about to strike, when he immediately withdrew his attack. Tong Qingyuan smiled slightly and said, "Su Hao, your strength is indeed impressive, but even if that sword strike landed just now, it wouldn't have hurt me." Really? Su Hao didn't doubt it. The other party had been using palm techniques without using any weapons, which showed how profound their strength was. "Alright, now you can tell me where Mo Hentian is, right? If you agree to one request, I can escort you away," Tong Qingyuan said with a grin. "What are your requirements?" Su Hao asked calmly. "Shall we get married?" Tong Qingyuan asked in a surprising way. "Nonsense, that's impossible." Su Hao was stunned. Who would be so direct? The two had only known each other for less than half an hour. "Oomph, my grandfather said I should marry a genius, and you are the genius I've chosen. If you don't agree, I'll go and kill Mo Hentian right now," Tong Qingyuan threatened, feigning ferocity. "Fine, killing her will save you a lot of trouble." Su Hao didn't care. Mo Hentian had done many bad things in her life, and her death would indeed save a lot of trouble if she were alive. Her identity as the leader of the Poison Goose sect would be very troublesome. "Oh, looks like you don't like that old hag either." Tong Qingyuan was just joking, and seeing that he didn't care, she let it go. She smiled and walked over, then suddenly blushed and said, "How about this, you kiss me, and I'll take you to find her." "Alright," Su Hao said helplessly, and kissed her on the forehead. Tong Qingyuan blushed even more, lowered her head somewhat embarrassed, and took Su Hao's hand with her right hand as they walked back. This scene stunned Huang Yudao and the others in the distance. They hadn't caught up with Su Hao, but they hadn't given up either. They were secretly pleased when Tong Qingyuan made her move and sent him flying with a single strike. The third miss had finally made her move. Who could have imagined that what followed would be even more astonishing? Their duel appeared very intense, but neither clearly intended to kill the other. Rather, it seemed they were testing each other's strength. In the end, they even walked away hand in hand. "Elder Huang, does the third miss like Su Hao?" a disciple murmured to himself. "Nonsense." Huang Yudao frowned. Was this obvious? Besides, how many girls wouldn't like Su Hao? But Tong Qingyuan's identity was unusual. With her clinging to Su Hao, things became a bit troublesome. Does this mean that Xian Yu and Peng Hai's death is just going to end like this? Behind the Poison Gu cult, there is a newly built dungeon. When Tong Qingyuan walked over, all the guards were surprised, completely unable to understand why she would appear there. He obeyed the order, opened the door, and let her in. The space here is significantly larger than the other dungeons, as if it were built specifically for Mo Hentian. When Tong Qingyuan turned on the light, a strong smell of blood immediately hit her. Mo Hentian was suspended directly from the ceiling, her hands and feet bound by chains. She had dozens of wounds on her body, some dried, some still bleeding. She was on the verge of death, and when she saw Su Hao, she only moved her eyes slightly, too weak to speak. "Senior Mo, I'm here to save you." Su Hao drew his weapon, ready to fight. "Wait a minute," Tong Qingyuan suddenly said, as if she had thought of something. You can't go back on your word. Su Hao said calmly. Forget it, just take her away. Tong Qingyuan pouted and said. Su Hao swung his divine sword, severing the chains. Mo Hentian fell to the ground, completely disoriented. Only then did he take a pill and feed it to her. 1303, Chapter 1303. Those who achieve great things. Su Hao took out his acupuncture needles and helped treat the wound. After a flurry of activity, about half an hour later, Mo Hentian had recovered about 30% of her strength. She glanced at him and asked in a questioning tone, Su, what are you doing walking with Miss Tong? None of your business. Su Hao saved her only for Huang Yingying's sake. In reality, he had faced considerable criticism the first time he saw Mo Hentian, and neither side had a friendly exchange at the martial arts tournament. Their relationship wasn't exactly hostile, but rather one of mutual resentment. You're just a junior, how dare you speak to me like that? Mo Hentian was furious. He considered himself the leader of one of the 4 major sects and had never been so humiliated. Stop deceiving yourself. The Poison Gu sect has never been in charge of anything. You, the sect leader, are just a puppet. Besides, the Poison Gu sect is about to be annexed. You're just an injured old woman now. What airs do you have left to put on? Su Hao said coldly. Mo Hentian glanced at Tong Qingyuan, as if he had thought of something, and his arrogance instantly plummeted to freezing point. Su Hao, don't waste time with her, let's go now, or it will be too late. Tong Qingyuan suddenly urged. Okay. Su Hao noticed her anxiety, so he found a rope and tied Mo Hentian to his back. As the two emerged from the dungeon, they suddenly sensed something was amiss. Countless lights appeared around them, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Su Hao glanced around and saw a richly dressed woman standing beside Huang Yudao, staring coldly at Tong Qingyuan, seemingly filled with anger. Tong Qingyuan, you traitorous wretch, are you trying to drive me crazy? The woman shouted angrily. Big sister, I just want to help young Master Su. He has already promised that as long as I rescue Mo Hentian, he will marry me. Tong Qingyuan's eyes lit up as she thought of a good reason. Su Hao remained calm, making any statement at this moment would be inappropriate. This woman wasn't a child, of course she didn't believe it. It was clearly just her third sister's wishful thinking. She immediately swept her gaze across Su Hao and warned, first of all, you can't save Mo Hentian today. Secondly, if you dare to betray my sister, I will tear you and your friends and family to pieces. Upon hearing this, even Su Hao frowned. This threat was indeed effective because the other party was strong enough. If I'm not mistaken, she must be the eldest sister of the Tong family, far surpassing Tong Qingyuan in strength. She's definitely a terrestrial immortal. This is a real headache. Before we arrived, the South China Sea goddess had warned us that the water here was very deep. But who would have thought there would be such a young terrestrial immortal? She looked to be only around 4 or 5 years older than Su Hao. Although Su Hao would definitely reach this level in a few years, encountering her now only meant one thing: he couldn't win. Senior Mo, it seems there's no way to rescue you today. Su Hao sighed and put Mo Hentian down. Tong Qingyuan, your celestial master's sect is so powerful, always hiding in the shadows. Why are you showing yourself now? Mo Hentian sighed helplessly. Do I need to explain to you? Tong Qingyuan said disdainfully. We've supported the Poison Gu sect for so long, that's enough. The martial arts world is in chaos right now. Someone has to step forward, otherwise, if strange forces like the Undying Clan run rampant everywhere, wouldn't it make the Eastern martial arts world seem like it has no capable people? Su Hao was somewhat surprised that she uttered such righteous words. However, from his perspective, Tong Qingyuan's aura was not evil at all. Upon closer reflection, he understood they were descendants of Zheng Tianshi, not disciples of the 100 Gu sect, and followed the path of cultivation. Naturally, they did not possess an evil aura. Could it be that her goal is really to establish a righteous sect? Guards, take Mo Hentian back. Tong Qingyuan shouted. Huang Yudao's men immediately took action, dragging the former cult leader back to the dungeon. Tong Qingyuan glanced at Su Hao and said, you broke into the Poison Gu sect tonight for the sake of third sister. I can spare your life, but you will not escape punishment. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and an invisible force lifted Su Hao into the air. Then, 2 pebbles flew up from the ground and passed through his shoulders. From beginning to end, even someone as strong as Su Hao was powerless to resist. It was as if a single thought from the other party could obliterate him. Thump! After landing, Su Hao tried to get up by bracing himself with his hands, but found he couldn't muster any strength. He then realized that the meridians in both shoulders had been destroyed. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat from the pain and could only roll around a few times in a sorry state before leaning against the dungeon wall and slowly moving to his feet. "Young miss, your strength truly impresses me," Su Hao said, frowning. "Su Hao, remember this, you must be present for tomorrow's competition, or you will bear the consequences." Tong Shiyuan said this and turned away coldly. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Poison Gu sect dared not act recklessly any further. After all, the young lady had made it very clear that Su Hao still had to participate in the competition tomorrow, and if they attacked him again today, no one could bear the responsibility if something went wrong. Tong Qingyuan walked up apologetically and said, "Su Hao, I'm sorry, my older sister can be unreasonable sometimes, even I'm afraid of her." "I understand." Su Hao was able to comprehend it. Tong Shiyuan is someone who does great things, so of course she needs to establish rules. However, the information he gathered from his raid on the Poison Gu sect tonight only left him feeling helpless. The fact that just the two young ladies of the Tong family possessed such power showed that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Celestial Master sect. "Hey pretty girl, how about you take me home?" Su Hao said casually. "Okay." Tong Qingyuan smiled sweetly, picked up Su Hao, and flew quickly through the night. In the hotel, Huang Yingying had a bad feeling and couldn't calm down until someone outside. She knocked on the door and hurriedly went out, only to see a beautiful young girl returning with Su Hao, who was covered in blood. The two exchanged a glance, both feeling a pang of jealousy. "You are Huang Yingying?" Tong Qingyuan said calmly. "That's right," Huang Yingying said as she helped Su Hao inside. "Humph, if it weren't for you, you witch, brother Su Hao wouldn't have been injured. I now order you, from this day forward, not to harm him, or I will kill you." As Tong Qingyuan spoke, her aura suddenly intensified, pressing Huang Yingying down to the ground, unable to move. "Qingyuan, don't be silly," Su Hao scolded. Tong Qingyuan pouted and reluctantly let her go. Huang Yingying turned pale with fright. Where did this woman come from? How could she be so domineering? But next to young Master Su, she was incredibly obedient, which was strange. "Young Master Su, how did you get injured?" Xiao Meinyang asked cautiously. 1304, Chapter 1304. Tomorrow's Rest. "I've encountered a terrestrial immortal, I really can't beat him," Su Hao said with a helpless bitter smile. "How can you be so sure about my older sister's strength?" Tong Qingyuan asked in surprise, her eyes wide, as if to say, "You only took a beating. Am I right or wrong?" Su Hao rolled his eyes above the heavenly venerable. "There are only the earthly immortals left. Is there any need to guess?" However, the conversation between the two of them revealed some rather frightening information. First of all, Su Hao actually lost, something that neither Huang Yingying nor Xiao Meinyang could have imagined. Secondly, the Poison Gu cult now actually has a terrestrial immortal, no wonder even Mo Hentian couldn't stop it. "So, my grandmother wasn't rescued?" Huang Yingying asked. "I saw her today, and she's not in any danger." That was the only way Su Hao could offer comfort. "Well, this is good news." Huang Yingying smiled helplessly. Su Hao immediately focused on healing his injuries, while Tong Qingyuan showed no sign of leaving. Instead, she moved a stool over and diligently kept watch. She felt guilty and thought that no one could bully Su Hao again tonight, otherwise even her eldest sister would turn against him. Huang Yingying and Xiao Meinyang were somewhat helpless and could only awkwardly retreat. Tong Qingyuan pondered that Su Hao's injuries were so severe that it would probably take a long time for him to recover. Unexpectedly, a cyan aura appeared around him, and after circulating the longevity technique, his wounds healed in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, his meridians also began to slowly recover. The entire process, from start to finish, took only half an hour. It turns out that after Su Hao obtained the dragon essence last time, he didn't give it to Li Qingmei again, but kept it with him. In this way, the healing process could be twice as effective. He opened his eyes and, instead of seeing Huang Yingying, saw her. He asked in surprise, "Miss Tong, it's so late, aren't you going home?" "What are we going back for?" Tong Qingyuan asked with a smile. "Of course I should rest. I have a lot to do tomorrow." Su Hao's eyes widened. "Isn't this a hotel? why do we need to travel back and forth? Tong Qingyuan said, and pounced on her. Su Hao was initially shocked. This was quite a risky thing to do, but he quickly realized that she was simply nestled obediently on his shoulder, wrapped her arms around his, closed her eyes, and fell into a sweet sleep. To be honest, Su Hao subconsciously swallowed as he looked at her sleeping face. He had only been amazed twice. The first time was when he saw Li Qingmei and Yan Jing, and the second time was when he saw her. Tong Qingyuan is younger and more lively. She is indeed a mischievous little devil. Good night, he whispered, and began to drift off to sleep. The next morning, the town came alive with activity. Almost all the major sects received invitations and headed to the Poison Goose sect with the intention of competing. Ever since the last competition held by the Shu Mountain sect shook the entire martial arts world, everyone has been eagerly anticipating when the next competition will be. If a major sect were to organize it, many people would surely be willing to participate. Even though the Poison Goo cult has a bad reputation, it is still one of the 4 major sects and has a strong appeal. Not only renowned masters attended, but also many hidden sects and experts who had emerged from seclusion. The Poison Goo sect also relaxed its restrictions on this competition considerably. The rule states that anyone who is not the head of a family or the leader of a sect can participate. This means that elders from all the major sects will have the opportunity to take action. Furthermore, they use an invitation-only mechanism, eliminating the need for multiple selection processes. When Su Hao woke up, he was surprised to see a large crowd outside. He estimated that hundreds of thousands of people had come again. Ever since Tong Qingyuan took control of the Poison Goo sect, her strategy had changed. She was no longer secretive and was now preparing to enter the public eye. Brother Hao, you're awake. Tong Qingyuan opened her eyes, stretched, and stood next to Su Hao with a smile. You're really a natural at making friends, Su Hao said with a hint of helplessness. Yes, this is what you call love at first sight. We need to spend more time together now so that we can eventually get married, right? Tong Qingyuan said with a smile. By the way, your eldest sister is Tong Qingyuan. Do you also have a second sister? Su Hao wanted to find out how many brothers and sisters the Tong family had. You guessed wrong. I have an older brother who isn't here right now, so you won't have a chance to meet him for the time being. Tong Qingyuan said with a smile. Of the 3 of us, the eldest sister is the most ambitious. She says she wants to create a sect that is unprecedented and unparalleled, and her role model is Gu Qingmei. She wants to build the Celestial Masters sect into something like the former Flower Palace, powerful enough to command the world. What an ambitious woman! Su Hao nodded. If Tong Qingyuan had a righteous heart, she might actually have a chance. She started from a high point and was very capable. Now it all depended on her methods. Hey, you don't actually like my older sister, do you? Tong Qingyuan suddenly became wary and said fiercely, I'm warning you, if you try to have your cake and eat it too, believe me, I'll bite you to death. Miss Tong, are you being reasonable? I have other female friends besides you. Yuri, the one who came later. Su Hao said helplessly. That's different. Women are judged primarily by their looks. Anyone uglier than me has no right to get close to you, Tong Qingyuan said unreasonably. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. She was indeed a bit wild and willful. Thinking back, what did Tong Qingyuan look like? He hadn't looked closely yesterday, but now that he thought about it, he realized that she was a beautiful and mature woman who was no less attractive than Tong Qingyuan. Alright, let's go to the martial arts tournament. Tong Qingyuan pulled him along, urging him to leave the hotel. As soon as they came out, they saw Huang Yingying and Xiao Mengyang waiting outside. However, Tong Qingyuan chose to ignore them and pulled Su Hao to walk onto the main street first. Young Master Su, what a coincidence, I never thought I'd run into you here. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. It was Yan Wuming, accompanied by Yan Shi, who came over with a smile. You guys actually came to join in the fun too? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. Young Master Su, what do you mean by that? Do you think our Yama Pavilion is not qualified? Our purpose in coming here is very simple. We are just spectators and will not participate in the competition, Yan Wuming said with a smile. Greetings, young Master Su. Yan Shi took the opportunity to greet him. Tong Qingyuan glanced at them and, seeing that Yan Shi posed no threat, chose not to be hostile. Instead, she gave them a faint smile and greeted them. Young Master Su, what is this lady's name? Yan Shi asked in surprise, feeling that she was a stranger. Ahem, let me introduce myself. I am Tong Shiyuan, the third young lady of the Celestial Master sect, and the legal wife of young Master Su. Everyone else, please step back. Tong Qingyuan said proudly. Celestial Masters cult? Yan Wuming and Yan Shi didn't hear anything else, they only heard those 4 words like thunder in their ears. 1305, Chapter 1305. A Gathering of Masters. The Celestial Masters sect is unlike any other sect. It enjoys a great reputation in various places, in particular, with the recent disappearances of elders from some small and medium-sized sects. Many people suspect that the Celestial Masters sect is responsible. So it's Miss Tong, my apologies for not recognizing you. Yan Wuming hurriedly said respectfully. Tong Qingyuan smiled and continued to hold Su Hao's hand, seemingly unwilling to let go. Then, her gaze swept across the room, and she frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. The others followed her gaze and saw a group of people approaching. The leader was a man in his 30s, followed by 2 men and 2 women, who looked quite distinguished. Everyone else on the street instinctively made way for them, as if they were somewhat afraid of them. The man had fair skin, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. He looked somewhat dashing. He stared at Tong Qingyuan's hand, a fierce glint in his eyes, then looked at Su Hao with displeasure and asked, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Qingyuan?" "Senior brother, I know, he is Su Hao." A junior brother next to him said with a bright eye. "I'm asking you a question, are you mute?" The man shouted angrily, clearly displeased. "Did you introduce yourself? If not, why do you expect me to answer? Don't you even know basic manners?" Su Hao said calmly. "Very well, you're the first person to dare to be so domineering in front of me." The man sneered. "Listen carefully, I am junior sister Tong's senior brother, my name is Zhang Feiyang, and I am the fiancé chosen by our master." "Oh, is that so, Miss Tong, you have a fiancé? Why are you pulling and tugging at me?" Su Hao turned his head and looked at Tong Qingyuan with a smile. "Pa, he's my senior brother, not my fiancé, besides, he's a full 12 years older than me. We're not a good match." Tong Qingyuan frowned and said unhappily. Yan Wuming and Yan Shi simply watched the spectacle without daring to say anything. Presumably, this Zhang Feiyan was also a disciple of the Celestial Masters sect, and definitely not someone an ordinary person could provoke. "Junior sister, this is between us. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. How can you get involved with other men just to spite me?" Zhang Feiyang said anxiously, smiling ingratiatingly. "I told you, we're not a good match. Can't you understand human language?" Tong Qingyuan said unhappily. This person was the first disciple her father had taken, and the two were very familiar with each other, but there was absolutely no romantic relationship between them. "In short, let her go now, or I'll make things difficult for you." Zhang Fei roared angrily, his aura rising sharply, scaring the people around him into quickly getting out of the way. This person's strength has reached the great perfection of the heavenly venerable realm, far surpassing that of ordinary people. "Trying to scare me?" Su Hao was least afraid of threats. He placed his hand on Tong Qingyuan's waist and pulled her closer to him, his face full of provocation. Just then, several young men stood around watching the commotion, completely unafraid of Zhang Feiyan. Yan Wuming glanced at them and realized that he didn't recognize a single one of them. They were secretly surprised just how many unknown sects had come this time. They all lamented that the world of martial arts was vast, and they only knew the tip of the iceberg. "Young Master Zhao, do you think they'll fight?" A young man laughed heartily, looking at the young man not far away, and asked. "Wu Tianlong of the Jinghong Sword Sect?" The man's expression changed. "I didn't expect you to appear, hero. Didn't your junior sister come? I haven't seen her for a while." "Zhao Hongpeng, all you ever talk about is how much you care about my junior sister. Does she even deserve him?" the man said unhappily. The others also greeted each other, and they seemed to know each other somewhat. "You'd better start fighting, then I can watch a good show." Just then, a young man stood up and clapped. "Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" Zhang Feiyang shouted angrily. "Hey Zhang, you need to get this straight. This is the main street, not your Celestial Masters sect. Why can't we all speak?" the man said unhappily as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Su Hao sensed a familiar fluctuation of true energy from him and was immediately surprised the other party had actually cultivated the primordial chaos technique. Could he be a disciple of the Qin family? However, this person's strength seemed to be similar to Qin Hongshi's, but his seniority should be lower, making him his peer. Senior brother, this person is Qin Yongxian, the son of the Qin family's grand elder. It was the same disciple who introduced the man's background. He also mentioned the other people who stayed to watch the battle, including Wu Tianlong from the Jinghong sword sect, Zhao Hongpeng from the Wuji divine blade sect, Dugu Haodue from Taishu Manor, Song Yutong from Qiankuan Temple, and Ling Husu from Xianyuan Palace. What a bunch of monsters and demons, all of them have come together. Zhang Feiyang said arrogantly, "Hey Qin, what's your relationship with Su Hao?" "Of course he's a cousin, he's my cousin." Qin Yongxian said calmly, "If you were to deal with Su Hao elsewhere, I wouldn't go too far, but in front of me, that won't do." "So, you want to stand up for him?" Zhang Feiyang retorted sharply. "So what if it is?" Qin Yongxian raised an eyebrow and actually nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Feiyang took a step forward, clenched his fist, and threw a punch. He was already filled with rage, and at this moment he needed to find someone to vent his anger on. Su Hao frowned, recognizing Tong Qingyuan's style in the move. He darted forward, blocking Qin Yongxian's path, and unleashed a powerful attack, the Great Wilderness Fall. Both trembled slightly, but the scattered true energy sent dozens of people nearby flying. "This is my business, and outsiders have no right to interfere," Su Hao said proudly. "Holy crap, you've mastered this move so well, no wonder my uncle said you have amazing talent, it seems it's true," Qin Yongxian said with a smile to Su Hao. The younger uncle he mentioned was Qin Hongxi, who was only 2 years older than Qin Yongxian. The two were evenly matched in strength and often sparred with each other. I was just practicing casually." Su Hao smiled. This guy was actually his cousin, but according to bloodline, he had many cousins in the Qin family, and this was the only one he knew so far. "Are you trying to provoke me? I'm much more skilled at this move than you are," Qin Yongxian said, using Zhang Feiyang as his opponent and unleashing the Great Wilderness Fallen Fist. "It looks more imposing." He devoted all his time to the primordial chaos technique, striving to achieve the best effect for every move. As a result, Zhang Feiyang was forced back as Steffi's blood was churning. He stared at the two men, unwilling to show weakness, and said, "Fine, you two have teamed up. Are you bullying the Celestial Master sect because they have no experts?" 1306, Chapter 1306. I'll kill your whole family. "Wrong, completely wrong. You started this whole thing. We didn't mean any harm." Qin Yongxian smiled and said, "Look at all these people watching. Why don't we call it a day? If you're so capable, let's go up to the ring and have a showdown. Fighting here will only make us a laughingstock." "Who dares to laugh at us?" Zhang Feiyang said unhappily, but he didn't continue to attack anyway. There were two opponents, and continuing to fight would definitely put him at a disadvantage. He changed his expression and said, "I hope everyone will perform well in this year's Heavenly Master Sect competition. As long as you win the championship, we will give you generous rewards. I am just afraid that you are too weak and won't be able to last until the end." These words sounded rather official, showing his demeanor as a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect. Seeing this, the others knew there was no more excitement to be had, so they went about their own business, and the street returned to its lively state. "Su Hao, the Taishin scripture you shared is wrong. It's always missing a move here or there. It's not suitable for me to cultivate at all." Qin Yongxian's main purpose in coming here was to ask about this matter directly. "Didn't I say that it's just an incomplete version, only for reference, and I don't recommend practicing it?" Su Hao said with a smile. "Really?" Qin Yongxian glanced around, as if pondering something, then suddenly leaned closer with a sly look and said, "Cousin, how about I introduce you to a stunning beauty in exchange for the complete Taishin scripture?" Su Hao thought of someone from this person, Hong Mingxian, who exuded an aura of martial arts fanaticism. Before he could answer, he saw Tong Qingyuan's pretty face darken, and she angrily said, "You surnamed Qin, how dare you say such things to my face? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you to silence you?" "Sister-in-law, this is just a way of talking between us men. You're so beautiful, no one else could possibly steal Su Hao away, right?" Qin Yongxian wasn't old-fashioned at all. On the contrary, he had a sweet tongue and said with a smile. The word sister-in-law immediately cheered Tong Qingyuan up, and she said with a smile, "By the way, which beautiful woman are you going to introduce to him?" "That's the secret anyway. The other party has a very powerful background. They are said to be descendants of the ancient immortal clan," Qin Yongxian said with a smile. "Ancient immortal clan?" Tong Qingyuan's eyes flickered, as if she knew some secrets but was not at liberty to say them. "Qingyuan, let's find a quiet place to talk." Su Hao suddenly said. Understood. Tong Qingyuan was very familiar with this area, so she led them directly into the poison Gusec's interior, found a room, and kicked everyone out, effectively clearing the area. Qin Yongxian rubbed his hands together and said, Cousin, if you have any good news, you'd better think of your older brother. As they were speaking, Su Hao took out a manual, the complete version of the Tai Xin scripture. He said solemnly, I obtained my primordial chaos technique from Uncle Qin, so consider this scripture a return gift to him. You can read it, but you absolutely must return it. Can you do that? Believe me, the Qin family is very united and would never betray its own people. Qin Yongxian said happily, but by bringing it out so directly, aren't you missing out on opportunities to meet that beauty? Why do you talk so much? Su Hao frowned. He didn't want to get involved with other beautiful women, that would definitely cause trouble. Qin Yongxian chuckled as he took the scripture and quickly flipped through it. His memory was exceptional. He finished the tens of thousands of words of the manual in about half an hour. After confirming he had memorized it, he returned the manual to Su Hao, saying with a smile, Cousin, I thank you on behalf of my uncle for this kindness. If you ever need anything in the future, just let us know. Our Qin family will certainly not stand idly by. Understood. Su Hao nodded. He considered this a way of returning the favor. Qin Hongxi gave him the primordial technique, and he returned the Tai Xin scripture. There was absolutely no problem with it. Just then, the door opened from the outside. A woman walked in with a cold expression. It was Tong Shiyuan. Her gaze swept across the room, and when she saw Qin Yongxian, her brows furrowed. She said indifferently, except for Su Hao, all of you get out. Okay. Tong Qingyuan, who had always been afraid of her, stuck out her tongue and turned to leave. Qin Yongxian glanced at the man and noticed that his aura was completely concealed. Despite standing right in front of him, there was absolutely no fluctuation of true energy. His strength was so formidable that Qin Yongxian's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously said, Cousin, this man's strength. You guessed right. Anyway, you go out and prepare for the competition. This is a woman we can't afford to offend. Su Hao nodded. Qin Yongxian glanced at Tong Shiyuan, then at Su Hao, as if considering whether they might start a fight. Finally, urged on by Su Hao's gaze, he reluctantly left. His cousin was right. Tong Shiyuan was a woman they couldn't afford to offend for the time being. Only after the door closed did Tong Shiyuan stare coldly at Su Hao and say, I'm warning you, Qingyuan is a simple woman. Don't do anything to hurt her, or I'll kill your whole family. Why are you so murderous? If you really do that, won't you ruin your sister's relationship? Su Hao said nonchalantly. Just understand what I mean. Tong Shiyuan paused slightly, but didn't change her words. She then said, Our Celestial Master sect is recruiting, and we hope you can join us. If you agree, you can enjoy the benefits of an outer sect elder and enjoy supreme power. My answer is only 3 words, no interest. Su Hao has his own principles and never joins any faction. At most, he serves as an honorary elder. Are you really going to go against my wishes? Tong Shiyuan was very unhappy. No one had ever dared to oppose what she wanted to do. What you have done is even more vicious than the poison Gu cult. How could I possibly collude with you? Su Hao roared angrily. These people had captured so many martial arts masters, and their actions were utterly despicable to Su Hao. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Some minor sects have no reason to exist except to submit. Tong Shiyuan said coldly, the terms I've offered you are already good enough. I hope you'll reconsider. This is a matter of principle. There's no room for negotiation. Su Hao said. You keep refusing. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you on the spot? Tong Shiyuan's gaze darkened, her voice filled with oppressive force. If there's nothing else, I have to go out, Su Hao said calmly. Stop. Tong Shiyuan was a little angry. This person had rejected her again and again. She couldn't bear it any longer. With a wave of her right hand, she directly pulled Su Hao towards her. He grabbed his throat and lifted him up sharply. At this moment, Su Hao felt difficulty breathing, as if a powerful force was imprisoning all his true energy. He seemed to have no way to resist, and his eyes rolled back as he almost suffocated. In a daze, he felt as if there was a fairy-like figure in front of him, and then he gradually lost consciousness. 1307, Chapter 1307 will not fall into the hands of others. Tong Shiyuan was stunned, her face flushing as she looked at Su Hao. She had originally intended to subdue him by threatening him, but she hadn't expected him to be so stubborn and unwilling to yield. Even in his dazed state, he kissed her hand. Having lived for 30 years, Tang Shiyuan had never been so close to a man before, and she was immediately a little flustered looking at Su Hao again. She found his expression resolute and his handsome appearance unparalleled, and she was suddenly moved, subconsciously letting go. Thump, Su Hao fell to the ground. "Are you all right?" She was initially concerned, but after checking him over, she found that he had no injuries. Finally, she stared at him blankly, lost in thought, her heart in turmoil. She sighed silently. "What am I looking at? He's the man third sister has her eye on." Just then, Su Hao suddenly reached out, put his arm around her waist, and pulled her towards him, murmuring to himself, "Qingmei, is that you?" In his dazed state, he had seen a fairy close by and subconsciously mistook her for Li Qingmei. Now that he had recovered somewhat, he blurted it out without thinking. Even though he hadn't admitted it, deep down he knew that Li Qingmei was still his favorite. Tang Shiyuan frowned. Was that the name of that woman from the Li family? So she was the one he liked the most. At this moment, Tang Shiyuan's feelings were somewhat complicated. On one hand, she felt sorry for her third sister, who had been so unreasonable and demanding, yet this man didn't seem to like her much. On the other hand, for some reason, she was secretly pleased, wondering if this meant she might have a chance. Just then, Su Hao suddenly opened his eyes and fully regained consciousness. He quickly realized that the person in his arms was actually that aloof and beautiful older woman, and he was immediately a little embarrassed, saying, "How could this happen?" "Don't ask, don't look, shut your dog eyes," Tang Shiyuan said angrily, feeling extremely embarrassed. "Sister Shiyuan, isn't this inappropriate?" Su Hao also changed his form of address and said, "Shut up." Tang Shiyuan suddenly leaned her head closer, listening to his heartbeat. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and she wanted to savor a moment of tenderness. Su Hao thought about it and didn't object. When she wasn't fighting, she was an absolute beauty. It didn't seem like there was anything wrong with easing the tension. "Cousin, are you finished talking? It looks like the competition over there is about to start." Just then, Qin Yangxian's voice came from outside. He was a little worried about Su Hao's safety, and seeing that they hadn't come out yet, he urged them loudly. "You surnamed Qin, if you dare to shout again, I'll kill your whole family." Tang Shiyuan's angry shout followed. The man outside was clearly scared and ran away immediately. Why are you so fierce?" Su Hao reached out, pinched her nose, and scolded her. "I'll just do it this way, is that not allowed?" Tang Shiyuan said proudly. Alright, you're the leader, you can say whatever you want." Su Hao blurted out. "Wrong, I am not the leader of the Celestial Masters sect. The current leader is my father, and the former leader is my grandfather. I am just a holy maiden within the sect according to the rules of the Poison Gu sect," Tang Shiyuan suddenly said seriously. Su Hao thought to himself, what's the difference, anyway, they're not all from the Tang family. "Su Hao, how about you join the Celestial Masters cult?" Tang Shiyuan's tone suddenly softened, and she even asked with a hint of coquettishness. "Is it appropriate for us to talk about this kind of thing at this time?" Su Hao smiled helplessly. "What's inappropriate about it? I know your weakness is women." Tang Shiyuan emphasized earnestly, having collected a lot of information about Su Hao. "She has to be a woman who's kind to me, not a bad woman who kills people at the drop of a hat," Su Hao retorted. "Humph, men love bad girls. Ask yourself honestly, am I not much more charming than Xingyuan?" Tang Shiyuan said proudly. Su Hao really couldn't refute it. It was indeed true. Tang Shiyuan seemed fierce, but after 2 days of interaction, she hadn't inflicted any fatal damage on him, though she had certainly left a deep impression. On the contrary, Tang Xingyuan was obedient and adorable, always going along with him, which made her less appealing. He suddenly felt something near his nose. It was a strand of Tang Shiyuan's hair. He brushed it aside, his fingers tracing a line across her cheek. Her heart raced again. Suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed, "Oh no, I still have to preside over this martial arts tournament. How about we go out first?" Su Hao suggested. "No, you have to promise me you'll join the Celestial Masters cult." Tang Shiyuan realized that they hadn't finalized their agreement yet. "This really won't do. I won't join the Celestial Masters sect, nor will I join any other sect. I don't want to be bound by anything." Su Hao refused again. "You stinky man, you're so stubborn." Tang Shiyuan was furious. She opened her mouth and bit him hard on the shoulder. This time, she didn't use any true energy, it was more like a playful exchange between lovers. Su Hao frowned, but let her fool around Tong Shiyuan, then slowly stood up, tidied her hair, and turned her back, saying, "Perform well during the competition. We've prepared a very mysterious reward and don't want it to fall into anyone else's hands. As long as no terrestrial immortals participate, I will find a way to win." Su Hao promised he didn't want to lose and had always been very competitive. No terrestrial immortals would participate in this competition under normal circumstances. It's impossible to get them to participate. Tong Shiyuan turned around and smiled sweetly. That smile struck Su Hao's heart. How could she be so beautiful? Tong Shiyuan was secretly pleased with herself. Before getting up, she gave him a farewell kiss and then left leisurely. Behind the poisonous Gusex Mountain, a circular martial arts arena was set up, with 8 separate arenas and a main arena in the center. This time, they didn't set any restrictions on spectators, so the arena was packed with people, probably no fewer than 100,000 people. Yan Wuming and Yan Shi looked around and saw several old acquaintances from the Tianxia gang and the sword sect. Just as they were about to sit down, they saw someone rush over and ask for a seat. The person who came was Qin Yongxian. He seemed preoccupied and very worried about Su Hao. "Who is he?" Xiao Xuaning asked in surprise. "This man, Qin Yongxian, is a disciple of the Qin family, and can be considered Su Hao's cousin," Yan Wuming said with a smile. "I see, it seems you're one of us." Xiao Xuaning immediately greeted them politely. Xiao Xuemeng, Han Feiyang, Yang Rushuang, Yang Rushue, Hong Mingxian and others were also there, and they all greeted him. "Mingxian, you're also my cousin." Qin Yongxian glanced at this genius and secretly shook his head. This person was far inferior to Su Hao. I guess so." Hong Mingxian said casually. "By the way, where did Su Hao go?" 1308, Chapter 1308, Thor's Legacy. He eloped with a woman. Qin Yongxian decided to change his story. Bullshit. Hong Mingxian didn't believe it. A woman would never follow Su Hao even if she offered herself to him, so how could he possibly elope? Qin Yongxian simply smiled and offered no explanation. After all, Tong Shiyuan was far too powerful. Ordinary people shouldn't get involved. Just then, his gaze suddenly turned strange. A scarlet figure flew through the air. It was Tong Shiyuan. She changed into her battle armor, her expression serious, her powerful aura silenced the entire arena. Everyone looked up in astonishment at the beautiful woman in the air, holding their breath. Some of the weaker individuals even felt suffocated, marveling at the woman's immense power. Welcome everyone to the martial arts tournament. I have an important announcement to make here. From today onwards, the Poison Gu cult will cease to exist. This place is now the headquarters of the Celestial Masters cult. As for the former leader, Mo Hentian, she has been imprisoned and punished because of her numerous evil deeds. This is also to declare to everyone that the Celestial Masters sect is a righteous sect, and we hope that one day it can surpass the Shu Mountain sect and lead the entire martial arts world. Tong Shiyuan didn't hide anything and directly stated her goal in public. Upon hearing this, everyone could sense her ambition. Some people thought that the Poison Gu sect was no match for the Shu Mountain sect, and even if they absorbed them, they would not become the #1 sect. Others thought that Mo Hentian had finally gotten his comeuppance, and that this was to rid Wu Wu of a scourge. Among the crowd, Huang Yingying looked sorrowful. She dared not appear in public with her true face and wore a mask. She was accompanied only by Xiao Mengyang. She used to be the feared holy maiden of the Poison Gu sect, but now the sect had vanished. Regardless of what everyone thought, Tong Shiyuan announced again, "We will continue to use the title of Holy Maiden of the Poison Gu sect. I am the first Holy Maiden of the Celestial Master sect, and in the future, those with the ability will have the opportunity to succeed me." Now let's get back to the main topic. This competition is an invitational tournament with a total of 64 experts participating. They will be divided into 8 arenas, with 8 people in each group. The competition will be one-on-one, with the loser being eliminated and the winner advancing to the next round. Until one person is selected from each group, then the next round begins. The final winner will receive a reward from the Celestial Masters sect that is no less prestigious than the Shu Mountain sect's competition. Tong Shiyuan's words finally sparked widespread discussion. This competition format is different from the one the Shu Mountain sect had, and it looks much more intense. Now I'm curious, what is his reward? Isn't anyone curious about Tong Shiyuan's strength? She gives off an aura of dominance over the world. The strength of the Celestial Masters sect is truly enviable. Do you think they might use this method to select a group of people and then invite them to join the Celestial Masters cult? Everyone had different ideas, but none of them were of any use, and Tong Shiyuan became the focus of the entire event. We will divide the contestants into groups on site, and each group will be assigned a number. Number 1 against number 8, number 2 against number 7, and so on. Tong Shiyuan proudly announced, then slowly flew into the Celestial Master Hall, handing over the competition to Huang Yudao and others. Just as she left, Su Hao returned to everyone's sight. Young Master Su, you finally come back. Young Master Qin just said you eloped with someone. Xiao Xuening teased with a smile. Yes, I was just a little short. It's a pity that the beauty's charm wasn't enough, so I realized my mistake and came back to participate in the competition. Su Hao continued. He had just sat down when he felt a figure flash by. It was Tong Qingyuan, who had seized the opportunity and was now snuggling up to him with a smile. She was like a leech, impossible to shake off. Greetings, Miss Tong. The others greeted. No need to be so polite. Su Hao and I are family. We'll all be friends from now on, Tong Qingyuan said casually. The others shook their heads, not daring to acknowledge this friend, as everyone's status was not equal. Tong Qingyuan turned to look at Su Hao and asked seriously, how did your talks go? What else can we do? Of course, we refuse, Su Hao said calmly. Alright, the Celestial Masters cult is complicated anyway, so it doesn't matter whether I join or not. Tong Qingyuan sighed. Actually, her grandfather and father don't manage things much anymore, and all matters are left to her eldest sister, Tong Shiyuan. The Holy Maiden is the second in command of the Celestial Masters sect, but in reality, she is the sect leader. The Celestial Masters sect hasn't finished integrating the Poison Gu sect yet, and it still has to deal with various other forces. Just thinking about the elders of the Celestial Masters sect and the internal forces of the Tong family is enough to give them a headache. If our relationship goes well, I'll help you out if you ever have any difficulties. Su Hao immediately promised. This wasn't a promise to her, but to Tong Shiyuan. If he wasn't mistaken, Tong Shiyuan had just lost her first kiss, and he definitely had to take responsibility. I appreciate your promise, but your strength is still insufficient. Tong Qingyuan chuckled. Su Hao nodded. That's true, at least it needs to be improved a bit more. Hong Mingxian and the others were shocked to hear this. Su Hao's strength was not enough? Recalling Tong Shiyuan's imposing aura just now, everyone had a startled thought. Didn't this mean that she had already reached the realm of a terrestrial immortal? Wasn't she around 30 years old? Such strength was truly unimaginable. This shows that the Celestial Masters cult is extremely complex. If an ordinary person plunges in, they will die without even knowing how. After inquiring, Su Hao discovered that no one else had participated in the competition except for Hong Mingxian, who had received an invitation. Hong Mingxian, however, was quite confident, believing that his strength had improved significantly after this period of seclusion. I think I can at least make it to the second round. Hong Mingxian felt that he should be able to go all the way in the first group of 8. Senior brother, you're being a bit too insecure with so many people coming this time. There's bound to be a lot of charlatans among them. I think we have a chance to make it to the semi-finals. Yang Rushua said with a grin. That's right. Yang Rushuan also chose to believe. Hong Mingxian smiled, touched the phoenix feather divine sword in his hand, and thought that he hoped to make this divine sword show its full splendor here. Qin Yongxian frowned, but ultimately said nothing. Su Hao simply smiled, thinking to himself that times had changed, and none of today's contestants were weaklings. Suddenly, he sensed an unfriendly gaze and abruptly looked over. To their surprise, a blonde, blue-eyed man appeared opposite them, looking at them with a provocative gaze. The man gave a mysterious smile, then suddenly flipped his right hand, revealing a burst of lightning. Interesting. Su Hao sensed Li Dashan's aura from this person and realized that he must have come from the Pantheon and had also obtained the Thunder God's inheritance. 1309, Chapter 1309. The Strongest Lightning Technique. This person looks pretty strong. What's his name? Tong Qingyuan followed Su Hao's gaze and exclaimed in surprise, noticing that the man's eyes were somewhat eerie. You're asking me? Su Hao said with a smile. Alright, I'll ask someone. Tong Qingyuan waved her hand, called over a disciple who was maintaining order at the scene, pointed to that spot, and began to inquire. The disciple nodded and left, then returned with a large list containing detailed information about each person. Tong Qingyuan gave him an approving look, thinking that this person was quite capable. She turned to the first page, and there it was, Su Hao. The inscription records that Su Hao came from the Su family of the western regions, lived in Yanjing for 15 years, and earned the title of Qiongqizi. He was once married but was abandoned by his ex-wife. His subsequent exploits included various brilliant achievements, such as his battles against Li Yuanwu and his participation in the Shu Mountain sex competition. The section on Su Hao's martial arts skills is incredibly rich, almost too much to list. At the top of the list is the Tai Xin scripture, followed by the 9 cauldrons longevity technique, the primordial chaos technique, the immovable king mantra, the 10 kings of hell secret technique, and so on. Is it really necessary for you to record this in such detail? Su Hao said with a wry smile. Who told you to be so famous? Every footprint you leave will attract other people's attention. Tong Qingyuan said with a smile. She then began searching for information about the man across from her, which turned out to be hidden on the third to last page. Ha! Tong Qingyuan found it strange that there was so little information about this blonde man. The inscription reads, this person is named Li Baoqiang. As if foreigners all seemed to like the surname Li. 50 years ago, he came from the Temple of Gods, and now he wanders the martial world as a rogue cultivator. Then, in the section on abilities, it says Thunder God's inheritance and undying clan bloodline. So, he's Li Dashan's senior. Su Hao glanced in that direction, flipped his right hand, and a lightning bolt appeared in his palm, as if in response to the other party. Li Baoqiang, sitting opposite him, smiled coldly and pointed at the referee who was in charge of grouping the players, as if to say, you'd better put me in the same group, and then we'll see who's the best. Young Master Su, I think you're being a bit too conservative in developing thunder magic. Tong Qingyuan suddenly said, according to my father, Taoist magic is extremely powerful, no less than other martial arts. Among them, thunder magic is the strongest. If used well, it can destroy the heavens and the earth. Oh, why would your father mention this? Su Hao pricked up his ears, clearly very interested. After all, we belong to the Celestial Masters sect, and what we learn is quite comprehensive. We certainly need to understand Taoist magic. Tong Qingyuan smiled and said, my father mentioned that in ancient times, the strongest skill was physical technique, followed by Taoist magic, and then martial arts. Among them, Taoist magic evolved into immortal arts, and once one cultivates it successfully, one can even ascend to the immortal realm and become a true immortal. Ascending to the immortal realm? Everyone's eyes lit up. This was the ultimate goal for most martial artists, but most could only dream about it and could never achieve it in their entire lives. Su Hao was interested in the term immortal arts, something currently unattainable. If he could obtain an ancient immortal sex secret manual, he might have a chance to reach a higher realm. But was it really that easy? At present, he only knew that Li Qingmei's family were descendants of an immortal sect. Furthermore, if we incorporate some formations into our thunder magic, wouldn't we be able to achieve an even stronger offensive, for example, the 7-star formation, the demon ceiling formation, and so on? Tong Qingyuan became more and more excited as she spoke. Su Hao was moved by these words. His martial arts skills were too diverse. He learned everything based on his talent, but he couldn't afford to spend time comprehending them all. Hearing this reminder, he had a sudden realization, as if he had gained some insight, and became engrossed in it. Miss Tong, reminding him like this will create a monster. Han Feiyang sighed. The two used to be quite similar, but now they can't even see each other's shadows anymore. That's right, his talent is terrifying. I recently heard that he also absorbed the power of the ancient ferocious beast Qianqi, which is like adding wings to a tiger. Hong Mingxian exclaimed. Isn't that good? The stronger Su Hao is, the more I like him. Tong Qingyuan said with a smile. She had already touched the threshold of becoming a terrestrial immortal, and she hoped that Su Hao could do the same. The grouping results came out quickly. Su Hao was assigned to the first group, and surprisingly, Li Baoqiang was also assigned to this group. Hong Mingxian was assigned to group 2, and Qin Yongxian to group 3, and then they all parted ways. Hong Mingxian left with the sword sect disciples by his side. In a lively and cheerful manner. The Qin family had few members and not many disciples, so he went alone. Su Hao was still in the process of comprehending the situation and hadn't yet reacted when Tong Qingyuan led him to a nearby viewing platform. The Tianxia Gang and Yanwan Pavilion members followed, clearly more interested in Su Hao. You're unlucky to be in my group. You surnamed Su. I'll make you pay. Li Baoqiang said coldly from a distance, as if declaring war. Strangely, Su Hao completely ignored him, keeping his head down as if deep in thought. He was somewhat angry, feeling that Su Hao was utterly disregarding him, and thought that if they were on the fighting stage, he would definitely teach this guy a lesson. As a result, Su Hao got the number 1 badge, while he was number 2, which meant that they would only face each other if they entered the finals of Group A. Humph, he's lucky. Li Baoqian muttered to himself. He regarded Su Hao as an opponent and, based on his identity in the Pantheon, was thinking of taking the opportunity to kill him. In fact, everyone noticed that Tong Shiyuan did not mention any precautions during the competition, which means that any means can be used as long as it can lead to victory. In the past, the Shu Mountain sect had a rule in their competitions that if the opponent conceded defeat, the fight could not continue. However, they have removed this rule, which shows how flexible the rules are. In the first match of the group, the 2 players are Su Hao from the western regions and the other player, from He Tuchuan of the Ghost Gate. Huang Yudao, the referee for this group, announced indifferently. When he looked at Su Hao, there was still a hint of anger in his eyes. After all, he hadn't avenged Xian Yu and Peng Hai yet, and he couldn't possibly forgive this man so easily. Immediately, a dark figure appeared on the arena. It was He Tuchuan. Surprisingly, this man had a face full of pustules, was emaciated, and looked sickly. Coupled with his squinty eyes, he gave off a sinister and terrifying aura. He looked ahead expectantly, only to find that Su Hao didn't seem to have gotten up yet. Su Hao, the competition has begun. Tong Qingyuan whispered in his ear. Oh? Su Hao arrived on the stage in a daze, stood still, and was pondering how to use lightning magic, having gained some knowledge of its application. Su Hao, meeting me is your misfortune. From this moment on, your good luck has come to an end. He Tuchuan said provocatively. 1310, Chapter 1310. Showing off one's limited skills before an expert. What exactly is young Master Su doing? Is something bothering you? This is a competition, you absolutely can't lose. The Ghost Gate is very mysterious, and I've heard it's quite powerful. Relatively speaking, young Master Su is now the true legend of the martial arts world. I hope he won't lose the match due to any unexpected circumstances. Many people were worried for him. Seeing that the other party had no reaction, He Tuchuan sneered inwardly, thinking that this person was being too arrogant. He didn't use martial energy, but simply struck out with his palm, and a black, eerie palm wind appeared in front of Su Hao. This was just the beginning. Then, a second and a third palm wind whistled in. From other people's perspective, various black mists appeared around Su Hao, vaguely resembling the presence of vengeful ghosts, giving people a rather terrifying feeling. Su Hao didn't seem to feel much of the attack. The light of the immovable king mantra automatically appeared on his body, deflecting several rounds of attacks. He was still pondering how to strengthen his lightning magic. He Tuchuan was somewhat embarrassed. His relentless offensive had no effect, as if it were merely tickling his opponent. He steeled himself and intensified his attack. As a result, the black mist thickened, and the ghostly wails grew louder. Even so, it still couldn't harm Su Hao in the slightest. Put. Yan Wuming laughed out loud, saying, "It's clear that this person has tried his best, but unfortunately, his strength is insufficient, and he is no match for young Master Su. He might want to make a name for himself in one battle, but he has to find the right opponent." Meeting Su Hao was his misfortune. He was reduced to a mere background character. Xiao Xuening said with a smile. Actually, this person's strength is already quite good, and I might not be able to beat him, but he has no chance against Su Hao. Han Feiyang also gave him a high evaluation. Tong Qingyuan simply smiled faintly and said nothing, feeling that this kind of opponent was not worth paying attention to. Just then, Li Baoqian suddenly let out a cold laugh, as if he thought Su Hao was just putting on a show to make himself seem very powerful. Boom! Another powerful attack shook the entire arena. Su Hao finally came to his senses and said calmly, "Have you made enough of a scene? Hey Su, what are you so smug about? Why aren't you focused on the match on the stage?" He Tuchuan, trying to save face, scolded him with a fierce but weak tone. Focus? Su Hao said calmly, "You haven't put enough pressure on me, so why should I focus?" Arrogant. The man's face flushed with anger. "This is an insult to the Netherworld sect. If you have the guts, bring out the equally powerful Netherworld martial arts and compete with me." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt that this person had gone too far. Everyone has a different training path. Some people are good at masculine martial arts, While others are good at feminine martial arts, how can you expect your opponent to win by using the same type of moves? If we can't do what he says, does that mean he won't admit defeat even if we lose? Upon hearing this, Su Hao nodded and said, "This is what you requested, so I hope you won't regret it. Bring it on." He Tuchuan assumed a fighting stance, looking incredibly serious. With a thought, Su Hao conjured a black mist around himself, instantly enveloping his opponent. He Tuchuan sensed danger and instinctively prepared to defend himself, but unexpectedly, a pale, ghostly face suddenly appeared within the mist, causing him to tremble with fear. The next moment, various ghostly figures emerged, plunging him into a mysterious state, as if he had fallen into a ghostly realm, surrounded by malevolent spirits. With just this one move, he realized his opponent was far stronger. Just as he was about to concede, he suddenly found himself unable to utter a single word. It turned out he had entered Su Hao's unique domain, as if his soul had been controlled. He trembled with fear and collapsed onto the stage with a thud. The audience couldn't see anything happening inside, but they could clearly sense that Su Hao had gained an absolute advantage. A few minutes later, when all the fog dissipated, He Tuchuan appeared in everyone's sight. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he kicked him directly towards the direction of the ghost gate. His fellow disciples hurriedly stood up, stretching out their hands to try and stop the man. Unexpectedly, this person was like a meteorite falling from the sky, injuring them all. This scene was enough to shock everyone. Su Hao either doesn't make a move, or he completely cripples the person. To discuss ghostly martial arts in front of young Master Su, isn't that like showing off one's limited skills before an expert? Young Master Su has never heard of such a request in his entire life. Everyone, remember this, he possesses the Tai Xian scripture, making him the master of all martial arts. The Ghost Gate, what a name, now everyone knows they're just a bunch of clowns. The audience erupted in mocking laughter. Su Hao stared at Huang Yudao and said calmly, "The competition is over, why aren't you announcing the results?" "Su Hao, I'm the referee, what's your tone?" Huang Yudao was clearly unhappy to see him win. He coughed and said helplessly, "Su Hao wins the first round now, please welcome number 2 and number 7. After listening, Su Hao turned and left. Just as he returned to the stands, he felt a strong electric current emanating from the ring. Looking up, he saw Li Baoqiang charging aggressively forward. He glanced at them and said calmly, "I suggest the rest of this group surrender as soon as they see me and Su Hao, to avoid wasting everyone's time, because your strength is ridiculously weak." His opponent was very unhappy with these words. The other man was a large fellow who followed a body-refining cultivation path, and he was a head taller than the foreigner. He directly shouted, "Western little potato, I advise you not to be arrogant. We all know how powerful young Master Su is, but someone like you is not worthy to be compared to him. Are you really going to make a move?" Li Baoqiang's gaze darkened, his eyes turning cold. "Certainly." After the man finished speaking, it was as if like a cheetah, it pounced directly at them, as if Mount Tai were pressing down on them. All anyone saw was Li Baoqiang raise his hand and point forward. Before they could understand what was happening, a current surged through the burly man's body, causing him to explode violently. So there was only a cloud of blood mist on the stage, and no second figure at all. Su Hao frowned, clearly displeased. Li Baoqiang's murderous intent was too strong. It was just a competition, yet he went straight for the kill. What was most frightening was that upon seeing the blood mist, the man revealed a ferocious smile, opened his mouth wide, and a vortex appeared centered on him, swallowing all the blood mist. Finally, he smacked his lips, still savoring the taste, and said, "What a delicious flavor. I hope my next opponent will continue this, so I can taste the essence of the weak." His provocative gaze immediately fell on Su Hao. His meaning was clear, this was his opponent today. 1311, Chapter 1311. Times have changed. Holy crap, this guy is too arrogant. I used to think young Master Su was arrogant, but now I think some people are even more arrogant. It has to be said, his abilities are quite astonishing. He is a successor of Thor and an undead. Being capable is a good thing, but being arrogant is not. You'll face retribution sooner or later. Others were talking about it. Young Master Su, how did he do that? Han Feiyang asked, puzzled, as he hadn't sensed any fluctuations in true energy. Their Western abilities are somewhat unique. They don't erupt directly from within the body, but are summoned from the void. They move at will, drawing upon the so-called power of Thor, Su Hao said calmly. The others still didn't quite understand, so he continued, simply put, all he needs to do is imagine lightning appearing inside his opponent's body, and then he can successfully kill them. Yan Wuming and the others were shocked they didn't know they had such an ability. This is simply outrageous. If you encounter an opponent like this, wouldn't you have no way to protect yourself? There are 8 contestants in the first group. Anyone who encounters this person is doomed. Tong Qingyuan smiled and said, simply put, no matter what methods your opponent uses, as long as they are stronger than you and want to kill you, it's an easy thing. The others smiled slightly after hearing this. The statement made a lot of sense. If it were someone else, and they were significantly stronger, they would have used different methods to kill that big guy. As they were talking, they suddenly saw Hong Mingxian, covered in injuries, being supported by his 2 junior sisters. As he walked back, he smiled helplessly, sat down, and said, "Sigh, times have changed. Am I already obsolete? Lost?" Xiao Shueming said, her face turning red. Was that obvious? I used my entire sword technique, but I still couldn't defeat my opponent. On the contrary, he almost killed me with a single move. I even suspect that he didn't use his full strength at all. Hong Mingxian exclaimed. Han Feiyong frowned, thinking that this statement was indeed true. Now, all sorts of hidden masters from various sects have emerged from seclusion, and everyone's strength is very strong, making the former 4 major sects seem insignificant. He didn't receive any invitation at all, and was completely ignored by the Celestial Masters sect. He was somewhat dissatisfied at first, but now he realizes that everyone who appeared was indeed very strong, and he was somewhat unqualified. Comparatively speaking, Hong Mingxian was obsessed with martial arts and kept improving, but he still fell in the first round. Su Hao wasn't surprised at all. Hong Mingxian had good talent, but his starting point was low because the sword sect as a whole was weak. The former 4 major sects only rose again after the fall of the godslaying sect. Once other sects or families recovered, they wouldn't be enough. He offered a word of comfort, then asked, "Who defeated you?" "The Jinghong sword sect, Wu Tianlong." Hong Mingxian said, a hint of fear creeping in his voice. The opponent's swordsmanship was simply too strong. "Is that so?" Su Hao nodded, as if to say, "I'll remember this if we meet again. I'll avenge you, my good-for-nothing cousin." Just then, excited shouts came from the other stands. It turned out that Qin Yongxian had won. He had cultivated the primordial chaos technique, and his moves were powerful and majestic, making him particularly suitable for the arena. He was a real spectacle, immediately winning applause from the audience and attracting the ardent gazes of many beautiful women. On another arena, several disciples of the Celestial Masters sect also won, appearing to be in complete control. Some hidden forces are also gradually revealing their true colors, which is quite surprising. Su Hao's next round of competition was still some time away. Just then, the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Li Qingmei calling. Just as he was about to answer, he saw Tong Qingyuan looking at him warily. He smiled, got up, and found a quiet place. "Hey, missed me?" Li Qingmei's voice was filled with longing as soon as she spoke. "No," Su Hao said calmly. "Oomph, you brat, you're just saying that." Li Qingmei didn't believe it at all, then changed the subject, saying, "How come you always have such good luck with women? Now that Miss Tong is with you, have you already forgotten about me completely?" "Sigh, the physiognomy palace is really everywhere. How did you find out about this? Miss Tong and I don't have any relationship, it's just that he keeps pestering me." Su Hao said calmly, "By the way, are you planning to go to the South China Sea now?" "That's right." Li Qingmei affirmed, "We're about to board the plane this time. It's just me, Ren Xian, and Senior Nun of the South Sea, but I have a feeling the situation in the South Sea is rather complicated. According to Senior Nun of the South Sea, there's also a complete martial arts world there. No, it should be called a small cultivation world. It's different from the martial arts world. It's more mysterious and more powerful. You're all better now, and you can stand on your own," Su Hao said with a smile. "No way." Li Qingmei still missed Su Hao. "If you finish your business with the Celestial Masters sect, could you come directly to the South China Sea?" "I'll definitely go if I can," Su Hao promised. "Alright, I'll wait for you here." Li Qingmei immediately became happy and said, "This grand competition of the Celestial Masters sect is very important. This sect is very powerful. If they invite you to join, you might want to consider it." Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Had Li Qingmei heard some news? "You know I never join any sect." He shook his head and said, I'm just offering a suggestion. There's nothing wrong with sticking to your principles. Li Qingmei suddenly thought of something and asked, just what is Tong Shiyuan's actual strength? A terrestrial immortal. Su Hao simply uttered 4 words. So it's true. Li Qingmei was utterly shocked. A 30-year-old terrestrial immortal, was he even human? She changed the subject, saying, if I obtain the family's immortal techniques, I'll secretly tell you too. Isn't that a bit much? Su Hao was a little stunned. She was so generous, not treating him like an outsider at all. If I say yes, then yes, your refusal is useless. Li Qingmei seemed to have already made a decision. However, whether we can actually obtain this idea is still a question. Su Hao wanted to talk about something more, but suddenly he heard Ren Xuanxuan's voice, as if reminding him that it was time to board the plane, so the two of them reluctantly hung up the phone. For some reason, he had a premonition that the South China Sea might really be in turmoil, and that Li Qingmei's trip was fraught with danger. Just then, he suddenly felt someone beside him. Before he could react, the person abruptly grabbed his heel and disappeared from the spot. It appeared thousands of meters away, as if riding on clouds. As soon as he landed, he saw the beautiful Tong Shiyuan beside him and said aloofly, which little vixen were you talking to? Did you mention me just now? 1312, Chapter 1312. A great deal of discussion. Miss Saintus, you're being far too suspicious. I was just talking to my girlfriend on the phone. Su Hao chuckled. Li Qingmei? Tong Shiyuan immediately reacted, looking somewhat displeased, even with a strong hint of jealousy, and leaned closer, saying, tell me, who's better, her or me? Su Hao was stunned. Was this still the ambitious second-in-command of the Celestial Masters sect? How could he still be so susceptible to a woman's love and comparison? He wouldn't make a judgment, but simply smiled and put his arm around her. Miss, if you're just here to flirt, isn't that a bit too high profile? Don't worry, there's no one around. If anyone sees me, I'll kill them, she said, then gently leaned on his shoulder. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. This person kept talking about murder, and he didn't know if it was a real thought or just a catchphrase, but since they weren't close, he was just cautiously keeping her company. What do you want from me? He asked softly. Come to the Celestial Masters sect at 9 o'clock tonight, and I'll take you somewhere. Tong Shiyuan said earnestly. Where to? He asked warily. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Tong Shiyuan promised. In short, it won't do you any harm. You have to agree whether you like it or not. Faced with her domineering attitude, Su Hao had no choice but to say, all right, I will keep my promise. Good girl, that's more like it. She smiled sweetly again, staring at him as if she wanted to do something. Then she sensed a familiar presence, blushed, kissed him goodbye, and disappeared instantly. After a while, Su Hao also sensed the presence. It turned out to be Tong Qingyuan, who had come looking for him. If it were anyone else, Tong Qingyuan would probably have already lost her temper. Su Hao, you're just answering a phone call. Is it really necessary to come all this way? Tong Qingyuan said helplessly. Isn't this because I'm afraid someone will hear? Su Hao said with a smile. By the way, your reminder just now was very good. You've gained some insight? Tong Qingyuan was shocked how much time had passed. Excluding the time for the competition, he probably only had less than 10 minutes to gain insight. Su Hao nodded, and with a thought, 7 lightning balls appeared around him. They collided and exploded with fierce cracking sounds, and sometimes they spun continuously, as if forming some kind of formation. Finally, it transformed into a chain, binding wildly. Lei Fei's offensive methods suddenly became more diverse. Clap. Tong Qingyuan immediately clapped her hands and praised, you really are a genius, to have such a comprehension in such a short time. Didn't you provide a better idea? In this respect, we should thank Miss San. Su Hao said with a smile. You're welcome, Tong Qingyuan said, leaning closer, her eyes wide, and asking shyly, Su Hao, answer me seriously, who's better, me or Li Qingmei? Su Hao sighed silently. This was really troublesome. The two sisters were always asking the same question. Since he hadn't answered Tong Shiyuan, he couldn't answer her either. He simply smiled and said, let's go back and participate in the competition. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Tong Qingyuan wasn't so easily dismissed. She grabbed his hand and persisted. You are all fairies, I am not worthy of you. Su Hao could only smile helplessly. TCH, boring. Although she was very dissatisfied, as this was not the answer she wanted to hear, she understood that as a smart person, she would not make a random comment, so she accompanied him back to the stands. Just then, the fourth group's competition began, and the two of them started watching. After the first round of the first group concluded, Su Hao quickly faced his second opponent. This person was from the Jinghong sword sect, but not Wu Tianlong. He possessed a gleaming golden flying sword and exuded immense arrogance. His entrance was equally stunning. He actually flew on his sword. The audience erupted in uproar. Wasn't this the ideal situation everyone had in mind? Flying on a sword is so cool. That's interesting. Su Hao smiled. Be careful, they're not easy to deal with. Hong Mingxian warned. Su Hao nodded and slowly walked onto the arena. He glanced at his opponent, Wu Yinglong, and said calmly, "Your flying sword is indeed quite interesting. It looks very strong. Want to learn?" The other person asked arrogantly. No. Su Hao shook his head. Wu Yinglong was somewhat surprised this kid wasn't playing by the rules. If the other party had said he wanted to learn now, he would definitely have humiliated him unexpectedly. Su Hao expressed disinterest, so he said somewhat angrily, "Flying swordsmanship is the strongest martial art. You want to learn it, you don't even have the connections." "There are definitely ways, I just haven't had the time before," Su Hao said, then suddenly turned to Tongqing Yuan below the stage and said, "Third miss, find me an ordinary longsword." "What are you up to now, kid?" Tongqing Yuan said, but she still turned around, snatched a weapon from a disciple she didn't recognize, and flew directly onto the stage. Su Hao was a little confused. It seemed that she and Tongqing Yuan were indeed sisters, and she was completely unreasonable. He drew his long sword, and a cold light appeared. The weapon was neither good nor bad, just an ordinary magic weapon. He said, "Everyone watch carefully, I'm going to demonstrate how to forge a flying sword." "Hey Su, it's daytime now, don't dream," Wu Yinglong said disdainfully. Su Hao ignored it, a crimson flame appearing in his palm before he placed the weapon there. As time passed, the treasure was refined, growing smaller and smaller, but its aura grew stronger and stronger. After about 10 minutes, he had only a sturdy broken sword about an inch long left in his hand, its light shimmering, making it look almost like a flying sword. "Rise!" Su Hao gave a shout, and the broken sword floated in the air. He flew up onto it, and with a thought, he flew directly across the stage on his sword. After circling around, he returned to his original spot and then stepped down. He turned to the unfamiliar martial artist who had lost his weapon and looked shocked, and said, "Brother, take your weapon back from now on. You can obtain a decent weapon by feeding it with your own blood every day." As he spoke, the broken sword transformed into a streak of cold light and flew over the man. Easily caught it in his hand. He immediately stood up and said excitedly, "Thank you very much, young Master Su, for bestowing upon me a flying sword." He initially thought Tongqing Yuan was domineering and unreasonable. Lamenting the loss of a weapon unexpectedly, he suddenly acquired an even better flying sword, a stroke of pure joy. Everyone else was stunned. They felt unlucky. If they had been chosen by the third miss, they would have been the ones to obtain the flying sword. That kid's really lucky. It's like a pie falling from the sky. Oh my god, I want to fly on a sword too. Is there anything young Master Su can't do? Everyone was talking about it, and they had immense respect for Su Hao. 1313, Chapter 1313. Admitting defeat. Su Hao, don't try to fool everyone. You call that kind of weapon a flying sword. It's not even in the same league as my natal flying sword. It would shatter at the slightest touch, Wu Yinglong said angrily. His weapon was the result of countless efforts and more than a decade of work. How could it compare to the crudely made flying sword that Su Hao had just made? You're right, that flying sword from before was indeed subpar. My true chi flames are still lacking. If I were to become stronger someday and forge that weapon into a flying sword, its quality wouldn't be inferior to yours. As Su Hao spoke, a cold light appeared in his hand. It was the Chaos God-slaying sword. At this moment, Wu Yinglong's expression darkened. This weapon was of a higher grade than his flying sword, and even without forging it, it couldn't compare. If, as Su Hao said, it were forged into a flying sword, it could elevate him to another level. But is refining a divine artifact such a simple matter? You two are currently engaged in a competition. Please refrain from doing anything unrelated, Huang Yudao reminded them. Wu Yinglong then realized what was happening and gave a cold laugh. You almost tricked me today. I'll show you the power of the Jinghong sword sect. Looking forward to it. Su Hao nodded approvingly. All that could be seen was Wu Yinglong pointing with his right hand, and the flying sword transformed into a streak of cold light, instantly appearing in front of Su Hao. The latter reacted quickly, erecting a golden light barrier. Unexpectedly, the flying sword passed through the light barrier and pierced directly through his body. In the end, he only shifted to the side for a moment, avoiding the location of his heart. As the flying sword returned to Wu Yinglong's hand with a streak of blood, the man coldly said, "See, you couldn't even withstand one of my moves." "He's injured?" Xiao Xuanning couldn't believe it. She remembered that Su Hao had never been injured in previous competitions. "The flying sword is too fast, it's normal that you can't dodge it," Han Feiyang said, indicating that he understood. "Our immovable king mantra isn't working?" Yan Wuming noticed something different. That golden light was all too familiar. It was one of the two ultimate techniques of the Yama Pavilion. He hadn't expected it to be so ineffective. The flying sword seemed capable of breaking through any light shield, possessing mysterious and unpredictable abilities. "This little injury shouldn't be a problem, right?" Tong Qingyuan murmured to herself. As they were talking, they saw the blood, before it even fell, return through the air and flow back into Su Hao's body. His sword wound was also healing rapidly. Having absorbed Li Lang's abilities, his current regenerative capacity was no less than that of an undead prince. "Not bad, you control your flying sword very well." He nodded appreciatively, noting that the Dinghong sword sect was still much stronger than the Qinglian sword sect. Wu Yinglong's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Hao wasn't a martial artist, nor did he follow the body refining path, so why was his recovery ability so strong? Could it be the power of the 9 cauldrons longevity technique? Again! The man was very unhappy, and the sword light appeared again. Without exception, every attack successfully struck Su Hao. As his attack speed increased, his opponent sustained more and more wounds, with blood splattering continuously. Even so, Su Hao's recovery ability still surprised everyone. From the time he was injured to the time he recovered, there was only a 2 or 3 second interval in between, so it seemed that Wu Yinglong's attacks were all in vain. In the end, he was still unharmed. "Damn, I don't understand anymore. Did young Master Su manage to defend against Wu Yinglong's attack, or did he fail to do so? This guy is absolutely terrifying. He's completely unharmed. How are we supposed to fight him? If you ask me, the Ginghong sword sect has no chance. Only Li Baoqiang has the ability to deal with him. His injuries weren't fatal, which is a bit too much. As bystanders, everyone can see it clearly." Su Hao recovered quickly, and Wu Yinglong's offensive seemed strong, but the effect was very average. Li Baoqiang frowned and said calmly, "Fool, while he's injured, burn all those blood beads away. Blood energy is the key to his recovery." He was also an undead, so of course he understood the value of that blood. Unfortunately, Wu Yinglong either didn't understand it at all, or he was unable to do it. "Shall we continue?" Su Hao asked with a faint smile. "You're sick." Wu Yinglong muttered, "I'm not playing anymore, it's pointless. Referee, I concede." This was the only player in the group to concede defeat. Everyone was slightly taken aback for a moment, then expressed their understanding. Indeed, Su Hao's abilities are too invincible. Continuing the fight would only be a waste of energy. Huang Yudao was somewhat helpless and had no choice but to reluctantly announce that Su Hao had won. This also means that he has officially entered the final group in the first round of the competition. Only one person will remain standing in front. Who will be the final opponent? Everyone is still looking forward to it. When Li Baoqiang reappeared, he was still menacing, and unsurprisingly, he successfully killed his opponent on his second strike. Watching him absorb the blood mist, everyone frowned, still finding him far too ruthless. "Su Hao, your next opponent is me. Be prepared to die even if you admit defeat. It won't matter. I will absolutely not accept it." Li Baoqiang stood on the stage, declaring war madly. "Understood." Su Hao nodded in affirmation, but that was all he replied with. After he came down, everyone asked him about flying swords, so he explained at length. Su Hao had mentioned before that he could forge flying swords and had even written down some methods for using them for Yang Ruxue. So, flying swords are really powerful. Hong Mingxian exclaimed. "Yes, this is a different cultivation path," Su Hao said. "Young Master Su, I look forward to the day when you will be able to forge the divine sword into a flying sword." Xiao Xuening expressed her best wishes. Su Hao smiled calmly. To forge this flying sword, he needed to reach the next level, which he couldn't do at the moment. He suddenly sensed something and abruptly looked towards arena number 8. Buddha figure was found lying heavily injured on the ground. The injured person was none other than Zhang Feiyang of the Celestial Masters sect. Isn't this Tongqing Yuan's senior brother? They actually lost in the first round of the competition? TSK, look at his defeated appearance. What's the difference between him and a dead dog? Tongqing Yuan was actually a little gloating. She held the list, checked it, and said, his opponent is Dugo Haoyue from Taishu Manor, whose strength is still very good. Third miss, does your Celestial Masters sect have other experts participating? Su Hao's heart stirred. Although Zhang Feiyang was quite strong, it was impossible for him to win the championship in a competition of this level. As the host of this martial arts tournament, the Celestial Masters sect must send out masters with the ability to win the championship. Yes, there's another senior brother's not my father's disciple, but he's apprenticed under the Grand Elders, already touched the threshold of a terrestrial immortal and could break through at any time. Tongqing Yuan said proudly. 1314, Chapter 1314 East-West Conflict. Such a powerful disciple, the Celestial Masters sect is truly full of hidden talents. Huang Mingxian was stunned. No wonder he lost so badly. The martial world had changed. He used to think he was a genius, but now he realized he was just a frog in a well. Could he have gained some insight during the competition and broken through directly? Xiao Xuemeng scratched her head and said helplessly. That shouldn't be the case. Reaching the realm of a terrestrial immortal requires unimaginable spiritual energy, and the conditions here don't meet that requirement, Xiao Xuening explained. In short, the Celestial Masters sect is definitely still very strong, so please rest assured. Tongqing Yuan said with a proud smile. Everyone else shook their heads. They weren't from the same sect. Didn't this mean that the Celestial Masters cult was extremely terrifying? Su Hao also felt a sense of urgency, realizing that his current strength was somewhat insufficient. He did possess dragon essence, with ample spiritual energy reserves, and if all else failed, releasing the Heaven Mending Goo would surely allow him to absorb a considerable amount of true energy. His problem was that he had no understanding of the concept of a terrestrial immortal, considering it an ethereal and elusive realm, meaning he had encountered a bottleneck and couldn't perceive the existence of the next realm. The path of martial arts is shrouded in confusion. What's your senior brother's name? Su Hao asked. Look, it's that one. Tongqing Yuan pointed to a tall man not far away with her slender finger. He had a very noticeable black mole between his eyebrows. The senior brother is called Zhang Yuan. He is senior brother Zhang Feiyang's cousin. I see. Su Hao only glanced at him, but immediately remembered him. Zhang Yuan also sensed the gazes from this side, glanced at them indifferently, and then turned away coldly, as if he didn't care about Su Hao at all. Ladies and gentlemen, the next competition will be the final of the first group. First of all, I would like to introduce Li Baoqiang. He comes from the Temple of Gods and is currently training in the Eastern martial arts world. He has rich experience and great strength. This person possesses the legacy of the Thunder God and is an undead, making him at least a prince, or even on the verge of becoming an emperor. Let's welcome Li Baoqiang with applause. Huang Yudao felt fortunate. Even if he couldn't take revenge himself, he could see someone stand up and choose Su Hao as his opponent, and he would firmly support him. When this person was an elder of the Poison Goo sect, his status in the martial arts world wasn't particularly high, but now that he's working for the Celestial Masters sect, everyone is giving him face and applauding him. Amidst flashes of lightning, Li Baoqiang made a proud entrance. He nodded slightly, clearly pleased by the respect shown to him. This battle is going to be exciting. I declare that the martial arts tournament of the Celestial Masters sect is more exciting than that of the Shu Mountain sect. Does this also mean that the Shu Mountain sect has become a thing of the past, and Zhang Baimei's title of the number one master is even more laughable? In the long river of history, has any sect ever been able to exist forever? Think about how powerful the Yihua Palace was in the past. Now it's practically non-existent. That's right, it's a real pity about the Yihua Palace, but since their sect leader is missing, there's nothing we can do. Could the situation be similar with the Celestial Masters sect? Neither the former nor the current head of the Tong family ever shows their faces. Some people have spread rumors that Tongqing Yuan's father may have gone mad and was unable to manage the Tong family and the Celestial Masters sect, which is why he entrusted them to Tongqing Yuan. These people are really despicable. Why do they make wild guesses about things they don't know? Tong Qingyuan was very unhappy when she heard these rumors. Her gaze darkened and she stared at them with murderous intent. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately fell silent, appearing extremely fearful. Don't be impulsive. Su Hao understood that people's opinions could be terrifying, and explaining would be useless. Even if everyone understood now, they would still say something behind his back. Be careful, this guy is very strong. Tong Qingyuan warned. She didn't think she had much of a chance against Li Baoqiang anyway, and she figured the two were about the same strength, so she guessed Su Hao was probably in a similar situation. Thank you for your concern. Su Hao waited a while and found that Huang Yudao had no intention of introducing him at all. He couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that this elder was still holding a grudge. He slowly stood up, leaped into the air, and landed on the arena. He had barely landed when a bolt of lightning flashed towards him. He frowned, thinking Li Baoqiang was somewhat despicable for launching a direct attack, but he still landed, his right foot immediately engulfed by lightning, hissing as it quickly turned black. Su Hao, I'll make sure you die knowing why Li Dashan was practically my disciple, and you actually killed him. Today is my day of revenge. Li Baoqiang roared. He brought this upon himself, he has no one else to blame. Su Hao shook his head calmly. No matter what your reason, you need to understand one thing: once you harbor murderous intent, you are likely to suffer a backlash. I could kill Li Dashan, of course I can kill you too. You have the ability? Li Baoqiang smiled disdainfully, but then a thought suddenly struck him, and he launched another attack. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared inside Su Hao's body, spreading wildly like vines and forming a chain that directly controlled him. Li Baoqiang's attacks were completely unpredictable. This trick again? Thor's legacy is a bit too unfair. Oh no, young Master Su has just stepped onto the stage and hasn't even settled in yet, and he's already under attack. I am afraid his chances of survival are slim. The other party is here for revenge, and we definitely won't let him go. Everyone is worried about Su Hao. Tong Qingyuan frowned. Wasn't she reminding him to be careful? Could it be that the opponent's attack was completely undefendable? Su Hao, as the person involved, you should understand the gap between Dashan and me, right? Li Baoqiang said coldly. Yes, the difference is quite large. Su Hao nodded. If that's the case, then die. Li Baoqiang shouted, a thought flashing through his mind, imagining the lightning chains tore Su Hao to shreds. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and just when he thought it was going to work, the unexpected result was that the lightning not only did not harm Su Hao, but instead changed direction and entered his body directly. It looks as if it has been absorbed. Controlling grenades, is it fun? Su Hao asked indifferently. What exactly happened? Li Baoqiang was a little confused. Everyone knew that Su Hao knew lightning magic, but that didn't mean that this person could absorb the opponent's lightning energy, did it? The reason is simple, the East is greater than the West. Su Hao didn't want to offer any other explanations. The lightning in the West was strange, he could absorb it before, and now he felt no threat at all. These words infuriated Li Baoqiang. He simply couldn't accept it. With a furious roar, the world changed color, and a ball of lightning, gathering power high in the sky, appeared above everyone's heads. 1315, Chapter 1315, The Annihilation of Thor. Everyone looked up and saw the lightning ball growing rapidly at a visible speed. It had started as the size of a fist, but now it was the size of a small mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Scattered lightning bolts fell from the sky, indiscriminately attacking the ordinary spectators. They were unable to dodge in time and were instantly reduced to scorched earth. Suddenly, everyone felt insecure. Li Baoqiang is a ruthless person, and he will probably launch the offensive to the maximum. At this moment, the spectators in the other stands also looked over, feeling shocked. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Xiao Xuening directly. She looked pale and distraught. Han Feiyang, standing beside her, unleashed a powerful attack to protect his junior sister. However, his strength was insufficient, and he was instantly blasted dozens of meters away by the lightning. A second bolt of lightning struck, and Xiao Xuening stood frozen in place, completely bewildered. Hong Mingxian was already injured and could do nothing to help. Xiao Xuemin was equally stunned, watching helplessly as her sister fell into danger. Little lightning, look how powerful you are. Tong Qingyuan raised her right hand and unleashed a gentle palm wind, directly sending the lightning flying. Third miss, thank you. Xiao Xuening was overjoyed. You're welcome, it was nothing. Tong Qingyuan said, when she saw lightning and explosions all around, and many people were already dead beyond any doubt. On the ring, Li Baoqiang was still gathering his strength, as if he felt it wasn't enough yet. What exactly is he doing? Why isn't he making a move yet? Xiao Xuening frowned. Don't forget, Li Baoqiang is also an undead, he can't be killed easily. Tong Qingyuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, the others smiled helplessly, it was indeed true. Prepare to die. Li Baoqiang finally prepared all his power. His face was pale, and he looked much weaker, but he was full of confidence in this move. This was the Thunder God Annihilation, which had been proven countless times and was enough to kill any opponent of the same level. As the mountain-like lightning ball descended, Su Hao frowned, and finally seemed to give up, remaining motionless. Boom! The overwhelming attack shook the entire back mountain. The bright light was dazzling, and everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Is young Master Su already dead, who can withstand such a powerful attack? Unfortunately, he didn't seem to put up any resistance. Is this person here for revenge? After using this move, he probably won't be able to continue the competition. The Western Thor is worthy of respect. Some people closed their eyes and uttered words of admiration. Li Baoqiang smiled. He was certain Su Hao hadn't left. He figured Su Hao's life was nearing its end and there was no chance he could be resurrected. Even he himself couldn't recover from such powerful lightning. Referee, can we announce the result now? He said arrogantly. Good. Huang Yudao was delighted and stood up abruptly, saying, the competition in Group 1 has come to an end. Let's congratulate Li Baoqiang on successfully winning. Wait. Just then, amidst the bright light, Su Hao's voice of objection rang out. Everyone was astonished. Could this person still be alive? When the lightning slowly disappeared, everyone looked over again and found that Su Hao was calm and composed, without any injuries whatsoever. What exactly happened? Where's my lightning? Li Baoqiang asked in bewilderment. You mean these things? Su Hao slowly stretched out his hand, and a bolt of lightning emerged from his palm, growing brighter and brighter until it floated into the air and finally grew into the aura of the Thunder God's annihilation. In terms of both scale and energy, it is exactly the same as the one before. The difference is that Su Hao's control over lightning far surpasses that of Li Baoqiang. No scattered lightning bolts fell from the sky, and all the spectators were safe. Li Baoqiang was completely dumbfounded. Could his opponent really be immune to lightning damage? He had previously thought it was just a matter of insufficient power in their attack, but now he realized that he had been going in the wrong direction all along. Do you have any last words? Su Hao asked calmly. You surname Su, you've definitely been targeted by the Pantheon, and we won't let you go. Li Baoqiang shouted angrily. Just then, Su Hao waved his right hand, and a ball of lightning descended from the sky. Just as Li Baoqiang had sensed, he was indeed unable to withstand this attack. Turning directly into a blood mist after being bombarded by lightning, he vanished completely. After a brief moment of stunned silence, everyone was overjoyed. Ha, young Master Su is the one who has the last laugh. Fancy moves are completely ineffective against Su Hao. Remember the saying, the East is greater than the West. The last threat is laughable. Weren't they always targeting young Master Su? It turns out that the Pantheon is just a paper tiger. Huang Yudao's face was grim. This was something he couldn't accept. Unexpectedly, Su Hao became the winner of the first group, and also today's victor. He awkwardly forced a smile and said, Su Hao wins the first group and becomes one of the top 8 in the first Heavenly Master Sect martial arts tournament. Thunderous applause erupted, and Su Hao received the respect he deserved. He walked off the stage with a smile and received congratulations from all his friends. Are you really not afraid of being struck by lightning? If you do something wrong in the future, can you just swear an oath without thinking? Qin Yongxian joked as he brought Xingli over. To be precise, I absorbed that lightning ball. Su Hao emphasized. It's clear that it has truly become a part of you. Qin Yongxian nodded. But here's the problem, I've improved, but I still can't sense the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Su Hao said, distressed. Qin Yongxian was stunned. What was this kid saying? How could there be such a young immortal on land? Even Tong Shiyuan was 5 or 6 years older than him. However, he also had such feelings. After all, the strongest realm is elusive and impossible to reach. What's even more frustrating is that the realms of terrestrial immortals are vast, divided into 9 heavens, each requiring an even greater amount of time. Those who cultivate slowly might spend 1,000 years. Fortunately, it's only the first level of the land immortal realm. By the afternoon, all the competitions in each group had ended, and the list of the top 8 had been released. Su Hao, Qin Yongxian, Wu Tianlong, Dugo Hua, Song Yutong, Ling Husu, Zhang Yuan and other young people all advanced to the next round, as did an elder from the Lu family. Su Hao glanced at the list and realized that most of the people here were the same group he had met on the street earlier that day. He guessed that they all respected each other and understood each other's strength. When he clashed with Zhang Fei, everyone was just watching the show. Cousin, I hope we don't run into each other tomorrow. Otherwise, knowing each other inside and out, there's no point in fighting. Qin Yongxian waved goodbye and left. He still needed to go back and adjust his breathing to prepare for tomorrow's competition in the best possible condition. Young Master Su, it's about time we headed back. Would you like to return to the hotel? Han Feiyang said casually. Before Su Hao could answer, Tong Qingyuan pulled him and said, no need, he'll stay at the Celestial Master's sect today. 1316, Chapter 1316. 2 Extremes. Su Hao was taken aback. This was unexpected, but then he remembered his promise to Tong Shiyuan, so he nodded and said, see you tomorrow, everyone. Hee hee, see you tomorrow. Han Feiyang and the others smiled strangely. He was now entangled with Tong Qingyuan and didn't know how he would get out of it. Let's go, let's chat somewhere else. Tong Qingyuan felt that feelings need to be nurtured. Although the falling flowers may be affectionate, the flowing water may be indifferent, but as long as she put her heart into it, Su Hao wasn't a stone, and she would eventually find a chance to win him over. She pulled Su Hao out of the venue and into a quiet bamboo grove. The two fell silent for a while, and when they were actually alone, Tong Qingyuan felt awkward and couldn't find anything to talk about. She had never imagined that she would be so distressed when facing relationship problems. Third Miss, what kind of martial arts do you practice? Su Hao asked with a smile. My martial arts technique is a bit of a mouthful. It's called the Heavenly Martial Tao Lord's Supreme Universe Technique. Tong Qingyuan said with a chuckle. Su Hao said helplessly. What kind of martial art has such a long name? Alright, I added some names. It's called the Heavenly Tao Universe Technique. Tong Qingyuan said seriously. It's a kind of Taoist technique according to my father. It's a martial art that is infinitely close to immortal techniques. It should be comparable to the Tai Xian scripture, but the Heavenly Tao Universe Technique is not that complicated. It only has mental techniques and moves. Is it really not complicated? Su Hao recalled his sparring session with her back then. Her palm techniques were unpredictable and far more complex than she described now. He could even sense that she wasn't using a weapon. The Heavenly Tao Universe Technique should be a martial art with powerful mental techniques and flexible, ever-changing moves. Anyway, I think it's pretty simple. Tong Qingyuan is a genius girl and feels no pressure at all. The two used this opportunity to start a conversation about martial arts. Although Tong Qingyuan was young, she had received careful training from her father since childhood and was very familiar with various theories, even knowing more about Su Hao in some aspects. Su Haoqiang's experience was practical and also gave her a lot of insights. The two complemented each other and each benefited. Young Master Su, what kind of person do you think my sister is? Tong Qingyuan asked quietly. She thought the two of them had a bad relationship and some grudges, and she wanted to resolve it. She's a bad woman. Su Hao said simply. Actually, that's not the case. My sister also has her own hardship. She used to be a kind woman, but she was bullied everywhere. Not only did the family elders not take her seriously, but even ordinary disciples ignored her. So my father gave her a serious warning, saying that as a person in power, he must be ruthless, mainly for the benefit of the family and the Celestial Master's sect, and that he should be willing to sacrifice anything. Tong Qingyuan said. Su Hao sighed somewhat. This was probably why he didn't want to take over the Su family. It was simply too troublesome. All the big and small matters piled up, making it incredibly annoying. At that moment, he understood why Tong Shiyuan had shown a moment of tenderness when she was by his side. It turned out that she had also come a long way, understanding the principle that kindness is often taken advantage of, and gradually changed herself, eventually becoming the holy maiden of the Celestial Masters sect. How's your relationship? Su Hao asked. It's neither particularly good nor particularly bad after all, we're a whole cycle apart, and there are quite a few differences between us, but blood is thicker than water, and no matter what, as family, we will support her. Tong Qingyuan said earnestly. Where's your brother? Su Hao asked, puzzled why was the person in charge of the Tong family a woman. Logically, their second son should be the sole heir. My brother went to cultivate elsewhere, he is the hope of our family. We have a dream, to become a celestial clan and leave the Tong family's name in the celestial realm. Obviously, relying solely on the Celestial Masters sect is not enough to achieve this, so my second brother had to go to another sect, Tong Qingyuan said. Third miss, have you considered this? I won't stay in one place once I'm done with things here, I'll have to leave so there's no future for us. Su Hao said seriously. So what, I'm happy to do it. Tong Qingyuan said without thinking. She had finally met a man she liked, so what was wrong with being a little serious? Alright, I'll stay with you a little longer today. Su Hao was somewhat touched. Kiss me. She slowly closed her eyes, filled with anticipation. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Hao stood at the agreed place and waited for a while. Then he saw a red figure flying in from a distance. It was Tong Qingyuan. Just as Su Hao was about to greet her, he felt an invisible pressure forcefully pressing him to the ground. He suddenly realized a possibility. Perhaps someone had been eavesdropping and watching while he was with Tong Qingyuan that afternoon, and was therefore angry now anyway. He didn't explain, just watched indifferently. 3 minutes later, Tong Qingyuan also felt that she was being unreasonable. She had just vented her anger, so she silently let go and then glanced at her waist, as if hinting at something. Su Hao slowly stood up, thinking to himself, this is a case of giving a slap on the wrist and then a sweet treat, but it would be foolish not to take advantage of such a good deal, so he did as she asked, putting his arm around her waist and kissing her. For some reason, he found this type of woman more attractive. Tong Qingyuan blushed slightly, and after a while, she chose to separate. She paused and said, you did a good job just now. Today I'll take you to a nice place. Let's go. Su Hao said expectantly. It was only then that they realized Tong Qingyuan seemed to have dressed up carefully for the appointment. She was beautiful and fair-skinned, so she didn't need to use makeup, but she was wearing a bright red coat over a tight-fitting top that accentuated her figure perfectly, so they couldn't help but follow behind her and take a few more glances. She gradually increased her speed, heading north. Beyond the territory of the Celestial Masters sect lies an endless expanse of mountains and forests. This place is called the 10,000 Mountains, and it truly lives up to its name. Whether she was in a hurry or testing him, Tong Qingyuan remained silent and moved with incredible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Hao only had time to leave a trace of his divine sense to lock onto her location before gathering his energy to follow. Since he began cultivating, he had rarely encountered peers stronger than himself, and this night run was truly astounding. A full half-hour passed, and he thought he was about to escape the 10,000 mountains, only to find that he hadn't. Finally, in front of a cave, he saw Tong Qingyuan, who had been waiting there. You're too slow and too weak, she said calmly. Give me a few more years, and I'll definitely catch up with you. Su Hao said, somewhat unconvinced. It won't take many years if you're lucky, maybe today will be enough, she said, and walked straight inside. Su Hao was skeptical, but quickly followed from the outside. The cave seemed quite unremarkable. They had encountered many along the way. Only after entering did they realize that it appeared to have been renovated, showing signs of human intervention. 1317, Chapter 1317 Subterranean Beasts. The Tong sisters are two extremes. One is talkative and lively, the other is quiet and aloof. Being with them, they are mostly silent. She seems to want to say something, but doesn't have the habit of doing so, making her even quieter. As you descend through the passage, the air gradually becomes hot and dry, as if there is something terrifying inside. Young miss, is this where you broke through to the next level? Su Hao's heart stirred. You can't call me miss, call me holy maiden in public, and Qi Yuan or sister Shi in private, okay? She suddenly stopped and almost bumped into him as she turned around. Seeing the expectation in her eyes, Su Hao smiled and said, Sister Shi, of course I can fulfill this small request. I discovered this place before I took over the Poison Gu cult. According to Huang Yudao, they discovered this place 30 years ago but had no way to deal with it, so they sent people to guard it, Tong Qingyuan said with a smile. Oh, do you have some ferocious beast? Su Hao asked in surprise as he gradually sensed the restless atmosphere. That's right, Tong Shiyuan said. There's a fire qilin inside. Its strength is roughly at the first level of a terrestrial immortal, but it seems to be seriously injured, and it has chosen this place full of earth fire to heal itself. I was thinking that if someone could absorb its power, they might have a chance to reach the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Sister Shi, given this opportunity, why did you give it to me? Su Hao was somewhat moved. Of course it's because you're too weak. Tong Shiyuan sneered. How can my man be so weak? What if I need your protection someday? What can you do then? These words left Su Hao speechless, both amused and exasperated. Was he really so weak that he couldn't even kill a chicken? In the eyes of other women, he was incredibly strong, but in Tong Shiyuan's eyes, he was incredibly weak. Upon closer examination, Tong Shiyuan seemed to have some worries whether it was her forceful subjugation of the Poison Goose sect or her conquest of other sects. It seemed as if something big was about to happen. Seeing that she didn't explain, Su Hao didn't ask any further questions. He simply promised, Sister Shi, even if you don't help me break through, just let me know if you need anything. I am willing to risk my life for you. Pa, I don't want you to die. Tong Shiyuan suddenly made a demand, saying, I don't like being left behind. I know you have a good relationship with Li Qingmei and are close to third sister, but today, you have to promise me one thing. If you break through today, I want to become your woman. She was assertive and domineering, as if she were announcing something rather than discussing it. Su Hao was stunned. He had never seen a woman like this before. If you don't agree, do you hate me? Tong Shiyuan was a little embarrassed. She had thought she was very charming and could attract any man who knew that Su Hao didn't seem to be that kind of person, and didn't give a direct response. Don't misunderstand, I couldn't be happier. Su Hao wasn't after power. He genuinely thought she was wonderful. It was a good thing that the two of them were so straightforward with each other. Hee, you're just trying to scare me. Her face flushed, but she quickly regained her aloofness and turned to walk away. 3,000 meters underground, a bubbling lava field appeared ahead. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant than in other parts of the 100,000 mountains, and it was completely different from the coldness of Tianqi Lake, belonging to two extremes. With a hiss, Su Hao felt the air temperature was too high, his clothes smelled of burning, and blisters formed on his skin. He immediately circulated his inner energy to cover his entire body, which stopped the scalding sensation. At this moment, I can't help but think that if one's strength is weaker than that of a late-stage celestial venerable, one would not be able to gain a foothold here and would soon be burned to ashes, leaving no trace of one's remains. Boom! Just then, a giant beast emerged from the lava, eyeing the two warily. Upon recognizing Tong Shiyuan as one of them, it became particularly enraged, spitting out a flame as if to incinerate her. The latter appeared quite composed, simply shouting, You beast, today your opponent is not me, but this man. As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed her palm out, creating a whirlwind that blew the flames wildly before they finally dissipated. It seems that since discovering this place, she has been coming to challenge the fire qilin from time to time, gaining the upper hand. Now that the two have met, they seem like enemies, their eyes filled with intense hatred. I'll deal with it? Su Hao was stunned. The fire qilin wasn't the ferocious beast from Tianqi, it was an adult. Even if it was injured, it still possessed the strength of a terrestrial immortal. If it had even 30% of its strength left, it would be beyond his ability to handle. What are you afraid of? I will protect you. Tong Shiyuan glared at her. Alright, Su Hao had no choice but to bite the bullet and fly over. As soon as it took off, a wave of heat suddenly hit it. The fire qilin acted decisively, immediately changing its attack direction and exhaling its breath. Su Hao dared not be negligent and used all his strength to unleash the Great Wilderness Fall technique. Boom! A powerful force instantly shattered his attack. The remaining flames engulfed his entire body. He felt as if his whole body was burning. The momentum was too strong, and even with the true energy of the longevity technique, he was somewhat unable to withstand it, feeling as if his soul was about to be scattered. Just then, a gentle force came from the side, blocking 7 or 8 tenths of the threat and reminding him, Don't panic, absorb this force. Su Hao reacted immediately, unleashing the heaven-mending goo and unleashing its fiery energy. To everyone's astonishment, the usually invincible heaven-mending goo suffered a major setback this time, struggling to withstand the onslaught, just like its master. Fortunately, their sheer numbers made up for it. For every 10 that died, at least one would survive and successfully absorb the energy of the flames. As a result, his millions of Skymending Gu seem to have undergone a new round of evolution. In addition to growing small wings, they also turned crimson, looking like clusters of small flames. Even so, their numbers were drastically reduced, leaving only about 1,000,000. After this tempering, the reproductive ability of the Heaven Mending Gu was also suppressed. Despite absorbing so much energy, surprisingly, no new Gu worms appeared, and nothing changed. Grass! Su Hao called out, which was quite rare for him. Even though 1,000,000 is a lot, the mortality rate was 90%, so it's hard to say whether it was a gain or a loss. In this way, the fire Qilin's energy gradually became a part of him, and he immediately felt the temperature of the surrounding magma drop a bit, so he should be able to adapt to the environment here. After Tong Shiyuan stepped in to help, she had been observing him closely. She had heard that Su Hao possessed a strange ability, seemingly capable of absorbing any kind of energy, even the blood energy of the undead. That's why she rashly decided to bring him here to try it out. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded, and his strength increased slightly. With a bang, the fire Qilin's attack did not stop. Its breath became stronger, and the flames became more concentrated, with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. 1318, Chapter 1318, Heavenly Rain. Good timing. Su Hao, having tasted the sweetness, couldn't stop. He unleashed the Great Wilderness Fall technique once more. Just like before, it only neutralized a portion of the fire energy, the remainder still engulfing his entire body. Tong Shiyuan, ever clever, immediately coordinated by casting a protective aura to safeguard his lifeline. The remaining power was rapidly divided up by the evolved Heaven Mending Gu, gradually becoming a part of him. This virtuous cycle gradually improved his condition. The fire Qilin was already irritated after being defeated several times by Tong Shiyuan. Seeing a weaker opponent whom it couldn't defeat in 2 moves only fueled its impatience. The flames on its body intensified, gathering power for its next attack. Be careful. If you can withstand this next move, there won't be any major problems. Tong Shiyuan reminded her. Understood. Su Hao nodded solemnly, and a layer of flame-like protective energy immediately appeared on his body, almost like the technique of the immovable king mantra, protecting himself. The fire Qilin, being an ancient ferocious beast, possessed immense power, its towering flames carrying an aura of annihilation. As it charged forward in a single exchange, it shattered the protective aura shield. Even so, after discussing and refining their defenses, they managed to reduce the power of its attacks somewhat. Boom! The remaining 90% of the fire energy successfully struck Su Hao. Tong Shiyuan was about to protect him again when she noticed Su Hao give her a reassuring look, so she hesitated for a second. Unexpectedly, Su Hao's body exploded on the spot, leaving no trace of his remains. Are you fucking kidding me? She cursed, feeling that Su Hao was too reckless and couldn't withstand this move. Why didn't he say so earlier? Humph. A cold snort came from the fire Qilin's side, as if it were somewhat proud and felt that it had one. Immediately, it saw Tong Shiyuan's fierce gaze and murderous aura, which frightened it somewhat. In their previous encounters, it had always been at a disadvantage, but Tong Shiyuan had always shown mercy, leaving it with no effective way to deal with the situation. If Su Hao were to truly die this time, the situation would be different. The fire Qilin would directly become the enemy who killed its beloved man, and it would definitely be killed. She still harbored a sliver of hope. What if he had some means of survival? Calming down slightly, she realized this hope wouldn't be disappointed, because Su Hao's presence was still felt around her. His physical body had simply vanished, making things seem somewhat strange. Not long after, a newborn man gradually appeared in the air. A confident smile played on his lips as he said, "Fire Qilin, you can't kill me now." Just now, he used his immortality technique to dodge a fatal blow and absorbed all the remaining fire energy. Now, confident and certain, his gaze towards the ferocious beast was filled with greed, as if he were treating it as an experience point. Roar! The fire Qilin was furious. If it couldn't beat Tong Shiyuan, how could it possibly lose to someone like her? It immediately launched a new attack, seemingly identical to the previous one. At that moment, Su Hao's immovable king mantra completely blocked it. As one gains strength while the other loses, the gap between them narrows as one becomes seriously injured and the other grows stronger. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Hao revealed a cold smile, switched tactics, disappeared from his original spot, and began chasing after the fire Qilin. At this point, Tong Shiyuan was both surprised and delighted. Su Hao's improvement was much faster than she had imagined. She smiled with satisfaction, feeling that the trip had been worthwhile. Little did he know, the problem that had been troubling Su Hao had also been solved. He had previously had no perception of the realm of terrestrial immortals, feeling it was something ethereal and unattainable, but now it was different. The Fire Qilin was right before him, demonstrating this realm to him, and he suddenly felt as if a new door had opened before him, giving his efforts a direction. Admittedly, the Fire Qilin is very strong. At its peak, even with Tong Shiyuan's help, it couldn't withstand any attacks. However, a weakened Fire Qilin is perfect for training. The fight between the two was incredibly fierce. Half an hour later, Su Hao gradually gained the upper hand, and his moves were even able to injure the Fire Qilin itself. Only after the flames on its body dissipated somewhat could its true condition be seen. This ferocious beast was already covered in wounds. It had originally set its sights on this healing sanctuary, but instead, it had attracted various experts to come and disturb it. If it encountered other experts, it would kill them if it could, and drive them away if it couldn't. The arrival of Tong Shiyuan in Su Hao was absolutely fatal. With more and more wounds appearing on his body, he finally lost his balance and could no longer withstand Su Hao's attacks. His body slowly cracked open. Instantly, magma surged, showing signs of an imminent eruption. Su Hao felt as if he were in the middle of a dormant volcano, because this fierce battle was about to cause it to erupt. Let's not delay, let's make one last quick buck, Tong Shiyuan reminded him. Clear. Su Hao stopped hiding his intentions and summoned all the goo worms, which then plunged into the lava to absorb the last of the fire energy. So that's how it is. Tong Shiyuan finally understood Su Hao's ability. It turned out he was using goo worms. When the secret was revealed, it all seemed rather ordinary in the martial arts world. Many people cultivate with the help of goo worms. The poison goo sect was a prime example. She had heard of it before, but had previously dismissed it as a low-level method of cultivation. Now I feel that it's not bad, at least it can help me improve myself. Boom! A volcanic eruption caused lava to burst from the ground, breaking through layers of rock and eventually reaching the outside, causing forest fires. At the last moment, a red figure flew out rapidly, frowning upon seeing the surrounding scene. This wildfire was large-scale. If it were allowed to continue burning, it was estimated that all the sects in the 10,000 mountains would have to relocate. At this moment, the other sects also noticed the anomaly and were filled with terror. The 10,000 mountains had always been lush and green, and they thought it was an ideal treasure land, but they never expected to find such an apocalyptic scene. It was simply terrifying. What should we do? The fire is about to spread to our sect. That's not right. The magma over there has been stable, so why did it suddenly erupt? Could it be, is someone digging for treasure underground? Is this divine retribution? Is it too late to put out the fire now? These people were uneasy, and some even wanted to get closer. However, they immediately sensed a powerful aura emanating from Tong Shiyuan, and were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks, only able to watch from tens of thousands of meters away. Isn't that a bad idea? Su Hao was the last to emerge. He glanced around and muttered to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He unleashed countless bolts of lightning, causing layers of thunderclouds to appear in the sky under his control. A massive rainstorm, the likes of which hadn't been seen in a century, erupted. The wildfires were quickly extinguished one by one. The other martial artists, unaware of what had happened, thought it was a blessing from heaven and were overjoyed. Su Hao, this is a bit too incredible. Even Tong Shiyuan had to admire him. Sister Shi, let's not talk about this anymore. I need to find a place to break through, Su Hao said seriously. 1319, Chapter 1319. Land Immortal. Inside the nameless cave, Su Hao was enveloped in flames, entering a profound state as he continuously absorbed the energy of the goo worms. He was gradually advancing towards the realm of a terrestrial immortal. The dragon essence within his body also surged, providing a continuous source of power. Tong Shiyuan stood guard beside him, her face flushed. It turned out that after Su Hao was resurrected, he was completely naked, making the current cultivation scene rather strange, but she didn't want to blink an eye. As night deepened, Su Hao finally stopped cultivating. The moment he opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, clearly indicating that he had reached the highest level. He has reached the first level of the Land Immortal realm. Their strength has increased several dozen times compared to yesterday. So this is what it feels like. He could now truly feel this power and immediately understood why he had been so subdued by Tong Shiyuan last night. The difference in their abilities was so vast. Congratulations, your current strength is finally acceptable. Tong Shiyuan smiled slightly. Does that mean I'm not a match for Sister Shi yet? Su Hao was taken aback. Don't get too cocky, you've only just entered this realm, how could you possibly compare to me? My current strength is at least 10 times greater than yours. Tong Shiyuan said proudly. Su Hao was speechless, this woman was too strong. Before he could say anything more, he saw a fiery figure rush towards him, and everything went black. He immediately realized it was time to keep his promise. Inside the Celestial Masters sect, Tong Qingyuan's expression was not good since dinner. She had separated from Su Hao because of her delicate skin. She lived next door, and after some internal struggle, she finally decided to go find Su Hao. However, after knocking for a long time, there was no response. Frustrated, she suddenly burst through the door. But she found that Su Hao was not there at all. The room was empty. Her eyes darted around, wondering if Su Hao disliked her and had run away. Overwhelmed with sadness, she stood there, lost in thought. Until the volcano erupted and the wildfire caused a sensation. She went out to check and found that the wildfire was far away from the Celestial Masters sect, which relieved her slightly, but then she felt something was wrong. This wildfire didn't happen out of nowhere, it must have been caused by someone. Could it be the fire Qilin? Tong Qingyuan realized, but she became even more frustrated. She suddenly realized that Su Hao and her older sister had no grudges at all this time. The two of them secretly slipped out to find the fire Qilin to fight. Wouldn't she get angrier and angrier the more she thought about it? Even after the wildfire was extinguished, Su Hao still hadn't returned, leading Su Hao to speculate that the two were shameless and secretly having an affair outside. The next morning, the martial arts tournament became even more lively. Everyone present was discussing the strange events of the previous night. What happened with yesterday's wildfire? Are two masters locked in combat? Your information is too outdated, isn't it? Don't you know that there is a fire Qilin hidden in the 10,000 mountains? Perhaps it is angry and doesn't like so many people coming here, so it is using wildfires to warn us. So that's what happened. Don't listen to his nonsense. The fire Qilin is a legendary ferocious beast and cannot possibly exist. It's probably because there are many people here, and some of them went camping and accidentally burned something, which started the fire. Don't be so skeptical. The world is vast and full of wonders. There's the Qiangqi and Tianqi and the fire Qilin in the 100,000 mountains. What's wrong with that? Seeing the lively scene around them, Xiao Shuwening and the others had already discussed it since they didn't know the truth of the matter. It was all just speculation. What surprised them was why Su Hao hadn't appeared, even though the competition was about to begin. Not only that, it seems that Tong Qingyuan didn't come either. Haven't the two of them gotten up yet? Huang Yudao, who was in charge of this martial arts tournament, was still explaining the rules to everyone. In short, there were no rules. He encouraged everyone to fight to the end, preferably to the death, because that was the most realistic kind of battle. Then they began to introduce the information of each contestant, starting with Wu Tianlong from the Jinghong Sword Sect, and said many words of praise. Many people may not know that the Jinghong Sword Sect was once the strongest sword sect, and their flying sword techniques were unmatched. Even though they declined due to a fierce battle, they have now had enough time to recuperate and have returned to the martial arts world. A few disciples they send out at random are enough to shock the entire martial arts world. Young Master Wu Tianlong is one of the best among them. In the first day of the competition, he easily defeated Hong Mingxian, a disciple of the sword sect. When Huang Yudao mentioned the sword sect, he was clearly full of disdain. This made Hong Mingxian, Yang Rushuang and the others extremely embarrassed. In the past, they were respected wherever they went, but now they were called a third-rate sect. What Jinghong sword sect? They're not even worthy of carrying our sword sect's shoes. Yang Rushua said indignantly. Junior sister, keep your voice down. Today is different from the past. We are indeed not as strong as them, so let's not cause trouble. Hong Mingxian said sternly. So what if they are the strongest sword sect? I hope their opponent this round is young Master Su Hao, and that they will be defeated and leave with their tails between their legs. Yang Rushua said. Yang Rushuang nodded slightly, and everyone was happy. But where is Su Hao? After the other contestants had finished their introductions, Huang Yudao mentioned Su Hao, simply saying that he was a former champion of the Shushan martial arts tournament, and then began to organize people to draw lots in front of everyone. The rules are the same as before, player number 1 versus player number 8, and player number 2 versus player number 7. There are 8 people in total. In the morning, They will compete in 4 rounds on the main stage. The 4 winners will advance to the semifinals in the afternoon. 2 finalists have emerged today, and they will face off in the decisive battle tomorrow morning. When the draw was revealed, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Su Hao wasn't number 1, but they quickly felt helpless again, because number 2 was Su Hao. After the draw, Yang Rushuet and the others were quite satisfied. Perhaps it was fate, but Su Hao's opponent in this round was none other than the 7th Wu Tianlong, pen name. After the competition, I'll see if he can still be so arrogant, Yang Rushuet said coldly. Others responded as well, and then Tong Qingyuan arrived. Looking listless with dark circles under her eyes. Everyone stood up and greeted her respectfully. Third miss, is young Master Su still sleeping in? Yan Wuming asked with a smile. You're asking me? Tong Qingyuan said coldly. He immediately sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, and gave an awkward laugh. Wasn't this just out of concern for a friend? We didn't see young Master Su, so we asked if we said anything wrong. We apologize. Your wrong's not resting, he's practicing. He'll probably be here in a bit. Tong Qingyuan realized something was wrong. If everyone found out the two weren't together, wouldn't they start gossiping? At this moment, she could only smile wryly to cover it up. 1320, Chapter 1320. Entering the semifinals. When Su Hao opened his eyes, he saw Tong Qingyuan sleeping soundly with her back to him. He moved slightly, and she immediately woke up, turned around, nestled in his arms, smiled sweetly, and said, "Good morning, husband." "Sister Shi, you've changed how you address me already?" Su Hao said with a slight smile. Of course, no one can change the facts, can't they? Her charming demeanor was captivating. That's true. Su Hao patted her shoulder, closed his eyes again, and prepared to take another nap. Unexpectedly, Tong Qingyuan gently bit him and said, "Get up quickly, you have a competition this morning." "Could we make a shady deal and just give me the championship?" Su Hao joked. "That won't do, our celestial master's sect must be fair and just." Tong Qingyuan said with a smile, let's go together." "Okay." Su Hao nodded. Before the second round of competition, Su Hao finally arrived. He greeted everyone with a smile, and then saw Tong Qingyuan looking sullen, probably guessing what had happened. In the second round, Su Hao will face off against Wu Tianlong, Huang Yudao announced. Everyone else looked on with anticipation. The expert from the Jinghong sword sect was finally about to make his appearance. They had all witnessed his flying sword skills before, which far surpassed those of other martial artists. Did this mean that even Su Hao was no match for him? A figure flashed to the center of the arena. The person revealed a faint smile and said, "Su, it's finally our turn. I only have one thing to say, you are no match for me." Faced with the provocation, Su Hao simply said, "I advise you not to court death." Really? Wu Tianlong sensed something was amiss. Su Hao's aura was different from yesterday, giving off a rather terrifying feeling. Could it be that this person had already achieved a breakthrough? That didn't make sense. The heavily venerable realm wasn't so easily broken through. With a hint of caution, he summoned his flying sword. Instantly, the world changed color, as if all the brilliance had gathered on this flying sword. Swords emerged from the clouds, death. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, the flying sword expanded infinitely, suddenly becoming hundreds of meters long. Everyone was astonished. They hadn't realized flying swords could be used in such a way even among disciples of the Jinghong sword sect. There were differences in skill. If Wu Yinglong were to fight, he certainly wouldn't be able to achieve this. Boom! As the sword light approached, Su Hao merely sneered. A golden fist appeared in the air, instantly shattering the flying sword. Wu Tianlong was struck hard, slamming onto the arena. His face was filled with horror. The fear he had felt moments before had become reality. Su Hao's strength was truly terrifying. "Could it be that you were the one who caused the commotion last night?" Wu Tianlong asked in surprise. "What's all that noise? I didn't hear anything." Su Hao asked in surprise. "It's those wildfires." Wu Tianlong thought he was pretending to be stupid. "Of course not. That was caused by the fire Qilin." Su Hao said seriously, and this was the truth. He wouldn't act recklessly. If the wildfire spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wu Tianlong couldn't figure it out for a moment, but with his natal flying sword destroyed, should he continue? After thinking about it, he felt unwilling. Perhaps he could still put up a fight with other moves. He directly formed his fingers into a sword and began to unleash the 9 heavens and 10 earths sword techniques. It seems that its momentum is still very strong. But in Su Hao's eyes, it was a childish move, not worth mentioning at all. He simply waved his hand, creating whirlwinds that blew the man thousands of miles away, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. Everyone was shocked. Is this all the experts from the Jinghong sword sect? It was nothing like the intense showdown I had imagined. Su Hao is simply too domineering, it's terrifying. It seems that young Master Su's strength has reached another level. He now exudes an invisible pressure that is absolutely unmatched by ordinary people. Could it be that he really caused the commotion yesterday? What Fire Qilin, where is it now? Other audience members were discussing it. Su Hao glanced at Huang Yudao and said coldly, "The outcome is decided. Why don't you announce the result?" Huang Yudao's face was grim. This was not the situation he had hoped for at all. The person he had placed so much hope in had actually lost to this kind of man. It was simply terrifying. He smiled helplessly, stepped forward, and said, "Congratulations, Su Hao, on making it to the semifinals." Su Hao nodded and returned victorious. As soon as they sat down, everyone asked what had happened yesterday. Seeing everyone's eager look, he gave a mysterious smile. "It's a simple story. Last night, someone fought a wounded divine beast and luckily won." Xiao Xuening and the others were stunned. Such a huge commotion, and he only used such a simple sentence to summarize it. Everyone could guess that the whole process must have been very intense, but for Su Hao, it seemed that the past was no longer important. Tong Qingyuan opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. "Are you unhappy today?" Su Hao asked softly. Someone is asking a question they already know the answer to. Tong Qingyuan said helplessly. "Third miss, this attitude isn't right. We're family after all. From now on, you might have to call me brother-in-law." Su Hao didn't say anything, but the voice echoed in her mind. Tong Qingyuan immediately realized that he was already a terrestrial immortal. Without this ability, it would be absolutely impossible to transmit divine consciousness. She was jolted. Her worst fears had come true. The relationship she had painstakingly cultivated had ended like this, with her older sister snatching the spoils. Tears welled in her eyes. Filled with resentment, she lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then firmly declared, "I don't accept this. We'll each keep our own separate accounts." "Whatever you want." Su Hao smiled helplessly. He just didn't want to deceive anyone. If the other party could, if we accept it, then there's no other way. No one understood what kind of riddle these two were playing. But it felt very strange, so they all whispered about other things, not daring to disturb each other. Su Hao's gaze then fell on the arena, watching the other contestants compete. Tong Qingyuan silently wiped away her tears and quietly leaned on his shoulder, as if expressing her inner thoughts through her actions. "Ha!" Su Hao suddenly realized that Elder Lu was the real hidden master, whose strength was no less than that of his senior brother from the Celestial Masters sect. "He's that strong?" Tong Qingyuan was also extremely surprised. His senior brother from the Celestial Masters sect was his opponent, and he was actually defeated and forced to retreat. In the end, he emerged victorious. The man's gaze swept over Su Hao and landed on him, as if he regarded him as his greatest rival. Most importantly, he saw a crimson light in the man's eyes, and he was immediately jolted. 1321, Chapter 1321 Shangqing Immortal Technique. "Su Hao, what are you thinking about?" Tong Qingyuan asked nervously. "This person is actually an undead. Could it be?" Su Hao frowned. "The undead?" Everyone else was a bit confused. This Elder Lu, named Lu Junlong, was using orthodox martial arts techniques and looked incredibly powerful. Relatively speaking, he didn't exude any undead energy. If that's the case, then it's been hidden very well. Indeed, this person's strength is far greater than we imagined. He may have reached the level of an undying emperor, which is the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Su Hao said helplessly. "I have never encountered an opponent like this before." A terrestrial immortal, these people stared wide-eyed, finding it unbelievable. They never expected such a powerful expert to appear on the arena. They wondered how the Celestial Master sect had managed to do it. Su Hao seemed to understand why Tong Shiyuan had helped him break through. It turned out that the strongest opponent in this competition was not a disciple of the Celestial Masters sect, but this low-key elder Lu. This person is even better at hiding than Li Baoxiang. He is almost indistinguishable from the Eastern martial artist. With the appearance of these two masters, the other martial artists paled in comparison. Those like Dugo Haoyue became mere foils, and coincidentally, the two weren't matched up that day, each winning their afternoon matches and becoming the final opponents in the finals. That night, Su Hao was meditating when he saw someone sneaking in. It was Tong Qingyuan. She was dressed very seductively, her face flushed, as if she herself couldn't stand the style. Su Hao, is it pretty? She walked over, turned around, and asked with a burning gaze. You do look good. You're young and beautiful now, and no matter how you dress up, you're a perfect beauty, Su Hao said with a smile. You've got a sweet tongue, you know how to make people happy. She walked over with a smile and said, actually, I didn't want to wear this outfit, but thinking about how the competition ends tomorrow and you'll be leaving soon, I was afraid I'd never see you again, so I decided to take a chance. Fool, our ultimate goal is to ascend to the immortal realm one day. We will definitely meet again in another dimension. Su Hao said at that time, we will be old friends and can sit down and have a long talk by candlelight. Pa, what old friend? I want to be your ex-lover. Tong Qingyuan moved closer passionately. Su Hao was slightly taken aback, but after thinking about it, he realized that this was also a kind of predestined relationship, and he couldn't refuse. The next morning, all the spectators got up very early to secure the best spots. When Su Hao and Tong Qingyuan appeared, the place was already packed with people, twice the number of the audience on the first day. Xiao Xuening and the others noticed that Tong Qingyuan was radiant with happiness, looking as blissful as a newlywed. It seemed the two were truly a pair of bickering lovers, making up as soon as they got out of bed, and now they were quite inseparable. What's wrong? Tong Qingyuan asked with a chuckle when she noticed the strange looks on everyone's faces. It's nothing, I just found it funny to think about how someone was crying yesterday, Xiao Xuemeng, the boldest of them all, teased. Yesterday is yesterday, let bygones be bygones. Tong Qingyuan was in a good mood and wasn't angry. Su Hao seized the opportunity to sit down, and Lu Junlong was sitting in the opposite stands. He was wearing a scarlet cloak today, which clearly showed his identity, and his gaze was full of provocation. He was the king of the undead race, and basically all the undead that Su Hao killed were related to him in some way. Therefore, these two were destined to have some kind of hatred between them. Young Master Su, are you confident? Yan Wuming asked with a smile. Confidence? I'm not sure yet, but there's something I have to do right now. Su Hao muttered to himself. Everyone was a little surprised. Was this person trying to cram at the last minute? The next moment, he took out the Chaos God-slaying sword with a whoosh. A white flame emerged from his palm. The intimidating power he exuded caused everyone around him to stand up and not dare to approach. Everyone realized that this was what he had said before, that he wanted to refine the divine sword into a flying sword. They just didn't understand why his flames had become so powerful. Only Tong Shiyuan understood this matter. After the fierce battle last time, he successfully absorbed the energy of the fire Qilin and now possessed supreme divine fire, which was just right for refining the divine artifact. As expected, under everyone's watchful eyes, the weapon in Su Hao's hand gradually melted away, eventually leaving only a crimson flying sword about the length of a finger. This weapon was forged by the sword demon of the sword forging manor. Although its abilities were decent, it was not crafted to the required standard and was not a true divine weapon, but merely a title. Now, after being tempered by Su Hao, the weapon's grade has been raised to a higher level, reaching the level of a celestial artifact. Su Hao, what do you want to call this weapon now? Tong Qingyuan asked with a smile. Asking the heavens. Su Hao thought for a moment. This is my martial will, so let's name it the Sword of Asking the Heavens. Asking the Heavens, what a great name. Tong Qingyuan nodded, full of anticipation. Once this flying sword is mastered, someone will probably go on a killing spree. In truth, this process was quite astonishing to others. He accomplished it in just a few minutes. Back then, the sword forging manor had spent a tremendous amount of time and effort crafting this weapon, ultimately mobilizing 1,000 skilled artisans. Yet, in his hands, the weapon seemed like a toy, its form completely transformed. If you look closely, there is a mark of a fire unicorn on the blade of his sword, making it look incredibly sacred. What on earth is he up to? Lu Junlong frowned, feeling that this person's behavior was somewhat unusual. Just then, a white figure appeared. It was Tong Shiyuan. As the holy maiden of the Celestial Masters sect, her aura surpassed that of everyone present. Holding a secret manual in her hand, she declared, "Fellow martial artists, today's competition has reached its final stage. This is the reward offered by our Celestial Masters sect. The secret manual is called the Shangqing Immortal Technique, an incomplete manual left behind by an ancient immortal sect. If someone successfully comprehends it, they will have the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm." These words caused an uproar at the scene. The rewards offered by the Celestial Masters cult were better than expected. Isn't that amazing? Don't be too happy yet. This is an incomplete version, which means that even the people of the Celestial Masters sect cannot successfully comprehend it. That's right, it's impossible to ascend to immortality by relying on this manual. Some dissenting voices emerged from the surrounding area. Tong Shiyuan offered no explanation, simply announcing, "Now, please welcome our two contestants." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Junlong flew directly onto the stage, seemingly impatient. His eyes held no interest in the beautiful Tong Shiyuan, they were fixed solely on Su Hao, his murderous intent undisguised. Su Hao slowly walked onto the stage, his expression calm, as if he had no emotional fluctuations. 1322, Chapter 1322 The Perfect Plan. Tong Shiyuan glanced at Su Hao, nodded slightly, and then said coldly, "The final begins." After saying that, she flew off, leaving only two final opponents on the main arena. One was Su Hao, an outstanding representative of the Eastern martial arts world from the Su family of the Western regions, who had created countless legends and seemed to be writing a new one. The other is Lu Junlong, who comes from the West but has integrated Eastern influences. His identity is mysterious and his strength is unknown, yet he made it to the finals and defeated his opponents from the Celestial Masters sect, proving himself to be a formidable figure. The moment has finally arrived. I have a feeling that these two are likely to be evenly matched. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the closest we've ever come to being immortals on land. I never expected to encounter two immortal beings on land. This is truly a rare opportunity. I could never catch up to those two in my entire life. It seems there's still some grudge between them. I wonder who will have the last laugh. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Tong Qingyuan was a little nervous. After all, this was the strongest battle yet, and she hoped that Su Hao would win. But is it really that easy? Until the outcome of the competition is known, everything remains uncertain. On the arena, a loud boom resounded as Lu Junlong unleashed his full power. A violent aura filled the heavens and earth behind him. Crimson flames raged, revealing the kingly aura of the undead race. Everyone was stunned. Su Hao, on the other hand, maintained a steady breathing, not yet revealing his strength. He simply said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. If you're going to engage in a life-or-death battle, it's definitely unwise. Unwise, you killed so many of my people, now it's finally time to settle the score. If I can't even avenge myself, what face will I have to face my other people?" Lu Junlong said angrily. "Then bring it on." Su Hao smiled faintly. "Prepare to die," Lu Junlong said in a deep voice. His moves were striking, resembling some ancient, lost martial art. The power he displayed was unprecedented against others. He hadn't needed to use so much blood energy, but against Su Hao, he went all out. Destroy the heavens and the earth. The names of his moves are also very direct, representing his anger. The entire audience tensed up at this moment. Su Hao, alone facing the overwhelming crimson blood energy, looked incredibly dangerous. If his strength wasn't sufficient, he would definitely be annihilated. Even Qin Yongxian's palms were sweating. Faced with such an attack, even Su Hao, if injured, would not be able to revive. A trivial skill. Su Hao's 4 words seemed to be announcing something. Suddenly, a sword light appeared, transforming into a heaven-splitting weapon. It pierced through countless flames and finally struck Lu Junlong's heart. Die. After the simple verdict, the undead king's eyes widened as he felt his body crumbling bit by bit. He was astonished to discover that the power of the asking sword was so great that even the undead's blood energy couldn't be unleashed. As his consciousness gradually faded into nothingness, he too transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Su Hao made no attempt to conceal his actions, unleashing all his goo worms to devour the blood completely. Everyone found it unbelievable. Many people thought Su Hao would win, but no one expected him to win so easily. He defeated his strongest opponent with just one move? Wu Tianlong laughed heartily and said, "Everyone saw that, right? That's the power of a flying sword." This is the kind of power he envisions for flying swords. Unfortunately, he didn't have such good weapons and couldn't be as handsome as Su Hao. Congratulations to Su Hao for winning the competition. I hereby declare the first martial arts tournament of the Celestial Masters sect a complete success. Thank you all again for your support. Please leave the venue in an orderly manner. Tong Shiyuan smiled with relief. As expected, Su Hao was trustworthy. She didn't want the incomplete manual to fall into the wrong hands. "Su Hao, come with me." Tong Shiyuan nodded and said, "Okay." Su Hao said. In the Celestial Masters Hall, only Su Hao and Tong Shiyuan were present. Before them lay the Shangqing Immortal Manual. Tong Shiyuan handed it directly to him, saying, "This immortal manual is genuine." "What do you mean?" Su Hao asked hurriedly. "The Shangqing Immortal Manual is real. It's a secret manual of the Li family of the South Sea," Tong Shiyuan explained immediately. "This is just one part of it. Similar to the Taishin scripture, for some reason, the manual was split in two. Once you find both copies, you can obtain the complete Shangqing Immortal Manual." Her words seemed to imply something. This immortal technique was very powerful and was the last hope of the Celestial Masters sect. She also wants to ascend to the immortal realm, but that requires obtaining the complete Shangqing Immortal Manual. Given her status, she couldn't get close to the Li family. Her only hope was Su Hao. "You trust me that much?" Su Hao asked. "Nonsense, I'm all yours. How could I not trust you?" Tong Shiyuan blushed and said, "Take it with you, then go to the South China Sea, help Li Qingmei overcome her difficulties, obtain another secret manual, and then come back. What if I don't come back?" Su Hao was a little surprised that she trusted him so much. "Then I'll become a waiting for husband stone and cry in the South China Sea every day." Tong Shiyuan suddenly smiled slyly. "Absolutely not, I'm most afraid of women's tears." Su Hao had no choice but to put away his smile and said, "First, I promise that I will definitely inform you once I obtain the complete manual. Second, what will happen to the Celestial Masters sect if such a thing really happens? Isn't there Qing Yuan? She's actually a reserve talent." Tong Shiyuan said earnestly, "Of course, I will also share the immortal techniques with her. If she can also ascend to the immortal realm after cultivation, that would be even better. Once our whole family breaks through, who will care about the Celestial Masters sect?" Su Hao was taken aback. It seemed that this was indeed the case. There are better places to go. Tian the teacher god cult is no longer important. It seems that Tong Shiyuan's plan was quite perfect. Her greatest asset is Su Hao. The situation in the South China Sea is a bit special. We shouldn't delay. I've prepared a plane for you. Let's set off now. We should make it in time. Tong Shiyuan seemed to know something and led Su Hao directly to the tarmac. As he boarded the helicopter, he saw Tong Qingyuan looking somewhat forlorn in the distance, as if she knew her fate, so he waved goodbye to the Tong sisters. "South China Sea, here I come," Su Hao muttered to himself. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he had just landed when he saw Li Qingmei rushing over with Rin Xuanxuan. He was a little puzzled. Could it be that Tong Shiyuan still had contact with this side? Otherwise, why would they arrive so soon after he got off the plane? "Su Hao, you're really something. You even managed to take down the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Masters sect." Li Qingmei walked up and launched into a barrage of questions. 1323, Chapter 1323, My Lifelong Love. Let's not dwell on this, shall we? Su Hao smiled slightly. "By the way, what's the situation in the South China Sea?" "The situation is bad, Senior. None of the South Sea is injured." Li Qingmei frowned and said worriedly, "She's injured?" Su Hao was somewhat surprised. "Was that Senior very strong?" "Let's talk about it in the car," Li Qingmei said helplessly. They've been in the South China Sea for some time now, and the situation here is more difficult than they imagined. Their family's secret manual has been retrieved and is currently in Li Zhouyu's possession. This man claimed to be a descendant of the Li family, currently the head of the Li family in the South China Sea, and possessed the strength of a terrestrial immortal. The South China Sea divine nun, accompanied by Li Qingmei and another person, went to negotiate, resulting in a fierce fight, during which she was severely injured. The other party even boasted that it was not impossible to obtain the secret manual, but only if someone could find the person who defeated him would he hand it over. This is because they are convinced that the Li family has fallen into decline and has no way to find a stronger ally than the goddess of the South Sea. I see. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed simpler than he had imagined. It was just defeating a terrestrial immortal, nothing extraordinary. Young Master Su, how strong are you now? Run Xianxian asked curiously. During this period, they were extremely busy and overwhelmed, and since the Celestial Master's sect was unable to send anyone to get close, they knew very little about him. Su Hao smiled faintly and said, "Anyway, I'm no worse than Senior Nun of the South Sea." Young Master Su, you've broken through? Li Qingmei was overjoyed, and all her worries vanished instantly. Yes. Su Hao briefly recounted the recent events, but intentionally or unintentionally omitted his connection with Tong Shiyuan. It even emphasized the Shangqing immortal technique. Li Qingmei said, "In that case, let's go back and see Senior Nanhaisheni first, and then go and settle accounts with Li Zhaoyu." Okay. Su Hao nodded and said, "By the way, the other half of the manual was provided by the Celestial Master's sect. If we obtain the complete manual, we need to provide a copy to Tong Shiyuan." Li Qingmei was stunned for a moment, then immediately asked, "Su Hao, tell me the truth, is she your woman?" "Yes." Su Hao nodded. This was a problem that had to be faced now. "What about me?" Li Qingmei asked anxiously. "Qingmei." Su Hao held her hand and said gently, "From beginning to end, you have always been the woman I love most. My situation with the Tong sisters is somewhat special, even somewhat unavoidable, but the most important place in my heart is definitely yours." Li Qingmei was overjoyed to hear this. It was his heartfelt sentiment, and he felt gratified that it was spoken so sincerely. "Congratulations, miss, you and young Master Su have finally tied the knot." Ren Xianxian was also happy for them. "Ha, that's true." Li Qingmei laughed heartily, naturally ignoring the Tong sisters' comments. The Li family's old house in Nanhai is located near a cliff overlooking the sea and looks quite old inside. However, it's well equipped with modern amenities, suggesting it's been regularly maintained. The South Sea goddess lay on the hospital bed, her breath faint. She was not in good condition. She was seriously injured after her match with Li Zhaoyu. "Senior, look who's here." Li Qingmei walked over and said with a smile. "Su Hao, how come you've changed?" The South Sea goddess glanced around and immediately noticed that the young man beside her had become stronger. "Senior, please don't get agitated. Let me take a look at your illness." Su Hao immediately took her pulse, then frowned. The South Sea divine nun's condition was extremely dangerous. To describe it as terminal would be no exaggeration. Perhaps she didn't want Li Qingmei to worry, so she appeared calm. In reality, she was already halfway to death. Her condition was dire. Fortunately, Su Hao arrived in time with his current abilities. He might be able to try and defy fate. Li Qingmei noticed Su Hao's seriousness and was vaguely worried. This senior was the most loyal servant of the Li family. He absolutely could not be allowed to get into trouble. She then saw Su Hao take out silver needles and begin to perform acupuncture to treat people. The room fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. Beads of sweat appeared on Su Hao's forehead, showing that he had also expended considerable energy. Just before the last needle was inserted, someone rushed in. "Li Qingmei, I've come to see you." This was a young man, ugly and with a face that looked rather odd. He was holding a bouquet of flowers and said with a smile, "Senior, I am Li Jiming. Is your injury any better? Get out, and don't cause trouble." Li Qingmei shouted angrily. "Making trouble? I'm just trying to be helpful. You're the eldest daughter of the Li family, and I'm the young master of the Li family. Wouldn't it be perfect for us to get closer?" Li Jiming said with a grin. "This person is Li Zhaoyu's son. They are not of the legitimate bloodline of the South China Sea Li family at all. They are merely imposters now. They are even more interested in Li Qingmei and have come to curry favor." Su Hao immediately inserted the needles and said, "Senior, your condition has stabilized with these silver needles protecting you. You should recover in 8 hours at most. At that time, you will be able to remove the silver needles yourself." "Young Master Su, it seems the young lady was right. You truly are a divine healer," the South Sea divine nun said gratefully. Having been saved by this young man, it was truly a rare privilege. Su Hao nodded slightly, then turned to look at Li Jiming and said coldly, "You've come at the right time. Li Qingmei is my woman. If you dare to have any more ideas, you'll face the consequences." You're woman, who do you think you are? No matter who you are, once you come to the South China Sea, this is where our family calls the shots, let's put it this way. I've taken a fancy to Li Qingmei, so get the hell out of here. Li Jiming pointed at Su Hao's nose and started cursing. Su Hao smiled faintly and asked Li Qingmei, has he always been this reckless? Maybe so, just a spoiled brat. Li Qingmei nodded. Hey, I'm talking to you. Li Jiming roared, even throwing a punch as if to strike. Suit looks like a little bit of color. Su Hao's gaze swept over them, a cold glint in his eyes. The next moment, Li Jiming felt something was wrong. Why did a bolt of lightning flash within his body, and then his entire body explode? Die! Su Hao announced coldly. Li Qingmei felt somewhat gratified. This was her man, who would always protect her. Hearing the commotion inside, the Li family guards rushed in and saw only a mist of blood remaining around Su Hao, gradually being devoured by the goo worms. They exclaimed in astonishment, where is our young master? Isn't this it? Su Hao said coldly. Quickly contact Li Zhouyu and have him bring the secret manual over. We'll fight to the death in the South China Sea. The guards were stunned. Who was this person? How could he be so arrogant? Upon closer inspection and realizing it was Su Hao, they were so frightened that they turned around and left, contacting Li Zhouyu as they went. The other party was even more furious upon hearing the news. 1324, Chapter 1324. The Grand Finale. The South China Sea is raging with angry waves. If you look closely, there are two other people on the sea, Su Hao and Li Zhouyu. The person opposite him appeared extremely angry. He never imagined that his only beloved son would die at the hands of the young man before him. His hatred now boundless. He roared, you bastard surnamed Su, today I'll tear you to pieces. What a coincidence, your son also turned into a blood mist. Su Hao said coldly, you stole a secret manual that didn't belong to you, so you deserve to die. You think you can defeat me? Even the divine nun of the South Sea is no match for me. Looking across the entire martial world, I fear no one. The man said confidently. Is that so? Su Hao's demeanor suddenly changed. The raging flames burned across the entire sky, making him appear like a sage king of fire, extremely terrifying. Li Zhouyu immediately realized that the other party was also a terrestrial immortal, and was greatly surprised. However, considering the age difference between them, he regained some confidence. After all, the other party hadn't been cultivating for very long. How strong could their true energy be? Prepare to die. The man unleashed a heavenly blade and slashed down fiercely. In an instant, the entire sea surface cracked open and was shattered. Looking ahead, Su Hao's body was also cracking open. But strangely, no blood mist appeared at all. Clearly, this is just a clone. Li Zhouyu immediately sensed something was wrong, but by the time he felt the danger, it was too late. A sword light appeared, and the flying sword pierced through his body with the force of shattering the void. The strongest man in the South China Sea perished with resentment. Su Hao searched for a while, found the manual, and then returned to the shore. He turned around and saw tears of excitement in Li Qingmei's eyes. He couldn't help but smile and say, what's wrong? Do you still need to worry about my strength? No, this is excitement. We've finally gotten our Li family's things back. This is truly a rare and precious thing, she said with relief. Alright, let's take a look at this manual and see what's so special about it. Su Hao suddenly became serious. He now possesses the complete version of the Shangqing Immortal Technique, which is extremely rare. Comparing the two manuals, even with Su Hao's experience, it took him 3 days to compile the complete manual. After reading it, he was incredibly surprised. The profound mystery of this manual truly impressed him. He wondered what methods the Li family's ancestor had used to obtain such a technique. The predecessors planted the trees, and the successors enjoyed the shade. Now he too had become a beneficiary. He immediately realized a problem. Cultivation required a massive amount of spiritual energy, and he had to retrieve all of the dragon essence. Qingmei, it seems we'll have to travel again to collect the remaining 2 dragon essences, Su Hao said. Alright, this is our Li family's treasure. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed. Li Qingmei waved her fist, feigning ferocity. Su Hao smiled. Her aura was much weaker than Tong Shiyuan's. Oh right, Tong Shiyuan, he almost forgot about her. The two then left the South China Sea and returned to the Celestial Masters sect. When Tong Shiyuan and Li Qingmei met, they were both amazed by each other and understood why Su Hao was so captivated by her beauty. Sister Shi Yuan, are you able to let go of everything now? Let's make our way in the world together. Su Hao said with a smile. No problem, I've taken care of everything, and I'm ready to leave any time. Tong Shi Yuan said with a smile. A month later, they appeared atop Mount Tianshan, where the three of them fought against hundreds of sects. Su Hao's single move, heaven and earth lived together, annihilated tens of thousands of enemies, shocking the entire martial arts world. Their goal was merely the fourth dragon orb. Once they obtained it, they left swiftly without lingering for a moment. The appearance of the fifth dragon essence came later than expected. It wasn't until 6 months later that the Physiognomy Palace unexpectedly discovered strange fluctuations of spiritual energy on a deserted island in the South China Sea. If they weren't mistaken, these were the final dragon essence. So it has returned to the South China Sea. This is truly fate. Li Qingmei exclaimed. It seems like everything has returned to where it started. This is the fate of the Li family. Su Hao nodded. Then let's choose the South China Sea as our final training location. Tong Shi Yuan said with a smile. The three changed direction and returned to the South China Sea. By then, news had already leaked, and thousands of sects had gathered there. Some martial arts sects that had been hidden for many years had all mobilized. There were sects like the Heavenly Sword sect and the Tai Chi sect, each sending elders and experts, including 7 terrestrial immortals. When Su Hao arrived, the group was locked in a fierce battle, as if none of them were willing to give up the last dragon essence. Wow, this is amazing, Su Hao said casually as he walked in. The others instinctively stopped, then turned to look, only to discover that the newcomer was incredibly powerful, and they all tensed up. After so much training, Su Hao's strength had reached a new level, ascending to the 7th level of a terrestrial immortal. He looked at his opponents and said, "Stop fighting, all of you come at me at once, I'm in a hurry." These were all renowned seniors, and upon hearing this, they were all furious, feeling that this young man was courting death. They all swarmed forward. Everyone else was stunned. To have 7 top experts attack simultaneously, Su Hao's life had truly been worthwhile. But what happened next was truly surprising. Su Hao killed the first expert with a single move, then came the second, the third, taking down these experts in just 7 moves. He glanced around and said coldly, "I've chosen the dragon essence. Is there anyone who disagrees?" At this moment, tens of thousands of martial artists remained silent, none daring to make a move due to his strength. Until everyone watched helplessly as Su Hao took Long Yuan away and drove off. 100 years later, Ren Xianxian had become a celestial venerable level expert. She stood guard beside the dragon vein, visibly excited today. This was because the 3 experts before her, after so much cultivation, they had now reached the 9th level of the land immortal realm. Li Qingmei was the last to reach this level, and she was filled with excitement. "Xianxian, from now on, the affairs of the Li family are in your hands," Li Qingmei emphasized. "Young miss, can I cultivate the Shangqing immortal technique?" Ren Xianxian asked nervously. "Of course, I hope that one day you can come to the immortal realm too," Li Qingmei said expectantly. "If that day really comes, I will still be your and young Master Su's maid," Ren Xianxian said with burning eyes. The next moment, Su Hao flew directly into the air, channeling all his true energy, and surged towards the heavens. Almost everyone noticed that a celestial gate had appeared in the void, shaking the entire dragon kingdom. "The day has finally come, Shi Yuan, Qingmei, let's go on an adventure in the immortal realm." Su Hao led the 2 stunning beauties as they slowly ascended, eventually passing through the immortal spirit gate and entering the immortal realm.